Francisco.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates as low as 4.75% APR, you can save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying their rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to apply. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 4.75 annual percent rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score and 29.86 per $1,000 borrowed.
Football is back, and so is your shot at big wins. With DraftKings Pick Six, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, your game day instincts can score you real money fast. Here's the play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats, from breakout rookies to elite QBs, and unlock the upside every snap brings. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. New DraftKings customers get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry. This season, play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Pick Six app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick Six bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick Six. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick Six bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at picksix.draftkings.com/promos.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Star One makes home loans simple. Dream big, start small. At Star One Credit Union, everything we do is in your best interest, which is why we offer low down payment options with flexible terms that put you first. Your dedicated Star One loan advisor will facilitate a fast approval for a quick close. We also offer special benefits for first-time home buyers and jumbo loans up to $5 million at the same competitive rate. Apply today. Star1.org. Star One Credit Union, in your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, none other than Steph Curry.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help. with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
In Japantown, 59 degrees and partly cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Rise. Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe.
Kubiak, first game as the OC here, sends in a call for 2nd and 4. Darnold, hit as he let it go, the ball is loose, the 49ers have it! It's Bosa! Nick Bosa and the 49ers closing the door on the Seahawks!
Oh, heck yes.
Joe Davis on the call, Fox Sports. That, my friends, is how you start a season. That is how you close, and that is how you set a tone for what could be a roller coaster of a ride, Joe. But my God, the big boys stepped up when they needed to most yesterday, and none bigger than right there, Nick Bosa making Sam Darnold do what he does. See Ghost Slate, 17-13 the final. The 49ers vanquish the Seahawks in week 1 to move to 1-0 on the season. And there's a lot to get into, but first and foremost, hell of a win. Hell of a win.
It wasn't a Michelangelo, but it certainly wasn't finger painting. It was somewhere in between. I mean, you want to talk about an absolute roller coaster of a week 1. Thank God for Robert Saleh. You know, I was so down on them bringing him back. I just, for whatever reason, that the situation that occurred in New York with the Jets, I knew he could coach defense. I did. I knew that he could coach defense, but I kind of wanted to go in a different direction. Look, I'm wrong. I am so wrong. Early in this game, I saw fronts on 2nd and 3rd down disguised at the line, which is what the entire league is doing, where I don't know which 4 or 5 guys are going to come and which ones are going to drop back in pressure. And I thought they set the tone on the defensive side of the ball. I believed this team was going to be a work in progress on defense. No, I'm wrong. Defense might be the strongest part of the team this morning when you wake up and George Kittle could be out multiple weeks. Juwan Jennings could be out multiple weeks. 2 of my offensive linemen are going into the blue tent. This team right now offensively is all over the place. Defensively, they were flying around, and they found a way to adjust mid-game. They stopped the run. After the first quarter and a half, it felt like, oh boy, Seattle's running it down your throat. They found a way to slow down Jackson Smith-Njigba, even though he is a stud in the making. They found a way to adjust. And I'm talking about Upton Stout, who was getting picked on early in this game and bounced back and made some plays. Renardo Green bounced back and made some plays. D. Winters replacing Dre Greenlaw, making plays. And then Nick Bosa. This is the reason why you pay a defensive lineman who's a pass rusher $100 million in guaranteed money to go out when you're up 17-13. There's 40 seconds left in the game. The entire world knows Darnold and Seattle needs to score a touchdown, and they are in pass mode. And you get Nick Bosa creating a strip sack opportunity, a fumble, however you want to describe it, to put the game away. Now, we'll get to the quarterback because he made some plays, and he was all over the place. It was some plays he wants back, but I thought he was magnificent in avoiding trouble because this offensive line gave him no time, and CMC willing this team. He may not have the same burst as what he had years prior, but I thought he showed a gutsy effort. And Jake Tonges, the Los Gatos native, look at this guy. Get this man some food because Bonte's going to tell you he eats for free in the Bay Area.
At least for the week.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
Guys, we got some breaking news 5 minutes into the show. 49ers is starting right tackle Colton McKivitz have reached an agreement on a 3-year, $45 million extension, including $27 million guaranteed per his agent, Doug Hendrickson and CJ LeBoy. So yeah, Colton McKivitz not going anywhere for the next 3 years.
Colton McKivitz, the guy who false started on 3rd and short, and most crucial time in the game, which forced them into a longer 3rd and whatever at the red zone. And what ended up happening, guys? Jake Moody had to go out there and kick a game-tying field goal. How about that kicker, huh?
So that's Jake, why you pay him.
Jake.
Colton or Jake?
Yes.
I thought when you said breaking news, I thought you were going to tell me George Kittle is out for like a certain amount of time. Guys, so that's in the totality of that. That's okay. Now we'll still wait and hear the prognosis.
What a game.
It's a strain, whatever with George Kittle, because that's obviously the big takeaway as well as the win. Obviously, is the health of George Kittle, who looked like he was going to have another All-Pro season if we're just judging it off the first half, Joe. He was looking incredible. And then all of a sudden, they say quickly ruled out with a hamstring. And then obviously we all know with a hamstring injury, soft tissue. And when they rule him out that quickly and he's not questionable, that's when you know
Joe,
it's serious.
They showed the sideline. And by the Greg Olsen is brilliant. I know we do. I don't even watch for broadcasters. How can you not watch Greg Olsen?
They matter.
And think that he's not awesome. He's awesome, okay? That being said, they panned to George Kittle on the sideline. He's got a hat on with the helmet, the helmet off to the side, but the pads are on. I'm going, why is Kittle not in the game? And I believe almost immediately after, Trent Williams got rolled up on and hobbled off the field. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh.
And then
the amount of blue tents that were going on, you would think this was 6th and Market. The amount of blue tent action that we had going on the sideline of that Seattle game.
Can't help yourself. Fred Warner started it all off. We all got a scare there. Did he get the wind knocked out of him? Did he get hit in the face? What happened? Fred Warner ends up being okay. And then Kittle, and then obviously Trent Williams. And the list kept going and going and going. But you know what, Joe?
A win's a win.
And guys stepped up yesterday.
Big time.
And that's what it takes. A total team effort. Jake Tonges, who you mentioned, his first career reception is a touchdown like that where he just, quite frankly, wanted it more.
No, that wasn't his first career reception. Receiving touchdown.
No, I'm pretty sure that was his first career reception.
He had caught a pass earlier. They ran like a screen pass.
Are you sure that was him?
Yeah, I was charting all the plays. I could have sworn they ran a screen pass to him, and then he made a toe string grab earlier. I could be wrong.
Either way,
that's who I had down.
First touchdown. Is that in that moment in Seattle where it was, quite frankly, felt like 70% 49er fans. They traveled well yesterday.
Yeah, Todd just had 3 catches.
3 catches.
Yeah, he had 3. He had the screen
not
pass.
One, not 2, not
That's
3.
okay.
There you know, you're good. First career touchdown, so we're good. We're all good there. All right? And he had first career catches in the game.
There we go.
For Cal Berkeley and Los Gatos native Jake Tonges. It comes down, again, not Kittle, not Pearsall, who was incredible, by the way, not any of your big ones, not Juwan Jennings, hurt his shoulder. Jake Tonges.
He had 1 career target in 20 games before yesterday. Is that true, Sam?
Oh, my God.
I am looking at his Pro Football Reference page right now, and I'm seeing he was with the Niners last year, and then the Bears in 22. 20 games, 1 target came in 2022.
Tonges time. Forget Selleck time. It's Tonges time, baby.
It's really incredible, though. Like that.
When the ball was in the air. When the ball was first off, Purdy scrambling and creating time. On that drive, I thought that Wooten misplayed multiple balls. I don't know if he comes down with either one of them. I don't. But while they're in the air, the throw to Pearsall that flipped the field, I thought Wooten was going to intercept that. or at least break it up. He mistimed it, misjudged it, whatever. I love that Purdy threw it up there because you got to just let your guys make plays. I know where everyone's, he could have thrown 3 interceptions in the second half. You might be right, but you know what? Every now and then, you got to just throw it up there and you got to make a play happen. Well, you don't have Jennings. You don't have Kittle. You got to push the ball down the field.
And I watched 2 quarterbacks, one which wasn't afraid to make mistakes and one that was deathly afraid to make mistakes. And the one that was deathly afraid to make mistakes made the ultimate mistake late. That was Sam Darnold.
100%.
He was 16 to 23, 0 touchdowns, 0 picks, but they were so risk averse, and it felt like that offense in Seattle was saying, "Hey Sam, don't lose us this game, and we'll be okay." No, that's not the mindset you could have in a divisional game.
No.
You know what? Brock made some mistakes yesterday. Wasn't it perfect? You said it perfect. Was it a Michelangelo? No, it wasn't.
But
that's
it wasn't
okay.
finger painting
It wasn't
either.
macaroni art or finger paint.
Exactly.
It was a mixed bag, and you know what? It got the job done, and you won the game.
Hey, this is going to sound insane because turnovers are very important. That is a real element. The Niners came away with 2 turnovers, and they gave up 2 balls here. But those 2 picks were bad. There's no other way around it. I thought his first half, in general, less instinctual, less cerebral, less feel for how to play the position quarterback would have been destroyed 50 times in that first half. There was a couple Devin Witherspoon plays where he beat whoever it was on the edge and was going to snap Purdy in half. And not only did Purdy get rid of the ball, he completed passes downfield. It was not a perfect game from him. Those 2 picks were bad. You can't turn the ball over. As we could tell, this team's margin of error is not going to be what it was in years past. But I thought overall, he had a hell of a game. I really do. I thought he had now on the Jake Tonges touchdown, Joe. Look, he threw it up. I didn't go, is he throwing that away? Is he just lobbing it up? I'm thinking, Wooten's going to pick that. Yeah. Wooten's going to pick that. And when Tonges came down with it, I couldn't believe it. I sunk to my knees. I go, you got to be kidding me. It's one of the best ones. And then the next thing I thought of, can we hold him?
And then you did, because Sam Darnold did what Sam Darnold does best, and that was wet the bed late. Nick Bosa playing like a DPOY. As we all thought heading into the season, Joe, this could be a DPOY type of breakout season for him, because obviously he wants to get paid again. Why shouldn't he?
Well, that was a $47 million play.
But it was.
No, not a doubt in my mind.
You want to cash the checks, you got to make the plays, and he made the play yesterday. He actually set the tone early on in that. He almost forced another turnover early in that game, pushing that pocket. I don't know how that ball ended up being completed on that very first drive for the Seattle Seahawks, where it deflected off the offensive lineman from Darnold.
What was that?
And it was caught. I thought it should have been turned over 3 different times. They ended up getting the ball.
They have one player on offense.
One.
Seattle.
Yeah.
Jackson Smith-Njigba is a star. He's a star. That guy's ridiculous.
And even he made a mistake. He fumbled the ball.
But Joe, I'm watching late and I'm like, Salah, are we going to double this guy? We going to double this guy? We going to double? I dare Cooper Kupp to make a play.
Oh, he's cooked.
I mean, that ball went right through his hands. And most Niner fans are like, we have nightmares of Cooper Kupp. And to see him look completely washed was a little surprising. Now, there were multiple times in this game, both coaches, I thought, cowered up. There was a 4th and 2 where I'm like, I don't know why we're kicking the field goal here. I think we should just go for it. You just went for it on another 4th and 2. There was, clock stuff in the first half, which Greg Olsen alluded to. There was a 4th and inches for Seattle late in this game. And I think their belief was, Purdy looks like poop right now. He's turned the ball over multiple times. You don't have Jennings. You don't have Kittle. We're going to kick the field goal, and we're going to dare you to beat us because we don't think you trust your kicker. And thank God it didn't come down to a Jake Moody field goal at the end. They scored a touchdown. They put the pressure on Seattle. And look, to your point, they were the risk-averse team in this one. Ernest Jones, by the way, is a stud. He's a stud.
I came away impressed from a lot of the young players as well that stepped up and made plays. A play that no one's going to be talking about. And again, I want to hear from the people today. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. We are taking all Niner calls, all Niner texts today, all freaking day long right here, 95.7 The Game. Where else would you rather be than right here, right now, as I'm watching the Bills last night come away from that win? Incredible game against the Baltimore Ravens.
What planet is Josh Allen from?
I mean, both him, Lamar, Derrick Henry. I was like, wow, Derrick Henry's actually immortal. He fumbled the ball. Incredible. Just all weekend, the morning slate. You got the Jets, you got the Steelers, revenge game for Justin Fields, and Aaron Rodgers led us into 49ers.
Revenge game for Aaron Rodgers.
I know. He looked incredible, by the way. Did he not? He looked pretty freaking good.
He did.
In the former head coach of the New York Jets, Robert Saleh, I thought looked incredible coming away from that performance. 13 points.
Joe, they adjusted.
13 points, that's it. In today's NFL?
We were all thinking the same thing. Are they going to learn how to stuff the run? Is it going to be a repeat of last year? And then, Upton Stout, who was playing slot corner for them yesterday, we all read the stuff. We all read the same thing. None of us watched him because he didn't play in the preseason. And we're all thinking, he's really handsy. Oh boy.
Right.
He's gonna get picked on. Diomino Lenore fighting after the play unnecessarily, hey, I like you, Demo. We all like you. We think you're a stud player. They didn't throw your way all game.
Yeah.
But you need to control your emotions. You cannot get these off-ball penalties after the fact. But the key to me, D. Winters, not only looking unbelievably physically fit in terms of hitting people and squaring guys up, I thought his instincts on when to be patient in space and not over pursue on multiple screens and tosses. He did a great job shedding blocks, being a sure tackler. To me, the D. Winters elevation in this game, this guy couldn't play last year over Devondre Campbell. Really?
I'm not saying he's Dre Greenlaw because they were talking about that in the broadcast. Hey, some of these guys, when they drafted him,
Greenlaw didn't play yesterday.
But I'll say this. He gave me flashes, and he gave a swagger to that defense that you're alluding to right now that they desperately missed that swagger last year. And he made a hell of a plays. And another guy, and I was mentioning this earlier, that's not going to get talked about enough because he made a hell of a play to force a field goal attempt for the Seahawks is Renardo Green. I mean, if Cooper Kupp gets that first down, Joe.
It's a great tackle.
They could potentially milk that clock and the game could be over.
How about the play? I believe it was at the end of the first half. Maybe I was wrong. Jackson Jigga jumps up in the air, contorts, catches a ball over him, and Green stays and plays through contact and rips the ball out. That was a hell of a play, too.
It was a hell of a play. And 888-957-9570. Start lining them up. What did you take away from yesterday's game? There's so many different avenues you can go to. We really haven't even touched on the biggest story of last week and leading into this week, and we touched on it a little bit, but Christian McCaffrey. I mean, you just look at the stats and the box score, it's not going to do it justice, but he had a hell of a performance yesterday. Yeah, given everything we were talking about, this guy's career could be over. It could be night-night. 9 receptions, 73 yards, 22 carries, 69 yards. So he has over 150 all-purpose yards yesterday. After all of us worrying, Joe, it was just nice to see him finish out a game.
Of course.
A game in which Juwan Jennings leaves with a hurt shoulder. George Kittle hurts his hamstring. You had Trent Williams get rolled up, and you had Fred Warner take a shot early in that game. There was a lot of injury concerns coming out of it. But right now, it's not really Christian McCaffrey I'm talking about.
You know why Christian is so beloved? Because I think there's a misnomer that athletes don't care as much as they used to.
I hate that.
No, I know, but there's this misnomer out there that and I think it's specific leagues have more of this misnomer than others. Christian McCaffrey may not have the same exact explosion and jump cutting ability and burst and all those things. Or maybe he does. I don't know. To my naked eye, he looked slightly slow as a runner, but as a pass catcher, he's still dynamic. As a guy that has great vision and jump cut and can fight through tackles, he's still that guy. Joe, the heart of a champion is thrown around a lot. I thought in the third quarter, he showed why he has the heart of a champion and why he's such a beloved player. That guy wants to win and wants to be not just good, not just great, all-time great. And I see the dedication to his craft and how hard he plays. I will never question the heart and the effort level of Christian McCaffrey.
Well, and they needed all those receptions, too. He was basically outside of Ricky Pearsall, who had, by the way, 4 receptions, 108 yards. Ricky Pearsall, my goodness.
And how about the catch near the sideline?
That was incredible.
That was so sick with the guy on him, and he draped, and what a catch.
There were some dimes from Brock Purdy and Sam Darnold yesterday. There were some dimes mixed in there, and Purdy being a part of them with Ricky Pearsall was a beautiful thing to see, but they needed every single one of those receptions from Christian McCaffrey. He might have been your best receiver at times yesterday. Get him out in space.
So he was your best offensive weapon for about a quarter and a half.
Yeah.
And I thought the way Shanahan subbed him out and used Brian Robinson was brilliant. I've been screaming to the high heavens, mix in somebody else here, get somebody else into the game. And to see Brian Robinson actually have more yards per carry than CMC, and he even got stuffed on a couple plays. I loved the utilization from Shanahan of both backs. Good job, Kyle. Like, seriously, good job. And I love that they stayed dedicated to the run because I thought it created a more balanced, pocket for Purdy because he was under duress.
He was. And shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan apply line, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Slick Rick, so we're calling him. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
And on the play preceding Colton McKivitz, the second to last possession, if you will, for the Niners, it's second down, I believe, after a CMC run. They throw an out pattern to Ricky Pearsall, and Purdy just left a little too much air under it. He's got to whiz that ball. Yeah. It would have been a touchdown for Ricky Pearsall. And then on the next play, Colton McKivitz has the false start. You get backed up. You throw one out of bounds where CMC's kind of out of bounds, and you have to settle for the field goal. I mean, there were so many elements to this one. They got a blocked field goal. They had multiple penalties on special teams. They muffed a punt return where Sky Moore just dropped it, picked it up, and ran. I mean, you want to talk about nightmare. And then the double doink or whatever it is, the single doink from Jake Moody. Jake Moody, look it.
We're going to have the conversation.
No, we have to. Kyle, this is on you. You won this game. We can't do 17 weeks of this. Kyle, this is football fan 101 who is your biggest supporter, okay? I'm sitting here, I'm telling you, we as a community cannot go through 17 weeks of Jake Moody. We can't. I don't think your team can either.
888-957-9570. If you're just joining us, the latest from Adam Schefter, ESPN. Colton McKivitz and the 49ers have agreed to a contract extension, 3 years, $45 million with $27 million in guarantees, which means Colton McKivitz will stay a Niner through the 2028 campaign. 888-957-9570. Hey, Adam, Zaya, Larry, we'll get to all of you. I promise, start lining them up. Phone lines are open. They are popping. The 49ers are 1-0 to start the season. It was a roller coaster, but you know what? We enjoyed the ups. And on the other side, we're going to talk about the downs. That is one Jake Moody, and it's going to be brought to you by Moderna.
Jake Moody is looking for a bounce back here. He missed 9 of his last 20 tries last season, and he starts this year by doinking one. No good.
Oh, my God.
The demons of 24 live for Jake Moody. Wow. Point blank. Wow. Off the upright.
I think if you would have asked Jake Moody, you get to go put the ball at whatever yard line and whatever hash you want for your first kick to kind of exercise the demons of last year, where would you want it? I think he would have put the ball right there. I mean, that is, at this level, nothing's a given. That's pretty much close to that's as much of a given as it gets at this level.
Hi, I'm Patrick Willis, and welcome back to the Morning Roast.
What's up, P. Willie? Joe Davis, Greg Olson on the call, Fox Sports. I'm going to be honest, Mr. Joe Davis. You sound a little too excited for that doink call. All right? A little too excited. Jake Moody. What can you say at this point other than why he's still on the team? Why is he still on the team? I defended him all offseason because I thought the injury played a part in last year, a significant part. I understand he had his struggles prior to that, but I was willing to give him another chance, Joe.
Ooh.
I got no more chances to give. It's done. He should have been cut already. He should have been cut on the way to the tarmac. I don't know why he's still on this team. We're going to hear from the head coach. We're going to hear from the people. 888-957-9570. The 49ers win in week 1 up in Seattle, 17-13, the final. There's a lot of ups and downs. We're going to go through all of it. The quarterback, the running back, but we're going to touch right now on the kicker, Jake Moody. And it was the very first attempt, and we all kind of knew after that, it's over. I mean, you have a chip shot, and you pull it. I quite frankly, you and I could have made that kick potentially. I'm not even kidding.
I don't think I can make a 35-yarder, but I get what you're
quite frankly, give us enough opportunities, we might have been able to.
I don't know. I think kicking's really hard.
That being said, there's just no defending that. Well, how do you defend that at this point? I'm sorry. He's got to go.
I don't know.
He's got to go.
But it's not on Jake. It's on Kyle and John for putting themselves in this position. Like, why? I don't understand why they cut that guy before preseason even started.
Greg Joseph.
Yeah, I mean that made no sense.
All right, they got him on speed dial.
The bigger issue is this, Joe. Though, special teams is still a problem. Whether it is the kicker, which is a cog in the wheel, or the wheel as itself is a problem. You had multiple penalties on special teams. You had a decent punt return coverage. You had Sky Moore back there, and my bar is so low for Sky Moore. Just catch the ball and don't turn it over. He did that. Now, he did fumble one. Garendo, on a kick return, also kind of mishandled one before he started to get going.
It's brought to you by Butterfingers, yeah.
And then you had not just the missed kick off the field goal post, you had a block kick as well. And you can say, Julian Love made a hell of a play, whatever. Look, I don't know. I rewatched it 15 times. You could make a case, Jake splits the upright and that goes right down the middle. I thought it was going to be hooked left. Maybe I'm wrong, but coming off the foot and maybe it stays straight. I don't know. Guys, special teams is a problem still. And you fired the special teams coach last year. You brought in Brent Boyer, and it's still a big issue for your team. And when the margins are this thin, the team is this thin in terms of their depth, special teams is going to cost you multiple games this year if you don't get it together. So I have zero tolerance for the whole Jake Moody experience, and I think it's on Kyle and John Lynch, period.
1 of 3 yesterday with the miss and the block. Obviously, Kyle kind of fell on the sword for Jake on that one, saying, I don't blame Jake for that. That was just a collapsed offensive line. The blocking wasn't there for him. That being said, he wasn't very happy about those missed field goals.
Well, obviously, I was disappointed that we missed 2 field goals. I mean, we missed one, which was a big miss, especially I think we were inside the 10. I want to say it was 27-yarder. The next one, Love made a hell of a move. I think it was Love. Splitting that D-gap. Looked like he jumped over the guys. I saw it on the scoreboard. But we got to clean up that protection. That's everyone there. That one wasn't Jake. That's just a whole operation. But, yeah, we got to do better.
And more from the head coach. Asked if Moody's struggles affected situations?
I don't think so. I mean, I want to say they were 4th and 2. So I don't think that changed it. I mean, would have kicked it if it was more than that.
Well, we can get into that because the whole 4th and 2, then pivoting to try to kick it after already going for it and kind of doubling down on that. I was very confused with the play calling selection at times. And that's another thing, another takeaway from this game. Just because you have Christian McCaffrey back and we all thought that was going to solve the red zone woes, that's not the case. Now, you did lose George Kittle for a majority of this game, too, which sucks. That is a mismatch that you would like to have in the red zone, Joe. But those issues are still here.
He looked all-world, Kittle, before going down.
He looked like an all-pro.
Yeah. Look, the special teams, it's a problem until it isn't. It's that simple. And, I'm kind of done yelling and screaming and losing my mind about Jake Moody. This is on the coach. And we love Kyle, but this weird thing with him where at every other position, it's either can you help us win today more than the average guy on the street? If the answer is yes, you stay. If the answer is no, you go. Why is Moody here? I'm watching that Baltimore game. How effortless was their kicking in both those teams?
Yeah. Cameron Loop? Was that his name? I don't even know who
those guys are.
Yeah.
And when I found out that the guy kicking for Buffalo could have been signed 3 days ago, I'm saying, why do we have Jake Moody on this team?
Tyler Loop. There you go. I'm with you. At this point, hey, I was giving him the benefit of the doubt. He's got to lose the job, and he lost the job yesterday as far as I'm concerned. He lost it. It's over. But this is what Kyle Shanahan had to say yesterday. Any question Moody is back?
No question.
What does that even mean? No question what? No question that he's coming back next week? No question that they're going to look into it? Just...
No question.
I don't know what that means.
He's made...
what is that? What is that? What does that mean?
I don't think they know. He's made 12 of his last 23 field goal attempts in the regular season. What do you make of that?
One more time.
12 of his last 23 in the regular season.
Yeah, it's not good, Joey. It's not good. It's not good.
I just don't know. I don't know how anyone, even Jake Moody's parents, God bless them, I'm sure they're somewhere, even they've got to be like, ugh. Right?
I don't know. They might have disowned him after yesterday. 888-957-9570. Adam and SF. We'll get to you. We'll get to you now before we squeeze in the Valkyries. Adam, your thoughts on the win yesterday, ma'am?
Hey guys, thanks for having me on. And Spadoni, really quickly wanted to congratulate you and your Raiders for starting out 1-0. That was a good win for you guys. Obviously, really happy the Niners won. The Jake Moody thing at this point, guys, I'm not going to yell and scream, but it's like, Shasky, you said it perfectly. It's on the head coach, and it's been on the head coach for a couple of years now. And I think it's just the fact that he drafted him in the 3rd round, and he's so hell-bent on proving that he made the right pick, that I'm not saying that he's willing to lose games, but it's like, what else more do we need to see that it's like we're going to keep this guy around? It doesn't make any sense. But even if they would have lost that game yesterday, I'm so happy with how good the defense looked. They look astounding. And I guess just one kind of cause for concern. I love having CMC back, but guys, 31 touches in the first game. We have another 17 to go. You kind of highlighted, mixing in Brian Robinson, which they did do, but I don't know, guys, 31 touches for game one on a guy that might have been questionable or limited this week. That makes me a little weary.
Well, I think when Kittle goes down,
good call, Adam.
When Jennings goes down, I mean, you had some guy named Gage who most people have no idea who he is.
Russell? Right? Russell.
You had him playing, and then you had I didn't see an offensive snap for Sky Moore, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he did play. And then who was 83? I don't even know who was that. Valdez-Scantling? Who was 83?
Valdez-Scantling.
Yeah.
There you go, MVS.
83 and 14. No one knew who they were.
No one knew who Jake Tonges was either until he was called upon. Hey, you know what, Carter? I got something I want to talk about real quick before we head to the break, because this is all Niners today. They won 17-13. We're talking about it all day long right here on 95.7 The Game, 888-957-9570. We got a few spots open if you want to call and get your thoughts off, because there's a lot. You could be happy. You could be sad. You could be, You should be happy, though. I'm going to tell you why. But first, it is time for the Golden State Valkyries strongest player of the game, brought to you by El Camino Health, our strength, your health. And the Valks, since the last time we've talked, have clinched a playoff spot. They are playoff bound. They're just playing for seeding. And by the way, they took a tough loss against the top-seeded Minnesota Lynx on Saturday, falling 78-72 in the Valhalla home finale. Valks are down late and would not go away, though, due in part to performances from one Ilyana Rupert, who scored 15, including this three-pointer.
Big possession here. Rupert It's in! Ileana Rupert from downtown. It's a 3-point game. 72-69, a minute 10 to go. 18,064 on their feet.
Deuce is wild. Deuce Mason on the call right here on 95.7 The Game, your home for Valkyries basketball. And that was the strongest player in the game, brought to you by El Camino Health, our strength, your health. And by the way, we know that they are going to be playing at SAP Center for their home playoff game. So Ball Hall will traveling from Chase Center down to the South Bay. They'll pack it out. They'll show it out. Hey, Sharks, if they could have some action down there come playoff time, why can't the Valkyries? What? 888-957-9570. All right, you want to get back into the Niners, Joe?
Yeah.
You want to talk about Christian McCaffrey? You want to talk about Jake Moody? You want to talk about the quarterbacks? Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold. Let's do it. On the other side, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. I hear you, Dibs. That means that Signature Select Chicken Split Breast, Thighs, Drumsticks, Value Pack, or Foster Farms Fresh and Natural Whole Chicken, buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. Everybody's now letting on the joke, and we need some side dishes.
How about fruits? Fresh cut fruits, veggies, dips, salsas, parfaits, or trays. Buy two, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy three. Or Progresso soup, 18 to 19 ounce size cans, selected varieties. Buy two, get two free of equal or lesser value when you buy four. There's no sound for soup, Mark.
No, there isn't, but I do love a Progresso party. These and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. Just download the weekly deals to your account, and they automatically deduct at checkout. How cool is that? We'll see you in the aisles.
Here we go.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
It's NorCal versus SoCal in the ultimate rivalry showdown. The San Jose Earthquakes take on LAFC September 13th at Levi's Stadium. This match could be the key to the Quakes' playoff push, and the action doesn't stop at the final whistle. Catch a live halftime performance by Edgardo Nunez. And before the game, don't miss Fan Fest with Blue Demon Jr. in a live wrestling match. Plus meet and greets with world champion boxer Eric Morales and L3 legend Moises Munoz. Get your tickets now at SJEarthquakes.com and be there when NorCal brings the heat.
Be sure to tune in to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, following every Golden State Valkyries game when Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky name the strongest player of the game from the night before. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health.
Something special for your outdoor living is on sale now at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at DolanLumber.com. Fiber-on decking. On sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Purdy's given time. Wants it all. Downfield. Pearsall's got it. Ricky Pearsall inside the 25. Biggest play of the day. 45 yards with 2.5 left.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
And as we know, the championship will be held at Levi Stadium here, Super Bowl. And it's nice to start a season 1-0. That's 3 consecutive seasons now. The 49ers have started 1-0. First time since 2014 through 16 seasons. And the 10th time in the last 14 seasons. How about that? That's a stat for you.
I like that.
Nuggy nug.
If you only watched 2 drives for the Niners offensively in this game, and it was the first and last drive where they were both touchdown drives, you would have thought they put up 40 in this game.
They put up 17. But to your point, those drives, they were getting anything they wanted. They were balanced. It was just when you got to the red zone, Joey, what happens? Things get tight. And it got tight for the 49ers a couple times, but that pass right there from Purdy to Pearsall, there was a couple of them, by the way, in this game. That made me go, oh, maybe I even underrated this connection heading into. I knew it could be the top connection when we come out of this season, but I didn't think it happened in week 1 immediately against that secondary, against that Seattle Seahawks team, which, by the way, only put up 13 points yesterday. So that defense that Robert Saleh brought in, talking about bottom 5 in points per game last year, already holding them under 20, holding them under 15 in today's NFL, Joe. It's tough to do.
Yeah, the defense was outstanding. They're probably the biggest story coming out of this week is that defense looked great. Now, I don't know how good Seattle's offense is, so I obviously need to temper my expectations, but just looking at the schedule, it's not like you're facing a lot of Ravens and Bills level offenses. No. But the first drive and the last drive both had great usage of CMC. Both had great usage of a tight end, even though, Kittle got knocked out in this game. And great usage of big chunk plays from Ricky Pearsall. He had a big intermediate throw on that first drive to Ricky Pearsall, which was beautiful. Great anticipation throw. And then just a throw it up play. I thought it was a great double move. Wooten couldn't recover. Sometimes you got to throw something up and let your guys make a play. And as frustrating as the middle part of this game was with the Niners predictably running the ball, not going for it on one particular 4th and 2 after going for it earlier, and having Purdy go to his second and third read and hitting a Luke Farrell who gets blasted, missing a field goal, getting a field goal blocked. 2 interceptions, not 1, 2 interceptions. There was a lot of ugly in the middle of this game. But for them to persevere, and then for Bosa to make the game-sealing strip or fumble recovery or whatever they were calling it, And for Purdy to come through with an unbelievable touchdown pass to Jake Tonges, look, man, that's why you pay these guys the premium dollars. You pay the big bucks for the big-time players to show up with 5 minutes to go when it's winning time.
I mean, it was vintage Brock Purdy making something out of nothing. It was vintage Nick Bosa calling game. It was also vintage I'm seeing go Sam Darnold towards the end there. And that is why I'm taking Brock Purdy 7 days out of the week, twice on Sunday over Sam Darnold. It's not even close for me. Because when the game is on the line, more often than not, Sam Darnold's going to wet the bed. But you know what Brock Purdy's going to do? He's going to change the sheets. He's going to make everything okay. That's what he does.
Well, for now.
For now. But you know what? But that's what I've seen from Brock. That's what I've come to expect from Brock Purdy. He makes something out of nothing. He uses his legs. He buys time. Now, were we all freaking out when he completed that catch to Tonges and Tonges had to rip that away from Dolan? Like, are you kidding me?
When the ball's in the air, I think 99.9% of us on either side of who you were rooting for was like, yep, that's picked.
And it had like the lowest catch probability percentage. I know they always have these things. Of all the completed passes over the weekend, that had the lowest percentage of success. So that just goes to tell you, even science is telling you that shouldn't have happened.
But you know what? Playmakers make plays, Playmakers make plays. So I thought Purdy's brain and instincts post-snap to diagnose what was coming, because the Seattle defense was showing one thing and then the ball's hiked and then something completely different was either being dropped back into coverage or was being blitzed at him. And I thought the offensive line did him very little favors. There was unbelievable pressure up the gut. You saw it from Greg Olsen 4 or 5 times. He diagnosed, hey, he can't climb in the pocket here and make a play because there is no pocket because of the pressure. I thought that Purdy was outstanding. Again, the 2 throws that were just awful decisions, bad throws, were the 2 intercepted plays. Outside of that, he was pretty freaking good.
I mean, there was the 1 sack from Julian Love where it was just that corner blitz where just no one picked him up. It was Christian McCaffrey's assignment, but it was just the perfect play call by the defense and Mike McDonald, because McCaffrey running to his left and it was Love just running right around him, perfectly timed. And Purdy had no shot. But for the most part, I thought when push came to shove, the offensive line showed up when they needed to, and Purdy, using his legs to buy some more time, was massive. Zaya, Larry, Rocky, Rob, we'll get to you in a second, I promise.
The biggest takeaway for me regarding Shanahan wasn't about clock at the end of the second quarter where Greg Olsen is critiquing him, which we'll play at some point. It wasn't him going for it on 4th and 2 from about the 30 and then not going for it on 4th and 2 from inside the 20. That wasn't huge for me. I get why he did both. It was the way he deployed Brian Robinson and CMC. Though not perfect, I liked that CMC did jog off the field as much as he did. I liked that Brian Robinson was utilized early as like a play action guy because it looked predictable when he came in. Hey, it's predictable. You're going to try to run the ball. But I liked the way that he gave him different touches on tosses, on a couple gun runs. And I liked the way that they employed both backs. Is Robinson a great back? No. But he's a nice change of pace. He's a bruiser. He broke some tackles. I thought he showed a lot of heart. I think that he is a net positive for this team. And I like the way that Shanahan used him. And then I love the way Shanahan utilized CMC in the short passing game. A couple of like these trickery screen angle route plays that worked out like screens just to get him a look 2-3 yards with a couple of blockers in front of him.
It's a great point. And when Purdy watches the film of this game, he's going to realize he could have had even more dump offs to a wide open Christian McCaffrey instead of forcing it to where he wanted to. I love you, Brock. Quadruple coverage ain't it. All right, it's not. Now
that was a bad decision.
That was a bad decision. The first one, I think the secondary was baiting him a little bit, and he thought he saw Juwan. He didn't see
the linebacker.
He didn't see the linebacker
pushing back.
Exactly. So it was a good play, but also probably a mistake that he's going to correct, obviously. But when he's going to look at the film, Joe, I think he's going to notice saying, "Hey, play within myself," which is what he talked about this offseason. Not trying to do too much. Take what the defense gives you, and the defense was given a lot of cushion to Christian McCaffrey, and he took advantage.
There was one play early in the game. Witherspoon's guarding Juwan Jennings, and Witherspoon's blitzes off the edge, and Jennings, because he's a veteran, this is why you need veterans who have been in the system, goes, oh, he's gone. I'll just stand right here. I will stay in the vacated spot from the defender. That's the hot route on that particular play. And Purdy diagnoses it. Witherspoon comes untouched. He just gets rid of it beyond Witherspoon's grasp, throws a quick hitter to Jennings. He breaks a tackle. Boom, first down. It's the little subtleties like that where I know that that's not as sexy as the highlight 50-yard bomb down the field. That's why you pay Purdy. Like, that should have been, I'm blown up. If that, like, for example, if that's Anthony Richardson, he's sacked, and maybe it's a turnover in the other direction. Instead, you get a first down out of a play like that. Those are the little subtleties of Brock Purdy's excellence between the ears.
Glad you brought up Anthony Richardson. He ain't getting his job back. Daniel Jones was on fire yesterday. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Before I hit the phones, I do want to mention tomorrow, we got action-packed Tuesdays the rest of the year. If you missed what we announced on Friday last week, there's no more Bonte on Fridays in studio from 9 to 10. No. We got something even better. During football season, we know you want to hear him earlier in the week, and we're providing that for you. So not only do we have Brian Baldinger every single Tuesday at 7:30, Baldy's Breakdowns, best in the business. We'll talk to Baldy tomorrow, and then right after Baldy, we got Bonte Hill in studio for 2 hours. Are you kidding me? Bonte Hill every single Tuesday starting at 8 o'clock in studio with us. Spadoni, Shasky, breaking it all down. 49ers, 17-13. They start off 1-0. You want to go to the phones, Joey?
Yeah, I mean, those are the kind of games, you lose that game, and it feels like a bad omen for the entire year. You win that game, and okay, all right, well, let's work on all of our shortcomings, let's figure out the kicking situation, and let's go from here. Robert Saleh.
Well, it's the opposite, too. If I'm the Seattle Seahawks waking up 0-1, I'm feeling like, did we make a mistake here in the offseason? Because after what I saw, what Geno Smith was doing against the Patriots, he threw for like 360 yards. Didn't look like he was worried about making mistakes like Sam Darnold was yesterday.
Well, their quarterback of the future might be the guy who came in on the third play of the game, and Jalen Milroe. Second play of the game, whatever it was. Like, that was a little surprising, huh, guys? See him so early get used on an RPO. So Seattle looks like they're a team in transition.
Well, they had a weird like 4th and 1 like rush from their tight end. It was like a
direct snap, but the camera
didn't like I was like so confused by that. And then the camera didn't catch up in time. Speaking of playing catch up, let's catch up on some of these calls. 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners start 1-0. Biggest takeaways for you Niner fans are what after this incredible game and performance all around the board? Zaya in San Diego. We'll start there. Zaya, you're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, Zaya.
Welcome back, Robert Saleh. I want to point out the good things before I roast Moody. Mykel Williams got a triple team on that last play where Bosa got through. Shout out Mykel Williams. Upton Stout with that tip pass. Bernardo Green with that breakup on Smith and Jigba. It was all-around great performance by the team. I'm glad we 1-0. It makes my week. Moody is duty. We can get any kicker off the street. I think we'll do better than Moody, and he'll cost us a few games due to Kyle's stubbornness on the issue, but hopefully he's out of town sooner than later.
Okay.
Have a great week, guys.
I had to let that breathe for a little bit. And Sam's like, you need to laugh at that. I was like, I got to let it breathe.
That's why he paused.
You know where, like, the first time that I ever heard the word duty was Caddyshack when they see the Snickers in the pool. It's a duty.
I think it's a Baby Ruth with all the nuts in there, too.
It is, yeah.
It's still good when he takes the bite at the very end.
Moody is duty. Oh, boy.
No question.
I don't know what that means still. It's Moody back.
Guys,
no question.
I don't know what that means.
Everybody was mad at Debo last year for exploding. Pam Oliver's on the sidelines.
Oh, boy.
Did you get that sound, young Carter, that I was requesting?
We'll get it.
They get the one blocked, okay? They get the field goal blocked. So it's not even a miss. And who knows? Maybe he makes it. Maybe he doesn't. I don't how anyone with like 3 feet or 2 feet of actual like distance that kick went before it got blocked, how anyone can make a determination of whether he was going to hook it or nail it right down the middle is beyond me.
Shanahan did say, and maybe he's just falling on the sword for his guy, that one was not on Jake, and that was an offensive line issue.
I don't think it was on Jake, but my point is I don't think you can determine whether he was going to make it or not. Is what I'm getting at. Like, who knows? I don't know, but. Pam Oliver goes, oh, yeah, guys on the sideline throwing helmets, and they're not happy. Do you have the specific sound there, Carter? Thumbs up?
No, not yet. It's all
okay,
right.
Thumbs
We're
down.
We're efforting. By the way, they shouted out Pam Oliver. I think she's going to the Hall of Fame for broadcasting, and rightfully so. She's been doing this for a very long time, so it was nice to have her moment there yesterday. But, I mean, the special teams, as we were talking about heading into the season, Joe, and at the Red and Gold Summit, yeah, what's your number one issue heading into the season? It's the special teams. And they start off with a penalty almost immediately. And you just have to laugh at the pain. You can laugh at it because you won the game. Had they lost this game, we wouldn't be laughing right now.
Well, they have to shore it up. That's no doubt about it. And they're going to have to get better. And the part that's frustrating is you got a pretty much brand new unit, except the kicker, which makes no sense. And you're still making the same infractions. And so, yeah, it's annoying to say the least. And I think most Niner fans are like, it's really hard to tolerate because it's going to cost you games, and it's not like you're a 13-win team. You look like a team that's going to be tooth and nail fighting like you were yesterday in every game. And so every possession, every fourth down that's beyond enemy territory, like we're going to be biting our nails because you have no idea what to expect.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios at Spadoni at Shasky. We are rolling 1 hour down. Didn't feel like it. Niners starting off 1-0 for this regular season. 17-13 the final up in Seattle. And if you were at the game, if you're coming back from the game, we would love to hear from you. 888-957-9570 because the Niners were showing out yesterday. Their fans were all over the place. I think, what is it, Vivid Seats or whatever always says, like the percentage of fans sold. I think they said like 53% or something like of the tickets sold was for like Niner fans. It looked like 70%, quite frankly. Like that whole notion of the home field advantage of Lumen Field, the 12th man, that's so gone. It's over. It's cooked. And by the way, Sam Darnold, I love Baldy. I love him. But when he used the word elite to talk about Sam Darnold last week, my ears perked up.
Stop!
Only one quarterback at a point when he needed to looked elite yesterday.
Well, look,
and that was Purdy when the moment mattered the most.
Well, look, it's one game for Darnold, his first game in a new offense, essentially, even though it's a Kubiak is a disciple of Shanahan.
Kind of a new offense, yeah. Because O'Connell runs like a similar type of offense to it.
He's more McVay. Right, they just have different principles, right? They just have way different principles, you know. So, look, I don't know. Like, let's give it a couple of weeks for Darnold, but I'm not as impressed with Seattle overall. I think that they aren't very good, but they'll still probably end up being a 9, maybe 10-win team. That defense is legit.
Yes.
That Knight guy is awesome. Jones is awesome. Their front is ferocious. They don't really have a traditional pass rusher on the edge.
But they got dudes.
But they're missing Owosu. I love Witherspoon. They lost their draft pick on like the third play of the game on a tackle, number 3. So we'll see what they end up becoming. But their offense is basically right now a one-trick pony. It's Jackson Smith and Jigba.
And if you have him in fantasy, you probably loved it yesterday. Larry's in San Francisco. Well, there's 2 Larrys. So wait, let me go to Larry in SF, Carter. How about we do that one first, the one that's been hanging on tight. Larry in San Francisco, I promise we'll get to you.
What's up, Larry?
957-9570. What's up, Larry?
Hey, good morning. How's you guys doing today?
Oh, fantastic. Football's back, baby.
Hey, but listen, I just want to tell you, I just mentioned the guy that, that answers the phone calls. You remember Bill Parcells for the New York Giants? He had no mercy on kickers because their job for him was just kick the ball. He looks over there, they practicing their golf swing. And I would love to see Moody on a Bill Parcells team because he wouldn't even be on the plane on the way back from a team, like on a game like that. That's how ruthless he was with the kickers. And the Niners, Coach Shanahan, bless his heart, he's got to get rid of this kicker. He's going to cost us a game. He left 6 points on the game yesterday. Come on now. Let's not do that. And then poor CMC, man, they're wearing him out already. 31 touches in one game in the first game of the season, and there's still 17 games to go. Come on. Let's get some receivers out there. Let's find somebody who can catch the ball and do something. But at the same time, it was a great win. We got a great season coming up, and I do wish nothing but the best. With that, you guys have a great day and have a great weekend.
Parcells might have cut him in the middle of the game. I mean, like literally on the spot. But I'm not joking. Parcells might have told him to go back to the locker room and just take his uniform off. That's how, but the different era. He's so cutthroat. That being said, it does change the way Kyle is calling games. it changes how this team plays. Like third down, the anxiety is cranked up because you're fearful of a decision that you might have on fourth down.
Well, that's why I was confused when they go for it on fourth down of that initial, drive where they missed it, Joe. And then
Are you talking about the first half?
I'm talking about the first half where you're going for it on fourth down, right? And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, well, maybe not. Maybe, no, now we're back and fourth down, so let's not go over. That was very strange to me. So
here's where it was.
My whole ideology, and this is what you should be doing, and again, I'm not a head coach, I'm not an offensive coordinator, but you're going for it and letting the team know already you're going to be going for it, 4th and 2, just keep going for it. So if it presents itself again in the red zone, you've already kind of told the audience, you've already told the defense, you're going to keep your foot on the gas pedal, and then you pivot back. I just thought that was very odd.
So it's 3rd and 1. You're under 2 minutes. They do a run. They get a first down. This is the Niners. You hear Greg Olsen. You got 2 timeouts here. Seattle's got 3. All right? And I think what he's getting at is, you should walk away with either making them burn their timeouts, or you should just try to hang on to the ball as best you can to limit the amount of options that they have if they get the ball back. You get stuffed on 1st and 10, timeout Seattle. Then you throw on 2nd down, clock stops. They don't have to burn a timeout. You throw on 3rd down, clock stops. And now there's 58 seconds left, and you missed the field goal. And they still have 2 timeouts in their back pocket. So what does Seattle do? First play, they run. They can run the ball because they have enough timeouts to be able to utilize. And on 2nd and 4, after letting the clock tick down, boom, big intermediate chunk route to Jackson Smith and Jigba, and they've got their safety super deep. They call a timeout. Then they run the double move on Stout and almost hit on that one. Darnold's a little errant. Right. Kupp hits a slant. They're able to call a timeout. So now you got no timeouts and less than 10 seconds, and they run this Darnold bootleg to the opposite side to put them in better position, not just for the angle, but to get an extra couple yards. And boom, there's the timeout.
Might have been my favorite play call of the day, quite frankly.
It was a great one. And they kick a field goal, and they set themselves up. So you miss a field goal. I get why you're aggressive on 2nd and 3rd down. Like, I will defend that. The run on 1st down probably wasn't great, and it's easy to nitpick that one.
Right.
But them having those 2 timeouts, to Greg Olsen's point, and this is him right here, he thought that Shanahan I didn't agree with this with Greg Olsen, but he thought that Shanahan kind of botched this sequence.
And just, again, go back to right on the plus side of the 2-minute warning before the Moody miss. We said how important it was for San Francisco to not only score, you can see the little doink here, to not only score, but knowing you get the ball back in the second half, don't give Seattle another possession. And just, that's the little things. And again, it's early in the season, it's situational ball, but again, there's a lot of game left to be played in the second half, but you got the ball under the 2-minute warning with a fresh set of downs. At the very least, you are the last team to touch the ball.
See, I don't know if that was plausible in that scenario. They were in the lower red zone, and it was like 1:10 on the game clock when they ran CMC and he got stuffed.
Yeah.
I get where Greg Olsen's coming from, and there's been times to criticize Shanahan's clock management. I didn't think that was a time.
888-957-9570 is the number. Call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. I misspoke earlier because the one I was more frustrated about was in that second half when it ended up being the block field goal. But that one there, I think, frustrated fans because when this team is at their best, Joe, what does Shanahan like to do? He likes to take that ball and finish off that first half, and then he gets the ball in that second half, and it's the double dip effect, right? So not only can I score here, I could double down, score right out of the half, set the tone, lean on that lead, and then, obviously do that, milk the clock, win the game.
But what did they do, though, on that first possession? Purdy threw a pick!
I know, and that's exactly why. Listen, they did a lot of these things. Like last year, if they did this, they lose this game last year.
Joe,
this is a game they lose last year.
From about that possession where Moody missed the field goal through the 3rd quarter and into the 4th, it was not good.
No, it wasn't. And quite frankly, they were down heading into the 4th. And what is that Shanahan stat? It's got to be updated at this point.
0 for 8,000.
It's 0 or 1 for whatever. It went just losing by 3 or more points heading into the 4th quarter. He is like 1 or 0 for like 30, 40, whatever. They don't come back in the fourth quarter. So for them to be able to do that in Seattle, week 1 against your division rival, Joe, I think it speaks a lot to the character of this team. It does.
I believe Purdy had never thrown a game-winning touchdown pass down in the fourth quarter.
That's incredible. Is that true?
In the regular season, yeah.
That's crazy.
I saw that floating around. We've got to, clarify that, but
we will.
So look, you can say, Joe, that ball should have been picked. Thank God it wasn't.
Well,
That's all I can say.
You know what? Tonges made a play, and that speaks to it. Putting it out there so your playmakers can make a play. I'm not saying Jake Tonges is his
he might be on this team.
But he might be right now. He was yesterday.
Kittle, I trust him more than Luke Farrell right now.
I mean, that final drive, you're alluding to it. All 3 of his career receptions were in that last drive.
The one I thought was as impressive was the short little slant one that he had to go down and get off the ground.
Larry in San Francisco, Scott in Fairfield, Rocky in Vallejo, Robin San Bruno. We will get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. And coming up, we got heroes and we got zeros of the game. Niners win week 1. We're talking about it on the Morning Roast.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Texting Janine and shipping on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/9/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intra-line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer and Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer and Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer and Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org. There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also Motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now, when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
No question.
From the San Francisco 45, Sam Darnold in the Seahawks debut. Quickly outside, Smith and Jigba. Lost the football! San Francisco's got it! The rookie Marquise Siegel. Marquise Siegel, surprise starter at safety, dives on that football.
Recovered by the defense.
And in his NFL debut, he's got a takeaway.
Hey, the young Niner defense showed up yesterday. I'm talking Renardo Green making a massive third down tackle to force a field goal attempt from the Seattle Seahawks. Because if Seattle gets that, they might be able to ice that game with another first down potentially. Renardo Green made a play. You just heard it right there. Marquise Siegel making plays. Upton Stout making, again, I come away from this game 13 points allowed. Robert Saleh, right now, leader of the clubhouse for biggest acquisition of the offseason in the NFL. It's not even close, given what the 49ers have had at defensive coordinator the last 2 years. Steve Wilkes, Nick Sorensen, go back to the well with Robert Saleh, and it's looking good. As we're talking a 49ers Week 1 victory up in Lumen Field, and it's their fourth straight win up in Seattle, which, I don't know if you know this, Joe, that ties their longest road winning streak up there. 4 straight. That used to be a house of horrors for them.
I mean, it's still not perfect.
I mean, 4-0 last 4 times. I have no fear factor heading up there anymore. I don't.
I don't know. There's certain venues where just wild stuff happens. That's one of them. Arizona, for whatever reason, wild things happen to the Niners there. Even though they've won a lot of games in Arizona over the years, it just again, whatever. That's great. I'm happy. I mean, that's an awesome statistic. But that game was wacky.
No, it was. But can you agree with me on this? The fear factor that was the Seattle Seahawks, they had that for a moment in time. Now that Pete's gone,
I haven't feared them for a long time.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Since Russ left.
Going up there, it just doesn't hit the same. As we were talking about rivalry heading into this, it still might become one, but it doesn't feel like one as the Niner fans were just taken over yesterday.
True rivals, you can have in the moment rivals, but the true rivalries are generational.
Correct.
Mom, dad hate them, kids hate them, grandparents hate them. That's how you really forge these huge rivalries. Now that being said, that had a lot of Russell Wilson in it, that game. In the sense that when I used to watch him, he would pull a rabbit out of his hat and find a way to beat the Niners with some, I would view it as, oh my God, that's such a fluky, lucky play. And that's kind of probably how today Seattle is feeling as they wake up. They're like, fluky play that Darnold got hit by his own guy, though I thought Bosa, it looked like to me Bosa was the one kind of initiating that. And then super fluky, lucky play that Wooten didn't pick the first Pearsall pass or the second one to Jake Tonges. Hey, them's the breaks.
I'm not saying it's fluky because I've seen that exact play happen to Sam Darnold throughout his career. Sorry, sooner or later, it's not fluky, it's on the quarterback. And conversely, I'm not saying it's fluky for Brock Purdy, because Brock Purdy makes something out of nothing. He's a magician out there. He's done that multiple times, Joe. So no, I'm not going to write that off as fluky.
I do think it's, you could say fluky's probably too different. Look, they got a little lucky, and that's okay. You need to get a little lucky in sports. But at the same time, I think the 2 horrible passes that were intercepted, I mean, they were just terrible. You're inexcusable. He'll say it. The coach will say it. You can't make those turnovers. he overcame them. I thought if you remove those two plays, because you have to weigh everything, but if you remove those two plays, he was as close to brilliant in this game as can be. But those were two big negative turnover plays in the middle of the field that you just can't have happen. And if they want to win 10 games, 11 games, he's got to minimize those opportunities. And they're going to have to find guys to make plays at the wide receiver position, and they're going to have to find a way to block better up front.
We're going to give our heroes and zeros for a week 1 win up in Seattle, 888-957-9570. But before we do that, let's go to the phones. Rob in San Bruno. That's when you know officially the 49ers season has begun, because we got Rob in San Bruno on the morning roast. What's up, buddy?
What's going on? You know, it's Rob's season when 49ers season come in, but I want to Now, I want to give credit. I mean, I thought the defense was solid, but I'm not really sold. I thought Seattle left a lot of money out there. I thought they was getting open. That little receiver they had, he was getting open the whole time. I thought Darnold was going to go down and score once he hit that dude over the top. Bosa finally made a play after calling out both coordinators the last 2 years. He finally earned his money. He didn't really do too much yesterday, but he made the play that mattered, and he forced that turnover. But me personally, I think that game was a toss-up going into it yesterday anyways. That game was a toss-up. I didn't think either team was a favorite. And we gotta give the Purdy facts. Purdy made some nice passes. I ain't gonna lie. He played with guts, but the thing is, we got to give him this. He's going to throw the ball up. He's going to give the defense an opportunity to make a play on the ball. That's who he is. You know what I'm saying? So I'm glad Kyle Shanahan, when he threw them picks, he kind of tapered it down. They started checking it down to CMC, throwing it to CMC, and got Purdy back on track. CMC can't get hurt. If CMC get hurt, it's a wrap.
I agree.
And Brian Robinson, I'm not sold on. He's too tall and he's slow. I mean, Mason is clearly better than that dude.
No, Rob, I'm glad you're making this point. I agree with the Mason assessment. I'm still miffed as to why they moved him. But I do like that at least Kyle used both backs. Will you meet me there? No. We need to use, because I don't think we can't be using CMC like this, because it felt like they used CMC like it was game 17 and we trying to make the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but we need CMC, so we got to try to find a way to get other people involved in the run game. But Brian Robinson, to me, against other teams, he's just a slower back. He don't really fit. You know, Mason is better. I agree. See why DC got rid of him. Hey, and one more thing. Hey, man, shout out to Debo. The 49ers offense sure looked different without Debo out there, and Debo was making plays yesterday. Shout out Debo. I was happy for him.
Good win for the 49ers.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Good call, Rob.
Thanks, Rob.
Now, I will disagree with Rob on this one. Nick Bosa, I thought, had a really good game. Now, there were stretches where he felt like you didn't hear his name a lot. Remember, first drive, it was the Fred kind of like pre-snap blitz look where you have all those guys up on the line. Bosa runs the stunt, goes completely unblocked, and just smashes Darnold.
Well, it should have been. I don't know how that ball's completed. It like deflected off the lineman. The guy still caught it. Like that, there easily could have been 2 turnovers forced by Nick Bosa yesterday from the first drive, Joey, and the last one.
And then earlier in the game on the drive, you guys remember the drive where Jackson Smith and Jigba caught one underneath and they tried to do a hook and ladder?
Yeah, which was hilarious.
It was 3rd and 18. Why was it 3rd and 18? Well, because on first down, Bosa sniffed out a screenplay and tackled him for an 8-yard loss. He made a hell of a play on that particular one. I thought both Bosa and D Winters on multiple in-space kind of, do you have the instincts to see that this is going to be a screenplay? They were ready for him. The screens killed them last year, killed them the year before. They were ready for it yesterday.
On the defensive line, Nick Bosa, obviously, I thought he was the leader in the clubhouse for the biggest plays. You had Sam Okawanu making that huge fumble.
He made a huge play. And Siegel jumping on the ball.
Siegel jumping on it.
It was great to see the rookie start.
It was great to just see that, too, because of all the struggles they've had previous years. And specifically last year about their turnover differential, which is one of the worst in the NFL. You got to capitalize on those opportunities, because there's nothing more frustrating as a fan to watch when you get the forced fumble, but then you don't jump on it, and then you don't get the fumble return and get the good recovery. That is frustrating as hell to watch as a fan.
I will disagree with him also. Like he said, the defense. Yes, I'm not impressed with Seattle. I'll admit that. this defense was one of the worst defenses in football last year by a wide margin. I mean, you're talking about one of the 2 or 3 worst defenses by a wide margin. They've upgraded linebacker. Even though Nick Martin didn't even suit up, just seeing D. Winters, he's better than Devondre Campbell right now. I think Marquise Siegel is better than Jair Brown, straight up. We will see if Charvarius Ward is missed. Yes. I think that's going to be let's see how this looks after a month or two. Mykel Williams barely saw impact. Now, that being said, I'm not really looking for D-tackle, film breakdown as I'm watching the game. I know people are saying, hey, he had a double team or a triple team on the play where Nick Bosa made a big play. Okay, I'll take your word on that.
It's the gravity of Mykel Williams.
He's a top 10 pick.
Exactly.
I didn't hear his name a lot. I'm not going to lose my mind. We'll see. Alfred Collins, couple plays. I thought Kalia Davis was the guy on the defensive line that looked good. CJ West, a couple of plays. Saw that. I just think overall the defense looked more buttoned up, more prepared, making plays on certain balls downfield, and they were showing what I wanted them to show. A 5-man front on that defensive line to slow down the run game, and then they showed multiple pre- and post-snap looks to kind of like disguise the blitz. That's the Robert Saleh effect.
Rocky Vallejo, you've been hanging on tight. Thank you for your patience, Rocky. What a week 1 win in Seattle for the 49ers, starting off the season 1-0. There's a lot to improve upon, Rock, but hell of a win.
Hello?
Where are you at? You in a 7-Eleven, Rocky? What you doing?
Oh, yeah. That's it, man. I'm sorry about that. Hey, man. So, man, you guys got me on hold for a while. You messed me up a little bit. Anyway, the main thing I wanted to highlight is, Seattle is a hell of a team, man. Look at their defense. They were top 5 in defense last year after their bye week. And their front, the defensive line they got a top 5 D line. The linebackers are good. Secondary is also very good. So for the Niners to go on the road week 1, Trent Williams never played preseason. Ben Barch never played in the preseason. Purdy hardly played in the preseason. I don't think he played at all. 3 of your best offensive linemen never played in the preseason. CMC had a hell of a game. He won us the game. So let's not poo-poo this victory.
No one's poo-pooing it.
We got Moody over there, doing what Moody does, and they still won. So that was like winning 2 games yesterday.
It was a big win, but I don't think anyone's poo-pooing it. We're just kind of breaking it down. There was a lot of good and some bad, some atrocious.
Rocky, you think we're being down on this team right now?
Well, I don't think we're giving Seattle enough credit. They got a hell of a
Their defense is nice.
I'll say this, Rocky. I just don't think their offense is like going to be world beaters by any stretch this season.
Seattle's going to be there, man. They never get. Their defense is good.
Yeah, I was just talking about their offense. But yeah, no, for sure. Thanks, hey, Rock. Thank you. Yeah.
Here's the thing with their defense. I like Mike McDonald a lot, and he showed a lot of different blitz concepts, and then you saw a lot of like drop coverage concepts. I thought they did a really good job for the most part. I thought Shanahan adjusted mid-game and was like, oh yeah, check down game to CMC. And then mixing in Brian Robinson just as a bruiser back. Guys, not every running back is going to run for 7 yards a carry. Sometimes you're in a game where they're stacking the box, and 3 yards a carry, I think he had 3.7 was what he ended up with, is good.
Yes.
There are games where it's just a physical, like you can have a good 3-yard run.
I would love to have a Derrick Henry type of performance every night, like last night in Buffalo, but you're not exactly. That's what I'm saying.
One of the greatest players to play the game
ever. Did you see the stat they showed real quick on that he's already top 5 in rushing touchdowns?
No.
He's going to get up to Marcus Allen if he keeps playing the next couple of years. It's incredible.
The one that is still mind-blowing to this day, Josh Allen has more rushing touchdowns than Thurman Thomas and O.J. Simpson. Not combined, but just individually. And that's incredible.
And they still keep trying to do the tush push towards the end. They still can't do it right.
But, getting back to the Niners in this one, Seattle's defense, what they miss, they miss a Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
That's what they don't have. They have a lot of defensive tackles. They got a lot of guys that bring great pressure up the middle. I think that they really miss that edge guy. And not having Owosu playing this game is a big loss for them. But I do really like the rest of their defense. Their offense, it's Jackson Smith-Njigba and a very just run game.
I mean, and what made them so feared back in the day at the Legion of Boom and all those great secondary linebacking core, obviously, was a guy like Michael Bennett. That was the guy that really was the straw that stirred that entire defense's drink. And I don't think gets enough credit for how good he was, even when he wasn't playing with any shoulder pads, basically. 888-957-9570.
Cooper Kupp looks done.
Oh, he looks cooked.
I mean, when he missed that ball on that slant where he kind of got tripped up and ball went right through his hands. I mean, Greg Olsen is as critical as he can be for someone he likes. He's basically like, hey, you got to make that play. It's like right through his hands. That was a huge third down.
Speaking of make that play, a lot of Niner fans are waking up this morning talking about Jake Moody and whether or not he should have made that field goal, the field goal block. And now we're wondering, are we on Moody watch, kicker watch? We might be on kicker watch for the next 24, 48 hours here to see what happens. Do you call Greg Joseph? We're talking heroes and zeros from a Week 1 win. 888-957-9570. Call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line for your heroes and zeros in Week 1. I'll start off first. I mean, how could the hero not be Jake Tonges? I mean, are you kidding me, Joe? Are you kidding me? His first career receptions all happen on one drive, and his first career touchdown, for that to be that in that moment down in Seattle to fight for that ball, because it was going to be a pick if he didn't fight for it. That was just incredible. When your stud all-pro tight ends, your future Hall of Famer tight end, George Kittle goes down, it wasn't Luke Farrell, the second highest paid player, or I should say tight end on the team. It wasn't him making the plays. It was the third stringer, a practice squad guy coming up and getting the call. Jake Tonges, he's my hero of Week 1. How could he not be?
Christian McCaffrey's got to be my guy. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to take Tonges, which I'm totally fine with, I'm taking Christian McCaffrey. He played with heart yesterday that you wish every athlete played with. And there's a sense of pride when this guy goes out there to not just be good, to be great at every single possession. Look, he might have lost a slight step. He might have. He's still a hell of a ball player. He's a hell of a ball player. His jump cuts and some of his catches in traffic and his ability to contort his body and find a way to make things happen. He's an absolute stud.
Well, I thought you and I talked about this the most this offseason. We both agreed that he's not going to be the same Christian McCaffrey. He can't be the same guy as a couple years ago. Can he be a slightly diminished version that's still better than, 75, 80% of the rest of the running backs in the league? Potentially. And that's what he kind of looked like yesterday.
He looked like a Pro Bowler yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
Maybe not all pro.
Correct. See, there's levels.
Bowler.
Correct.
Yeah.
There's levels to it. Here is the aforementioned Jake Tonges. You know what? He was talking after the game, and he was talking about his connection with his quarterback, Brock Purdy.
I had a corner curl route, and I kind of slipped a little bit coming out of it, but I looked back at Brock, and he started scrambling around, so immediate scramble drill, try and stay in bounds, try and beat your guy. I saw him throw it up. I wasn't sure if he was throwing it away or whatever, but I just tried to cut underneath the corner right there and high point it and come down in bounds.
What a play.
It's incredible, and he actually talked about that type of play and situation. They were doing that in practice.
It's something you work on. It's like a good fundamental of football is always reaching out and trying to high point the ball or attack the ball so that you let it get into your body or whatever, the defender can punch it out. Or that's something, we work on and we emphasize a lot in practice and stuff. So I'm glad to see it come into play there.
Yeah, that play, even when he was coming down with it felt like the ball was going to drop as he's trying to secure it and bring it in. Just incredible. I know it looked like the catch, the way Dwight Clark kind of came out of nowhere. That was in a NFC Championship game to go to the Super Bowl, so we got to pump the brakes. But it was a game-winning touchdown catch.
It was
a great play.
888-957-9570.
Let me give you a couple more heroes. I'm just going to rat-a-tat-tat some of them. D. Winters. I think the linebacker who plays opposite Fred Warner is extremely important in this defense. I thought D. Winters not only looked like he belonged, he looked awesome. He was a revelation out there. I had major concerns because I just didn't know. And it looked like he was everything I wanted and then some.
He had a couple tackles for loss yesterday. He set the tone physically, I felt, at multiple times. I think there was a point where I said, this Niners run defense looking a little sus. And then immediately when I said that, D. Winters explodes, makes a tackle for loss. He looked incredible yesterday. And again, not to say he could replicate what Dre Greenlaw did, but he can control kind of that swagger a little bit. He can provide that at times, and that was really what was missing last year. Not only did Devondre Campbell just stink in general when it came to blown assignments, he looked slow, but it was just the overall lack of it it felt careless at times, and it came to a head when he just quit on the team. And that again, the last year was such a dumpster fire.
He bend.
He had nothing.
Yeah, no.
Team Winners has that. He has some of that.
And my other hero, I think I misinterpreted because I was like, hey, look. When you talk about Ricky Pearsall, we always do this, it's got to be a white guy comp. He's Wes Welker. And, he's Cooper Kupp.
Always.
Like, no, we do
He's
this.
Chris Hogan and Danny Amendola. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I'm going to give you, it was crystallized yesterday. Dude, he's Emmanuel Sanders. Emmanuel Sanders used to get past your DB if you played him a little too tight. And he's quicker than you think. He's tougher than you think. He's smaller, like in stature, but he plays bigger than his actual, height, weight, and speed. And he just makes plays. And he's way more athletic than you think he is. He is like an Emmanuel Sanders. I don't know what version, but when they had Emmanuel Sanders just make plays all across the field. Deep balls, over the middle, intermediately, good hands, great feet along the sideline. I thought Ricky Pearsall proved like this dude's going to be the real deal. He's sick.
I know we just said we don't want to do the white guy comps, but he kind of gave me shades of a younger version of the guy that was on the other side of the field, Cooper Kupp. Not the
Cooper
same
was
guy.
Bigger.
Cooper was a little big, but he got bigger too.
Yeah.
He's 6'2", a little more chiseled, a little bigger. But again, just finding the open target and being open in those sideline, down the sideline, that connection was incredible yesterday between Purdy and Pearsall.
Ricky's athletic, dude.
He is.
He's athletic. And now he isn't like a burner.
No.
That's why Emmanuel wasn't a burner, but I just think that like those types of athletic guys, Odell was this way when he was in his prime, but he was faster that's what made him so unique. But like catch radius, smaller dude, but always able to get that, I call it that shoulder dip lean and get to the middle of the field. There were 3 or 4 intermediate plays where he just burned whoever was around him.
We're doing zeros and heroes for week 1 and the 49ers win 888-957-9570. So a couple of our heroes, we got Tonges, we got McCaffrey, we got Pearsall. Who is your hero for week 1? Who's TC and Sacks hero for week 1, Joey? Do you know?
I don't know.
Is it going to be Kyle Shanahan, you think?
Well, Robert Saleh, I think, should be one of your heroes this week. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
Robert Saleh was excellent. Now, the zeros, you want me to rat-a-tat-tat some zeros?
Please.
Jake Moody?
I mean, can he go negative 0?
He stinks.
Can he go negative 1, negative 2, negative 3?
It is what it is. Like Jake Moody, that's one of them.
No question.
I think that Trent Williams was not a 0, but I think we're all starting to see and it's 1 week, but let it play out. He might not be the elite guy anymore. He's still probably good, but him being one of the best players at the position, I don't know.
Had a bad holding penalty. Greg Olsen actually talked about it on the broadcast, saying it's been a struggle for him today. Like, I'm not used to hearing that about a future Hall of Famer in Trent Williams. Now he's getting a little bit older again. And again, credit to the Seattle defense. They are pretty freaking good. But we saw that a lot last year with Trent Williams when it came to the boneheaded penalties, Joe. Saw it yesterday too. But again, they won the game.
He's not a 0-0-0, but I do believe all right, I can kind of see the end of the tunnel.
Yeah. There's levels to this. It's not a Jake Moody.
No.
Yeah, but
now look, if the season goes the way that they need it, his replacement down the line next year is going to be needed, but you're going to need him if you want to go anywhere this year. You're going to need him.
And
but
speaking of that,
if you fall out of it, I'm not opposed to getting something back for Trent. If you fall out of it big time.
That's interesting.
And now just file that away for later.
No, that's fine.
We're way too early.
And by the way, the latest news coming out this morning is on the other side of that tackle position, the right tackle position, getting solidified as Adam Schefter of ESPN reported a 3-year, $45 million contract extension for one Colton McKivitz, $27 million guarantee. Speaking of, do you see anything Colton McKivitz yesterday? A little, just. He got paid.
I thought the offensive line
got paid,
was getting work.
He got paid, so it's like.
I thought the first half, I think a lesser quarterback instinctually and IQ-wise would have been destroyed yesterday in that first half.
I thought Brock Purdy, again, the numbers aren't going to tell us, and I thought the numbers were still okay towards the end, 26-35, 277 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 2 picks. But to your point, I thought there were some cerebral plays that lesser quarterbacks throw picks or pick sixes potentially on.
The Pearsall plays are going to stick out. The Tonges plays are going to stick out. My favorite play of the entire day for Purdy was on the 4th and 2 when they could kick like a 30-something yard field goal, 40-something yard field goal. They're at the 30. What are they at? The 32? Okay. It's 4th and 2, and they go for it. And Hike, he looks around. He goes, boom, boom. I think he's looking at least 2 before he even gets to Tonges. Maybe it's only 1. But he climbs in the pocket subtly and throws one to Farrell, not to Tonges, Farrell. And Farrell catches it after getting smacked by multiple guys, and they move the chains on 4th and 2. I thought that might have been his best play of the day.
TC is in SAC, wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. We're talking zeros and heroes from a Week 1 win for the 49ers. They start off 1-0 and have now won 4 straight in Seattle. TC, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, man? What's up with y'all? Joe, what's up, man?
What's up, dog?
Top of the morning. Hey, the win was nice, right? I mean, Salah, that was a chess match with him and McDonald going back and forth. I like to have Salah back in the building, right? But the game it wasn't a blowout, and it wasn't the Niners won, we came back. No, we didn't, bro. That was like a bang bang lucky play, right? 97 made a play. We've been harping on this dude to make plays. Not saying that what Shasky, you know about 97. Nick, where have you been? Nick, you stood up yesterday, bro. You pushed the tackle into Sam. Sam arm fell, and it was a fumble, bro. They were about to score. What were they at, the 15, dog? So I'm not going to look at this game. It's a win. So I'm not going to get on here and poo-poo on it. But at the end of the day, bro, that was a lucky play.
TC, but you are. But TC, you're not going to poo-poo it, but you are.
How is that lucky if he's a former DPOY? It's lucky if it's this guy's only play he's ever made in his career.
Yeah, if it's Rudy.
But Bosa's literally done this. He did that he did that in Vegas a couple years ago. Remember that when they benched Derek Carr and they went to Jarrett Stidham and he pushed the tackle right back into him and Jarrett Stidham made an interception. These things happen. Bosa's done this before, TC.
I know he has, though, but we're not going to get on the airwaves and act like, oh, that was supposed to happen. It was a bang-bang play. If that didn't happen, bro, in my opinion, Sam was going to score, bro, and we was going to lose the game.
If Chris Jones makes that play, we're talking about Chris Jones the same way we are today about Nick Bosa. If Patrick Mahomes had made that throw.
Stasky.
What?
He made it. 97 made the play, bro. That's it. He made it.
Thank you.
Hey, man, stop with the salt so early in the morning, man. Maybe mix in some sugar.
Hey, TC, how did Purdy look?
You know me. Hey, Joe, you know me. Spadoni, you know me too, bro. I'm not going to ring y'all, but you know where I'm coming at, big dog. They won the game, though. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Was there anything that made you happy?
I told you, Robert Saleh.
Well, okay.
How did Brock look? Hey, TC.
Early.
Brock, talk about the quarterback. Brock, talk about the quarterback. How do you look?
Brock that was a bad day. That was a bad pick when he just threw it up. And honestly, if you really want to talk about Brock, that last by Tonges, he just threw that up. I thought it was an interception at first. I know you both.
We all did. Yeah, we all did.
But listen, he made a heck of a catch. But didn't he just throw that up in the back of the end zone, or was that anticipation? Let me know.
You gotta let your playmakers make plays. TC.
I thought he was trying to make a play on 3rd down. I don't know.
Thank you, TC.
I don't know what else to say. I think sometimes you just got to throw it up.
Hey, we're back when we got Robin Samperuno and TC in sack. This is so good. I'm just waiting for Brian in Palo Alto to say I told you so about Jake Moody. He tweeted me 50 times yesterday.
Look. Can we just have this same conversation? He did have a couple of awful throws. Those everyone acknowledges. Yeah. And you can't turn the ball over. We know that. In a game where you're in the red zone and you have no Kittle, and you have no Jennings, and you need a touchdown because you literally do not trust the kicker to hit a chip shot. Did you? I didn't trust. Did you trust him?
After the first one, it was over. Okay. It was night-night.
Even though he tied the game.
The broadcast didn't trust him.
I didn't expect him to tie the game. I wanted a touchdown. I wanted them to go for 6 there. I'm not mad at Brock forcing it. Now, had it been an interception, we would be having a totally different conversation. I acknowledge it. I sound like I'm taking both sides of it. Sometimes you just got to throw it up, and you got to live with the results. And I was okay with it. I really was. I was okay with him just throwing it up.
I talked about it earlier in the show, Joe. There is something to be said about, throwing it up there and trying to let your players make plays. I felt Sam Darnold didn't do that enough yesterday and was too risk adverse and tried not to lose the game with his arm at times. 16-23, 0 touchdowns, 0 interception. It was very meh from Sam Darnold yesterday. You look at Brock Purdy and say, oh, he had 2 picks. He was horrible. He was awful. No, he was trying to make plays. And you know what? It could have. Listen, and you're totally right. And had they lost the game, we'd be crushing him because that's what we do, and that's part of it. But they didn't. They made a play. The guy made a play, Jake Tonges. And Brock Purdy, he said he knew Tonges had it all the way.
No, I knew Tonges was going to come down to it. It was a fast break, so you walk up and snap the ball quick, and it was just a straight across-the-board read, and just felt like the coverage was tight, and at that point I felt like I needed to leave the pocket, trying to find a guy in the end zone. Yeah, as I'm going away, it was put it hopefully to where Tonges can get it or nobody can get it. I know it was a close call, but he used his length, came down with it, and yeah, here we are.
Well, definitely the Seattle could have gotten it too at that point, and it was a great play from Jake Tonges, who again ripped that thing away and didn't have a reception heading into that final drive. Ended up with 3 of them, Joe, in his first career touchdown there. It's pretty incredible stuff.
It was the classic, no, yes! We've all been there.
Well, it's like the Steve Kerr looking at Steph like, oh my God, he can't do this, and then it goes in. I know, but I'm saying that's the visual you get as fans, like, oh my God, yes! And that's what it was yesterday. We're talking heroes and zeros, yeah.
That wasn't even close to the most like egregious throw of the day. And I know the 2 picks were bad, but the one where he jumped in the pocket like he was Derek Jeter in the hole and tried to throw the short pass. I was like, hey, can we get my guy a ladder in the pocket? What was that?
Well, he's sponsored by Air Jordan these days, right?
What was that? That should have been picked.
It was awful.
Even though it hit Robinson a little bit in the hands, I was like, oh boy.
What did you say in the chat when I said it was Air Jordan? You're like, it was almost kind of sad watching that because he's 6 feet and he's trying to see over these linemen. It's like us trying to go up out there, Joe, and just jump over and pray.
That was hella funny. We can laugh at it now because they won the game, but I was dying. If you weren't dying when he did that jump throw, I mean, that was hilarious.
Speaking of that Tonges
Don't ever do that again.
No, don't. Speaking of that Tonges catch, here's the head coach talking about it.
Oh, it was huge. I mean, it wasn't just that catch, but both of those tight ends, him and Luke, and Juice picking it up. Losing Kittle in that game was big for us. I mean, it was a huge part of the game plan, as you guys saw earlier. Had to mix some guys around, and those guys just stepped up big, man, and especially to end it with the game winner.
Brock was 26 of 35, 277 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. And again, this was the perfect game to talk sports talk radio with. It really was. It had everything. It had performances from the quarterbacks. They had the good, the bad, the ugly. It's all around here. It was a divisional win. It was a win first and foremost. That's what we should be excited about today. I hear some trepidation. I see it on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. A lot of stuff to clean up, but I'd rather be talking about the stuff you could clean up in a win than in a loss. And give me an ugly win over a pretty loss, which, by the way, there's no such thing as a pretty loss. Do you think the Baltimore Ravens are feeling good this morning?
No.
After dropping 40 in Buffalo and losing? No, they don't. Again, you might come away from that game saying, oh, well, Baltimore still has action. They're coming away saying, like, well, how did we lose that game? We just lost to this team. We thought we were going to get revenge in the playoffs. Like,
that's the way I think Seattle feels this morning.
Exactly.
How did we lose that game?
Correct.
And I think that they should look at a couple different things. A, like, Wooten woulda, coulda, shoulda made 2 picks on that same drive. But he didn't. And then the other thing is, like, I think you were way too conservative. To me, the biggest play of the game that no one's brought up as of right now, from Seattle's vantage point, it's 10-10. There's 3:28 in the fourth quarter. 3rd and 7. Renardo Green tackles Cooper Kupp near the sidelines. It's a 4th and inches play. They kick a 37-yard field goal. They didn't really even think about going for it on 4th down. And the way their defense was playing, the way that I don't trust the Niners special teams, I was surprised with under 4 minutes to go, they gave the ball to the Niners and said, we'll take a 3-point lead, and we don't think you can score 6 going the full length of the field. I was surprised.
I thought the head coaches matched each other's energies throughout this game, meaning they were pretty conservative when they wanted to be, and they kind of had this faux aggression at times.
Early in the game, they did a fake 4th and let's go for it, and then Warner was like, no, I know you're faking it to Sam Darnold.
It was all the dummy count and everything. Exactly. So, like, there was, again, I call it faux aggression. That's what I felt from both head coaches yesterday. But again, Niners, they got the play. They got the quarterback that made the play to Jake Tonges. They won the game. And again, I just felt like Sam Darnold played not to lose, and Brock Purdy just doesn't have that energy, and it was really refreshing to watch. Now, I'm seeing a lot from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. That was a Jimmy G type of performance. We should be crushing them. I was like, okay, can we all also, like, take a step back? Jimmy won some big games. I know we like to think of him as some scrub whenever we say, it's Jimmy, it's Jimmy. Yeah, there's going to be times when Brock Purdy looks like Jimmy Garoppolo. There's going to be times where Patrick Mahomes or these other guys look like Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, stop whenever we have interceptions in a game. It looks like Jimmy. No, that didn't look like Jimmy. Quite frankly, I don't think Jimmy has the legs to extend that play to the right. Probably would have gotten sacked.
Oh, we talking about the touchdown play?
Yes. I don't know if Jimmy does that.
I think the one into quadruple coverage
that's Jimmy.
Felt a little Jimmy-like.
Sure, but again, you referenced it like when Kittle goes down and when Juwan Jennings goes down.
He was locked into Pearsall.
You had to be.
I mean, they had a guy, Gage, who, hasn't played a lot with him, alongside of him. I mean, we've never seen him in a regular season game together.
McCaffrey 9 times. He's our leading receiver yesterday with receptions. Christian McCaffrey, your running back.
And rightfully.
Yes.
I agree with that, forcing the issue to those guys. And so the good thing to take away from this is that, like, Pearsall's clearly a trusted receiver for Brock Purdy. I mean, they should have scored a touchdown on the game-tying field goal. The play before that, Wooten got his hand on that ball on the outside. Purdy's got to rip that one in there. A little tougher, a more on-the-money throw that's harder placed. I think that's a touchdown to Pearsall.
888-957-9570. We are fired up after a Week 1 win up in Seattle.
It's a roller coaster. They won.
That's exactly what I keep saying. It was a roller coaster of emotions for fans right now. And I think some Niner fans, they're waking up not knowing how to feel. Well, actually, I know how they feel about one player and one player only.
You won 6 games last year.
Exactly.
Who are we to wake up this morning and start scoffing at division victories? You know how many times they won in division last year?
How many?
They won 1 game last year in division. They were 1-5.
And where was it?
1.
It was in Seattle.
And it was when Debo went and high-pointed a ball early in the game. That was a 50-50 ball that could have been intercepted, and he ended up taking it to the house. Sometimes you got to throw it up.
And by the way, this is the team that all but kind of ended your season, like unofficially last year, was when they came back and had that final drive. And there is something about, I saw already from Saleh and in this first game that they adjusted on. Those quarterback scrambles killed them at times last year. And that quarterback in particular, Joe, you remember that final drive for Minnesota when they went down there and scored that touchdown. In Minnesota, Sam Darnold was scampering all over the place. He had a couple of runs to extend that drive last season. I saw maybe one run. I think he had like a 9-yard run. It was that one that was designed for him.
He had 2 like that.
He had 2, but
two bootlegs.
And then there was like a 5-yard, and then there was the 9-yard. But outside of that, because one of them was designed, there wasn't this freelance. Felt like they kept him in the pocket for the most part, and that was a huge factor of this game. Because I know a lot of people are, it's Sam Darnold. No, he's mobile. Sam will kill you out there.
He made some decent throws. A couple of the Jackson Smith and Jigba on double moves where they were attacking up and stout early in this game. I thought that they didn't trust Darnold at all after about the second quarter, and that was the sense I got.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And conversely, I think that Brock Purdy has all the trust in the world with his head coach and vice versa.
Yeah, but I do think that Shanahan rightfully, after one of the interceptions, was like, we're going to run the ball over and over and over and over again.
And probably,
that was smart.
And probably talked to him and said, hey, let's calm down. Juices are flowing. It's game 1. Hey, take what the defense has given you. Again, he's going to watch the film today and this week, Brock Purdy.
You know what he's going to say?
He's going to see a lot of open receivers underneath that he could have just checked it down and got it 5, 6, 7, 8 yards.
I thought overall he was better than people are giving him credit for. Look, he got away with one at the end, and that's okay.
He did get away with one, but he also put it in a spot where his tight end can make a play. And there is something to be said for that when Sam Darnold didn't do that enough yesterday and obviously had the losing play and shut on Nick Bosa.
I wonder if he even attempts that pass if they have Robbie Gould.
Ooh.
Like, I don't even know. Maybe he throws that 2 feet and, out of bounds.
Skies it. Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I wonder, Kyle might have said to him beforehand, like, we're in 4-down territory regardless. I don't know.
It's a great point. We're up against it.
I don't know.
We're up against it. We're halfway home. This show is flying by. We want more of your participation. We're talking red and gold all day long after they start the season 1-0 up in Seattle, 17-13 the final.
The Niners are back because we're dissecting victories and trying to find nuance of haterade or positivity. It's just incredible. I love it. I love you, Niner fans. You're the best. I missed you.
Leads us to the injury report. And this is the one that we're going to be monitoring for the next 24, 48 hours to see the severity. The Niners lost 2 key playmakers in their 17-13 win. Tight end George Kittle left in the second quarter and did not return. He will undergo an MRI today. Kittle missed 2 games last year with hamstring issues, and Juwan Jennings also had to leave early in the second half with a shoulder injury and did not return. He is also expected to undergo an MRI today. The Injury Report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Halfway home here on a Monster Monday, 17-13 the final. Niners win, a divisional win. They're 1-0. 3 straight years you've done that. Fourth straight they've won in Seattle, by the way, which ties their franchise record of wins in Seattle. So they got that done. The good, the bad, and the ugly next. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. Football's back.
Moody is duty.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Designing a new home or wanting to upgrade your existing one? Well, you should consider Golden State Lumber showrooms. Their innovative products include style, energy savings, and long-term performance, all from the top manufacturers in the industry like Fleetwood, Western, Awake, Marvin, and so many others. Golden State has showrooms strategically placed on all corners of the Bay, and you can count on their expert staff to help make the ideal choice for your design plans. In addition, they carry the largest inventory of windows and doors in the entire Bay Area. Take a look at Windows and Doors page at goldenstatelumber.com, scroll through the image gallery, and take a virtual tour of the showrooms, and maybe you can find some inspiration like I did. When you get some of those ideas, have questions, or just want that closer look, click the web link to schedule an appointment. See why pro builders trust Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Family owned since 1954. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more, 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. I gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency. All over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep a smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise. Wake up!
It's time to wake on up.
Wake up, wake up, wake up.
With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
He swung down into the end zone, wasn't open. Purdy keeping it alive. Brock Purdy lofts one. It is Tonges. Touchdown, San Francisco.
Oh, heck yeah.
Jake Tonges, who had never caught a pass in the NFL, has caught 3 today, including the go-ahead touchdown with 1:34 left. Wow.
Joe Davis on the call, Fox Sports. And what did Johnny Drama say in Entourage? What was his little catchphrase? Victory! It's a Victory Monday, baby. Let's go. I didn't think I was getting an Entourage reference on 2025, September 8th, but that's where we're at. We're feeling good. We're feeling fantastic because the Niners are 1-0. 17-13 the final in Seattle to send Sam Darnold and Mike McDonald back home with a big fat L. There's a lot to break down. We're going to continue to do it. We will love your participation. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. Joe, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. The margin of victory is so thin in the NFL. They won 6 games last year. They're 6-11. They had obviously fired their defensive coordinator because they were giving up 4.5 yards a carry, and they gave up almost 2,200 yards on the ground last year. They fired their special teams coordinator because they sucked on special teams. And they weren't great on special teams yesterday, and that's still going to be an issue. But solving their defense for at least 1 week, check. It feels like Robert Saleh is without a doubt an upgrade over what they've had last year, and I would argue the year before, but I'm going to give Steve Wilkes more benefit of the doubt than what most would. So that is a huge plus. CMC playing as well. That individual game for CMC was probably better than any of his games last year, just in terms of impact on winning. And then for this team to step forward and make plays when they needed to, with Nick Bosa making a play down the stretch, with Brock Purdy throwing a touchdown down the stretch, that's why you pay the big boy bucks. Like, those guys need to get paid. There's rookies made plays. Marquise Siegel, starting free safety, jumping on a fumble. Seeing Ricky Pearsall in year 2 take a leap forward. Seeing Renardo Green pass break multiple balls. Seeing this team play a young D. Winters who was drafted multiple years ago and him make an impact. There was a lot to love from this game. Yeah, it made me want to throw open my mouth 5 or 6 different times. Yeah, the margins are super thin, and either of those balls to Pearsall or to Tonges could have been intercepted, but they weren't. Yeah, the Jake Moody miss was horrific. Yeah, the blocked field goal was horrific. The 2 special teams penalties were terrible. The muffs by Garendo and by Sky Moore, bobbling the ball on returns were awful. Awful, and that's got to get cleaned up. But you won 1 game against the NFC West last year. You're already 1-0 after 1 week in the NFL. You won 6 games last year. You're already 1-0 in the NFL. I will never scoff at a victory in the NFL. And I think they're going in the right direction. They got a lot to clean up, but it's a hell of a lot tastier after a victory.
888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. YouTube is on fire. They've been on fire with the call lines, the text lines, and we would love your participation to get halfway home here on a Victory Monday as the Niners improve to 1-0. And yeah, there's a lot of good, bad, and ugly about this game. The ugly, Jake Moody. Let's just call it what it is. I was rooting for you, Jake. I had your back. I'd be shocked if he was the kicker heading into New Orleans next week. That's the ugly. Bad? Well, special teams in general is just bad. It wasn't a positive yesterday. There were some bad moments. There were some bad interceptions from the quarterback. But there was also good from the quarterback. And there was also some good from Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey having 22 carries, having 9 receptions. He looked like not the same Christian McCaffrey, but the fact that I got a full workload out of him after the game, Joe, they're not talking about, I don't know what his house is going to be. We didn't get any of that.
They don't win this game without
Simpson. They don't win this game without him. They don't win this game without Ricky Pearsall. They don't win this game without contributions from that young secondary. Marquis Siegel, Upton Stout, I thought, made some plays. Diamar Lenore. I know DK Metcalf's not there anymore. You don't need to keep fighting these guys.
There's a legit conversation about Demo. Like, dial it down just a little.
Just a little bit.
Like, we don't need the extracurriculars.
But I like playing. I like them playing on an edge a little bit. I thought D. Winters brought that edge back that they desperately missed last year without Dre Greenlaw for most of that season. Not saying he is Dre Greenlaw. Let's pump the brakes on that. But he's definitely an improvement from whatever you had from Devondre Campbell.
Now, there is a reality of, like, okay, what are they going to do with the kicker today? Like, that's a reality. Well, how are they going to fix that? I don't know. I don't have the answer. And I know people are ready to run Moody out of town. I'm mad at Kyle and John for allowing this to seep into week 1. It could have cost them the game.
It could have.
And
we would have been talking about that.
It should have. The other element is you lost 2 playmakers. One that you gave a couple of $1 million of incentives to, which we kind of saw this coming. Like, the guy had no training camp. He was going to probably look like he was rusty, or he was going to be less built up in terms of the physical ready to go, and he might get dinged up. And what happened? Jennings got dinged up. Now, he might have been dinged up had he played, because Kittle made every single practice, and he hurt his hamstring.
He did.
You're out without 2 guys for at least a couple of days, maybe week, maybe months. I don't know. Like, the time will tell on Jennings and Kittle, but it's not good. And so in this game, where you have a patchwork offensive line, because Pooney got knocked out, came back in. You had, Connor Colby making his first ever NFL appearance at one point in this game. Trent got rolled up on. He came out, came back in. You had no playmakers outside of Jennings that anyone had heard of, or CMC, or Pearsall. Jennings goes out. This is what we asked from Brock Purdy. Can you win a game down without all the playmakers and find a way to gut one out? Well, he did. And now it's like, well, it should have been picked. Man, just enjoy it. Can't we just enjoy a win? We got away with one. It's okay. Not everything's got to look like a Rembrandt. Not everything's got to look like a Michelangelo. No, it doesn't have to be, like I said earlier, finger painting, but it was somewhere in between, and I'll take it.
Brock Purdy made the winning play. Sam Darnold made the losing play. We don't need to overthink these things, guys.
Exactly.
It's literally what happened yesterday. Brock Purdy made the game-winning throw. Sam Darnold made the game-losing fumble. That's what happened yesterday. And you know what? I've come to expect that from Sam Darnold. That's who he has been his entire career. The guy literally said on the sideline he is seeing ghosts, and he's going to see the ghost of Nick Bosa for quite some time, because that's a guy we haven't even brought up 10 minutes here into the 8 o'clock hour. Nick Bosa. That's what you do.
I thought
that's
he had a good game.
DPOY. I thought he had a great game.
And
He's making plays on the first drive, blowing that thing up, and on the last drive when you needed him to, Joe. That is why you pay him premier pass rusher dollar bills.
Let's real quickly run through, because there's so much to break down. We've been doing it all morning. But some of their rookie and second-year players that they were going to be vital to this kind of like rebuild here. And it's a rebuild on the fly. They can call it whatever they want. You've got some premium players, Fred and Bosa and Trent and Kittle. But there's a lot of like, hey, we need you to step up right on this team. Let's go to the second-year guys. Ricky Pearsall. I thought he was pretty freaking good yesterday.
If we're doing the Spadoni report card, not the Grandy one, Ricky Pearsall gets an A+. All
right, what about Renardo Green?
He gets a B+. Like that game, that potentially that could have been the biggest play of the game. No one's talking about that 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, whatever it was on Cooper Kupp there on the sideline. Like I thought Seattle was going to go for it too, but had they gotten that first down, Joe, they could have iced the game away potentially.
He's a guy that's going to get targeted because teams are not going to throw at Lenore. So he's got to be ready to go. He made a really nice play on the ball. Jackson Smith-Njigba high-pointed, came down. He ripped it out. He played through contact. Dominic Pooney left the game, came back. I thought he was good in this one. I mean, the O-line as a whole, I thought got kind of caved in. Mustafa DNP, these are guys from last year's draft. Bethune had to fill in for a couple of snaps because Fred Warner got knocked out early in this game, which pretty much scared everybody. Thought he was okay. Garendo, the only thing we saw from him was special teams. Let's throw him to the side. Jake Cowling didn't even play.
Well, he did muff the kick return too. So there is that on Garendo. Not good.
It's not good. But I would say Brian Robinson, a new acquisition, looked better right now than what we saw from Garendo in training camp and in preseason.
Yes.
Okay. What about Sky Moore? Caught all the balls. Now he muffed one and got it back, but for the most part, not bad.
Yeah, I don't want him being like a receiver on this team, like in important moments. I'll just say that with Sky Moore. It's just,
but I don't think he did play any receivers.
Well, that's all I'm saying because I know the guy can't catch a cold. So
I saw one pressure from Bryce Huff, the new acquisition, and I saw one where he was lined up offsides. So I kind of want to rewatch the game a third time to kind of really just focus on the defensive line, and I'll get a better feel there. And then Morstead, the punter, I thought he was fine.
He was fine.
Okay, let's go to the rookies. Michael Williams. It's tough for me to have an opinion because I wasn't hyper-focused on the D-line. Didn't hear his name much. I did notice at the end he did get double-teamed on the Bosa play. But would you get anything from Michael Williams?
No, didn't hear his name a lot. But again, this is a guy that missed basically the entire training camp, didn't play in the preseason games. It's going to be a slow start probably for Michael Williams. But again, he helped make a play in the biggest moment of the game, so I got to give him credit there.
Okay. Alfred Collins played a little. I didn't think he was awful. Didn't think he was great. Okay. Nick Martin didn't play. He didn't suit up. Maybe they suit him up next week. I don't know. Upton Stout. I thought he was baptized early, and they kept going at him and going at him. He made some plays, though. He made that play on the deflection where Jackson Smith-Njigba was doing that either comeback or curl route, and he was coming back to the ball. I thought it was a heck of a play from him. I thought he got better as the game went on. Horrible DPI or whatever hold on Cooper Kupp, which gave them another set of downs and an opportunity to get a touchdown there. He's going to have to learn, but first game, I thought it was a mixed bag. I thought he was better at the end.
And I thought that was kind of like the tail of the first half, right, where both teams kind of had like ticky-tack penalties called on them. It was
the roughing the passer was a bad call.
That was a weak call.
That was a bad call.
And the 49ers are benefactors of that. But you know what? They both got the calls out of the way. They both scored their touchdowns. No harm, no foul there.
All right. CJ West made a play, but not much. Connor Colby, couple of snaps, not much. But Marquise Siegel, late draft pick, ended up starting and playing the whole game. I was impressed with him, and he made one of the biggest plays of the game, jumping on the Okawanu punch-out fumble.
Well, I think that's the big takeaway for me here. Obviously, Robert Saleh being the overarching theme and architect of this, but the young players stepping up when you needed them to. Against a guy in Sam Darnold that, let's be honest, we had Baldy on last week saying he was elite. He did have an elite season if you're going by the numbers. Absolutely. I don't think I'm going to attack him with the elite quarterback. But Jackson Smith-Njigba is elite. Like, I did come away there. And you know what? That's okay. Like, the Puka Nakuas, the Justin Jeffersons, like those dudes, they're going to have moments in games like that. Like, that's going to happen. I can't have Cooper Kupp going off, which he didn't. I can't have, Kenneth Walker or Zach Charbonnet going off. And those guys didn't. You held them to 84 yards on the ground, Joe.
They adjusted.
They adjusted well.
They did a really good job. They went to a 5-man front at times, which they haven't done forever. But, Joe, the big takeaway is, for me, yes, Brock and Nick Bosa making huge plays down the stretch. You had 8 to 9 guys that you drafted in the last 2 drafts step up and get better as the game went along. That is how you sustain and you evolve. When I watched the Bills last night, they paid their quarterback, and what have they done? They've had to draft. They kind of reload that way. If you want to keep this thing going, as they show on the graphic, Kyle Shanahan, longest tenured 49er head coach since Bill Walsh. As that is said on the screen, the way you sustain in the NFL, you need 8 to 9 guys over a 2-year period to step up and make plays. And 2 guys who didn't even dress yesterday, Mustafa and Nick Martin, I think they're going to be big parts of the future. So you're looking at 10 guys, give or take, who could be impact players on this team moving forward. That's big.
And you mentioned Bill Walsh, as Kyle Shanahan now has the tied for the 3rd most wins by a 49ers head coach in franchise history with Lawrence Shaw. Bill Walsh, obviously, with 92. Kyle Shanahan at 71. And George Seifert with 98. I'm going to be curious to see if Shanahan sticks around long enough to break that all-time record of George Seifert and Bill Walsh. I think he's going to, and it was a good start for this season, starting at 1-0. We got a lot of people on the phone lines. You want to go to him, Joey?
Yeah.
You want to do that? 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We're getting a lot, whether call or text, Joe, on the amount of touches that Christian McCaffrey got. A lot of people are concerned with that right now, and I hear you on that, but there also comes a point here where the injury is the injury, and you could try to manage it the best you can. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen.
Yeah, but I thought in real time, I thought they did a good job mixing it up, especially in the second half where McCaffrey got the ball. And I thought those little short controlled, they were like de facto screens, but they were like little quick angle routes. They did a great job. Here's a quick catch. We got a couple blockers. You're going to go up against DBs as opposed to like defensive linemen. And I thought they were creative in how they got him touches. Plus, I thought I saw B-Rob. It just felt like to me, B-Rob was on the field more than I anticipated, and I was good with that. I was really good with that.
And I think people are realizing from the game that Brian Robinson is not Jordan Mason, and we were told he's not Jordan Mason. I mean, Greg Cosell and Brian Baldinger have been telling us that for the last couple of weeks. They're not the same guy. That's okay. I don't need, Jordan Mason type of production right now from Brian Robinson. I need Brian Robinson first and foremost to stay healthy, because there's still a big fat question mark at my lead running back with Christian McCaffrey. And that's something that Jordan Mason has not been able to do, is stay healthy going forward. So that's something I'm going to monitor. By the way, tonight, Jordan Mason makes his Vikings debut as they're on Monday Night Football against their division rival, Chicago Bears. But in the meantime, let's hit the phones. Austin is in Redwood City, wants to join the talk.
Austin.
What's up, Austin?
Hey, no, man, just chilling, just listening to you guys. Hey, man, that's a great win for us, but, man, we did see some no Jimmy throws, even no Jimmy throw touchdown. Man, I don't know, man. Like I said, hey, Kittle went down. Man, we got a lot to worry about. We got Williams, he went down. Let's see what he feel like after this whole week until up to Sunday, how he feel. Man, we got a long way to go.
Jennings?
We play like this. Nah, I'm talking about Williams.
Trent
Williams. Let's see how he feel at the end of the week. Without Kittle and Williams, we ain't going nowhere. And Kyle Shanahan put up an offensive play like this, we ain't got no chance this season. We're going to need another offensive weapon to help out McCaffrey. Man, that's a little bit too much use, I think, for McCaffrey for the first game. What y'all think about that, man? And welcome back, Robert Saleh. Yeah. I gave him a B+. He got his swag back. Came back to the Niners, got his swag back, man. He did a head coaching job.
I give him an A-, quite frankly. I think he was an A-. The reason being is nobody could name a half dozen of these starters.
They were bottom 5 in points per game last year. They allowed their division rival only 13 points. That is incredible. In their backyard, by the way. In today's NFL, if you hold any team below 20, as far as I'm concerned, that's a great day. Let alone 15, Joe.
The rookie Upton Stout made a bad mistake on the play where he held, and he did. It was a penalty where he held Cooper Kupp. I don't think Cooper is going to get to that ball. That was my thought. I was like, I don't know if he's going to. I don't even know if that's catchable.
No.
And I thought it was a very. It was a weak play by a young player who got burned and I think panicked and is going to learn from it.
And he was obviously worried about Brock Purdy. Saw some Jimmy no throws in there, which, again, goes to this being the first week, this being a division rival, but this also being a really good defense. I think we are kind of sleeping on just how elite this Seahawks defense is with Mike McDonald at the helm. We're going to look back at this win in week one saying, wow, that might have been one of the best wins of the year. I truly believe that, given everything that took place. We didn't even know if Christian McCaffrey was going to play this year. Like, literally, last Thursday when the news broke, Joe, at the Red and Gold Summit about the limited practice and the calf issue with Christian McCaffrey, we're all like, oh, God, is his career in jeopardy? Like, that's what we were talking about the last few days.
I do think for the next month, like, they just got to kind of figure out where they are as a team before we can even consider how to use CMC the right way long term. I think it's about, like, just try to stack some wins and figure out what kind of team you are. And then in the month of October and November, then I can pivot to, all right, now let's, like, throttle down and pitch count CMC. And they don't even know who they are right now, Joe. And I think you just have to stack wins early in the year and kind of figure it out. Look, division games are always different.
Shout out Bonte.
Week one games are always different.
Yep.
So not only is this a division game, this is a week one division game. You just don't know what you have. I'm okay with this particular first game kind of overfeeding CMC the way that they did, and we'll adapt on the fly. I'm not going to lose my mind over it. I'm not. And normally I'm the guy, bubble wrap everyone, but they don't know how good they are.
Speaking of adapting on the fly, that's what we're doing this season when we talk 49er football, because you know what we're doing? We're moving Bonte from Fridays at 9 with us. We're moving him back to Tuesdays with us, Joe. Starting tomorrow, we get a double dose of Brian Baldinger at 7:30, Baldy breakdowns.
It's the best.
He's locked in everything. You know how I also know football season's back is when I wake up early in the morning and Baldy's already posting all the videos from all the action on Sunday.
Was he?
Can't wait. Yes, he was. And I'm sure he'll get to the 49ers and that Seahawks game because there was a lot to break down. So we got Baldy tomorrow, 7:30, and then after that, for 2 hours in studio, the one, the only, the king, Bonte Hill, joining us. Can't wait to talk 49ers football with him for 2 hours starting tomorrow, every Tuesday. And yes, Steiny and Guru, I'm glad you played that drop because now every Friday we have our own crosstalk starting at 9:45 with Matt Steinmetz and Dylan the Guru Johnson. Can you believe that, Carter? We got Steiny and Guru joining the morning roast.
Wait a minute.
Fridays, 9:45.
Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny.
Let's go. That's I cut that one when that caller came in. It's the Steiny Guru show. Let's go. 9:45 every Friday. Crosstalk with those boys. Can't wait. We got a couple minutes before we hit the break.
My mail-it-in Fridays have gotten so much better.
We're not mailing it in now. We're not mailing it in.
Let's go.
Mr. D, San Francisco. How we feeling, Mr. D, about that week one win?
Niners. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, listen, that catch, that throw and catch reminded me of another two guys the 49ers used to have. You guys are probably too young for this. They had two guys named Clark in Montana.
I've heard of them.
And
decent players. Yeah.
Hey, I was at that game. I was in that end zone where Clark made the catch. And amongst all kind of Dallas fans. But I never even seen him catch the ball. It's just that the stadium started shaking. But everybody thought Montana was throwing that ball away too. So, I'm not equating those two, but I'm just saying it was reminiscent. But I'll tell you what wasn't reminiscent. Reminiscent is that if you put Shanahan and Wall side by side, man, Shanahan got to get more creative when we get in that red zone. We wouldn't have all this if it wasn't for Moody, Moody getting all this attention because Shanahan relies on him too much. He don't have no creativity in the red zone. We got to get more creativity. And we can't rely on the kicker like that. If we're going to rely on the kicker like that, we got to get a better kicker.
Well, the kicker's unreliable, period.
Yeah, thanks,
right?
Mr. D.
Like, I think we're all in agreement. Like, I think America, the Bay Area, Northern California, the city of San Francisco,
Joe Davis,
everyone is united. I mean, poor Jake Moody. He's just
stop.
He's
poor
done.
Jake Moody.
No, I'm saying like
Moody
Joe.
is duty.
No. Like I don't want to crush the individual. He's not good, and it's on Shanahan and John Lynch for even subjecting themselves to this and those teammates. How is that, like, honest to gosh, how is that fair to Christian McCaffrey as he's battling like a gladiator to stay on the field, and he's doing everything he can, and you got a kicker who you cannot rely on to hit a 27-yard chip shot field goal. How's that fair to Trent Williams in the waning years of his career? Like, if you want to play this game, like, forget the fans for a moment. How's that fair to yourself? You're setting yourself up for failure. You don't trust that guy. No one trusts that guy. The teammates don't trust him. The team doesn't. It's absurd that they subjected themselves to this without letting Greg Joseph compete with him in training camp. And they're lucky they got away with it for one game.
Pam Oliver said something very interesting during the broadcast yesterday when it came to Kyle Shanahan and Jake Moody. Wait till you hear what she said on the broadcast on the other side. Shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal Financing of the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, which is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Lionel, Brendan, Dave, we'll get to you on the other side. Kicker watch never really left us, but it's back after Jake Moody struggled yesterday. We'll talk about it on the other side. 888-957-9570. It's brought to you by Safeway.
How many voices are going through the head of Jake Moody right now? Missed from 27 on his first attempt today. From 36. Gets it blocked! Julian Love blocks it. And DeMarcus Lawrence takes it back across the 30. Special teams the difference in week 1.
Joe Davis on the call, Fox Sports. Niners, week 1 winners in Seattle, 17-13. But Jake Moody, as he always is, well, at least through last year, is the storyline coming out of this one. What do you do with Jake Moody, Niner fans? 888-957-9570. What should have already been done, I guess, Niner fans are saying right now, as he goes 1 for 3, gets a block, gets the miss there. He does make the one to tie it, Joe. No one's talking about that. He also made He also made the PAT to make it a 4-point game, not a 3-point game, Carter. That's important.
Fugazi, whatever you want to call it. It's a woozy, it's a wazi.
That's right. He made it a 4-point game, not a 3-point game. So they had to go for the touchdown late. And Nick Bosa, putting the team on his back, as he always does, gets the job done there. Sam Darnold gets the fumble. Bosa gets the fumble. Night. See you later. See and go, Sam Darnold. But see and ghost, I think, is Jake Moody at this point.
You know, it's always funny to me when I see the Niners win a tough game on the road, minus a bunch of dudes that we all expect to be, you know, not just good, great. Like, we expect George Kittle to be great.
It's an all-pro last year.
Right?
Kidding me?
And they win a game, and it's a little ugly, and it's up and down, and you sneak one out somehow, some way. It's like, is the glass half full or is the glass half empty? No, are there things they need to work on? Of course there are. Of course there are. Boy, it's a lot easier working on those things when you win.
We're giving the benefit of the doubt to certain teams that we like to give benefit of the doubts to because of certain positions. Like the Cincinnati Bengals had a very similar win yesterday. Over there,
Cleveland missed multiple kicks.
Division rivalry game, though, is what I'm saying.
Yes.
Like that is going to be different. Like that, like Cincinnati will learn from that. But you think they're feeling bad about that? No, they were feeling bad last year. You know what happened last year to Cincinnati Bengals in week 1? They lost to Gerard Mayo's New England Patriots. And then that was literally the difference between them making the playoffs or not, was that loss.
Yes.
So I'm not saying here after 1 week that this is going to be the difference between making the playoffs or not, but it could be. And the fact that they got that win in the fashion they did, Joe, yesterday, the San Francisco 49ers, was huge.
Just got to win in advance and figure it out. Just keep stacking victories.
Yes.
Especially with the 17-game schedule right now. It is a war of attrition as much as it is anything else. And right now, you're looking and you're like, yeah, we're down Kittle, we're down Jennings. We'll see what ends up happening on that side of the ball. You got to bring in a wide receiver. I'm not here for the Tyreek Hill, go get him. I'm gonna say this now, and we can continue moving on. Tyreek's a stud as a player. I think he's an awful teammate, and I think he's an awful person, and I don't want any part of him. I know how good he can be. I just don't think this team, as they've removed a lot of the negative stuff from the locker room, I'm cool off Tyreek Hill. That's my personal opinion. I'm cool off him. I'm not mad at people suggesting that the Niners should go after him. I'd signed Kendrick Bourne yesterday. That's what I would have done. I would have signed Kendrick Bourne on the flight home, and I'd bring him in. Look, could there be another receiver out there that maybe they can make a move for? Possibly. I love where Ricky Pearsall's at. I want to see if Jordan Watkins and Jacob Cowan can get healthy and get back out into this team. I don't want to make a trade for Tyreek Hill. That's the one player I'm like, no, I'm out on him as a person and as a teammate. I don't want to have anything to do with him. I don't want him in the ear of Brock Purdy. I don't want to bring in that negativity. I'm good off of it, and I know he's a good player. But they need a receiver. If Jennings is going to be out for a couple weeks, I was already kind of setting myself up for, I bet Jennings has a down year. Just because you can't miss camp and be ready to go. Now you're out Kittle and Jennings for maybe an extended period of time. I think you have to explore bringing in receivers.
So you're missing your top 2 playmakers from last season. And I know last season was a losing year, but you're losing your number 1 wide receiver production-wise and your number 1 playmaker in George Kittle. Like, that's the reality here. And so the fact that they won that game in spite of that was massive. Now you pivot and say, okay, great, we got that win. How do we keep winning going to New Orleans against a Saints team that's 0-1, and they're going to be desperate early on this season? You mentioned Kendrick Bourne. Kyle Shanahan was asked about that after the game and says they're still trying to sign him.
Yeah, and I know he hasn't signed with one, so I know it's a possibility we can get him. I know we're still trying. Hopefully that can't work out.
So there you go.
I hope he comes back. Because as we saw yesterday, I don't think Purdy even looked in the direction of Gage or Valdez-Scantling. I don't blame him. I mean, those guys haven't got a lot of work with him. He trusts Pearsall. He trusts, Jennings. He loves CMC. I mean, loves him. He trusts Kyle Juszczyk. Kyle Juszczyk made a couple of nice plays. That's actually an element. There was a dump-off play on play action, and then there was the wheel route play, which was a beautiful play. He knew he was going to get popped. He made the catch, took the hit, went down. Like, if they can get a little bit from the tight end, and forget Farrell for a second, just Tonges, if he can be your little pass catch, just a couple catches, and if, they can use Juice, a couple catches here and there, you'll never be Kittle. But maybe you can offset some of the loss of production.
I love that you said, get production from Tonges. Forget Farrell for a second, as if he isn't one of the highest paid players also on that offense.
Look at when you have Kittle, his skill set, Farrell's, is to be a blocking tight end. And an occasional second, third, fourth option on a specific play. He made a big 4th and 2 catch, took a big hit. You don't win that game without that play because it would have been a turnover downs. You don't get the field goal later on in the game. But if you're going to look for, catching the ball down the field and getting open, it feels like the team went with Tonges for a reason because he's probably got a different skill set.
We'll get to that sound that I teased before the break, Pam Oliver, and what she was hearing on the sideline yesterday between one Kyle Shanahan and Jake Moody after the struggles of yesterday. What do you do with Jake Moody? 888-957-9570 as the 49ers improved to 1-0. Despite him going 1 for 3 with a block and a miss.
Did you see the game last night, Bills, Ravens?
I did.
Did anybody watch till the end?
I did.
All right. There was a sequence where Josh Allen and the Bills did not want, they were down 2 or down 1? What were they down? They were down 1 or 2 at the end of the game.
They were down 2,
They were down 2. The field goal was going to win the game no matter what. But they didn't have any more timeouts. Josh Allen, with like 30 seconds left, give or take, took a knee at a specific spot on the field so that they could set up the field goal. Then they had to run off the field with no time to call timeout, and the clock is ticking, and they had to set up a game-winning field goal with no stoppage of time. It's a trickier play than you give credit for. And you're like, what could go wrong? Well, you could snap the ball improperly. You could have a false start. You could have a botch snap, a botch hold. You could miss the kick altogether. You could allow the other team to time up when they're going to hike it, and they block the kick. I'm sorry. I don't trust Jake and the full special teams unit today. It's not just him. I don't trust them to be able to pull off what Buffalo did last night.
And what makes that frustrating, Joe, is I don't trust their red zone offense in general right now in San Francisco after that game.
It's a work in progress.
It's a work in progress, right? But I don't trust it right now after all the trust issues from last season where you struggled mightily. They were 14th in points per game last year. And listen, if that needs to improve, you got to score in the red zone. You got to score touchdowns. I can't be settling for field goals.
But they did on the first possession.
They did.
They did on the final possession.
They did.
And then they would have scored a touchdown were it not for a great play to tip the ball. And Purdy left a little air underneath it. They did get a field goal, and they missed it. So they scored on 75% of them. 2 of them were touchdowns. So I'll take 50% touchdowns in the red zone based off what we did last year.
Sure.
Off what we did last year.
Off what we did last year, but again, as we all understood, last year was doo-doo water, and we don't want to do that last year.
But the other three possessions after the first drive, Kittle wasn't in there for any of those red zones. I bet you he was their red zone game plan for this one, especially with no Demarcus Robinson and with no Brandon Ayuk just yet.
And that's what's frustrating, too, as we're talking about. Again, this is a great win. They needed this win. It sets the tone for a potentially roller coaster of a season, but you want to talk about ugly wins more so than a pretty loss any day of the week. That being said, you do feel snake bit a little bit when you get CMC back, right? And he looks pretty freaking good yesterday at times. And then he's like, okay, great, we got CMC back. That's going to solve some of our red zone issues. And then what happens? You lose your all-pro tight end, your future Hall of Famer, to a hamstring injury. And we are awaiting the MRI results today when it comes to George Kittle.
And we're waiting on what's going on with Jennings. They said Jennings couldn't even lift his shoulder.
It's not good.
That sounds like a multi-week thing.
Sounds like a dislocation, and then you get the severity of that. And
who knows?
If you can't lift it up, it's probably dislocated. I'm not trying to do recklessly.
Did you hear what happened with
I'm
Kittle?
not recklessly speculating here, but that's usually what that means.
What happened to Kittle? Kittle tore the labrum in the Super Bowl or whatever. It was some form of a tear up there. Couldn't lift the shoulder, got the shot during the game, came running out in the receiver doc they referenced it. He said, oh, now I can move it. He couldn't lift for weeks on end. Remember, that was the offseason. He lost a ton of weight, which was last year. Who knows what this injury is? I hope it's not a big one.
Let's go to the phones. Lionel, Bobby, Brendan, Dave. We'll get to all of you. 888-957-9570. Your biggest takeaways from a Week 1 win for the 49ers up in Seattle. We'll start it off with Brendan in SF. What's up, Brendan? You're on the Morning Roast.
Good morning, guys. I swear I feel like I've become bipolar just during football season. Got me feeling moody about these special teams. Now, here's the thing. I see Jake Moody as the relationship partner that keeps telling you they're going to stop cheating on you. You don't go back to that person over and over and over and expect different results. When I saw Jennings get hit yesterday, the way he got spun and immediately bent over, like doubled over in pain, that's a dislocation. He's multiple weeks, and I'm very unhappy about it. Having Kittle joke around that he just got hurt so he wouldn't have to pay Brock for the Iowa bet makes me think it might be a little bit less of an issue. But Kyle's got to do something about the special teams. I feel like underneath Home of the Faithful, in small print, it should say we are not settling for field goals anymore, because I don't think that's a new thing. I feel like we've been dealing with that for the past decade, settling for field goals when we should have touchdowns. Having Salah back has been amazing because he made adjustments, which is something a defensive coordinator has not done in San Francisco in the past 4 years.
Yeah.
He made adjustments as the game went on, and the defense got better.
Good call.
Thanks, Brendan.
It sounded like he was going through a wind tunnel. Okay, he suggested that he thinks there might be a dislocated shoulder. This is pure speculation on Jennings. At minimum, you're looking at a couple weeks, if that's the case. And if he doesn't choose for surgery, if it doesn't require surgery. If it's surgery, you're looking at 4 to 6 months.
No, the season could be over for him, potentially, which would be horrible after the summer that he had. And again,
it would be the worst possible thing for this team. Forget the player and the holdout. For the team, they need a big body possession receiver. Period.
I feel better, though, yesterday about that Pearsall and Purdy connection. Not saying that obviously I want Juwan Jennings to be out there, but like the notion that they could survive this season on offense without Juwan Jennings, I got a little better feeling about that because of the connection I've seen with Purdy and Pearsall from yesterday.
If you're out Jennings,
I know,
and Kittle,
I know.
For let's just I'll go very conservative. Let's say the next 2 games.
Okay, so against the Saints and against the Cardinals.
That's difficult.
It is.
It's really difficult.
It's doable. Yeah,
but it also agreed. It also gives the other team time to really figure out how they want to, because now Pearsall becomes the one.
Yes.
Outside of CMC. And now you're game planning. But you're game planning for a guy.
You drafted him to be the number one. He was a number 1 pick. He was in the first round.
Not every receiver is a number 1.
Sure, but he is on this team. He's going to be the number 1 receiver going forward. Wide receiver. Let me be exclusive there because I know tight end, receiver, whatever. But Ricky Pearsall is going to be the number 1 wide receiver on this team. And that's my takeaway, too, from week 1. That Purdy-Pearsall connection got me feeling some kind of way if I'm a 49er fan. That looked pretty yesterday.
No, it looked great. You and I just disagree on the term number 1. It's like when I hear he's the ace of the staff. There's only so many legit aces. When you're a number 1 wide receiver, there's only so many of those. Yes, by depth chart status, he is their number 1. He doesn't play like a number 1. Number 1 is a guy that you can put on the line of scrimmage on the inside or the outside and can beat man coverage, can beat press coverage, is forcing bracketed double teams, can go underneath, can work the middle of the field, can work outside beyond the numbers. There's very few of those types of players.
Sure, but I think he could be a number 1 in the same sense that, again, Baldy always compares him to this guy, so I'll just use it like Alad McConkey is over with the Los Angeles Chargers. And they start off 1-0 against, the multiple-time Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs, their division rival. McConkey looked pretty good. Again, I hear what you're saying. The prototypical number 1 needs to be more of an A.J. Brown type of a mold where he could do multiple things.
Jamar Chase.
But again.
Justin Jefferson. There's only so many of those
levels
guys.
of these things, but What I'm just trying to say is, Joe, I feel great about the Purdy Pearsall connection.
Oh, that I agree
and
with.
I think it's going to blossom even more going forward because he did that against, let's be honest, one of the best secondaries in football we all agree on, Mike McDonald, right? Like, that's that's agreed upon.
They blitz Witherspoon so much, though.
They did.
Like so much. Everyone's like, he's like Kyle Hamilton. Hamilton drops into coverage and really moves around in the middle of the field. Like you don't know where he's going to be at any given time.
And he got hurt yesterday. You saw that finger get wrapped up. He did come back.
That big interception on the 2-point conversion.
I love Kyle Hamilton.
He's so good.
They almost botched that 2-point conversion, by the way.
At Notre Dame, you could see it. He's just special.
He is. You know who else is special? Dave in Fresno.
Dave.
He likes to call in when it's 49ers season. What's up, Dave? You're on the morning roast with Spadoni and Shasky. How we feeling about that win yesterday? It dropped off. That was weird. I went to Jana Mountain and then Dave dropped off. That's okay. We're going to pivot, not panic. You know what we're going to pivot to right now before we get back to the phone lines, Joe? You know what Pam Oliver had to say on the sidelines yesterday? You brought this sound to Carter and Sam. I heard it in real time, and my jaw was like, oh God, this isn't good.
Pam Oliver, to me, is one of the gold standards of sideline reporting because she gives you good stuff during the game and has been doing it since I was a child. And I'm not trying to age her in any way. I'm just saying, she has been at the forefront of Fox's coverage for the majority of my life. And when I think of A++ sideline insights, it is Pam Oliver. She's going to the Hall of Fame. She is a Hall of Famer to me. And I got a chance to see her at a playoff game, and Bonte and me walked by her, and she was just the nicest person. I was like, that is Pam Oliver, the legend. The legend. When I heard this, I was like, oh boy. Because she doesn't just say things. She's been on a million sidelines.
Pam Oliver, Fox Sports sideline reporter yesterday with Joe Davis and Greg Olson, talking about Kyle Shanahan's reaction to those Jake Moody struggles.
Kyle Shanahan expects George Kittle, obviously out of the game. He expects to see more man-to-man from Seattle's defense. Special team-wise, no words for Jake Moody, he told me. The guy's just got to make his kicks.
No words for Jake. Got to make your kicks. No words. And Shanahan was asked after the game about Jake Moody, whether or not he's going to be back.
No question.
No question. I don't know what that means. It was any question Moody is back. They kind of left it up for interpretation there with the question, which I kind of didn't like. No, is Jake Booty? I didn't mean to do that, but it kind of makes sense. Is he going to be the kicker next week against the Saints? That's what I would have asked him.
There's a Jake Moody issue. There's a special teams as a whole issue. There's a can we block up front issue. Because on the blocked field goal, afterwards, they cut to the sideline, and it's Pam Oliver again, and it's Kyle Juszczyk and CMC, and they're both sitting there without their helmets. And Pam's like, some guys on the sideline expressing their frustration with the special teams unit, I'm paraphrasing, and I saw a few helmets getting thrown or something to that effect. And I was like, of course, I'd be pissed too. You work to get the ball all the way down in the red zone, and you walk away with nothing? You're out here fighting for your life?
I heard something, though, after the game from one of the leaders on that defense and a guy that has been wanting to be more vocal starting this offseason, from Nick Bosa. What he had to say about Jake Moody I thought was actually very poignant, and I got a lot more respect for him as a leader after it. We're going to play that after we get back to Dave in Fresno, who's back on the phone lines. Dave, how are we feeling after that win? And how are you feeling about Jake Moody, Dave?
I feel like the criticism for him is unfair. We know who he is. It's more so on the people that employ him, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. Whether it be the coach or the GM. We know what he is. It's not his fault. We know he's not a reliable kicker. But I wanted to get the good and the bad out the way real quick. I think the best good was the run defense. Compared to last year, they were stout yesterday. Obviously having Saleh back makes a huge difference. The other good was Tariq Woolen. I thank you for being a Seahawk yesterday. Boy, is he the most overrated? Is he the most overrated corner in the league? God,
he did make a play.
He's tall and fast.
He did make a play on Pearsall, though.
He did.
Dave, I agree. He mistimed both. I thought both could have been intercepted by a better cornerback.
Yeah, and then the bad, real quick. Stuff that we can clean up, like you guys said. The picks, they're bad. It's reminiscent last year. Purdy is not a bad quarterback. He's good. But that is his Achilles heel. Those pictures, like, what are you doing? We cannot have that. We had it last year. I was hoping he'd clean up this year. It's week 1. I'm not saying he can't, but we got to clean that up. And also, too, man, the touches, bro. 31 touches. I know people are out. I know he's our best player on offense. You want to get him the ball. Trust me, I understand that you want to win the game. But you got Garendo, you got Robinson. We can run the ball. Those guys can get those touches up the middle. When you want to use them in the pass game, fine. But when it's time to run the ball, use all three. Use your resources that you have, my friend. I'm glad we won. I know injuries are going to be part of this team. Kittle being hurt. He's been hurt in the past. Trent will probably get dinged up at some point. McCaffrey, how this team adjusts to the top guys getting hurt is probably going to define this season because those guys usually get hurt, and how Kyle and the team, how you adapt when those guys go out and they're out extended period of time is how we're going to, define this season. So that's my take, guys.
I'm not going to freak out over the McCaffrey touches just yet. I think they have to win these games early on because the season can go in two different directions if you don't win these games. Let's say you lose yesterday and you're like, I'm hell-bent on only getting CMC 20 touches. Guys, the whole season plays out differently losing week 1. Not saying that they're going to be good because they won week 1. I'm saying losing a game changes how you operate next week and the week after that and the week after that. So I guess where I'm going is I'm okay for the first couple of weeks. Let's just figure out what we are and how many games we can stack right now. And then in October and November, when I have a better feel for my whole roster and a better feel for where McCaffrey's at, I'll start finding more creative ways to substitute him or to ease his load or whatever. But I think for right now, you got to just win. I'm going to kind of defend, and I was on the other side of this. 2 years ago, I was like, what are we doing? Like, you've got to prioritize getting him out of this game. Right now, I am like, no. Let's try to win some games. Give it a couple weeks. Let's figure out where we're at. Everyone needs to pump the brakes. CMC did sub out of that game a lot. Yeah. Brian Robinson did play more than most other backup running backs under Shanahan. So I'm okay with it.
And also, like, it comes down to the player at some points too, and I get it. Like, you got to protect the player from himself. But an all-pro caliber player like Christian McCaffrey is going to tell you, like, dude, I'm fine. Feed me the freaking rock. Let's go.
Well, there was one play he subbed himself out.
He didn't.
He tapped his own helmet and was like, I got to come out this game.
And he'll let you know.
And I was good with that.
Those guys know their bodies better than anyone else. You don't think Christian McCaffrey knows when it feels right and wrong? He does. And he's going to tell you. And he's going to tell Kyle Shanahan. Now, like, had they lost Joe, we would have been questioning that. That's what we do as fans. We say, oh, you gave him all those touches and you lost the game. Oh, my God, this is malpractice. Let's pump the brakes on everything. And quite frankly, this type of injury is so unique in regards to the workload and what to do and what not to do. I don't think there's a right answer. I don't think there's a right answer when it comes to this thing. So, like, I'm not,
what if you save him? Let me throw in. What if you're saving him for week 12, 13, 14, 15, but you're already like, and whatever to start the year, and now you're playing catch up, and let's say in week 12 you're 3-9. How does that help you that you saved him earlier in the year? I think you got to stack wins.
What if you save him and then he gets hurt? Like
he can get hurt at any time. That's the other part.
That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, the training wheels aspect to this, I'm kind of like throw him out and just go. But
I do think it's good for their offense to have the more slower prodding Brian Robinson in there as kind of more of the battering ram. He's not going to run through tackles like Jordan Mason or be more bowling ball like. He's a very different running back. I like him as a short yardage back. I like him as a change of pace guy. I think he fits what they're looking to do. I like B-Rob. I don't think he's great, but I certainly think he's better than Patrick Taylor and Garendo. He gives them an element that they haven't had. He's a between the tackles runner. I like him.
And Kyle Shanahan spoke after the game, and he was pleased with having Christian McCaffrey back, healthy, and with no issues.
I'm real pleased. I mean, we got a scare on Thursday, but started feeling much better about it Friday and Saturday. And, I didn't get to talk to him about it. It seemed like it wasn't an issue, and thought he had a hell of a game, man. It was awesome to have him out there.
Didn't have a chance to talk to him about what everyone else was talking about the last few days. Yeah, it seemed like he had an issue, but I don't know. They didn't really. Like, it is kind of incredible.
I think I'm calling cap on that.
I kind of am not. Like, maybe he was just like, let me know if he's playing or not. Like that, I think that was his mindset. He's like, I got too much other crap on my plate right now to deal with. Is he playing? Is he not playing? Then get back to me.
I thought B-Rob was on the field way more than in my mind I thought he would be. Because I I know, Shannon, we got him for a reason, blah, blah, but I've seen him just kind of stick with one guy, and maybe the other guy comes out there and you run a couple play actions because you don't want to make it look predictable. I actually liked the way they stayed in the run game, especially when Purdy threw the couple picks. I was actually really liking the conservative game plan.
And for a guy that's only been here a couple weeks, seemed like he knew the offense pretty well, given his opportunities. Let's go to Lionel in San Jose before we get back to more Pam Oliver sound about the kicker.
I can't wait.
Lionel, what's up, man?
Hey, Lionel.
Hey, good morning, guys. I listen to the show all the time. Just wanted to chime in.
Thank you.
I hear a lot of gloom and doom. You never apologize for a road victory in the NFL.
Yep.
So just be happy with that. Of course, the special teams, they got to clean all that up. And initially, I thought the offense was going to carry the defense in the early part of the season, and now I'm changing my mind. Saleh and the rookies, they look really, really good, and I'm excited for how great this defense can be. Do you want to see Robinson and McCaffrey on the field at the same time? Split out McCaffrey. Have him go against some linebackers and safeties in the passing game. And I don't want to see him come out as much as some of these other callers. He's the best player on offense. Jennings is lost. Kittle is gone as well right now. So Shanahan's going to have to figure out some tricks this week. Go into New Orleans. I was going to be happy with 1-1 after the first two games. Now I'm not going to be happy with 1-1. They should beat New Orleans and possibly set up a big home opener versus the Cardinals.
It's a great
Thanks,
call.
Lionel.
So I know you want to play the Pam Oliver sound.
Yeah, we can get to it.
Well, I'm going to give you the sequence leading up to it.
Okay.
Purdy threw the awful pick where CMC was the blocker and the number 13, the linebacker, Ernest Jones, dropped back in coverage. Made a great play.
It was a great play.
All right. Niners end up getting the ball right back, okay? The ball went right through Cooper Kupp's hands on that slant. So Sky Moore, ball slips out, whatever. This is the sequence of plays. A 9-yard run for CMC. CMC a run for a first down. A B-Rob toss for about 6 yards. Robinson again breaking tackles, first down. CMC short controlled pass, really nice, a little jump cut. 2nd and 2. A CMC jump cut for a first down. All right. 1st and 10, B-Rob, toss, cut back, gets 9 yards, really nice play. Then Jones stuffs Brian Robinson on 2nd and 1. CMC gets stuffed on 3rd and 1. So now you're at 4th and 2 at the 30-yard line. I'm thinking, are they going to kick a field goal after the last one, was shanked? No, they're not going to. Instead, they go to the third tight end, the backup tight end, Luke Farrell, and Purdy gets him as the third option. It was his nicest climb in the pocket. It was subtle. He looked right, climbed in the pocket, bang, hit him. Farrell got plastered. Then they ran. That's the first throw outside of the short little controlled pass to CMC. Then B-Rob again. Then a screen, which was beautifully designed, where it was like an angled route screen to get the ball to CMC. Then on 3rd and 2, they force one to Juwan Jennings. Okay.
Is this the same one where they had that horrible intentional grounding, but it got offset?
No, that was later on.
Okay.
Purdy had CMC underneath. He threw a fade to Juwan Jennings. Sam and I were arguing about whether that was a penalty or not. It shouldn't have been. Then they go for the 36-yard, and they had already gone for it on 4th and 2 from the 30. Now they're at about the 20, 19. And on 4th and 2, they kick a field goal. That gets blocked.
Yeah.
And here comes Pam Oliver as we come back from break.
That missed kick is really causing some frustration down on the 49ers sideline. I saw 2 thrown helmets and a lot of ticked-off-looking players. Kyle Shanahan praised Moody. When we spoke to him, he felt that the kicker would rebound from last season. He did have an injury, though, but he felt like that Moody's healthy and should make his kicks.
Certainly should have made the first one. Didn't have.
Thanks, Joe Davis.
I love Joe Davis.
He was not sugarcoating it at all yesterday.
The guys were pissed on the sidelines.
They were.
Rightfully so.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I can sit here and do a sugarcoat.
But to me, that whole drive after the interception from Purdy, they took the air out of the ball. And I like that. I like the way Shanahan went, CMC, B-Rob, B-Rob, CMC, CMC, B-Rob. Like, I loved that right there.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the Free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We got 1 hour to go here. We are reacting on a Victory Monday.
Kick.
I know.
It's just incredible.
No, it was. I'm looking at it right now. So that same drive, because it got offset, Joe, that intentional grounding where Purdy like stumbled and tried to throw it, it got offset by an illegal contact, and then they had that short pass right to McCaffrey for 7 yards. So that was the same drive.
Little chunky play.
Exactly.
I didn't have that one documented for some reason.
It doesn't matter because it was offset anyways, but it was a horrible attempt from Purdy.
Well, they did this little, again, it was a screen, but it was like an angle route screen.
Yeah.
And it was a beautiful play. I've never seen them run that play, and I loved it because it gets CMC the ball, and you have multiple blockers, and he's getting downhill. It was just a really beautifully designed play by Shanahan.
Speaking of which, yesterday I thought they blew up on the defensive side for the Niners, a screen play or two. Yeah, it was really nice to see there.
D. Winters and Bosa.
Because last year it felt like they were getting gashed by that every single time.
By the predictable third and long screenplay.
It just drives me nuts. Just little things like that you need to clean up. And it looked like from one game that they cleaned up a lot from last year, which is incredible. I teased this sound because it's really important as we're talking about Jake Moody. And there's a lot of frustration. I understand that in regards to the kicker. But this is what I want to hear from his teammates after the game. I get it. It was a win, so maybe if it was a loss, they'd be talking different, but they didn't, and they won. Here's what Nick Bosa had to say about Jake Moody and his struggles.
I mean, I'm always supportive of a guy who's struggling, and obviously that position is very cut and dry, whether you're getting it done or not, so I'll never turn on a teammate.
Again, something as simple as that it does wonders. Like, if you're Jake Moody, and Jake Moody might not be here. He might be cut today, Joe, but that is the tone I want to hear. I don't want to hear, oh, yeah, well, he got problems there, because that's not what a good teammate does.
It's also just not in Bosa's nature.
It's not, but Bosa did talk about being more vocal and being more of a leader this year. Obviously, he needs to be, with him, Fred Warner, and Demo kind of being those old vets, those grizzled vets, and especially on that defensive line. It was just, I liked what I heard yesterday from Nick Bosa, who did make the play of the game to win it and seal the W, getting that fumble recovery.
Do you think if we gave him some truth serum, he feels the same way?
Oh, probably not. But you know what? He said what he said, and that's all I care about.
Because here's the problem with the Moody thing.
I said what I said.
Here's the problem with the Moody thing. There's a lot of young guys that just don't know maybe what happened with the team last year that are new to the squad. The guys that have been here, they were probably like, oh, here we go again. Like it's that's what the fans were doing. If you don't think your teammates are doing that, because trust me, you play sports long enough, there are certain guys who make the same mistakes over and over, and what you do is you're like, oh, God.
Well, Pam Oliver just said it. They were visibly frustrated and throwing helmets. They were pissed off, and I don't blame them. But the blocked one, like that one, I'm not going to.
That's on the unit as a whole.
That's on the unit as a whole, exactly.
But I also, again, the cynic in me, who's to say he makes that one?
No one knows, but at least give him the opportunity.
I just
give him the opportunity to miss first, right? He didn't even have the opportunity.
It was probably better for his psyche to have it blocked. No, I'm serious.
Well, he did make the one after that.
Because he's probably like, I would have hit that. Like, who knows?
He did make the game icing point after attempt, because those aren't gimmies anymore, people. Just remember.
The field goal and that.
Yeah, there you go.
You can thank Colton McKivitz for that false start, which set them back, which basically became a default field goal.
Oh, man.
Poor Jake Moody. No. Give me the Jake Moody
Moody is
crisis. Give me the Moody crisis that I created.
Do we got the kicker watch still?
Kicker watch.
What do you do with Jake Moody, Niner fans? 888-957-9570.
I bet this is right up. Kicker watch. Jacob Moody.
It sucks, situationally. You just got to move forward and make the next kick.
I sound like Chef Boyardee. Jacob Moody.
Oh,
SpaghettiOs.
Social media, by the way, is just so unhinged when it comes to these players, man, or coaches or whatever. We've literally gone from 0 to 100 so fast when it comes to the memes. I can't even say some of them on air, but let's just say there's pictures of like Moody or enter Coach X and like the worst dictators in the world.
What?
And they just put them side by side. And Sam knows what I'm talking about. Carter knows what I'm talking about. It's like
a lot of dictators.
It's like Jake's marching into Poland. I was like, oh my God.
No.
What are we doing?
No, that's so not fair.
It's not fair at all. Bobby's in Los Altos.
Oh, my goodness.
Wants to join in the conversation.
How happy is Greg Joseph this morning?
Oh, my God.
Do you think he was watching that game, like, dressed, ready to go, like, waiting for the call? No one called. You guys probably don't remember before they had call waiting. It was like, it was just a busy tone.
Oh, yeah, the dial tone.
Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
We used to call, and calls like, someone get off the phone. You think, like, Greg Joseph's like, everyone stay off the phones. No one touch anything. We're good to go.
Let's go to the phones. Bobby, Los Altos. How are you doing, Bobby?
Hey, guys. Hey, good. Thanks for taking my call. I know you have a lot of callers, so I'll spit my thoughts quickly. But related to the memes, I think the best meme I saw yesterday was the Bengals head coach giving the Cleveland kicker the game ball. That was
amazing. That's pretty good.
But look, so I'll spit my thoughts as quickly as I can. So I want to go talk about Moody, Tonges, and CMC. So look, Shasky already went through the entire drive that I was going to talk about. But, third quarter, 5 minutes left. 3rd and 2, you're on the 30. I think even the announcers were like, this is obvious 2-down territory. And in my mind, I'm like, this is just a 47-yarder. You're down by 3 in a away game. I don't understand, like, any other kicker besides that Cleveland guy, you would march out there. So the fact that you have to say this is 2-down territory when you're on the 30, down by 3 in an away game just tells me that, like, there's a problem because now we can't even effectively call plays to score.
Exactly.
Chances.
It's affecting the play calling.
I don't know what dirt Moody has on Shanahan, but I definitely need one of those Pablo Torre Investigates podcast.
Let's get Pablo on it, Bobby. That's great. That's good stuff, Bobby in Los Altos. Listen, if he survives after that yesterday, there might be something to that. There's no chance he survives, right? He's got to go.
This was the guy you were defending ad nauseum just a couple of days ago.
I was, because I thought, you know what? He has earned the right, because he was hurt last year. He has earned the right to fail out the gate, and then he can move on from him.
Listen to what we're saying. He earned the right to fail out the gate.
And he's done. He's gone. Get him out of here. I'm not defending him anymore, Joe.
Okay.
I'm not. I said it straight up.
I'm not trying to like stick to like.
No.
He had very little leg to stand on.
I know, and I heard what Shanahan's explanation was. What I was buying to. He was like, hey, listen, he's healthy. Let's see what he's got. I'm giving him a clean slate this year, and he missed it.
The worst thing that could have happened in preseason was him hitting that game winner.
And game tying one too. He went back to back.
I just like, it is what it is, dude. It's like that was probably the worst thing that could have happened.
Yeah, at this point, I do not know how he survives throughout this week. He's got to go. Keep going back to Carlo from the Sopranos Social Club. He's got to go.
Look, there are certain guys in sports. When you follow a team, you're like, the guy's done with this fan base. It just happens. Like I don't know what else to say. Like Armando Benitez comes to mind. Like just an immediate like we're done with you. Leave. Like Mark Melancon. Just go. Just
Russell Westbrook with the Lakers.
Russell Westbrook with a great call.
Jim Johnson when he was the A's closer. I think it was the first night where they got rid of him and like they moved out Grant
Harrison
Balfour.
Barnes.
Yeah.
Right? Like Warrior fans were I'm done. What Jordan Poole at one point. We're done. We're done. This is over. And like whatever. We could feel any kind of way. We were done. We're finished. The fact they rolled him in and then cut Greg Joseph. It's not even on Jake. It's on Shanahan and Lynch. No one would have been mad had they had a legitimate kicker competition and just let the two just kind of figure it out and go from there. And you would have said, hey, you know what? He earned it. He won the job. All right, fine. The fact you cut Greg Joseph, it's like everyone's like, oh, you're setting yourself up. And here we are, week 1. You set yourself up.
Speaking of that after they cut Greg Joseph, this is the sound from Kyle Shanahan on whether or not the kicking competition was truly final.
I mean, he's not here, but there's never whether you have one kicker in the building or two, which you rarely have two, kickers always know they're competing with whoever's out there. So I don't see it much different.
I'd rather have 2 kickers on this team than 8 offensive linemen, than 4 running backs. Like I am dead serious.
Just move off of this kicker. You don't
no, but for preseason, I'm talking about for preseason.
Sure.
Because they were like doing this whole like cut this guy and sign that guy and cut this guy and dude like. I told you before the season even started, all offseason, I go, Joe, he could hit every kick at practice. He could hit every preseason kick in the preseason. When it gets to week 1, my faith in Jake Moody hitting any field goal is close to 0.
They're going to go. Yeah, you can't. And, that'd be 3 red zone 3 red zone attempts that you get down there, and the field goal team's been a disaster. So this is the right move. And now Dominic Pooney, the right guard, he's being tended to down on the field.
You can't.
What's worse, that or when Troy Aikman said, "I'm afraid it's going to have to come down to Jimmy G"?
No, I think it's this. I think it's this because
they're going to go. Yeah, you can't. That'd be 3 red.
Please just save the you can't.
You can't. And I'm afraid it's going to have to be
Am I allowed to eat French fries at 7:30 in the morning?
No!
You can't.
You can't. By the way,
God, Greg Olson's so good.
That Fleming cut. Fleming had an incredible call over the weekend. You see Mississippi State's comeback over Arizona State. Incredible.
I must have missed that.
Flem was on the call. It was like a late night one.
I did watch San Jose State, and I was like, they're going to win this game. And then immediately it was 21-0.
Well, they got robbed over one of the greatest catches I've ever seen. It should have been completed, and they overturned it. The home cooking was in Texas.
Arch Manning's not good.
I think he's hurt.
Well, he might be. But what I'm watching is not good football. I'm not trying to crush him. He's just not very good right now.
Who do you have more faith in, Arch Manning completing a pass or Jake Moody making a field goal?
Arch, because the disparity between Texas and some of the lower level teams is greater. Jake, All
right. We're up against it.
Jake,
I know. He's fake Moody right now. Richie Rich in Livermore, Janet Mountain View, Oreo Cookie. We'll get you on the other side.
We can't do this for 17 weeks with him.
They're not. If he is, honestly, let's have a bet on the other side whether or not Jake Moody's going to survive through this week. We'll have a burrito bet on it because I think he's gone. What's coming up in the game is going to be brought to you by California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. Your phone calls next as we wrap up a week 1 in a victory Monday here on the Morning Roast. Niners 17, Seahawks 13.
Yeah, you can't.
or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trek's marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Trying to go the distance on the opening drive. There's Kittle. He's got it. Niners go 95 on their first drive of the season.
This is Matt Steinmetz, and you're listening to The Morning Show with Spadoni and Shasky. This ought to be good.
You know, I was watching that game yesterday, Joe, and I just kept thinking, it is insane that Sam Darnold was 10th in MVP voting last year.
Joe, I've been telling you all offseason, do it again.
You know, he made nice throws in this game.
Right.
No, I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. He did make some nice throws this game. Did I think that he was ever going to win the game? Yeah, I actually thought the final drive they were going to win the game. I did. In my mind, we're going to blow it somehow. But it's how I watch the Niners, over the years. Is more pessimistic than others.
And I've watched Sam Darnold over the years, and I am not shocked at all of what he did yesterday. And credit to Nick Bosa, it was an incredible play, but also it was like I tweeted, it's vintage Bosa. And it was also vintage Sam Darnold. That's what I come to expect from that guy. He makes losing plays. I'm not saying he's a losing player, because last year he was a really good quarterback last year. But in the two most important games of the season, he wet the bed. He just did. Quite frankly, he did. And we can blame him. You can blame everything else on him. In the two most important games last season, he wet the bed.
What about all the games that led up to that?
Great. There was no expectations.
No, but
there was zero expectations for him last year. Zero.
All these games are
everyone
big.
assumed that once J.J. McCarthy got hurt, it's like, oh, Sam Darnold, well, maybe he could do something. And it was great. It was an awesome story. But back to reality. All right, you're not in Kevin O'Connell's offense. You don't have Justin Jefferson.
True.
You don't have T.J. Hawkinson.
True.
You don't have Jordan Addison.
Aaron
you have
Jones.
Jackson Smith and Jigba. Great. He was awesome. That's all he had.
He made some nice throws to him yesterday.
He did.
I'm not here to say that Darnold is good. That's not what I'm saying. I guess I always scoff at this thing dismiss everything you did well because you finished the year. There are so many guys in the history of the NFL in their first real playoff moments fall short. Jimmy G's a guy, he did not look good in the second half of any of the playoff games, in terms of comfort. Steve Young famously didn't look great in playoff games, and Peyton Manning didn't look great in playoff games. And he's not even on those guys' levels. That's not what I'm getting at. It's just, I didn't know what to expect from Darnold, and I thought he was very pedestrian overall yesterday. A few of his best plays were him with his legs, and at the end, had he come through, I always wonder, how would we have juxtaposed that performance? Had Purdy not thrown that touchdown pass to Tonges, how are we talking about him this morning? It's so funny how thin the margins are in the NFL.
Absolutely. And I'll say this, and I said it earlier in the show, I'll say it again. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. The Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. This show is flying by on a Victory Monday. Niners 1-0. I give credit to guys that allow their playmakers or skill position players to make plays. There is something to be said about, and I hate using this reference, but having the bomb and being willing to drop it. Al Davis always used to say that. It's one thing to talk about it, one thing to do it, right?
But Jameis Winston used to sling it all over the place, but, they make a lot of horrific plays, and so it's a mixed bag. I'm just using him as an example. There are a lot of guys like Eli Manning. I always viewed as kind of, when he had a bad year, it was probably closer to Jameis Winston in terms of turning the ball over.
Matt Stafford in Detroit a lot of the time to do the very similar.
That's a really good call, actually.
There is something to be said about pulling the trigger, and I thought at times a lot yesterday, Sam Darnold was hesitant, or he was risk averse, I would say, when it came to pulling the trigger. He looked hesitant at times. And again, this is his first start in a new building, in a new area, in a new team with new teammates. I understand that. But I came away from this game saying that's why I'm taking Purdy 7 days out of the week over Sam Darnold.
It is funny, Tonges makes the play of his career thus far.
Absolutely.
There's not even a doubt on that one. Hypothetically, that ball gets incomplete. Forget intercepted. Incomplete, and they have to tie the game with a field goal instead of getting that. And let's just give Jake Moody the game time field goal. And somehow, some way, all Seattle needs is a field goal to win the game at the end there. I think we would have a very, very, very different Brock Purdy conversation. But this is why when you make the big plays down the stretch, the whole narrative kind of gets eradicated. Everybody forgets, and this is an extreme example, but, Joe Montana had 3 turnovers, and I believe the offense had 4 or 5 turnovers in that game, in the NFC Championship game. But what do we remember? Well, we vividly remember that final play to Dwight Clark. History doesn't remember the Eric Wright horse collar tackle or, the fumble in the pocket by Danny White, picked up by Stuckey. So you just got to make the big plays.
Absolutely. And Kyle Shanahan talked about that after the game. Here's the head coach talking about whether or not Purdy was forcing it a little bit during those 2 interceptions.
I didn't think so. I thought both of the guys made really good plays. We had a high-low going. They ran a good blitz and took Christian out so that backer could really drop under it. I've seen Brock a lot of times lob that over the guy. The guy was deep, so you'd love to say check it down, but they ran a blitz, so Christian wasn't there. But I thought that guy made a hell of a play. Obviously at the end of it, don't throw it, but that was a pretty good play by that guy. And the end to Ricky, that was man coverage. The guy was tight on him, but he gave Rick an opportunity. And I didn't have much problem with that, but I'd much rather, worst case scenario on all those, I always tell the receiver it should be offensive PI, not a pick. So hopefully Ricky can make sure that's not a pick next time.
Yeah, I'm going to call cap on that second one. He had quadruple coverage there. No chance he should be throwing it.
I think he was talking about did
he switch the players?
No, I think he was talking about the one where Brock threw it up all the way on the final drive. That's what I thought he was referencing.
Okay.
The one where the guy mistimed it, not the one that was intercepted. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he was just referencing the interception.
He was asked both of the interceptions, so I'm assuming he's talking about the man coverage with the Pearsall one, but there was just
there's too many guys there.
That was too many. It was too many.
Decision. I counted 2, 3, maybe the third kind of came sliding over, and then they zoom out a little, and you're like, actually, it might have even been 4.
Before we get to Richie Rich, Livermore, Jana Mountain View, and Steven SF, I got to tell you.
I thought the 2 sideline passes to Ricky were awesome.
No, that was incredible, and we're going to hear from Purdy and the Pearsall connection in just a second. But don't miss out on Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys, because the Giants are not done yet, folks, although tough series in St. Louis. Sam Lubman and Steven Risotto bring you everything you need to know as the Giants tease you with the potential playoff chase. Catch the latest episode now wherever you listen to podcasts.
That might be DOA.
They're done?
Well, Ryan Walker.
Poor Kaiway Tang. Richie Rich, Livermore, how we feeling after going 1-0 week 1, Richie?
What's up, one fellas, on this Victory Monday, man? I'm going to rat-a-tat-tat these things real quick. Let me tell you guys, dude. First, we all know, right? Jake Booty, that's exactly what he is. Ass. He's got to go. And this is why he's got to go. Because he's going to cost us 2 games. And then you're going to get all these fans who are hit or miss, going for Kyle's job. So Kyle needs to be smart and get the dude the hell out of town. Go, bye-bye, call someone off the couch, get someone. Because let me tell you, I was sitting right there, and I looked at my boy and said, man, Watch him miss this kick. Boink, he misses it, dude. Crazy. All right, the offense. Look, guys, I've been to hella games. I've been to the Super Bowl, playoff games. The hype is real. That place was so damn loud yesterday. That's why I give Brock the props, man. Look at the numbers. He threw for 277. Combined with B-Rob and CMC, they ran for over 100 yards. That's a little shy of 400 yards. Yeah, I get it. The 2 interceptions, I think he'll work that out. That's pretty good considering you didn't have your main weapon, Kittle and Juwan Jennings. So, you know what? Overall, I like it. The defense, fellas, I don't know if you've seen the numbers, all right? They're not prolific. You know, their offense ain't prolific, the Seahawks, but he held Sam Darnold to 150 passing yards, and that rushing combined was 84 yards, dog. That's 234 total offensive yards. That's boo-boo. So I'm pretty confident going forward. Once they get rolling on all cylinders and they get some weapons, they're going to be all right, man. But they're going to be tested with these really good offenses, I feel like, and they're going to have to be able to match 6 for 6 because 3 for 6 ain't going to cut it, and you're going to have to put some numbers up and score if you want to hang with these big dogs and take it to the next level. You know what I'm saying?
How would you rate that atmosphere in Lumen Field, just in general?
Dog, Chafsky, dog. It was insane, dog. Like, I've been to a lot of games, and that was a bucket list for me to go, dog, and it was crazy. Even walking in, Chafsky, like, it was nuts. And, yeah, it was probably 50% Niner fans there, but, dog, them boys are loud, man. It's crazy. That whole little area I landed in Seattle at about, like, 7:30 in the morning, hit the restaurant right away, ate, checked the whole area out, dog, and then I flew back home at like 10 o'clock at night and got in a little bit late. But dog, it was sick, dog. I'm telling you, Chafsky, you got to check it out.
Let's
that
go.
Stadium is nice, and the hype is real, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
Richie Rich. Let's go. A lot of dogs
Where
there.
my dogs at?
Where my dogs? Shout out hot dogs. You know what they do in Seattle?
We're going DMX on you.
Do you know what Seattle do with their hot dogs? It's called the Seattle dog. They put cream cheese on it. You in or out on that?
I just love cream cheese, so I'm in on anything.
There you go. I think I'm in on it too. We'll get a little jalapeno action on there. Maybe
The
a little
question is,
cream
are you
cheese.
a whipped or brick cream cheeser?
I'm either or, depending on what you have. It's easier when you're like at like a party or like a get together or something, and you can just like get the whipped one. Because when it's a brick and you have like the plastic knife, it's all bad.
I'm going to Seattle next Friday.
Seattle, you are?
I got a big tournament up there. Yeah.
What tournament?
It's for softball.
Okay. How's the scouting report looking on those Seattle softball players?
I have no idea. I've never played up there.
They put cream cheese on their gloves. Jan's in Mountain View wants to join the conversation.
I'm hoping we do well.
888-957-9570. Saying the atmosphere was incredible. He said it was more 50-50 on the television. I got to tell you, it looked like it was 70-30 Niner fans, the way the red and gold was packing out that place. Jan, good morning. How are you feeling about the Niners going 1-0?
Well, man, I'm so damn glad they finally pulled it out and they were able to make it to the finish line. And heaven's sakes, I'm giving Sala a solid A. I mean, I'm so glad he's back. He really has geared up that defense, and I think we can make it all the way to the Super Bowl if we play like if our defense does it like this. But what I was hoping to see too was I was hoping maybe. And I understand why Shanahan is using CMC as early as he is, but I thought maybe he would use Pearsall and have Purdy do some RPOs to Pearsall and get down in the red zone and use CMC more in the red zone and have, do it that way rather than, trying to push him and running him into the ground. But I understand he wants to see what he can get out of him and everything. But I would have thought that, we're really, and another thing is to get away from that stacking the box. I mean, they were stacking that box about 3 or 4 times yesterday, and they broke one of them. But I feel that they should go down and, use some short passes, RPOs to Pearsall. I mean, I love Pearsall. He's really,
it's my dog.
He's really, yeah. And I really enjoy watching him. And he jumped up and caught one of those long passes. And I feel that that's the way they should utilize CMC. And then with the other running back, run him in between. But I don't want to see CMC go out in the middle of the year or even quarter of the year because of running him into the ground. And I'll say another thing. Heads up to Bosa for making that final play. And here we go. The Defensive Player of the Year. Bring it on.
Bring it on, Jana Mountain View. On
heck
fire
yeah.
this morning. Oh, my goodness. A lot of dogs happening today on the morning roast. But she's fired up. Like, again, Victory Monday, there's nothing that hits more. Maybe like crack, but that's about it. Like, winning in football makes your fandom so much more important. Like, by a weekly basis, Joe, I could be happy as a fan this week. I could be happy. If I had lost yesterday, if that play didn't happen with Nick Bosa and Sam Darnold all of a sudden gets a touchdown, I'm miserable. I'm literally dejected on a Monday morning. That's how much that means to Richie Rich, to Jan, to all these different people. What are you laughing about? What's going on over there?
She was on fire.
She's literally,
Jan was on fire. I was just soaking it in.
She's the roaster of the year right now. I'm sorry. Like that she is the Doobie Award winner. Like that. It's right now. If the polls are closed, it's Jana Mountain View. The amount of drops we have alone from her. Now, we get different callers for different moans and different sports. We got Rob and San Bruno calling back. We got TC calling back, but they're kind of quiet during Warrior season. Jan's not. Jan loves Pat Spencer. All right.
As do I.
Do you?
I love Pat Spencer. Perfect third point guard.
Okay. There you go. Do you like Jonathan Kuminga? We're not doing that on the Victory Monday. I had to throw it in there. Sorry. There's no Kuminga crisis today, people. I'm just kidding. It's all good.
We're getting so many texts on the Boxer and Gerson text line. But the one that has me pretty rattled, and we're going to discuss it at some point later this week.
Oh, no.
From your boy, Leroy.
Oh, no.
Leroy, what's up, dog?
Hey, we saw him at the Red and Gold Summit, Leroy.
I know.
He was all decked out. Him and the missus or his partner.
Well, and then he said, I hope you guys will be listening when I call into Steiny Guru. He can't call right now. He took a bunch of notes. And he said, P.S. Shasky.
Yeah, you can't.
I had to get on my wife for being so hard on you.
My wife?
Because she came to the summit. Out of all the guys at the Red and Gold Summit, she liked you the least.
Jesus!
Wow, that makes me sad.
What about me, Leroy? What about where was I? Wait, why? But why? That's my question.
I can be an acquired taste. I get it.
But
gotta admire the honesty.
It must have been the pink shirt that he was rocking. I thought it looked good on him too.
Dude, I washed it. So I wore that shirt on Saturday. I washed it twice. I washed it Friday. And then I washed it Saturday because I wore it again on Saturday to my aunt's 70th. Well, I mean, you just sweat through it. You got to wash it. Dude, it shrunk so bad. And now I know why it was an $18 shirt.
It's a medium now? It's a muscle tee?
Medium is like a extra small, dude.
Just wait for LJ to grow up.
I couldn't even get the buttons on the chest, dude. I was like, well, either I put on a ton of weight since Friday.
No, you've been working out. You tell us all the time. You've been working out.
Work
the
out
chest is getting bigger. There you go.
I did the old sauna shave this morning. Gosh, he gets such a tight shave. It's great.
That's it?
Yeah.
You shaved? That's what you did?
What is
nothing
going
worked out
on
or
here?
anything?
No, I worked
shave.
out.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right, I was just
when
confused.
you go into the steam room and you shave, you get like a real tight shave.
Okay. The more you know. Maybe I need to do that. Add that to my repertoire. I probably need to shave. But you know what? The Niners are 1-0 with the beard. It's going to keep it going until they lose. How about that? Niners lose, I'll shave it off.
Right
if
ahead.
not, we're going to keep going. Okay?
Yeah.
Sound good? The mustache too? Thumbs up. Steve's in San Francisco.
Hi, Steve.
He thinks Brock's doing too much. Steve, elaborate.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Firstly, before I dive into it, Shasky, as much as I despise the Seahawks, Seattle's a great town. Go to Walrus and Carpenter in Ballard, one of my favorite restaurants anywhere.
Wallerson? What is it called? Wallerson?
Walrus and the Carpenter in Ballard. Cool part of town. Highly recommend. Cloudburst Brewing is right by there. Good stuff. Okay.
Sweet.
Overall for the game. Are there things to clean up? Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Nobody should underestimate the difficulty winning in Seattle in week 1. It felt like a playoff game yesterday. It felt that massive. The Niners definitely don't win that game last year. We saw them lose all those kinds of games. So Robert Saleh effect is not only real, but immediate. There was that palpable shift in energy, effort, execution, and you kind of felt the difference. Like, I thought they could get that stop on that final drive just by his presence being there. Purdy, the picks were bad. The second one was really bad. But honestly, what I feel like, I'm not concerned with it because I think he only does this stuff when he's overextending and trying to do too much, which obviously he does have to work on. But think about it. At that point, the running game, they kept going to it, but it wasn't really working. Jennings out, Kittle out. So I think in those moments, he just feels more pressure. And when the offense is stagnating, he's like, I got to do something. And it leads to those mistakes. So, yeah, they're an issue, but I'd have more of a problem if he's just kind of carelessly flinging those types of passes when things are clicking and going well. It just seems like at that point they need a big play, and he's overextended and trying to do too much.
I hear you. I think you're right. I think a lesser quarterback, though, I think they would have lost this game in the first half, and they might not have been able to dig out of it. I really do.
I agree with that. And I just came away from this game with so many positives. I do think my positives outweigh the negatives, but I understand it was a roller coaster of a game. There was a lot of ups and downs, so people are going to be concerned about the red zone offense. Absolutely. You're going to be concerned about the special teams. Absolutely. You're going to be concerned by the injuries. Like, how could you not be concerned about your number one playmaker last year and your Hall of Fame tight end dealing with a hamstring injury? He dealt with that last year, and it sucks because he looked like, on that opening drive, vintage George Kittle. It looked like he was ready for another all-pro season. Juwan Jennings, a guy that missed the entire training camp, Joe, shoulder injury.
And Kittle was crucial on a third down play, one of the first third down plays of the year. They did a little out route, and then on the red zone, right at the goal line on third down, he scored the touchdown on a pair of beautifully designed little out routes. Uh-oh.
Kendrick Bourne has officially signed with the San Francisco 49ers on a one-year deal, max value of $5 million.
I love it.
Look at that. That's breaking news right there. Kendrick Bourne.
I love it.
Back in San Francisco. Niner fans, how are we feeling about that? 888-957-9570. The day after Juwan Jennings leaves with the shoulder injury, George Kittle leaves with a hamstring injury, they signed Kendrick Bourne back to the roster. Is he going to be suited up next week against the Saints? Time will tell. Obviously had MVS action yesterday. Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Ricky Pearsall looked good, but it is thin outside of that, so they need all the help that they can get. Get a familiar face. Hasn't played in San Francisco in 5 years, though. Joe was in New England the last 4 seasons, starting in 2021, where he did have a season high in yardage, 800, but prior to that, played in all 15 games. Check that, 15 games, 16-16. It was a guy that was healthy when he was in San Francisco and has been healthy for the most part in his career, and he just need bodies at this point.
Were they going to sign him regardless of the Jennings injury?
I think so. I felt
like too. Yeah, I think so too.
But now it made it that much more important that they get this thing done.
I'm very worried about the Jennings injury. That one even more so than the Kittle, because if that requires surgery, he's just out.
Well, again,
he's out for the season.
Fearing maybe a shoulder dislocation, and we can get Doc Pandya, our UCSF Health, obviously our 95 the game injury insider on that.
He's set to be a free agent already. If you're him, let's just for a split second. If you're set to be a free agent, you want that surgery now so that when you hit free agency, you could pass any of the injury-related concerns that a team might have. The medical, you need to be able to pass the medical. If I'm him and it's like 50-50, for the sake of the individual, you'd probably end up just having the surgery if it is that bad.
Yes, but there's also going to be people in his ear camp potentially saying, hey, you might be able to get a second opinion and says that you don't need surgery and you got to rehab more and you could come back during the season, help your own stock up elsewhere. And I'm just saying, Joe, people will be talking in his ear about this because we see it all the time.
I know.
Where people elect whether to get the surgery or not. The surgery, more often than not, kind of shuts you down for the full season. But this guy's trying to maximize his value
as a receiver,
for this season. I know.
Lifting your arms up above your head is going to... Jordan Mason hurt his shoulder, and he wasn't great last year after it. Debo hurt his shoulder multiple times in 2023, and he was just in and out, depending on the week. One hit, boom, he was out. Next week, he was good to go. That's this isn't good. Kittle's obviously the more crucial injury because of his importance to the team, but I'm actually very fearful of this Jennings injury. I'm not sleeping on it. I think it's a big, we have a big MRI coming up.
So the second kind of piece of big news today, obviously this morning, kind of right when our show started, Adam Schefter, ESPN reported right tackle Colton McKivitz signing a 3-year, $45 million contract extension with the Niners, $27 million in guarantees. And then now, a couple hours later, the news that Kendrick Bourne coming back to San Francisco on a 1-year deal. What does that mean for Jennings going forward? We'll obviously hear from the head coach. He does his media conference call today, right? Then speaks to the media in front of a camera tomorrow. So hopefully we get the news from George Kittle, and hopefully it's, you know what, he's out for like a week or two at least, because I would be shocked. Hamstring? I'm saying hopefully it's a grade 1. That's the good one. We're talking about 2 weeks potentially.
I think we're looking at maybe the first week of October as a return, if you're being realistic.
Whole month.
I mean, Joe.
I know. I'm trying to be optimistic here. I'm trying to be optimistic.
Joe, but the fact that
he missed 2 games last year, so
2 games because of what?
Because the hamstring.
Yeah, but the fact that he went straight to street clothes at halftime and didn't even try to test anything on the sideline and was immediately ruled out, that to me signals, not good.
Shanahan was asked about the severity yesterday of Kittle and Jennings' injuries.
No. I mean, we got to get the MRIs and everything tomorrow to find out.
But as you alluded to, the fact that they ruled him out so quickly in that game, like usually you go questionable, try to come back.
Well, you
but it was
see him
out.
jogging on the sideline, or you see him like trying to like do a couple of like high legs and then a juke or something. Like he did nothing.
Nothing.
That to me screams like he probably strained it really bad.
Here's more from the head coach talking about overcoming adversity in that win.
I was just so happy with our team. I mean, there was a lot of adversity in that game that we had to overcome: offense, defense, special teams, a number of injuries, those 2 turnovers, being able to get 2 to even it out and still find a way to win. I was real proud of our team. That was our first game together, and didn't like everything, but I liked how our guys played. I liked the attitude. They never wavered, and I expect us to get better as we go.
Character building win. We like to talk about that in any sport, and particularly in football, but that was a character type of a building victory yesterday, and it kind of sets the tone potentially for this season, being a little rocky, a little like a roller coaster. Joey, you're at Great America, all right, you're on the Demon. There's some peaks and valleys there, but you know what? You got the win, and I'm never going to apologize for a victory ever in the NFL. And the fact that they got that one against a division rival in their backyard, spoiling Sam Darnold's debut, it had to feel good for Shanahan. It had to feel good first and foremost for Robert Saleh, back as a defensive coordinator. Kind of got humbled as head coach in New York, and I don't think anyone blames Robert Saleh for that dumpster fire out with the Jets. It's just they're one of the worst run organizations in sports, but he's already setting himself up potentially to be a top candidate if this season turns into the season that's a playoff year and the defense looks like it's top 5, top 10. What does that do for his head coaching candidacy going forward?
If I was him, I would. Oh, if I got,
he's not going to be one and done. I'd be shocked if he was.
Yeah,
one.
That's what I'm saying. That's first. Second is. Wherever he goes, he better be more selective.
Oh, absolutely. He's going to be. That's what you learn from your first iterations when it comes to these head coaches that flame out. And some of those guys never get an opportunity again. So, and we're even assuming he's going to get another opportunity.
Yeah, who knows?
Who knows? You don't. We haven't talked about this guy.
I will say one thing. He is a perfect number 2. If you're going to have Kyle Shanahan as your number 1 and his demeanor is what it is, like, he is the ultimate complement to everything Shanahan desperately needs. He trusts him, number 1, which is very important. So Kyle's not wasting time on that side of the ball. He gives energy on the sideline. The top dogs respect him like no other. He does a great job identifying young players and putting them in a position to grow. He doesn't really doghouse guys.
No.
Like Upton Stout, I think last year they would have yanked him out of that game. I don't know if we would have saw him again.
He kind of gives me Harbaugh vibes in that he brings people up.
I like that.
They're not the same guy, obviously, but more of that rah-rah, kind of like, come here, I'm going to hug you, like, let's go, let's gas this guy up instead of bringing them down. We could also know the difference. And listen, just because you were a former head coach, and even if you had success as a former head coach and you're like a defensive guy, doesn't mean you're going to come back and get the job done as an assistant or a DC. Brandon Staley on line 1. Like, the difference already.
Staley was a 1-year coordinator.
No, but I'm saying he was a coordinator, and he did get his team as a head coach to the playoffs he was with the Los Angeles Chargers.
Saleh has been, I'm not trying to go down the rabbit hole on Saleh, but Saleh was with Seattle under Pete Carroll for multiple years. Staley came out of nowhere and wasn't in the NFL, was a 1-year coordinator and got a head coach job. It's kind of a fugazi.
A little bit, but again, he took his lumps elsewhere. He was the outside linebackers coach out at the Chicago Bears, Broncos linebackers coach. Then he did have that one season with the Rams in 2020, kind of catapulted him with the Chargers. And yes, there are levels to this. And the fact that Saleh knows this organization, I think that's the most important part. Staley was an outsider. Wilkes, outsider. And again, Staley wasn't a DC here. I know that. He was an assistant coach. But Wilkes was an outsider, Joe. Sorensen, basically kind of was an outsider. I know he kind of made his bones here. But he was, Listen, I don't even know anything that he said here.
I don't know what they were doing with that.
I don't know what they were doing
That
either.
looks like just a horrible hire in retrospect.
Well, absolutely. And now we're just seeing in game one all the different things that they were struggling with last year, Joe. Looked like they cleaned it up in 1 year. Now, again,
it's one game.
You got to keep going.
Yeah,
but,
it's one game.
But that run defense, first and foremost, that's what I'm coming away with. Did you see any big runs yesterday? I think
there was a couple of nice little like tosses and cutbacks from Charbonnet.
9 yards was the long, but that was from the quarterback.
Yeah, well, on the little naked boot.
That was it.
No, but I thought they did a really good job. To me, it was the adjustments on Jackson Smith and Jigba, where they kind of bracketed him. They had Stout underneath, and then I believe it was Renardo Green over the top. Those two guys, Stout and Renardo Green, are going to get tested every single week.
And it's what you do with those other guys. So, like, the best ones, like, and Jigba is a top, like, number one receiver. He is legit.
He is nice.
Jefferson, Chase, I get it. It's what those other guys do. Limit the production elsewhere. Cooper Kupp was in no man's land yesterday. He didn't do anything. Shout out Renardo Green for stopping him on that crucial 3rd and 7 because that saved a potential, game icing situation down the road.
Jackson Smith and Jigba is very unique. He's not the largest, but he's thick for how short.
Shifty. Yep.
He reminds me of Anthony Carter.
Ooh.
From the Vikings way back when, USFL legend. I like him a lot.
I love it. Yeah.
Those freaking Ohio State wide receivers, dude.
Going to be honest, they were missing DK Metcalf yesterday. They traded him in the offseason. I know DK
Apparently
wanted to get paid.
Yeah, he probably didn't want to come back.
Well, probably not, but again, too bad. Like they needed him yesterday. Had they had him, maybe they win that game, but they didn't. Another guy we really haven't talked about, the scare early on was what the hell happened to Fred Warner. Got hit in the nose, hit in the schnoz.
It looked like he was bleeding in the mouth. Was I not seeing it right?
It looked like he fell, they showed, and the guy's heel went under his face mask. I think clipped his chin is what happened.
Well, he said apparently it was a nose injury, too, that he had. Do you want to hear what he had to say about it, the schnoz?
I laid out for the tackle, and I guess my helmet wasn't on tight enough, so that chin strap kind of came up and got the nose. But it was more so falling on his cleat that got me falling on his just like right in the stomach, so just tried to let that subside for a bit.
Ow. That doesn't sound very good. But
do you know the Messy Marv playing with my nose?
What is that about? Does your friend White Mike know about that song? I'm sure he does. Does he know about Fast Five, Carter? All right. By the way, stream your local NFL game all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. It's like $2.50 a month. What? Shout out math. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right. Final thoughts. What do we got? Speak now, forever hold your peace on Jake Moody. Is Jake Moody a 49er starting this time tomorrow, Joe?
Probably not. I'm done adjudicating Jake Moody. I think he's done.
Moody is duty.
That's not fair. I want to say a happy birthday to my Aunt Mary. We call her Auntie Babe, and she turned 70. She's always been there for me at every point of my life, highs, the extreme lows. She's always had my back. I love her dearly. We had a beautiful celebration for her over the weekend, and it was great to see a lot of family and friends that I haven't seen in a long time. Some of our cousins from all over the place, and I got home, and the little guy and I hopped into bed. He was not, going to bed. I watched just 2 episodes of the Katrina New Orleans stuff.
I watched that, yeah.
Wow. I remember it in real time, and I misremembered and did not understand some of the other stuff that's packed in there. Now, there's a lot in that doc. To see what happened to that city is just unbelievable. So, my goodness, you vote these people into office. You hope that these people during times of crisis will step up as leaders. The city of New Orleans was let down by the voted people from the top down. I'm talking about the federal government to the state government to the local government. The people were let down. Only those people in that community fought for the city and the people of New Orleans, and it's disgusting, quite frankly. I'm not saying that they should have done other things, and there were lots of people in local government who did many great things to try to save people, but to see that father talk about, I lost one, then I lost another, as people are floating in the...
really sad.
How many countless thousands of other people... What an awful natural disaster.
It wasn't even the hurricane itself. It was the failure
levees.
of the levees.
Yeah,
that they didn't have any.
And local government not having an exit strategy and not being at the forefront of get the hell out of New Orleans.
And not reinforcing that when they had the opportunities to do it. It was all ridiculous.
What were we doing?
And shout out to the retired Lieutenant General honoree. The guy that was actually the big boy and put his pants on. He's like, no, this is what you're doing. Put your damn guns down.
Exactly.
Stop shooting people that are just trying to go get food or toilet paper.
They're not looting. They're surviving.
I was 10 years old when it happened, Joe. So my whole perception of it, I'm a guy in California. I have no idea what the hell's going on. I just see the news.
I remember it, but I don't remember it like that.
But I didn't really my whole, I was probably jaded and I just didn't understand, but it was a failure of leadership from the highest level.
Cowards.
Cowards.
Cowards and too little too late.
And the blame game and the trickle-down effects. Oh, it's this person. Oh, it's that person. Just fix the damn problem.
Exactly.
Just fix the damn problem. Stop
You know what it made me think of? We better get our stuff together for the next earthquake or anything that's going to happen.
Fires,
gosh. Anyway.
Just be a good person.
Required viewing, in my opinion, if you care about America.
Because we just passed the 20-year anniversary of it, so there you go.
Just insane.
What do you got, Sammy?
Oh, poor San Francisco Giants. It's just the little hopes they have, just watching it slowly trickle away. That was a gut punch on Saturday night. That took a minute or two to really digest. Still haven't really digested it, but this is what happens when you don't take care of business during the summer. It's like when you're in high school and you're trying to cram to do that project at the very last minute, but then you don't turn it in on time. I feel like that's kind of what we're watching here at the San Francisco Giants. They procrastinated during the summer, and, well, here we are.
But will they pass? That's all that matters.
Probably not.
Well, they won't get a C at least. Carter.
Yeah. Mine's short and brief. To the Phillies lady who caught that, who, quote, caught that home run. Catch the ball, lady.
Oh my God.
I mean, for God's sake, show some etiquette at a game, you clown.
The whole thing was very strange. As you're talking about, that was at a Marlins game, correct?
Yeah, Marlins versus the Phillies in Miami Stadium.
It was in Miami, and then she came up to the dad with her son, and then the son ended up getting hooked up from the whole Phillies team. It was awesome, good for him, and shout out to the Phillies for doing that. But God, just Philly fans, it's just, what do you expect? How about that? What do you expect from the Philly fans?
I expect people to be a little more pleasant to each other. That's really what I expect. As we talk about humanity and
right?
No, I expect you to do the right thing. What a moron that woman is.
Does she feel good about herself taking a ball away from the kid? There are aspects of the tongue in cheek where it's just I get a ball, and it's like if a kid is genuinely wanting the ball near me too, and I caught it, sure, here you go.
Joe.
But how old was she? It's 60s or 70-year-old. What are you doing?
I caught a ball that fell over,
haircut, by the way,
and I gave it to the little boy in front of us at the Giants game, the last one I went to, and it's that kid's now a fan for life. Yeah, you caught it. Just give it to him. I just don't get it.
I'm a fan of Steiny and Guru for life. They're coming up next. That was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years. Guaranteed. It's the Steiny Guru. Steiny Guru.
Are they going to talk
Let's go.
LeBron golf again? Because I was so locked in on that.
Well, Bronny has a nice swing, actually.
No, he actually does.
Bronny can play.
But LeBron, stay off the course.
By the way, Harding,
Shut up.
It was long. It's a long course.
A lot of 3-woods, huh?
Was. My short game was there. My driver game was not. Shout out to Ethan, though. He's got a stick.
Yeah.
Or a sales guy. There you go. We played with the AD and deputy AD of USF, Larry and Frank. There you go.
Oh, nice.
There you go. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
It wasn't pretty, but the Niners got it done.
Darnold. Is he going to go? The ball is loose. The 49ers have it. It's Bosa.
And Brock made the play at the end.
Brock Purdy lofts one. It is Tonges. Touchdown, San Francisco.
A win in week 1 means it's going to be a great Monster Monday.
Run that play until the other team is saying no mas.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, Change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities at the Freeman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales Event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is Faithful's first stop with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems, like snoring, aches and pains, hot sleep, or even an old saggy mattress that can keep you up at night. And our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now get a king bed for a queen price, plus a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Discover Terra Madre Americas, one of the world's most exciting food events, coming to Northern California for the first time this September 26th through 28th. Dig into good, clean, and fair food for all with chefs Alice Waters, Sean Sherman, and Jeremiah Tower. Hear music from The War on Drugs, Spoon, Big Head Todd and the Monsters, Jade Bird, and Passion Pit Solo Acoustic. Savor the journey of Terra Madre Americas, only in Sacramento. Details on TerraMadreUSA.com. Terra Madre Americas is supported by Sacramento International Airport and brought to you by Slow Food and Visit Sacramento.
At Chain Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow The Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age. making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
He swung down into the end zone. Wasn't open. Purdy keeping it alive. Brock Purdy lofts one. It is Tonges. Touchdown, San Francisco. Jake Tonges, who had never caught a pass in the NFL, has caught 3 today, including the go-ahead touchdown with 1:34 left. Wow.
Tonges. Yeah, Bay Area's own. Los Gatos High School, Steiny. Tonges. Oh, boy. Who saw that coming? 3 of them. Say it again. Tonges. I love it. Boy.
First catch in ever. Catches, maybe.
No, it's touchdown, you mean. First touchdown.
Well, apparently he'd been thrown one ball since 2022. And then yesterday, he's big on that last drive. 49ers start out the season 1-0. They go up to Seattle 17-13.
Man.
They win. And you know what? This is the game they lost last year. This is the game they lost all last year.
Yeah, you are right.
They essentially have the ball with 3.5 minutes left. They drive the field. They score a touchdown, and then they get a stop. And those are the two things that didn't seem to happen last year for him. So when the chips were down and Brock Purdy needed to make something happen with a game-winning drive, he did. Big play to Pearsall, and the Niners win the game 17-13.
Yeah, that was I overnoted this game, Steiny. You were making fun of me, you and Evan, but in the green room. But the bottom line is, man, I need a football cigarette for that display of football between both teams because, I felt like we watched 4 different games, but the bottom line is I just feel like an ass. And let me tell you all why. At the summit, we had a great time. My biggest fear was Christian McCaffrey and his health. And Steiny, to watch him go out there, 22 rushes, 9 receptions, 31 touches. He showed me, I'm fine. And they needed every bit of his production, but the bottom line is they staved off, Seattle at the 9-yard line with 42 seconds left, and I'm thinking, oh, boy, last year all over again. And they come up with a stop. I called out Bosa, and, boy, did he throw, who was that, offensive lineman, Abraham Lucas, into Darnold. Ball comes out, Bosa falls on it, and I'm going to throw it back to you, Steiny, real quick. I don't care because we all collectively, 6 of us at the summit, said we didn't know what to expect. There's going to be ups, downs, good, bad, ugly, but the good is they equaled their win total in the division all of last year with this one on the road yesterday.
Yeah, the one thing that just kind of stuck out to me is just the way we talk about quarterbacks and how guys played and what kind of seasons they have. And I'm looking at Purdy, and he had 2 picks, 2 touchdowns. Thought he was okay. He was okay.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Wasn't great. Yeah. Wasn't bad. I thought he was okay. Maybe better than okay.
And lucky a little bit too, if you don't mind me throwing that one in there.
Yeah, I thought he was pretty good. But this is where, to me, it's how you do in certain situations is almost more important than how you play the rest of the game. And even though he was so. He's got a chance with 3.5 minutes to go to lead his team to a score, and he does it. And to me, that's more important than the 2 picks because the time you needed a drive, he delivered. And then defensively, they don't allow a score on the last drive.
13 points in the whole day.
And I'm thinking to myself when I'm evaluating Purdy, was he good? Was he bad? It's like, it doesn't matter. He won the game. He won the game on a last-minute drive.
Yeah.
And you do that more than you don't, you're probably going to have a winning season.
Yeah, and you may laugh at this, but we talked about it after the Raider game in Nevada for the preseason game. The starters played, and Purdy and Pearsall and Kittle were out there, Steiny, and it looked like sweet music. But I was like, okay, nobody can bottle that up and sell it because it's a preseason game. But I felt like that first drive, which was masterful by the San Francisco 49ers yesterday to set the tone, and I thought, oh, boy, they're about to score 40. They didn't. It ended at 17. We'll get into why. But that first drive, my gosh, him and Pearsall look like they've been doing it forever. Kittle gets the touchdown, and then you talk about what he was without, Brock Purdy, that is, on that last drive. And let me tell you who wasn't out there. Kittle, Jennings, but Steiny, I don't know what to say about Ricky Pearsall's double move. I think it's the best thing in his repertoire right now. And for Purdy to step into that throw, losing. They were losing the game at that point and hitting for a 45-yarder. That was pretty as all outdoors. And you were right. Money time. I think we got to drop. Money time. He came up roses.
You said something before the show that took me a little bit by surprise when you said – you were just talking about the game, and you said, it seems like there's a lot of negativity out there.
Oh, my gosh.
With the Niners?
Yeah.
I got to tell you, and I'm not saying you're wrong, that to me is crazy. Like, I look at this game and think, okay, first of all, you won a road division game. You had one win in the division last year. You were 1-5. Now you're 1-0.
Wow.
You went up to Seattle, a team that's supposed to be challenging for the division. You beat them. Brock Purdy gets it done when the chips are down. George Kittle, he got hurt, but man, he looked great in the first quarter.
Yes, he did.
Nick Bosa, game-clinching play, pushes a guy into the quarterback, recovers the fumble. Christian McCaffrey, 31 touches yesterday. Incredible.
Yeah.
Ricky Pearsall, over 100 yards receiving for the second-year receiver.
4 catches.
So not to mention Tonges. I think there were for a first game of the season, I think there were some really positive things. And the only thing to me that was negative, obviously, was Jake Moody, and they're going to have to figure that out.
And that's what, and that was a lot of what I was getting at. They won the game. I know he missed a kick. I resigned from his case. You can't, the 27-yarder with everything that's going on, you can't miss your first kick of the season. And I was giving them the BOD, the benefit of the doubt. But Steiny, my biggest worry about this Niner team was on the defensive side of the ball. I told you and Evan, you tried to guess it, and I'll reveal it now. I got a new favorite Niner after one game, and it's number 53, Steiny. D. Winters was out there playing. And if I didn't know better, I would have thought it was Greenlaw. It's one game, but he held it down, and so did Stout. Renardo Green breaking up a pass where I thought Jackson Smith and Jigma had caught it and stripped it at the end. So you're right. There is a whole hell of a lot to be excited about. But I think that Jake Moody, and not just him still being on the team, it was like, yeah, I get that. But you said it, Steiny, they got the win on the road, week 1.
Yeah, I'm not going to allow a kicker to taint the overall performance of the Niners yesterday. Their defense was terrific. And
held them under 100 yards rushing.
The offense was missing some players, obviously, but they got it done yesterday.
Should have had more points.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, what'd you make of week 1? I mean, it's tough to imagine me thinking that some people, that wasn't good enough, especially this year. We don't have a lot of expectations for this team. We don't know how they're going to be. Their expectations aren't what they have been in the past, but they just went up to Seattle and won a game opening week, and now they go to New Orleans to play the Saints next week.
Yeah.
But a lot of good stuff, I think, from yesterday's game, including the quarterback, the running back, the tight end, the receiver. I'm talking about Pearsall, Kittle, McCaffrey.
And Purdy doing it without his star, his aces.
Yep. 888-957-9570 is the number. How would you rate that performance, 49er fans? You got to be feeling good, I would think. Was it perfect? No. Are you want to know? Yes. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we're going to have a great day today.
No doubt.
I'm telling you that right
started.
now.
Yep.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Moderna.
Everything.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
It wasn't pretty, but the Niners got it done.
Darnold. Is he going to go? The ball is loose. The 49ers have it. It's Bosa.
And Brock made the play at the end.
Brock Purdy lofts one. It is Tonges. Touchdown, San Francisco.
A win in week 1 means it's going to be a great Monster Monday.
Run that play until the other team is saying no mas.
Hey, it's Willard Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. I hear you, Dibs. That means that Signature Select Chicken Split Breast, Thighs, Drumsticks, Value Pack, or Foster Farms Fresh and Natural Whole Chicken, buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy 2. Everybody's now letting on the joke, and we need some side dishes.
How about fruits? Fresh cut fruits, veggies, dips, salsas, parfaits, or trays. Buy 2, get 1 free of equal or lesser value when you buy 3. Or Progresso soup, 18 to 19 ounce size cans, selected varieties. Buy 2, get 2 free of equal or lesser value when you buy 4. There's no sound for soup, Mark.
No, there isn't, but I do love a Progresso party. These and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. Just download the weekly deals to your account, and they automatically deduct at checkout. How cool is that? We'll see you in the aisles.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace. Grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly. And catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
Score big by saving lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood between September 1st through the 30th and be automatically entered for a chance to win 2 club-level seats to the ultimate Sunday night showdown, San Francisco versus Atlanta at Levi Stadium. It's your chance to make a difference and experience the game like never before from premium seats with an unbeatable view. Every donation helps patients in need and brings you one step closer to the end zone. Learn more at StanfordBloodCenter.org/touchdown.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say Nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Purdy's given time. Wants it all. Downfield. Pearsall's got it. Ricky Pearsall inside the 25. Yay. Biggest play of the day. 45 yards with 2.5 left.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was a big play. It sets up the game-winning touchdown by Tonges.
Man, look at you.
Tonges.
They're calling it Dwight Clark 2.0.
I would.
I'm messing with you because you're too positive, a little bit. I'll try to throw stuff at you. Man, they got it done without Kittle and Jennings out there. Purdy's got to do more. And some of the negativity, real quick, Steiny, was, oh, those passes could have been picked off. Well, guess what? They weren't.
Which ones?
The one that he threw to Tonges. Woolen had.
I mean, what are you going to do? It's 3rd and D, and you got the worst kicker in the history of football. You got to take a shot.
I'm done defending them. I just am. And they made some moves this morning, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. They signed Kendrick Bourne, the wide receiver, former 49er, and then they reached an agreement with Colton McKivitz, 3 years, $45 million.
Now, do you think this has anything to do with what possibly might come down with Jawan Jennings, who reportedly couldn't, put his hand over his, raise his arm?
I got to believe they
hope
think
not,
that's...
Steiny, when does it stop, man? And hopefully Kittle won't be gone for long, if at all.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's just deal with Moody right off the bat.
I mean, he's not here, but there's never whether you have one kicker in the building or two, which you rarely have two. Kickers always know they're competing with whoever's out there, so I don't see it much different.
That was actually from a few weeks back, I believe, when they got rid of their secondary kicker. Anyway,
you could just see it. You could feel the tension of Kyle and what he had to call because of the lack of confidence he had in his kicker. And I was thinking, Steiny, maybe way down the road, maybe week 7 or week 8, something like that would rear its head. But you guys kept telling me at the summit, I keep bringing the summit up because we discussed it. But, man, right there, I mean, the guy goes out there and can't be counted on. Like, who wants to live like that if you're a coach and his teammates?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, and it's not going to play out smoothly no matter what, unless he rips off 15 in a row field goals. I mean, this is not going to go away. It's not, and I don't know. Does it even matter if the block was on the kicker or on the offensive line?
I think that's unfair. Yeah,
I mean, the bottom line is. He's going to pay the price for that regardless.
Or Brant Boyer, the new special teams coordinator, because the special teams was trash yesterday, I thought, Steiny. But can you blame a kicker when it gets blocked? Like, that's not his job. But it felt like that was all at his doorstep as the game was going on.
Well, I mean, you miss a 27-yarder, then you get another one blocked. You can put it on Moody or the special teams, but it just can't continue to happen. Let's go to Matt in San Jose. Hey, Matt, how you doing?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
Okay, so Goo, it's overreaction Monday. Don't put me in a chokehold, but I think it's clear that the 49ers can move the football. They're moving the ball on these drives. Some of the plays turn out, some plays go bad. Brock made some questionable throws, off-platform throws, whatever. But you could argue that on those two drives where Moody missed those kicks, that they're maybe a play or two away from a touchdown or a chance at one. And if they convert those to touchdowns, we're looking at a 31-13 game, even with the two picks. And given how good Seattle's defense is, how injured the team is now, and how confident we are that all the guys that are injured, they're coming back, and we're going to be healthy eventually, given the schedule. Dude, this team could finish with a better record than we think, man. We said 10, 11 wins. I don't know, man. That schedule's light. It's a good team, man. That defense is flying around.
No doubt. And I'll give Robert Saleh all the credit in the world, also the players. But Steiny, I hope he said chokehold. I'm not mad at that. I told you and Evan, I thought they could add 40 points. They didn't. But, man, you rushed for over 100 yards. You passed for almost 300. They left some chicken on the bone. That's all in regard to points.
I would disagree. They should have had 40.
Okay.
They had 17. So I don't think they left 23 points out there.
But they moved the ball effectively, wouldn't you say at times for most of the game for me?
At times.
Time of possession, you had it. And your quarterback was part of, a couple bad throws. They were bad throws. But they got the money throws. So do you want stats or the win? But, man, I'm looking at what they did offensively, especially without Kittle, Jennings, and obviously Ayuk wasn't there. Steiny, I'm happy with what I saw, but you want to have more than 17.
Well, I mean, to me, this is also where you got to give Kyle Shanahan credit. They went up to Seattle. They beat the Seahawks on the road. They were banged up. It probably wasn't going to be a pretty game no matter what. And so you come out with a 17-13 win. And, of course, the defense is going to get a lot of credit, and the offense is going to maybe get a little bit of criticism for only putting up 3 scores. But to me, this is what this season's going to be for the Niners. They're going to have games like this, and they lost most of the games they played last year that were like this. And this year they win the opener. They're 1-0. I mean, you not only you went up and covered. I just don't outside
that part
outside of Jake Moody and Kittle and Jennings getting banged up, I think it was a very, very, very positive start for the Niners. They're going to have to figure out the kicker, but they probably knew that before they went into the game.
Yeah, and if, again, we get some bad news about Jennings or Kittle, you got Kendrick Bourne in town. But, Steiny, I'm just looking at the numbers, and numbers don't tell the story. But 37 minutes time of possession, you dominated there. I mean, you ran 72 offensive plays to 50 for Seattle. And, again, the red zone issues were a reason why they didn't win a lot of games last year. So I'm positive, and I get Niner fan being happy. But the bottom line is, I get Seattle is up and coming, but Steiny, I just feel like that 17 could have had some fertilizer on it. It didn't. It was enough. Moving forward, it's a work in progress. So that was my point. So he thought I was going to jump down his throat. I didn't. They got the dub.
From the 209 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, what if Seattle picked that last touchdown off? How would everybody be feeling?
It would be a whole different song. But what if my aunt was my uncle? She's not.
I mean, the difference is that if Seattle intercepts the last pass, then Purdy's got 1 touchdown and 3 interceptions, and it's obvious why the 49ers lose that game. But this is exactly what I'm talking about. He plays 3.5 quarters, 3 3/4 quarters. He's got a touchdown. He's got 2 picks, but at that point, when they're starting that drive, none of it matters. All that matters at that point is, can you get a score to take the lead in this game? And as far as I'm concerned, if Brock Purdy, let's say, and he wasn't, but let's say he up until that point, you had graded him a C-.
Right.
All right. Well, guess what? He just jumped up to a B because he got something done in the drive that something absolutely had to get done. And that, to me, is what it's all about. For a quarterback who's got a chance to, you know, a lot of games come down to that last drive, and so much of it comes down to, did they get it done or did they not? And he did.
Yeah, and I'll say this to that. I think that was my crutch that somebody pointed out to me, Steiny. We heard Brock Purdy say or talk about last year in regards to his personal play that he tried to do too much. I don't feel like he had to apologize for that because it's obvious this dude has a short memory. He's got a gunslinger mentality, and that's why he didn't let the almost interceptions or the interceptions bother him. And he faced the Seattle defense, stared down the barrel of the gun, and found Pearsall, and then found the third-string tight end for the game-winning touchdown. So he's already showing me that, Goo, I don't care. I'm trying to go get it done. And he did that, 26 for 35 on the day, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions.
I mean, the other thing he did that we haven't even mentioned yet is he didn't get sacked a lot.
One time.
I mean, he is so elusive. He throws the ball away he throws the ball away well. He really does. And he also gets to the sidelines. He doesn't seem to make mistakes when he's on the run. He gets what he needs to get. He's just got some escapability. There's just times when you're watching the game and there's a crowd around him. He's back in the pocket, and then all of a sudden he emerges and he comes out with 6-8 yards, and you're saying, how the hell did he get out of there? But he's a tough guy to get down. He's elusive. There's just no doubt about it.
Yeah, and you tell me what you think on here, Steiny. They didn't score in the second and third quarter, and they continuously, to me, moved the ball. That drive, the first drive, just was masterful. And I was just like, how are there no points in the second and third? And again, it's week 1, but you got to work on that because against better teams, that could come back to bite you. Because when you look at the numbers and just watch the game, the Niners got what they wanted to most of the afternoon.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, what are your thoughts on the season opener? You go up to Seattle, win 17-13. You weren't altogether healthy. You still got that win. Let's go to Jeff in Marin. What's up, Jeff? How you doing?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
So I think they got to start using check back at fullback more, especially now with Kittle down. They need to throw the ball to him a little bit more as well. Is every time they do, they get positive yards out of it. He also clearly helps open up the running game from CMC. The other thing I've got a question about is, where's Isaac Guerendo? He's got 4.3 speed. He's a pretty big kid. He shows that he can catch the ball. Why aren't we using him at all as a running back? I mean, he's got to know the playbook better than Brian Robinson, and Robinson looked okay at best, but, maybe he'll get better as the season goes on. But why aren't we utilizing Isaac Guerendo? Kind of curious to see what you guys think about that.
Well, I think they think Robinson's better.
There's just no doubt. How could it be anything other? Appreciate the call, Steiny. How could it be anything other than what you just said? 9 rush attempts, 33 yards for B-Rob. I like what I saw, but how? I mean, Kyle's telling you. I don't know what the reason is Guerendo didn't touch it on. I was shocked to see him on the kickoff or the punt, Steiny. But for him not to get a carry, I was shocked.
Let's go through some of these injuries. Although looks like Kyle Shanahan, he didn't talk. He didn't get in depth after the game. This is what's going on with Kittle and Jennings.
No. I mean, we got to get the MRIs and everything tomorrow to find out.
There you go. We got to get the MRIs tomorrow.
Yeah. And this is not go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, it's not 2023. It's not 2021 when you were, we knew unquestionably that the Niners were the cream of the crop. We all went into this game and this season not knowing what to expect. And for Robert Saleh and these young defensive guys, along with Bosa and Warner and my new favorite D. Winters and Upton Stout, and they were picking on them early, for them to hold Seattle to under 100 yards, pass breakups at the most opportune times, like that was a great start to a season.
Yeah. I thought so, too.
But like Uncle Looney on the chat, Steiny, I don't know if I'm talking about the first drive, which culminated in a Kittle touchdown. There was a third down incompletion, and there was a 15-yard roughing the passer flag. Uncle Looney says they don't score if they don't. That was a penalty. Penalties happen in football. Come on now.
I mean, the one thing.
That's what I mean. Stuff like that. And I ain't mad at you, Uncle, but damn.
What?
That was a 15-yard.
It was close. It was close.
Yeah, they called it and took advantage of it.
Right. I mean, it's the thing. To me, that is absolutely the worst part about football. But we saw it on the other side, too. I thought the interference on Stout.
Oh, the great call.
Nobody could catch that ball. That ball was thrown 5 yards out of the end zone.
That's a good call.
So I thought they didn't get, they
got a first down.
Yeah, at the one. So.
It goes both ways, Uncle Moody.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners win 17-13. They did everything they needed to do to get that win. They got a score late, and then the best part, they got a hold late.
Man.
Meaning a defensive hold as Nick Bosa recovers a fumble, and the Niners end up winning 17-13. Nick, how was that game?
It means a lot. It was a grind of a game. A lot of ups and downs. It tested us in a lot of ways. So it was really good. Obviously, ending with a win is what we're always aiming for, and the fact that I was able to help is always great.
Man, his voice, he up there with Mike Tyson, Steiny. Man, he showed up. I wanted to see the game-wrecking Bosa live up to the contract. And, boy, he threw Abraham into Darnold. Steiny, they were at the 9-yard line. In my mind, I'm like, they're not going to really give up the score, are they? So that was a big play, and he covers the fumble. Ball game.
I thought the kick that Moody had blocked, it looked like it was going pretty straight. I thought.
Like it was going in. It was going to go in.
It looked like it. It looked like it.
But you can't put that on him. That's just how I look at special teams.
Well, he's a part of special teams.
Brant Boyer, get your unit. Yeah.
I mean, you can't. I mean, this cannot continue.
Cal Kami asked him after point blank range at the podium, Kyle, was Jake Moody going to be the kicker going into week 2? I did think before TK got his answer, like, was he really going to tell you there? But Steiny, he tied the game for you.
No question.
What was the action? Let me go through
this. Jake
this.
Moody, the kicker for week 2.
Oh.
Well, obviously, I was disappointed that we missed 2 field goals. I mean, missed one, which was a big miss, especially I think we were inside the 10. I want to say it was 27-yarder. Then the next one, Love made a hell of a move. I think it was Love. Split in that D-gap. Looked like he jumped over the guys. I saw it on the scoreboard. But we got to clean up that protection. That's everyone there. That one wasn't Jake. That's just a whole operation. But, yeah, we got to do better. I don't think so. I mean, I want to say they were 4th and 2. So I don't think that changed it. I mean, would have kicked it if it was more than that.
All right. So he was talking about what they would have done if Tonges doesn't catch the game winner on 3rd because it was 4th and 2. What were they going to end up doing?
I believe Moody was going to come out there and kick that kick. What do you think? Like there was no doubt at that juncture.
You had to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at that point, you absolutely have to. But the one thing. And this is why he can't continue. And Evan brought this up, and I was watching games all day yesterday. You cannot have a kicker. Like I'm watching the game last night. I'm watching
Ravens,
Baltimore.
Bills,
even Seattle's kicker. A guy comes out for a 47-yard field goal. It's got to be automatic almost. And I'm watching all these other kickers. Like 50 is the bare minimum at this point. I mean,
Pittsburgh kicker made a 60-yarder.
The other thing is one thing I can't stand is when people say, well, you got field goals. You need touchdowns. But if you're kicking a 55-yard field goal, that means you never got to the red zone. You never got 18 yards. You got 18 yards from the red zone. You weren't close to the red zone, and you still get 3 points. Like that, I don't consider that a time when you take a field goal when we should have had 7. If you're at the 38-yard line and you got to kick a 55-yarder, like you take that. Those are big points. And I just don't know how you go through an entire season where every time you get into that situation, you've got to consider what may happen if you send the kicker out there, especially for a long one when you miss that and then they get the ball at the spot. of the line of scrimmage on the kick. You cannot go through the season like this.
Then why do you think Kyle's choosing to do it?
Because he's trying to say to this guy and the world that he's got confidence in him. But I don't. Unless he makes his next 6-8 kicks in a row, I don't know what you do there.
So you think the clock?
Well, I do know what I would do.
You think the clock is ticking before week
Should
one?
have been.
And how the hell do you get rid of Trey Lance quick, fast, in a hurry in the fashion that you did? But you want to hold on to this experience, to this kicker that I'm done defending, Steiny. Like, I was turned the hell off. Just him going out there week one, you already know you're under the gun and you miss a chip shot. You just okay. But Steiny, I'm just going to tell you this. The more we talk about Moody, the more it is on Kyle, because you're keeping him here. You're telling us you like this. And I'm watching that game, and it's oozing through the TV. You could just feel the dark cloud over Kyle's head about, what do I call? I might go for it when I don't want to go for it because there's no trust in Jake Moody. Yeah, how long can that last?
Well, the minute it affects any type of decision on a fourth down, like that, that's the other thing. It's not just the kicks that he misses. It's the drives where on second and third down, when you're at the opposing 30, that you got to start thinking about how you're going to handle the situation because your kicker's no guarantee. Like he's not just affecting, the plays that he's on the field kicking. He's affecting plays every time they're down in field goal range because
I'm with you.
He crosses your mind as to whether it's automatic or not.
I was watching the game, and I'm being honest with you, I've never, ever took on that. It became another extension of the game on 3rd and 10. I know you need a first down. But just watching that game, I'm like, what's Kyle going to do because of the lack of trust? Like, that's an instant gray hair, man.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers win their opener 17-13 in Seattle. Get off to a very good start. They've now equaled their win total in the division from last year. So from that standpoint, it was an important win, no doubt about it.
What'd you make of Trent Williams, Don? He gave up the most pressure, 6.
Yeah, he
limped off, came back,
went
to the blue tent.
Yeah, Greg Olson was talking about how he didn't have a great game. Obviously, he had a penalty, holding penalty too. The guy doesn't practice a lot, so he probably is going to get better over the course of the season. But no, I did.
That was just shocking.
On the play where Purdy threw the game-winning touchdown pass, he had to change direction because Trent Williams' man was
collapsing.
Was pushing him back into Purdy, and then Purdy ends up rolling to his right and scoring a touchdown. So,
and Uncle Looney just knocked it out the park. I'll just say him, Steiny. It's now gotten to the point in regard back to Moody, when he attempts a kick, you think he's going to miss it.
Yeah.
That's just that, wow.
Or you're hoping he's not going to miss it. I guess that's the news that'll. Well,
the news is they're 1-0.
Yeah, they do have a decision to make at kicker going into next week.
No, they don't. They've made it.
Which is what?
Jake's their kicker.
Oh, maybe. I don't think he's safe right just yet. Maybe he'll be kicking in New Orleans, but I don't.
Well, I'd take that bet.
I don't know.
Yeah. I resigned from his case. Jake, if you're listening, I can't represent you anymore. I'm done.
Yeah,
just go up there and miss the first kick of the season. I couldn't believe it.
Well, it was deep.
It's not even 27 yards.
What?
27 yards. And what did our guy on the demons of last year follow? I was like, good Lord. He just multiplied the gremlins, man.
Yeah. I think he's got to go.
Yeah, you've been saying it.
888-95. There's too much water under the bridge.
But why is he not gone? Because they drafted him in the 3rd round. It is funny. Kyle's too smart to keep doing this, you would think.
Well, he's been known to be arrogant. He's been known to be a little stubborn. So this is probably one that he feels like he's going to dig in on. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk about this overall performance by the Niners yesterday. They win 17-13. Lot of good signs. A lot of good things happened in that game last night, or yesterday afternoon, rather. And, I think the best thing is just kind of the grittiness of that win. It was a gutsy win by the Niners. They didn't play great, but they played well enough. And you know what? They prevented Seattle from making the plays that they would have needed to make. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk about that win yesterday, Niner fans. You guys are 1-0, and you're 1-0 in the division. That segment brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
It wasn't pretty, but the Niners got it done.
Darnold. Hit is he going to go? The ball is loose. The 49ers have it. It's Bosa.
And Brock made the play at the end.
Brock Purdy lofts one. It is Tonges. Touchdown, San Francisco.
A win in week 1 means it's going to be a great Monster Monday.
Run that play until the other team is saying no mas.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. You work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Football is back, and so is your shot at big wins. With DraftKings Pick Six, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, your game day instincts can score you real money fast. Here's the play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats, from breakout rookies to elite QBs, and unlock the upside every snap brings. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. New DraftKings customers get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry. This season, play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Pick Six app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick Six bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick Six. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick Six bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at picksix.draftkings.com/promos.
If you've been waiting to update your home, don't wait any longer, because Macy's Labor Day sale has our lowest prices of the season on everything, from our exclusive Radley sectional in so many fabric and leather options to our beautifully crafted Headworth Queen bed, plus top mattress brands like Sealy and Beauty Rest for that new bed, all at 20 to 60% off, over half off. But don't wait any longer. Our lowest prices of the season won't last forever. Hurry into Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
At Big O Tires, now through September 28th, get $40 to $60 in rebate savings on sets of 4 Michelin tires. Plus, Big O Tires will match up to $60 in instant savings. Installation required, disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for details.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
For full details, including terms and conditions, visit unlock.com/legal. Call 1-888-780-6854 to speak with a representative today. Actor portrayal. Terms and conditions apply.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it? We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today. So it's a home home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just give him a call or go to unlock.com.
Call 1-888-780-6854 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Use the money for home improvements, to pay off debt, or to add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com. Or call 1-888-780-6854 now to get started.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate it today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Hey, what's up, Flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every 49ers home game this season for our special pregame live broadcast. Plus, we'll have games, prizes, great food, and shuttles to and from Levi's Stadium. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
Jake Moody is looking for a bounce back here. He missed 9 of his last 20 tries last season, and he starts this year by doinking one. No good. No! The demons of 24 live for Jake Moody. Wow. Point blank. Wow. Off the upright.
I think if you would have asked Jake Moody, you get to go put the ball at whatever yard line and whatever hash you want for your first kick to kind of exercise the demons of last year, where would you want it? I think you would have put the ball right there. I mean, that is, at this level, nothing's a given. That's pretty much close to that's as much of a given as it gets at this level.
All right, that was
the sound.
Greg Olson, Kevin Burkhardt.
Demon, Steiny.
On the call. Moody missed the 27-yarder, little doinker. David Hernandez saying, I punched the wall. Come on, David. No, you didn't. You can't punch the wall when somebody else does something wrong, can you?
If it's your team, hell yeah, Steiny.
Don't punch a wall.
Now, there's one way to avoid Jake Moody is punch it in the damn end zone. I know they were 2 of 5 on the day, but, man, I couldn't believe it. That's when I was like, what are we doing here? Like, I defended this dude, but Steiny, there's so much other good stuff about this win, man. And Robert Saleh, I know he's a name. I know he excelled last time he was here, parlayed that defensive coordinator job here into a head coaching job, but I didn't know if he had the groceries or the necessary resources outside of Warner, Bosa, and Lenore. And Lenore's name didn't even get called yesterday. They didn't even go at him, so that's straight up respect. But, man, D. Winter, Steiny, I got a crush, man. He really filled that void. And I know it's one game, but good God, he was all over the field, and I felt like I was watching Greenlaw reincarnated. One game, I get it.
Yeah, the defense was really good. There's no doubt about it, especially against the run. And Nick Bosa was asked about that, the 49ers' ability to stop the run yesterday.
Yeah, I'm proud of how we how many yards rushing?
3.2.
Yeah, no, that's what we always emphasize. And it was kind of a scheme that we're familiar with, the Kyle Shanahan tree. So we definitely, for the young guys, it was good because they've seen it during camp a little bit, so they had a little more familiarity. But Salah's the man. He calls it great, and I obviously need to watch it. I don't really know what's going on half the time during the game, but yeah, that's number one, stop the run. So we're always happy with that.
All right, Nick Bosa talking about the defense and Robert Saleh, the defensive coordinator. 3.2-yard average for the Seahawks, and I think you'll take that if you're the Niners.
Yeah, no doubt. 84 yards on the ground for the Birds. And I'll say this to Bosa. I've come down this road, and I'm not by myself, but the bottom line was we've heard under Wilkes him to basically say, I'm paraphrasing, I don't know what we're trying to do. Sorensen, it was kind of 50-50. But for him to go up there glowingly, and he wasn't the only one talking about the position that Robert Saleh put him in, Steiny. I mean, man, you got to be excited. It's early what this young defense can do because that's what it is. It's got some OGs, but it's got some youth. I saw Marquis Siegel come up big. Upton Stout, Steiny, they were picking on him from the outset of the game, and then he kind of shut that down. Renardo Green with another big pass breakup. So, I mean, man, what a hell of a way to put your flag in the ground to say, you know what, maybe we're not as far off defensively as Guru and others thought coming into this 25 campaign.
Let's go to Darian in North Carolina. Hey, Darian, how you doing, man? What'd you think of that game yesterday?
Man, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
Man, what a game. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Man, what a game, fellas. What we witnessed yesterday was a January-type intensity game with two top 10 defense. I think those two defense would be top 10 by the time end of the year. We had two missed kicks, two turnovers, and we still got the win, man. It just says so much about this team, man. And they were young, no fear. They had no fear, man. And I'm just excited about the season, man. The young guys look up to the older guys, and the older guys trust the young guys. Man, it's such a great balance, man. I just think that, man, yesterday was just the beginning of a great, 18, 19 weeks for us.
Appreciate it, Darian. Yeah, that's kind of the way I'd look at it if I were a Niner fan. I would think, you know what, after that game, there weren't any red flags. Other than Moody. I don't think there were a lot of red flags. Again, they go on the road, they win a division game, and we're trying to assess what this team could be. And after week one, you know, I don't see any reason why they can't win 10 games and challenge for the division, at least at this point.
Yeah, and a big part of that is McCaffrey. Steiny, 3.1 yards he averaged on the ground, 22 attempts. But what was beautiful about watching him was the 9 receptions that Purdy had given to him to where he averaged 8.1 yards on the ground. And for much of the game, Seattle had no answer for that. But I'm not going to call this a red flag. But, Steiny, I don't like 2 of 5 in the red zone. And I'm looking at the numbers and everything. They did everything they wanted to do, but come away with the check cashed at junctures in the game to where it kept Seattle in the game. What do you say to that? Because I felt like this game could have got the margin of victory could have been bigger. And you keep playing with fire, with better teams or a better quarterback, who knows if you come out on the winning end. So I think it's fair to hone in on that is they did what they wanted, but they ended up with 17, and 10 of that was into, late in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. They want a defensive struggle. It's what good teams got to do. The other thing is, when you talk about they should have won by more, I look at it as though they were fortunate to win that game.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they have the ball they're down with 3 minutes to go, and they're at their own end of the field, and they got to put together a drive. I mean, at that point of the game, it's looking like you might not win that game. So to win that game in the last 3.5 minutes, That's something they did not do last year.
No, they didn't.
And so they're already ahead of the game as it relates to comparing it to last year. I mean, this was the Rams game that they lost. This was the Seattle game that they lost.
Cardinals.
So,
but up until you put it in the end zone and let Seattle get to the 9-yard line, Steiny, that could have been ripped out from underneath you. My point is, why are you even down at that late in the game when you had so much success, I believe, offensively, but you couldn't capitalize on it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Niners dominated that game. I thought they did enough to win, and the Seahawks didn't.
Yeah,
and I know it's kind of trite just to say that, but it's kind of true. I mean, the 49ers make a play at the end of the game. Tonges makes a great catch.
Yeah.
Purdy makes great improv. They throw it, and they get the touchdown, and then here comes Seattle trying to do the same thing, and Bosa makes a play, and boom, you win the game.
Did you because I got to give Kyle credit, Steiny. He was letting it all hang out. But when you got a kicker situation like the Niners do, you got to go for it. Now it's kind of hard to gauge if you're just going to take the gamble and go for it. But we saw him go for 4th and 2s. He was aggressive. They were 2 for 2. But what about Seattle and head coach McDonald not going for the 4th and 1 with the tie game down in the red zone? I couldn't believe that. I thought they did the Niners a favor by kicking the field goal. Would you have gone for it?
No, I would have taken the field goal.
And
it's just
thinking you could stop Purdy in the offense like you did in the second and third quarter because you didn't give up any points.
Well, I'm thinking I want the lead, and it was 10-10, and I would have taken the 3 and.
Man, McDonald. I wonder if he's second. Obviously, they lost. If he's second guessing that, but I would have tried to get that first down and bleed that clock, man.
Let's go to Leroy in Oakland.
Lee.
Hey, Leroy, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up? What's up, Steiny? What's up, dude, man? I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling good about the win. Hey, Goo, you know that cigarette you were talking about, that football cigarette?
Yeah.
You know why you couldn't find it? I had the whole pack.
Look at Lee.
The whole pack, man.
Smoker mouth.
I was sitting there. I was sitting there taking notes too, right? And so, I was just like, I want to start with the person that I give the most grief to, and that's Kyle Shanahan. You guys know, man, I have given him grief, but I would like to tip my hat to him today. He called a heck of a game. I see that. He's willing to change it up a little bit, and he's doing some of the things that I hoped he would do, right? Like, he's letting Purdy have those attempts, right? I always wish he would let Purdy just have, over 30 attempts, right? Throw on first and second down. Use your tight ends in the red zone, right? Mix your plays up, right? So I really love that. And then the momentum thing I've always been big on. I was like, Kyle doesn't know how to get his team to play with momentum, play good with momentum. And when the other team has the momentum, he doesn't know how to get it back. But I thought that game was rocking back and forth that way, and Kyle did a good job in that department, right? We know D. Winters was flying around. He was fantastic. But my game ball, Steiny?
Yeah.
It goes to Ben Barch, number 78 on that offensive line. If you go back and look at that game, he didn't miss much. He was almost perfect. And I think they didn't really start cooking until they put him alongside Trent Williams, and then that offense started cooking. So I'm going to give the game ball to him, man. He was special. And real quick, the summit, man, I enjoyed so much. And my wife, she did a rating on all you guys who she liked the most. And let me just say, Shasky was last, and I did tell him this morning. He was last. So here it is, Shasky. Here's the list.
Oh, the power rankings?
We love
Steiny, she loved you first. She loved you first, Steiny.
He was late.
Guru, she loved you second.
All right, I'll take 2.
Dibs, she loved third. Spadoni, she loved fourth. Willard, Sheila fifth, and Shasky sixth. So there's the list, Shasky, if you listen.
Yeah, it was a war at the bottom of those rankings.
I love it. Oh, shout out to you and your missus, man. Tell her thanks.
Yeah, appreciate it, Leroy, as always. Thanks for showing up.
Yeah.
We had a great time.
Yeah. Barch only with 2 pressures given up, Steiny, so he was doing his job.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Speaking of game balls, who would you give yours to? Because I have mine.
How many do I have to give?
Yeah, only one.
I would give it to...
Drum roll.
I think I'd have to give it to McCaffrey.
I'm not mad at that at all.
I'd have to give it to McCaffrey. 31 touches. And remember the way we were talking on Thursday. Like the season was over.
We were going off a report, man. But you are right. I'm not mad at that at all. Ask me who I give mine to.
Who do you give your to?
And tell me if you got a problem with it. Robert, come up here. This is yours, pal. That was a hell of a job. I don't even want to single one guy out. As much as I'm in love with D. Winters this morning, good God, Steiny, that defensive unit held it down. You got a problem with Robert Saleh getting my game ball?
And it's your game ball. Right. You can give it to whoever you want.
I didn't see McCaffrey coming from you, but I don't know why I'm shocked.
Why would you be shocked?
He looked like he was ready.
I mean, like think about it.
The passing game too. He was like average 8 yards a reception.
I mean, if you think about it, everybody seem to acknowledge key to the season is McCaffrey. He's got to stay healthy. McCaffrey got to stay healthy. Okay, 31 touches. That'll do it.
Damn. And I would have took the under, thinking, there's something going on with the transmission. But man, and what did you make of Robinson, Steiny?
He was all right.
Yeah, he was. I broke a couple tackles on a couple runs.
Had more yards per carry average than McCaffrey, whatever that means.
And who was the caller? Matt Garindo didn't get any touches. That's Kyle telling you the hierarchy right there is he wasn't in the game plan and getting totes.
Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners are 1-0. Let's go to Philmo Mike. Hey, baby. Philmo, how you doing, man?
What's up with it, man?
Hey,
undefeated.
Great win.
Yes, it was.
Well,
it was.
It's early. Yeah, it was a great win. I don't know who's saying that it was a bad win. Like, I look at everything in like from a different vantage point. Like, we were whack last year when it came to the run. We looked pretty stout. We look like when we need to get off the field, we get the hell off the field. We made key stops. Last year, we didn't make any key stops. And people, in respect to Sorensen, no disrespect to. So Sorensen is a head coach, right, or a football coach. Saleh is awesome. D'Amico Ryans is awesome. But Sorensen was trash, and people need to stop comparing Steve Wilkes' teams' defenses. Now, it was different. It looked different, but they were a top 5 defense. So put some respect on Steve Wilkes' name, by the way. But I agree with you wholeheartedly, Steiny. When you have a whack-ass kicker, he changes the whole dynamic of the game. You can't even – you're thinking about – and then, Guru, you said this, so you're thinking about Moody on defense.
Oh, man.
Every situation, you can't go through a season.
Nope.
Let me explain this the right way. You cannot go through a season and that dilemma is there. Like, what the hell? Like, he's not even – and then kudos to Kyle because, you know what, after he missed that or he had to block one, he wasn't even looking at Moody no more. He ain't even talking to the special team coach. I'm not talking to y'all either, bro. Let's get 4 – we got 4 downs? Okay, man, let's work with these 4 downs. We're going to see what we can do with these 4 downs because that's crazy. You're thinking about him on defense. It changes the way you play defense and you defend. Bro, we need a czar. If Kyle don't want to, like – worry about the special teams. Hire somebody that want to give a damn about special teams, man. This is elementary stuff we going through. Block every game. Every game you got something going down with special teams. What the hell is this? Get somebody that understands special teams, be creative, and let's just be – oh, my God, it's like, what are we doing? What's the long-haired dude that used to be on the Cowboys, Guru? We need to bring him back.
Mazzulu, yeah.
Mazzulu, give Mazzulu back. Give my guy that used to be with the Atlanta Falcons and Jerry Gibbs. He was a good special teams coordinator. Get them back, man. Man, for real, we need to this is my last comment.
Yeah.
We shouldn't have to have a former head coach at D coordinator. You got your head coach. Now we need to go hire the Baltimore Ravens coach to do special teams now? Come on, man. There got to be some better special teams coaches, coordinators out there. What the hell is this? I'm sorry for rambling.
I'm giving you a cigarette through the phone, a football cigarette, Mike. Take your time with it, baby. Yeah, he was hot. Yeah, Steiny, it became a game within a game. That's when I said to myself, and you know I was defending Jake, Spadoni and I believe Spadoni was in the fan club, just like give him a chance. But he tricked that off, and you got rid of Brian Schneider, Steiny, special teams coach last year. In comes Boyer. And what about Kyle? Did you catch his explicit when the kick got mixed? He lets blocked. He let something go. I can't say it on the air. He was hot.
Well,
but that wasn't on Moody to me. A block ain't on the kicker.
Well, if it's a line drive, it is. He line drives it into the ass of the center, then it is the kicker's fault. But that didn't happen.
People acted like it did. That did not get off the ground, baby.
Like I always think there's two different things. There's the fans and how they react and how they feel about, let's say, a kicker or a strategy, and then there's the team itself. And I think it's one thing. Listen, I'm watching that game yesterday in the second half, and I'm thinking every time the 49ers cross midfield, you start thinking about Moody. And every time it gets to 3rd and 7, you're thinking, well, if we get it to 4th and 2, can we go for it?
Who wants to live like that?
Exactly, and that's why I don't think this thing is sustainable. And that's to say nothing about whatever is going on in the locker room with his teammates maybe losing confidence in him.
Man, and to be fair, Kyle is making this thing worse for Jake the longer he's in a Niner uniform, wouldn't you say? Unless he goes out and makes the next 7 kicks, but that's unrealistic.
I mean,
as long as he's on the team, Steiny, that's a possibility. I asked you a question to cut you off, but I'm just like, I think they're making it worse for Jake by not ending this experiment.
Well, I mean, if he makes his next 8 kicks, there's, I don't understand. This thing's not going to end. That's the problem. If he makes 15 kicks in a row, the minute he misses his 16th, it's going to resurface. It might not be fair, but that's the way people feel about kickers. He's got a monster hole to dig out of, and it's not going to be 3 or 4 kicks from 38 yards that go through that's going to calm the fans' nerves. I know that.
No doubt. And Jake Tonges, that touchdown, Steiny, I'm being honest with you, the one that put him up where he went up and mossed it and Dwight Clarked it from Wooten, Steiny, I watch football and think I know how the play's going to end while the ball's in the air. And to be honest with you, I thought at worst, at least it was going to be a pass breakup. Kyle talked about he didn't know if he was throwing it away. But the bottom line, it was a touchdown. And I thought, oh, my gosh, it's going to be 4th down. What are they going to do? It didn't get there. But just from a fan perspective, watching the game, a football fan, I'm doing what Kyle has to be thinking about with less. I'm thinking if this ball hits the ground, or do they have enough confidence to run Jake out there? Didn't happen. Jake got his touchdown, put him up, and the rest was history. But, man.
I mean,
I'm just being real. Like, how can you live like that, Kyle? Why would you want to?
The one thing about the Purdy play, the touchdown to Tonges, and I'm wondering
about time.
I'm wondering if Moody was even a factor on that play, believe it or not. And what I mean by that is if that ball gets picked off and the game's over, Purdy's going to take a beating.
Oh, my gosh. I appreciate you keeping it real.
Right, but you know what? Maybe he's got to try to make that throw because he's got Moody in the back of his head, and he doesn't want to leave it up to Moody. And I just kept thinking that about that whole play with Brock Purdy, and would that have been a play that if Woolen can come up with it, would that have been a play that he looks back on and says, you know what, I tried to do too much on that play. I should have thrown it away and taken the 3.
Oh, man.
I don't know. But I
can't tell you you're wrong.
Moody has, there's such a ripple effect off Moody that if he were just struggling with the kicking that would be one thing, but it impacts every other aspect of the game. If you don't have confidence in him.
And I know we're up against it, but Steiny, if you brought in Evan Giddings and he missed the kick, wouldn't you feel you're still going to be down, but wouldn't you feel better that we exhausted all possibilities and didn't just go to the tragedy, the football version of Macbeth, which is Jake Moody? Wouldn't you feel better? Yeah, at least we tried to get something better in here.
Yeah, they still got a decision to make on him. I mean, they're going to have a decision to make on him probably after a lot of weeks.
Orleans, yeah.
Well, as of right now, he is.
I'm out.
Sports Talk on 95.7. The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. 888-957-9570 is the number. Brock Purdy, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, game-winning drive. How do we think Purdy played yesterday? 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
It wasn't pretty, but the Niners got it done.
Darnold, is he going to go? The ball is loose. The 49ers have it. It's Bosa.
And Brock made the play at the end.
Brock Purdy lost one. It is Tonges. Touchdown, San Francisco.
A win in week 1 means it's going to be a great Monster Monday.
Run that play until the other team is saying no mas.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
Here we go. Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show. Live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the fans.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
At Shane Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Kubiak, first game as the OC here. Sends in a call for 2nd and 4. Darnold hit as he let it go. The ball is loose. The 49ers have it. It's Bosa. Nick Bosa and the 49ers closing the door on the Seahawks.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I mean,
man, take that.
It's as big a play as you can make.
At the 9-yard line. And I'm thinking, oh, boy, this will be a backbreaker. And he came with that one and knocked the lineman into Mr. I'm seeing ghost. Trying to beat his former team. Sam didn't impress me yesterday. He has a couple throws to Jackson Smith and Jigba, who is a stud, by the way, Steiny. But other than that, Sam was Sam.
This is Nick Bosa on that last play.
No, that was just a rush. It was a grind all game. They were making it tough, and thankfully I made a play at the end. It was a roller coaster, and in the NFL you have to stay even keel no matter what happens, because if I'm not locked in on that last play, maybe we'd lose. So you never know when your opportunity is going to come. It's a really tough league, so whenever you have those opportunities, no matter what's happened before, you got to be ready.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And that's why, to me, that was a great win for the Niners, because it doesn't matter how you play up until a certain point of the game. If you can make the plays when they matter, you can turn a loss into a win, and then that play means a hell of a lot. And Bosa made a monster play, and Purdy made a monster drive. He led a monster drive, and Pearsall made a big catch, and Tonges comes out of nowhere, and like that was a quality win.
And some of the best quarterbacks, Steiny, some of the best are good at 50-50 balls, just trusting their guy, putting it up there so something good could happen. And Brock Purdy, you say what you want about him, but the bottom line to me is he does not care about when the dust settles, because some throws, if they go the other way, then we're talking about him or blaming him. But he clearly does not give a rat's behind about it, and you got to just tip your cap. And Bosa, how many times have I called him out? And I know it's one game in 4 quarters, Steiny, but to come up with that play and get that fumble recovery to kind of just to remind everybody, Robert Saleh's back, and so are we with some young cats in the secondary and the D-line. I didn't see a lot from Mykel Williams. You know, he didn't jump off my TV, but his time's coming. But he was out there. But the bottom line is Brock Purdy, Steiny, he's got a gunslinger mentality in regard to whatever's going on. I'm not going to shy away from trying to do it again to get it right, even if I failed before. And I got to salute that.
Yeah. Let's go to Caleb's in Newark.
Our man.
What's up, Caleb? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? Happy Monday.
Yeah, back at you.
Hey, Steiny, I'm kind of actually a little disappointed, man, before I get into my thing.
Oh. All right.
Steiny, where's my full-on intro, man?
Did he really ask that?
This is greatest AAU player of all time, Caleb from Newark.
There you go, Barry's finest. But look, I want to talk about actually CMC yesterday, man. CMC, if that's the Christian McCaffrey the Niners are going to get, they're going to be really good, man. And obviously, like the offensive line, there's still some question marks there. Brock Purdy stood in there and took a lot of hits. He made some good throws. But CMC is the difference maker, man. There's just not another guy really on that offense besides George Kittle that is just capable of making those kind of plays like Christian McCaffrey. And the defense played well. I totally agree with people in saying about Robert Saleh as well. I said it before the game when I called in last week about just I think the impact he's going to have on that defense. But CMC for me, I agree with you, Steiny. He gets the game ball for me too. He was great. But I would say it's for a lot of people in the Bay Area, man. It's happy going to work, seeing the Raiders and Niners win. So.
Hey, Caleb, real quick, walk us through when Seattle had the ball on the 9. Honestly, what were you thinking?
I'm not gonna lie, man. I thought Sam Darnold was gonna get his revenge, man. But Nick Bosa, Nick Bosa, man. That's why you pay him $40+ million to make plays like that. So
there it is.
Appreciate it, Caleb. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, Steiny, that's how I was feeling. I was like, this bad boy's over, and then Darnold, I just talked about him. He had a strike to Jackson Smith and Jigba, and I was like, oh my God. And then they got down closer, and I'm like, come on. And they got it done. And that was this is why we love football, right? That was the exact opposite of what we saw last night in Buffalo, right? 100-99, and this was 17-13, and it was just a hell of a ride, man. The beauty of the game, I guess I'm saying.
So, how long you been watching football?
My whole life.
So, Purdy, the 49ers go up 17-13 with 1:34 left.
Yeah.
Was that your first 2-minute drive you watched yesterday? You do realize that a lot of NFL games come down to.
I've been waiting.
Okay.
Yeah. But I didn't see that strike to Jackson Smith and Jigba the way that he hit that. And I got to give Sam, he hit that pass. So I didn't see that coming right off the cusp. But, man, great defensive stand. And like you said, you take one at a time. And Caleb is right, Steiny. You gave your game ball to Evan wasn't here, but you gave it to C-Mac. I gave it to Saleh. But if they get that McCaffrey and the health, watch out, man.
You want to talk about a double-edged sword. Yeah, if they get that McCaffrey.
Yeah. What's the other part?
Well, he did 31 touches. Right. He had 31 touches.
But I love Kyle because he's telling us ain't no pitch count.
Well, then if he gets hurt, I don't want to hear it then. You know what I mean?
It happens in football.
Okay.
Not just here. But I hear what you We didn't know. That was another component to what last week and looking forward to this game. How was Kyle going to use McCaffrey? Was going to be, and nobody would have got mad. It felt like we would have understood. But 31 touches and the pounding he took. I mean, salute, man. Dude looked like my body is okay. And then the guys that were not worried, well, I don't know if you were worried about Jennings or not. Sonny, when do we find out what's up with that shoulder? And then
probably today or tomorrow.
Yeah, the one thing we're not talking about is number 85, the hamstring, man. That's not good at all.
Who, Kittle?
Yeah. I saw him with the hat. I'm like, he's done.
Yeah, he was done. It's all right.
Who we got?
Tonges. You think Kittle makes that catch? He doesn't know how to high point like Tonges.
Oh, man. Abby, get your uncle, man.
I'm just saying.
How many people drafted him in fantasy
They don't
today?
even run that play if Kittle's on the field.
Stop.
They can't.
No, Steiny did do something yesterday that he accuses you and a lot of other fans of doing.
Oh, do tell.
Turning the game off early.
I'm not mad at you.
What?
Buffalo Bill fans left the spot. Allen had to call
and he
him
comes
out.
down everyone's road for thinking a game is over and turning a game off, and then he does the same thing.
You're wrong.
And it's totally fine.
That was a game you turn off, Steiny. So if you did it, I'm giving you a pass.
Guru. I did turn the game off, and it was over because the only reason I was even watching was because of fantasy football, and I got Lamar Jackson, and I got Derrick Henry, and when they went up 39-24 to put me up 47 against Evan, I said, you know what? It's over. The fantasy game's over.
The game was over far before that.
Yeah, I like to make sure.
Yeah.
You were asking him to throw the ball to Derrick Henry.
I would like to see him utilize him.
That's what that was about. Yeah. I didn't pick that up at the house, Evan. I'm like, why would he say?
He had like 160 yards on the ground, and I said,
fantasy football
I would like to see them throw to Derrick Henry a little more out of the backfield.
Real quick, Steiny, what about the Bill fans leaving, not having faith? Could you imagine getting to your car?
You know what?
We won.
And let this be another lesson to all of you. Fans are the same in every freaking city. The Buffalo Bills fans, everybody gives them this monopoly on passion and the greatest fans.
Tailgate?
Yeah, tailgate. Bills Mafia. Blah, blah, blah. You're like every other fan base. You give up on your team, just like Willard does with the Giants, just like Goo does with the Cowboys. All fans are the same.
Well, it was midnight on a school night.
They take off on Mondays in Buffalo. They don't work on Mondays in Buffalo.
What do you know about Buffalo?
I know a lot about Buffalo.
Oh, please.
What?
Maiden of the Mist?
Home of the Wings is what I know.
Maiden of the Mist? You know what that is?
A play?
No, it's a boat that goes under the Niagara Falls.
You mean the tour boat?
Yeah, it's incredible.
I've never been to Niagara Falls.
I have. It is pretty incredible. There's no doubt about it.
Niagara Falls in Canada?
I think it's still in Buffalo. I think it's like
the other side of the river.
Yeah, I don't know what it's just very impressive.
Yeah.
Very, very impressive.
All right, let's do this. Let's give a couple balls out real quick, Snot. All right, you gave McCaffrey your game ball. Who would the runner-up be to the game ball?
You know what? And this is something that I've always thought about, and it's always, I don't know if it bothers me. No, it doesn't bother me. It's just, how many game balls do you give out?
Well, traditionally, there's only one.
Okay.
I know it's 50, to me, one.
So we're giving away participation footballs.
No, just this was a hell of a win.
I said McCaffrey.
But then I said, who was the runner?
Nobody.
All right, ask me who gets my runner-up one.
D winners.
Steiny, my God, that dude looked like Greenlaw, and that's not fair. But I'm just telling you, I thought that was going to be a void they didn't have action at. And the youngster who didn't even play, I didn't see that coming, the linebacker they drafted. But to see him out there, just, Steiny, they looked like he was helping Warner, and Warner left, took a hit to the head. But to hold it down the way that they did, to me, that is what you take away. It was a great win. It was up, down, good, bad, ugly. But that defense showed me, okay, maybe when we face Matt Stafford and the guys like that, we belong.
This is Fred Warner on the play where he had to come out for a play or two. Looked like he kind of just smashed his face.
I laid out for the tackle, and I guess my helmet wasn't on tight enough, so that chin strap kind of came up and got the nose. But it was more so falling on his cleat that got me falling on his, just like right in the stomach. So just tried to let that subside for a bit.
Yeah, he was spitting blood coming off
stuff
the
up his nose too.
sidelines.
Man, football's a rough sport, man. Cleat? Damn.
Yep. Let's go to J-Dog. Oh, J-Dog's in Boston. Oh, this is J-Dog.
Oh,
This is
back.
All right, the Kyle Shanahan fan club is underway. What's up, J-Dog?
What's up, fellas?
What a performance from Shanahan.
Talk to us, baby.
Woo!
2025. Oh, man. Yo, you know me, the president of the I Hate Kyle Shanahan fan club, man. And I wanted to call because I wanted to give a couple game balls. But now that I think about it, listening to some of these callers, and one of the callers is talking about Ben Bart's game balls. Ben Bart's is an absolute scrub. Unbelievable. And y'all let him get away with that.
Bart's was okay yesterday. Bart's was okay yesterday. You got to give him that.
Man. So I'm thinking about the game balls, but instead I want to give you instead of the game balls, a couple of sweaty game-used jockstrap awards. Here they go. My first sweaty game-used jockstrap goes to Kyle Shanahan. You know, you're just the same. You're not making adjustments. You know, the offensive line, you keep running on the right side. And how many times on third and short are we running on the right side? Like, why do you keep doing that? My second game one jockstrap, I got to give it to John Lynch. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm giving it to John Lynch because why the hell would you sign that bum Colt McKivitz to a 3-year deal? Like, what are we doing here? We need beef up front, man. You know, and then my fourth one, and I hate to say it, my third one has got to go to the rookie Upton Stout. I thought he kind of had a rough day. I did see the potential there. I really don't want to give it to him, but he did have a rough day, and it's been too long, guys. I just wanted to say thank you for taking my call,
right
man.
On, baby.
As you know, I'm always trying to listen in, man.
Hey.
But Steiny, man, you got to get off the Kyle Shanahan bandwagon, man. Stop drinking the Kool-Aid, man.
Hey, J-Dog,
baby.
J-Dog, you want to answer a question or you want to hang up?
Yeah, no, I want to answer a question. Let's go, baby.
So, seriously, are you a Niners fan? You root for them to win?
Bro, I've been a Niners fan for over 35 years, bro. I'll be in New Orleans pouring it up at the tailgate, baby. I'll be in Houston pouring it up at the tailgate, and I'll be in New York at MetLife Stadium pouring it up, man. I've been up all my life, baby.
All right. Well,
Look at him.
Give Kyle
Flexing.
a chance. Give Kyle a chance, J-Dog.
We've gave him a chance for 8 years, man. What are we doing here, man? Let's go, baby. 49ers all day. I love y'all,
that's
man.
right. We're making a run, J-Dog. Don't you give up on us.
It's only overreaction Mondays when you lose. Today you won. This is manic Mondays, Donnie. This is when you feel good. Only thing I didn't like was 2 of 5 in the red zone.
Yeah, unless you think this team's going to go 17-0 and win every game 40-0.
Well,
I don't know when people are going to get rid of that mindset. Nothing's ever good enough.
Purdy went down, drove his team down without Jennings and without George Kittle's, Donnie. I mean, that takes cojones, man.
By the way,
I'm just saying.
If you weren't crazy about Brock Purdy's performance yesterday, how many times would Sam Darnold have gotten sacked yesterday if he were the Niner quarterback?
4 or 5.
I mean,
he was pressured on 12 of the first 16 dropbacks. But that's a skill he brings to the table, his mobility.
Exactly.
Oh, go ahead.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niners get off to a 1-0 start. And, hey, they beat a division rival on the road. Don't forget, you can stream your local NFL game all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month, people. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Mm-hmm. That throw from Brock Purdy in the fourth, the 45-yarder where he pump faked. You don't see Purdy pump fake too many times. He pumped it and then fired it, Steiny. That might be one of his best throws of his young career. Like, if you put a Purdy highlight tape, I'm talking about throws, that ball, and I know the DB got lost or thought he had it, whatever, but, man, that ball was put on the money. And it's just funny. 4 receptions for young Ricky Pearsall, 108 yards, man. So you would have liked to see more of it, but when it happened, it came with big chunks. And, man, it looked like that first drive in a preseason game against the Raiders where I was like, okay, we've been hearing a lot about this connection. Let's see. And Steiny, it didn't disappoint, and that was just one weekend.
Let's go to Verducci. In El Dorado Hills. What's up, Verducci? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, my fellow paisanos? And Guru, that's how you do an Italian accent, okay?
Yes, sir.
So, anyways, and most Italians might say forget about it with what's going on with Moody. But you know what? You can't look past it because that whole game was changed for his inability to hit kicks that he should be. If I'm Kyle Shanahan, I got Matt Prater on line 1 ready to go after seeing that Bills game. I'll take that kicker all day, a veteran, over what I've been seeing from Moody. You know what? And there's no one to blame but Shanahan on that. He kept him around. This was his draft pick. It's that arrogance that he has. And sometimes this idea that he can do no wrong, but that guy is going to come and bite us in the butt when it comes down to key games towards the end of the season. Now, I'm going to give it up for Purdy because when you don't have when you have a field goal kicker that can't make kicks, yeah, your decision making starts to shift and change when you're making decisions and throws because you feel like you got to do it yourself. And so I love the fact that Purdy made that game-winning drive at the end, and we have our backup tight end catching that ball. And I love Salah, man. Like, my kudos, my game ball goes to Salah. He had that D ready to go. Of course, Salah, again, has Shanahan's back, basically covering up for Shanahan's inability to get it into the end zone. And so, Salah, I'm so happy you got him back. Bosa, it was great for you to get that sack fumble. So 49er fans, look, it's going to come down to a couple things. Moody and your offensive line, 2 things that should have been addressed in the offseason that didn't get addressed. So you know what, Shanahan? You made your bed. So now you got to work with these pieces. And you know what? We're 1-0. Let's go. I'm fired up. Niner fans, let's go. I know I'm rambling here right now, but you know what? That's just a passionate fan in me. And you know what? I love it. Phil Mike, I loved your call. So everyone have a good Monday, and we'll chat soon.
Appreciate it, Verducci.
Now, let me throw this to you. For the people that love Kyle Shanahan, do you think this Jake Moody thing is making them look at him differently? The fact that he's not severing ties? I'm just wondering, is it that heavy? If you're a Kyle stan or fan, I mean, this thing is heavy. You would have thought they lost yesterday. They didn't. But the bottom line is, for whatever reason, Kyle cannot let go. I've been there in relationships. But, man, I don't know what this dude needs to do, Jake, to get replaced. But I'm wondering if you're a Kyle fan and Kyle you trust, Steiny, has he come down just a metric or 2 because of this Jake Moody inability to move off from him?
I don't know if it's an inability to move off of him. I'm still not convinced he's going to be kicking here for 17 weeks. I don't know if he's going to kick in New Orleans or not. I don't think you can keep going down this road. There's too much baggage. There's too much water. There's too much angst from the fan base. And just watching Kyle Shanahan after both those kicks yesterday, the miss and then the block. I mean, he can't.
He was hot. Kyle was hot, man.
You can't keep living with this no matter who the guy is.
Yeah, but if you're Brant Boyer, Steiny, this is your first year as the special teams coordinator. I know we keep mentioning Jake and everything else around it in regard to his unit, but at some point that falls on him, and we got to bring his name up. They were not ready yesterday.
Let's go to Tony in San Francisco. Hey, Tony, how you doing?
Hey, fellas, always awesome, the Monday after a win.
Yeah.
Especially against a division rival. But, man, I'm concerned. There were plenty of chances for us to lose that game, and I think we squeezed out with a win only because I think Seattle is really, really bad, or at least they played horribly yesterday. We got lucky on that catch in the end zone. We got lucky on that roughing the passer call. We use CMC way too much. I mean, of course, you do what you have to do to win, but that's really concerning how much we're relying on him. 2 picks. Against a mediocre team, we don't win that game. Of course, I'm happy, but I'm concerned too.
Yeah, I mean, and I get that. It wasn't perfect, but again,
it was week 1 too.
You're on the road. You just want a road game against a division opponent. You're already ahead of last year in terms of in the division. I mean, you're 1-5 last year in the division.
That stinks.
And you're 1-0 this year. So that in and of itself, is going to give you a shot at it. I'm not saying it was a perfect win, but I just think under the circumstances, we're not viewing this team as a Super Bowl favorite. We're viewing this team as a team that has a chance to make the playoffs. The goal should be to win the division, and that win yesterday, to me, shows those things are within the realm of possibility. Yeah. They might be the best team in the division.
And you're not
Although
even
the Rams looked pretty darn good yesterday.
You're not even whole. They did. You're not even whole. You got D-Rob coming back. You got Ayuk whenever that does happen. You were without Kittle. You were without Jennings. These are not excuses, but just facts, Steiny. So those guys, you just want to stay afloat until you can get as healthy as possible. But I'm not going to ignore that game-winning drive from Brock, and the offense came without no 85. His blocking, his ability to catch, and also Juwan Jennings, who I thought was Brock Purdy's security blanket, but it looks like he's got a new one in Ricky Pearsall.
888-957-9570 is the number. I see callers. I'll get to you on the other side. But the San Francisco 49ers open up the 2025 season with a 17-13 win at Seattle. And again, remember, they just had one division win last season in 6 games. That segment brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade your home with a LifeSource whole house system. Clean water from every tap. No salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands salt water, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Experience hands-on automotive history at Cars in the Park on Saturday, September 13th at History Park in San Jose. See restored classics that once roared down America's earliest speedways and watch skilled mechanics assemble an authentic Ford Model T right before your eyes. Cars in the Park offers activities for automotive enthusiasts of all ages, and children under 5 attend the event free. Adult tickets start at $5. Visit historysanjose.org for more information.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California Ace scratch right on 1.
Wait, what play is that? Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call. For sure.
On 1. Ready, set, go!
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day.
Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, My Outdesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, My Outdesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com, where momentum meets results.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Potrero Hill, 59 degrees and partly cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
How many voices are going through the head of Jake Moody right now? Missed from 27 on his first attempt today. From 36. Gets it blocked! Oh. Julian Love blocks it, and DeMarcus Lawrence takes it back across the 30. Special teams the difference in week 1.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was Kevin Burkhardt and Greg Olson, Fox Sports. Oh, wasn't Burkhardt? That's right, he's with Brady. Joe Davis.
Joe D, he's good too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a play that went Seattle's way, but we can't front and act like the Niners didn't create their own luck. Last year, this defense, Downey, could not take the ball away, and they had 2 fumbles yesterday, one that won them the game. But what about Jackson Smith and Jigba? He fumbles the first play of the fourth quarter after the interception. So they were active. They got some stuff going their way, and that's how you got to do it. You got to be opportunistic. And Robert Saleh has him ball hawking, and I believe Siegel recovered that fumble, but that was a big deal.
This is Kyle Shanahan on the game-winning play where Purdy rolled right and hit Tonges. Was that the play? Did he improvise? What did he see?
Yeah, that was just breaking out. I mean, I was looking to the left on the play that we were calling, and they weren't there, and I take my eyes to the right, and Brock's breaking the pocket, and when he threw that up, I couldn't see it at all. I didn't know if he was throwing it away. I didn't know if it was a pick, but our guys on the sideline started cheering, so it ended well.
All right.
And, man, Trent was having some difficulty on that play, Dottie, and your boy got out of dodge, rolled right, and came up with a touchdown, the game winner.
Here's a question I got for you. Somebody just threw this out on the YouTube chat, Apollo Cruz.
All right.
If Tonges doesn't catch that, Although then they probably would have brought Moody out.
There's no doubt they would have.
And then does that kick determine Moody's future? A 29-yard field goal from the 4, whatever it was.
Well, you could make the argument that he was blessed that we didn't find that out. But I guess what? I'll tell you what. Had they ran his ass out there and he would have missed, Steiny, I think it would have been curtains.
Let's go to Jeremy. Jeremy's in Oakland. Hey, Jeremy, how you doing?
What's up, you guys?
Hey.
Happy Victory Monday.
Yeah.
I just wanted to share the observations I had. I was at the game yesterday. I flew in from the Bay.
Nice.
And I thank you. And I don't think that the whole Seattle noise and the 12th man was really a major factor because from what I saw, they got the play out on time. They broke the huddle with like 10, 15 seconds left on the play clock. Brock Purdy was able to make some checks at the line and snap the ball easily. I know he had a couple false starts, but no big deal. Also, B-Rob, I think, had a pretty solid game. You know, they gave him the rock a few times, and he was able to make some runs with it. And I think he's only going to get more integrated into the offense just with time, you know what I'm saying? Because Kyle knows how to use these guys, okay? The guy is smart. So, as for Jake Moody, I don't know, man. I got faith in him, I do. But if he don't start making kicks, I think we may have to 86. I'm not going to lie. So that's all. Go Niners.
Jeremy, I got a question for you. What was the how many? You know, I can only tell what came over the TV. Were there a lot of Niner fans in the building?
There were, but okay. So from where I was sitting, on the Niners side of the sideline on the lower bowl, there were a lot of Niner fans in there. And then the rest of the stadium was kind of like pockets of Niners fans. But I'll tell you right now, when we got that strip sack, we all went crazy. You could hear the Niners fans in the house, man. It was wild.
Yeah, that you could hear. Thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, the sound of glory, Steiny.
You know, I have an affinity to people from the East Coast. They tend to hit the nail on the head.
That's your
most of the time. Let's go to Ernest in New Jersey. What's going on, Ernest? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, Steiny? How you doing, brother?
Doing well, man.
Appreciate y'all taking my call, man.
Sure.
I'm just calling in today, man, because as a 49er fan, fellas, we have to relax. We played a good game. We won the game. Brock Purdy didn't have none of his weapons, and we still pulled it off. And all I hear today is, oh, Shanahan messed up this. Brock Purdy, this interception. Like, yo, bro, like, enjoy the win, fellas. Face it. Enjoy the win. It's a long season. That's all I got.
Ernest, hitting the nail on the head.
No.
It's too early to nitpick.
And this team going in, to me, wasn't good enough to nitpick. They're trying to evolve, grow, and they're trying to figure out with their identity. You got the dub week 1 on the road in division. I mean, nothing else needs to be said. Now, if you want to have a conversation about woulda, coulda, shoulda, you can do it. I'll listen. But the bottom line is that doesn't supersede the outcome of the game. 17-13 Niners.
This is Brock Purdy on the game winner.
No, I knew Tonges was going to come down to it. It was a fast break, so you walk up and snap the ball quick, and it was just a straight across-the-board read, and just felt like the coverage was tight, and at that point I felt like I needed to leave the pocket, trying to find a guy in the end zone. Yeah, as I'm going away, it was put it hopefully to where Tonges can get it or nobody can get it. I know it was a close call, but he used his length, came down with it, and, yeah, here we are.
I got to tell you, man, the thing I love about Brock Purdy is I was thinking, okay, now that he has the security with the contract, does he make that throw? But he did. This is not new. It has nothing to do with his contract because he is on record as saying all last year he was trying to do too much. But I'll tell him, you don't even got to say that to the masses, young fella. This is who you are. And sometimes you're probably going to be on the losing end of a bad play, a bad decision. But the bottom line is, Steiny, a closed mouth does not get fed. And if you are back there scared, then you're never going to get the benefit of gains. And yesterday he felt like getting out of Dodge and the pocket breaking down on him. I can roll right. Trust my guys. This ball could be picked off, or my guy can go up and get his third one on the day. And that, to me, just takes guts. I've seen too many quarterbacks, good ones, seasoned ones, that are afraid to take chances, Steiny. Right. So I'm giving Brock credit on what you said earlier about an hour ago. What if that ball's picked off?
You wouldn't have given credit then.
No, but I'm saying he ain't going to change. Like, that's who he is. And we got to get used to it. he got a gunslinger mentality.
Let's go to Dre in Lamar. Dre, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good, fellas. Doing real good. It's always nice to get an opening day victory for your team right there, you know?
No doubt.
I agree with you guys. McCaffrey, player of the game. Pearsall looks for real. Hopefully he can keep that up all year. Brock did not have much time to throw the ball. A lot of pressure. Let me ask you guys something. In your opinion, do you think McKivitz deserves 4 more years with several million on a contract? I would rather look for somebody in the draft. I think he's a low-end tackle myself. What do you guys think about him?
Well, they don't typically draft offensive linemen. Yeah, I don't know what to make of that. I thought it was interesting that he played a game and then they announced it. Maybe they were working on it beforehand.
Sounds like they were.
But, yeah, absolutely. They need stability on that offensive line. That was the one area yesterday, Dre, where I did think, that's something they're going to have to deal with during the course of a season because I don't think it's their strong point.
Yeah, Steiny Guru, I could halfway understand why they didn't really draft offensive linemen because the D-line was so porous last year. It had more holes than Swiss cheese. At the end of the year, people were running through us at will. So, yeah, fix the defensive line. But this next coming year, the first 3 drafts need to be big offensive linemen, a la the year we got Davis out of Rutgers and Ayupati out of, I think, Idaho or something like that. I know that's been a long time ago, but that's what they need. Protect Purdy, man. Give him some time to throw. I want him to have as much time to throw as the other quarterbacks that we play.
Appreciate it, Trey.
And I'll say this to that was an astute assessment, but the bottom line, Steiny, is with this core, and I know it's not the best O-line ever assembled. They've had success, but what did we say? 12 of the first 16 dropbacks, Purdy was under duress, and that's a collective. And you do wonder why they haven't been drafted. Well, they drafted Pooney, and how's that worked out? I believe you would check off it's worked out, but at some point you got to do a reshuffle and invest some high price investments into the O-line, but the bottom line is they've been winning with what they've had, but had they not won that game, would you come in here saying they lost because Purdy didn't have any pressure? I mean, any time?
That would have been part of the reason. Moody would have been a big part of the reason. They obviously wouldn't have gotten a defensive stop at the end of the game, which would have been a replay of last year. So those are the things that we would have probably been talking about, and we would have been talking about Purdy's 2 interceptions. Here's Kyle Shanahan on the 2 interceptions.
I didn't think so. I mean, I thought both of the guys made really good plays. We had a high-low going. They ran a good blitz and took Christian out so the backer could really drop under it. I've seen Brock a lot of times lob that over the guy. The guy was deep, so you'd love to say check it down, but they ran a blitz, so Christian wasn't there. But I thought that guy made a hell of a play. I mean, obviously at the end of it, yeah, don't throw it, but that was a pretty good play by that guy. And the end to Ricky, that was man coverage. The guy was tight on him, but he gave Rick an opportunity. And I didn't have much problem with that, but I'd much rather, worst case scenario on all those, I always tell the receiver it should be offensive PI, not a pick. So hopefully Ricky can make sure that's not a pick next time.
If you need a double move ran, Steiny, Pearsall's your guy. He got him on that one, man. And boy, did they need it.
888-957-9570 is the number. Big picture. How you feeling about that 49ers win? No, it wasn't perfect, but what if it would have been perfect?
Well, that first drive was perfect. 14
that's
plays,
scripted.
95 yards.
That's one of the things that they've always done, that first drive with the scripted plays.
Into the fourth quarter,
888-957-9570 is the number. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. On Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco.
Last time I was asked how many wins this team would have, I said 10, And wasn't a lot of bravado behind that. But Steiny is just 4 quarters in one game, and I'm assuming health. But at some juncture, this team is going to be whole, especially their wide receiver core. Just like some good taco meat, the defense is going to get seasoning when you talk about these youngsters. I love what I saw from Renardo Green and Upton Stout, and they were getting picked on. But the bottom line is they performed as well. Like, I feel better about this team in regard to my prognosis of 10 wins. I just do, and it's just one game, but I feel better.
After Moody's, I think this is after the block, they went to Pam Oliver on the sidelines, and she gave a report on Shanahan.
How Shanahan expects George Kittle, obviously out of the game. He expects to see more man-to-man from Seattle's defense. Special team-wise, no words for Jake Moody, he told me. The guy's just got to make his kicks.
Uh-oh. Oh. So you're gonna rip Kyle for not saying, hang in there, Jake. Hang in there, buddy.
Well, he's doing more than that. He's still employed, so that's all that matters. He said, that's my kicker after the game. She also reported when that kick got blocked, guys had thrown their helmet on the sideline. I get that. Just frustrated, like, damn. But a way to eliminate, you never, that's too strong of a word. I mean, you get the ball in the end zone, you only got to depend on your kicker to get extra points, Donnie.
I mean, that's true, but you're not going to win anything without a field goal kicker.
I got you, man.
Big Smoothie in Oakland. What's up, Big Smooth?
Hey, gentlemen. I don't know, man. You can tell that it's the first game. A lot of teams are still getting the cobwebs out. I don't think Purdy played that good to me, in my opinion. Is he going to get better? He better, sure. They get a lot of money now, but I thought he just looked. He didn't look sharp. He was, and that last touchdown pass. Come on, guys. 88 stole it from an interception. That you can't pass up like that. You can't. With a backup tight end play, he just throws it up. Yeah, I can see you throwing it up to somebody who's proving those hands, but that was an interception. Go back and look at the play.
No, I don't have to. I'm with you.
Ball, yeah, that was an interception. And okay, let's envision this for a moment. What if that ball not intercepted? Let's say it just doesn't. Let's just say it's not a touchdown. Are we still saying? What are we saying about Purdy then? Because I said to myself, for the money they're paying him, that last drive, he'll go down there and he'll get a touchdown. He did that, but it was a little luck involved, and that's okay. I'm cool with luck, but he's got to look sharper than that, man. He's got to look sharper.
Yeah, he had some air, Steiny, and thanks for the call. He had some air on a couple throws, a little too much air. He had Pearsall for what looked like to be a touchdown. You remember that one in the corner, and Seattle defender came. I believe it was Woolen came and deflected it, but I was like, man, if he could have maybe had some more mustard on that pass, maybe it's a touchdown. It wasn't, but there were a couple throws, a little too much air for my liking.
Yeah, Purdy, 26 for 35. It's a pretty good percentage.
But he was just saying that throw for the touchdown, Steiny, looked like it could have been picked off had the defender – it looked like the defender had first dibs on it. Shout out, Dan.
What about the 45-yard throw to Pearsall?
We're not talking about that one.
Yeah. I mean –
but I hear you. That was a great throw. But you're not going to tell me that was a great – like the ball could have been picked off. That's all he's saying.
And a lesser quarterback may have been sacked on that play. Like, I get it. Yes, it could have been picked off. Okay. But is that really what we're doing?
Well, we've been here 3 hours. 2 hours we hadn't. He just called, and that was his assessment.
Let's go to Gene in Oakland. What's up, Gene? How you doing?
Hey, I hope we have a good enough connection. Anyways, give it a shot. First of all, thanks for the shout-out to us people from the East Coast. Yeah, we're pretty straight from the shoulder, sometimes honest to a brutal degree, but let's put it this way, you're never going to hear have a nice day from anybody from the East Coast. Anyway. All right, turning to Purdy, one of my favorite subjects. I'm following him closely from the beginning. I've been on board with him since that first start when he not only beat but embarrassed Tom Brady. So, in that first year, or I should say the Super Bowl year, I thought he's not quite elite, but who knows? He may be able to get there. And then last year happened, and all of his sort of warts sort of came to the surface because he didn't have all the talent around him. And there were kind of three things I think that bothered me. One was ability to play in the elements like rain, wind, heavy winds, that sort of thing. The ability to there was a question still, not so much in my mind, but a lot of minds, whether he could really throw the deep ball. And then the third was the whole hero ball thing, which, that's kind of plagued him from his college days, his tendency to force stuff and to throw interceptions. So now he said he's going to work on that in the off season, or he was going to work on it this year. But we saw what happened yesterday. He almost lost the game for us. That, the first one, maybe you could argue the first interception. Yeah, I mean, he was pressured, and he still probably should have eaten the ball. The second one was really a very bad decision. I mean, the third one, which wasn't an interception, but very well could have been, but turned out to be a touchdown. I don't fault him for that. It was a desperation situation, and he made it work, or Tonges made it work. So that's one area I think he still needs work. We still don't know how he's going to do in the elements, and but the deep ball, that throw he threw to Pearsall was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, that was a great throw.
Beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thanks, Gene. Appreciate the call.
And I said to you earlier, Steiny, that may be one of the best throws of his career, man. That was a dart.
Yep. Good game. It's a good game yesterday, I thought. Not perfect, but well fought and close. Came down to the end. And
I'll take that over Buffalo and Baltimore. What says you? I like a game 17-13. You get a little bit of everything, not too much. But that Sunday night game had too much for me, Steiny. Too many points.
Yeah, either way, I like a close game, one way or the other. But I thought that was a good game yesterday between the Niners and the Seahawks, and I don't know, it just feels. I don't know.
You don't know what?
Yes, it could have been an interception, the last play.
But why are you fighting yourself over it?
Because it wasn't.
But you know what people are saying. It wasn't the best decision.
It was a great play. It was a great – what do you mean?
What grade would you give Brock Purdy? Let's just take this stuff off. Let's take the earrings off right now. I'm giving him a C+. What do you give him?
Yeah, I'm giving him higher than that.
Okay, what's that?
I'll give him a B. I'll give him a B.
Evan, what would you give him?
I told Stein earlier, C+.
Yeah, we were saying. We're not that far off. Well, B plus C.
I mean – I think what he was incredible at yesterday was just being elusive.
I give you that.
He was under pressure. He had to get away from guys, and he took one sack. And on the first interception, the guy made a great play, and then
Steiny, I mean, he threw it over the middle, and the guy was right there. I hear you. Oh, you're talking.
No, I got Flea in Oakland. What's up, Flea? How you doing, man?
Guys, what's going on, guys?
Talk to us. Lee is back.
Yep, I got something that's kind of controversial for you guys.
Uh-oh.
And I really want you guys' opinion on this one. Why solid defense is always better than the offense? When we lost the Super Bowl, it was because a cornerback misplayed the ball against Kansas City. Another one, our defense held up all through the three and a half quarters, but it's always solid defense that kind of carry us. And I feel like the guys have a real manly respect for Saleh. And I feel like if Shanahan gets something happen at the end of the season or next season, I believe Saleh is going to be the next head coach. I feel like we have two head coaches on the team, and I feel like Saleh is kind of he feels like the guy. And Shanahan feel like we on pins and needles with him when it comes to play calling. But solid defense is always if our defense wasn't good yesterday, we would have lost.
No doubt. No doubt. Thanks,
And
Flea.
It feels like Salah's our head coach at this point in time, and I want you guys' real opinion on that. It feels like that for some reason.
I don't know about that because it's so obvious that Shanahan's the offensive guy and Salah's the defensive guy.
When Shanahan took him to the Super Bowl without the services of Salah, Steiny, so don't forget that either, Flea.
And I look at this team just yesterday, and they're missing a lot of weapons. McCaffrey's playing his first game of the season after being hurt all last year. I don't think the offensive line was great, but Purdy made it work. And the bottom line is they won a division game. And
equaled the total from last year.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Brian, I say the Niner game was better than the Sunday night game. Oh, no. Guru's just saying that he likes low-scoring close games instead of high-scoring close games. I'm kind of with him.
I mean, both were exciting, but 17, I got everything I needed from this Seattle. That was old school football.
888-957-9570 is the number. Is there anything that concerned you yesterday in that game? And I'm talking about concerns you as the season moves forward. And then what was the one thing maybe you saw yesterday that really encourages you and thinking that maybe this team can do some damage this year? 888-957-9570 is the number. And don't forget, coming up on Tuesdays at 11 o'clock, which is tomorrow, we got our good friend Ross Tucker in here. He'll be joining us every other week. And good thing he's joining us tomorrow so he can react off that Week 1 win by the San Francisco 49ers. And, of course, next week they go down to New Orleans to play the Saints. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
It wasn't pretty, but the Niners got it done.
Darnold, is he going to go? The ball is loose. The 49ers have it. It's Bosa.
And Brock made the play at the end.
Brock Purdy lofts one. It is Tonges. Touchdown, San Francisco.
A win in Week 1 means it's going to be a great Monster Monday.
Run that play until the other team is saying no mas.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more. Welcome to Jack in the Box. Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Thinking of a fresh start but feel stuck with your house? At John Buys Bay Area Houses, selling your home is hassle-free. Just call us and you'll get a fair cash offer in minutes. Choose when you want to close, sign the deal, and get your cash. It's that easy. Start fresh. Don't let your house hold you back. Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses to get a fair cash offer today.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
At Big O Tires, now through September 28th, get $40 to $60 in rebate savings on sets of 4 Michelin tires. Plus, Big O Tires will match up to $60 in instant savings. Installation required, disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for details.
If you've been waiting to update your home, don't wait any longer because Macy's Labor Day sale has our lowest prices of the season on everything. From our exclusive Radley sectional in so many fabric and leather options to our beautifully crafted Headworth Queen bed. Plus, top mattress brands like Sealy and Beauty Rest for that new bed, all at 20 to 60% off, over half off. But don't wait any longer. Our lowest prices of the season won't last forever. Hurry into Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let me tell you about this new Pretzel Cheddar Club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Trying to go the distance on the opening drive. There's Kittle. He's got it. Niners go 95 on their first drive of the season.
Yay!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, George Kittle with a touchdown, the first one of the season for the Niners. Then he exits the game after a hamstring injury.
No news yet, huh?
Not yet. Juwan Jennings also with a shoulder injury. We'll find out ideally more about him today. I think Shanahan's scheduled to talk to the media about 1:30.
And Kendrick Bourne now a Niner.
3:30. Actually, it's 3:30.
Okay.
So we'll see what Willard and Dibs do with that.
Yeah, and Steiny, I hope I'm wrong, but do you think I'm on point or I might have something or onto something? Doesn't take Einstein to figure it out. Bourne being on the Niners may have something to do with how long Jennings is out.
Yeah, the 49ers signed Kendrick Bourne today, another wide receiver, so that makes you think that maybe something more is going on with Jennings in the shoulder.
Let's hope not.
Colton McKivitz signs a 3-year contract, $45 million, so they keep him around on the offensive line for a few more years. And the question I asked before the break was 49ers win that game yesterday, 17-13. Give me something that's concerning to you after watching that game last night, and then give me something you're encouraged by after you saw that game yesterday.
I'm going to tell you this, Steiny. The encouragement comes from wanting Ricky Pearsall. And I want Brandon Ayuk back. I'm a Brandon Ayuk fan. I want to see him in this offense. I think it makes him better and deeper. But the bottom line, if there was just if there's a slow play in regard to Ayuk coming back, I think the Niners are going to be okay. And obviously you get Demarcus Robinson back here in a few weeks. But, Steiny, I like what I see from Ricky Pearsall. And I think what I like is even before the pass is completed, I feel like Brock Purdy and him have worked, and Pearsall have worked on some rapport to where not only are you not you're hearing about it in practice, it's translating into games. I know it's just one game, but damn it, that 14-play, 95-yard drive was reminiscent to me of the Raider preseason game where I'm like, oh, this is just dress rehearsal. Yeah, okay, you look good in practice. They look good, but I'm wondering if Pearsall can gel or excel without Ayuk. And my answer, I know it's just one game, but it looks like that might be a yes.
No, he played great yesterday. He was a big play threat, had the biggest maybe catch of the game that wasn't a touchdown. It set up the touchdown. Give me something that you were concerned by.
Now, this is interesting. I don't want to say Moody. That's too easy. Steiny, Seattle, from by all accounts, McDonald's got a stout defense and they're getting better. But I did watch what you talked about, and maybe I didn't hone in on it enough, but I saw the pocket collapsing a little too much for my liking. And when Trent Williams, the lead dog, is giving up the most pressures, I'm starting to just scratch my head. And I'm asking you and the listeners, is that just a byproduct of Seattle's front, or is this something we need to watch moving forward? But they just paid McKivitz. I like Pooney. He went off. Like, where are you at on this O-line? I would like them maybe to stand up a little more firmer, or was Seattle just, that dope?
I think their offensive line is a weak point. I think it's a weak part of their team. I think when you look at the position groups, offensive line is probably the area of concern among the top 2 or 3. I thought Purdy did an unbelievable job of being elusive yesterday. I thought he extended plays without being careless for the most part. And, that's the kind of game where I thought he was good at avoiding the rush, but I don't think that's going to be good enough. I'm talking about the protection for Brock Purdy. I don't think that's going to be good enough over the course of a season. They're going to have to get better there.
Sonny, he was only, and for the ones out there saying, Goo, what are you watching? He was only sacked one time, but I feel like a lot of that was because he was mobile.
Yeah. Let's go to Mike. Mike's in Berkeley. Hey, Mike. How you doing?
Well, Steiny, I'm in Brentwood, but that's pretty well. I don't know if I want to be known from Berkeley, but no,
right.
That's another thing.
Oh, Brent, I'll give you a Brent.
How you doing?
I'll give you a Brentwood.
Hey, before I kind of give you my disappointment or worry or something I'm good about, us fans got to do better. I mean, I've been listening for 2 hours on a ride down to San Jose back, and I cannot believe some of these phone calls. Nobody wins 40-0 every week, folks. We're going into a place that we've got our ass kicked many times. I've been there when we've got our rear ends kicked. And people don't even realize that's a top 10 defense last year. The last 6 weeks of the year, they were in the top 5. And then they wound up they drafted a nice young linebacker on defense for their first pick. And they've also got Ernest Jones, which is a damn good linebacker from the Rams. This is a top 5 defense. You're not going to put up 30 points. And the best part of their defense is their defensive line. They're dominant, they're big, they're strong, and they're fast. Brock wasn't jogging around in the pocket yesterday because he wanted to get a workout at 24-Hour Fitness. He was running for his life because they're damn good. And I think our line, this is the one thing I was going to say, what really I was happy about is I thought our defensive line kind of dominated the game. And, you know, for a first game of a lot of new players playing together, we pretty much dominated the line of scrimmage. I think Darnold ran for 9 yards. That was the top run of the day. He didn't have much time, so that was a very big surprise. And then on the offensive line, it's the first game. I mean, 71, Trent didn't play all. I mean, I don't even think McKivitz really played. None of these guys played during the preseason. It's kind of tough to get out there in your first game in Seattle and look like you're going to run all over them. It's just not going to happen.
Hey, Mike, let me ask you this, because I feel like I'm nitpicking. I haven't done it much, but I'm just being true to myself because you talked about it. I was so shocked that the defense had the success they did. It was incredible. And I kind of said it to Steiny earlier, but real quick, am I nitpicking because I felt like the Niners should have had more than 17 points and the game was that close with the domination of the defense?
Well, I thought Seattle's defense played really well, too. I mean, they were pressuring Brock. They were kind of dominating the line of scrimmage. I mean, Christian McCaffrey, people who said, I've heard it all day today, oh, he had a so-so game. No, if he didn't have the game he had yesterday, we're in deep you-know-what. I mean, how many big-time plays on third down did he make a catch out of the backfield to keep the chains moving or make a run to get a first down where he had to make a second effort? I tell you, I've been to Seattle 4 or 5 times. It is nuts. And then when I heard that we were supposed to be 53% of the crowd, I can't believe that because it was coming across the TV loud as like it usually is. I couldn't even hear when I'm there most times. So it's never a cakewalk there.
No,
it's going to be a visit. Ask our guys today how they feel, and they'll tell you. I bet you most of our guys are sorer than hell because that was a physical football game.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call. I'm kind of with you.
They've won up there, right? Down in regular season, I believe. They've had some success here lately.
Yeah, the other thing is we don't know this team is so good that we can criticize them for a game like this.
Go ahead.
It's not 2 years ago. It's a team that's a work in progress with a lot of young players and some injuries, and they went up and they won a game. They didn't play their best. Their defense was really, really good. They made the timely plays that they made almost never last year, and they end up winning a game. And for the first game of the year to play on the road against the division, I'm kind of with Ernest. This team is not good enough to scoff at a win like that and say, well, we can play a lot better. And I mean,
I feel like
you're not that good yet.
Yeah, and I'll say this, because now I'm like going against myself, but I just sat here and told you and answered your question about what part would I've liked, improvement in, and it was the O-line. And late in that game, handing the ball off from the Niner perspective, Seattle was, they were there. B-Rob, McCaffrey at the end, I felt like they were shutting that run game down. So I'm sitting here saying I want more points, but I think I got the answer to my question. If you do, like our guy just said, Steiny, feel like Seattle's D-line dominated the Niners' O-line, well, Goo, there's your answer. And Purdy's on the run. That how you getting points? Because at the end they stopped. Seattle was stopping the run, Steiny. I felt like they got down there and were trying to get in the end zone. Nada. I was like, okay. Oh, it's going to come down to Brock, and they got it done. But yeah, you're going to need something more from the offensive line moving forward.
Let's go to C-Mac in San Francisco. What's up, C-Mac? How you doing, man?
Fellas, how's it going?
Good.
I'm a long-time listener. Typed the digits a few times, but never pressed that green button.
Way to come through. Way to come through.
My man.
Yeah. Just want to speak quickly about my big concern about this team. I can't say much what a win. What a win. Division win, away win, absolutely beautiful win. That one drive where we had to go for it on fourth down, I believe we ran the ball all the way up the field, all the way to the 30-yard line we were nearly at. Get a first down play. I think we got 9 yards by B. Robinson, 2nd and 1. Every other good team in the NFL, 2nd and 1, free play. Every team you're talking about, that's a free play. They could take a shot here, do what they want. Not us. We ran the ball in 2nd and 1, got stuffed. 3rd and 1, bring McCaffrey back in, get stuffed. I think we even went back a yard. I think it was 4th and 2 then when we went for it on fourth down. And it was crazy. We had to go throw that ball to Luke Farrell. He came up with a huge catch on that fourth down, and he got rough.
Yeah, he got stuck. Yeah.
What a catch. I mean, that was my second catch of the game. The touchdown catch by Tonges, and then that catch by Farrell, second catch of the game. What a play by those two tight ends for us. Backup coming in like that to replace George Kittle. But it's a big concern. It's 2nd and 1. Every other team has a good free play, not us. We're struggling to run the ball. They know we're running the ball.
Yeah.
We're getting stuffed in those kind of situations.
Appreciate it, C-Mac. Yeah, I kind of feel that way, too, over the last year and the first game. They're not great in short yardage situations.
But they averaged 3.3 a pop yesterday. McCaffrey, 22 for 69. Not exactly how you draw it up, but 3.3 yards a pop, Steiny. And now I'm hearing, and I kind of was told coming in, that this defensive from Seattle is something to be reckoned with.
Let's go to Steven. Steven's in Las Vegas. What's going on, Steve? How you doing?
Hey, doing good. You guys?
Hey.
What's up, man?
I wanted to talk. I've been listening to the show for the last few hours.
Yep.
Hearing people talk about that.
Hey, Steven, the line's terrible. You got to call back. There's a bad connection. What encouraged you? What concerned you from yesterday? Let's go to G Money in San Jose. Hey, G Money.
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Doing well.
All right. I'm going to piggyback on Goose on what he was saying. You know what? It's very concerning. I know Trent Williams. He's definitely, he looked a little out of shape. So I'm going to give him this first game. But, he allowed 10 QB pressures. 8 of those were one-on-one QB pressures. And Kyle Shanahan, obviously we've seen he's reluctant to draft O-line for whatever reason. He kind of just throws Trent Williams out and then everybody else. We were lucky, Cooney seems to be solid. He should be good going forward. But we're going to have to give Brock a little more time. And, Brock, he made a few questionable throws. I get it. But he faced adversity and he came out on top. We went into enemy territory. We won the game. You got to think Brock is in his head a little bit, trying to live up to the huge contract he just signed. I think the jitters were good to get out in this first game. He'll be good going forward. The O-line is going to be tough, but I do want to say a little bright spot out there, throwing the rookie safety out there, Marquez Siegel, he came out and had 6 tackles, 5 total solo tackles. I mean, that matched the production of Winters, who was a flash, and also Bosa. He matched their production on defense as a rookie out there. That's pretty good. I don't think we're going to see Jair Brown out there for a while.
Did you have a G Money? Did you have something you wanted to ask Goo?
No. I just I'm with Goo on the whole Williams thing. I really am. It's kind of scary. We're going to have to work through it. But he did look out of shape, and I think he'll get into game shape as the time goes along. The one thing I'm a little scared about, though, like everybody else, is, the pressure on Moody. I mean, Moody, he looks like he has no confidence. And if you guys watched last night's game, the way that game ended with the Bills running down the field and then having to kick that field goal with, 10 seconds on the clock, I would hate to have Shanahan in that situation or Moody for that fact.
Oh.
I just don't see us coming out being able to complete that correctly. So, that's pretty much what I got for you guys today. Love the show. And thanks a lot.
Thanks, G-Money. Appreciate the call.
Yeah. What was your something you didn't like?
The offensive line.
Yeah, man. I think that's outside of Moody and the O-line, that slim pickings. I mean, what do you do about it, or you just say it, and anybody that says it would be right, Steiny? Trent did hardly nothing. Okay, this first game, let a brother work it out. But PFF had him as 6 pressures. He said 10, but it was PFF, if you're into that. Shout out Chris Collinsworth, Steiny. He had 6, but I'm with him with the D winners, 5 tackles, Marquis Siegel, 6, Renardo Green, 4, and he had some pass breakups. You just see a young unit at the same time. I'm not saying they're Steph, Clay, and Dre, but you got these homegrown guys, Steiny, in the defensive backfield, and maybe we're watching the best instructor or conductor in Robert Saleh. Just watch them go through their NFL puberty together, and who knows what you have and how soon you have it. But to hold Seattle to 13 points, shut down the run, that's the stuff that you're like, oh, boy, you got something here. You're not, as far as some people thought defensively.
Yeah. Let's go to Jim and Martinez. Hey, Jim. How you doing, buddy?
Fellas, it's Monday morning. I wake up. I got to shake my head. It's been a long weekend. The wife's birthday, the whole thing. My buddy DR's birthday.
Yeah.
And you know what? We beat Seattle. Can everybody just step back? We beat Seattle.
Thank you.
In Seattle. They were stacking the line because they know we have to run the ball, and they got a really good defensive line and a really good defense, Goo. You're right. But last time I checked, Deebo Samuel's on the East Coast. Ayuk is sitting over on the sideline. George Kittle dominated, and then he's over there in a baseball cap. And then Jawan Jennings is sitting over on the sideline. Brock's running for his life because they know what we are going to do. And he got away with a couple. He lost a couple. But guess what? We got a W. The special teams. Everybody. Oh, my God. I'm. But you know what? Moody, let's give him another game. But, Moody didn't get the kick blocked. And, it's everybody. We got a new special teams coordinator. I think we're going to be all right. But really what that was, when you think about our staff and our guys, that was the last preseason game, only it counted, and we beat Seattle. And, by the way, we did draft Dominic Pooney. I hope he's okay, because that guy's a great offensive lineman. Everybody forgets that. We just got that kid last year.
We just mentioned it.
Something. And a bunch of these guys are just getting there. Trent, he didn't, he's the man. He's going to be ready. Anyway, good job as usual, fellas. We got a W in Seattle, man. There you go.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate the call. Yeah, if you complain about this one, you're gonna have plenty of opportunity to complain after losses. I got to believe, because I don't think they're going to go 17-1 or 17-0 and 16-1.
But the goal is obviously to make the playoffs and do that by winning the division. You're right, Steiny, and I'm not saying anything otherwise. But I mean, you watch. It was a great game. And at certain junctures of it, I was like, man, I don't know if they're going to be able to pull this out, and they did.
Yeah, they did. They did. Lori Matthews on the YouTube chat.
I was talking to her last night.
Why does this fan base hate celebrating a win? That's not me. That's Lori Matthews.
What if I responded
Why
with
does this
standards?
fan base hate celebrating a win? They were 6-11 last year.
Well, because of injuries.
Okay.
What about the year before?
What about it? That's 2 years ago. What does that have to do with today?
The year before that.
What does that have to do with now?
Standards, Steiny.
Okay. Well, you think you're a 6-win team
now.
That's right. That's right.
But I asked you the other day before week 1 kicked off, why did they win 6 games last year? Not making excuses, and I thought we both agreed a lot had to do with injuries.
Well, the thing that you always say I'm wrong about is that the season got off to a terrible start in the off season when they had two holdouts in there, with Trent Williams and Ayuk, and then McCaffrey gets broken off. Something was going on, I think, before then. But
do you feel like people aren't happy about the dub?
No,
I
they're
came in
not.
here and said I heard some negativity, but it felt like you hadn't heard that. And Jake Moody was a part of that.
Jake Moody's the negativity.
See,
other than that, I don't get it. We didn't score enough points. Okay, well, it's week 1. It's week 1, and you're missing some weapons. Like I do kind of agree. I mean,
that's going to continue.
Nobody's saying
get a good report on Kittle and Jennings.
I'm not sitting here saying they're going to win a Super Bowl, but they just won their first game of the season on the road against a division team.
And the guy that I called out the most on the defense, Steiny, he showed up, Bosa. That was, I know it was a play, and it was a game-winning play, but you look at Seattle and you look at the Niners. The Niners playmakers showed up when they had to, including Brock Purdy, and Seattle's didn't.
Yeah, nobody hates celebrating a win, but we're being in. See the glaring problems of this team. Okay,
is that the new fan now?
Glaring problems. I mean, 16 teams are going to lose this weekend. The 49ers won. They have one glaring problem at kicker.
I agree with that.
Other than that,
but now it's affecting your play calling now, Steiny. We saw that after it's affecting Kyle's play calling. You got to believe.
Well, he said no. He said it didn't affect him. He said that they would have probably taken a field goal if they would have got that touchdown.
I mean, you would have had to at that point. Because when he threw that pass before our guys went up and got it, I was like, oh, boy, there's no doubt you're going to tempt with fate here and try to go for it. And they didn't. Yeah. They didn't need to.
You know what? Things. Here's how you know things aren't like they used to be. Used to always be very, what do I want to say? An uplifting win when it was gritty like this. I mean, when you don't play a great game and it's a defensive struggle and you wind up winning at the end, a gritty game when your quarterback threw 2 interceptions that came through at the end and Bosa makes a big play. It's like, man, they did a lot of things to get that win.
Yeah, nobody's saying anything else. I agree with that.
All right, 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Safeway. 888-957-9570 is the number. The question we're asking is, give me something that concerned you and then something that encouraged you from yesterday's 17-13 win over the Seattle Seahawks. Once again, 888-957-9570 is the number. And like I said, that segment brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal for members. Signature Select Chicken Split Breasts, Thighs, Drumstick Value Pack, or Foster Farms Fresh and Natural Whole Chicken. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy 2. See you in the aisles.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Here we go. Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Come into Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit @GoPestControl.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, ATCOPestControl.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
At Chain Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at ShaneCo.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every 49ers home game this season for our special pregame live broadcast. Plus, we'll have games, prizes, great food, and shuttles to and from Levi's Stadium. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
He swung down into the end zone, wasn't open. Purdy keeping it alive. Brock Purdy lofts one. It is Tonges. Touchdown, San Francisco. Jake Tonges, who had never caught a pass in the NFL, has caught 3 today, including the go-ahead touchdown with 1:34 left. Wow.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was the game winner for the 49ers.
Purdy kept it alive.
17-13.
Hope you had the under.
Win over the Seattle Seahawks. And we're just talking about the game and what encouraged you and maybe what concerned you. But, you know, you go down the list and the guys who needed to come through, they came through, whether it was Purdy or McCaffrey or Pearsall or Bosa. They all made big plays at one point or the other, and then Tonges makes the big catch to win the game for the Niners, and they win their opener.
Yeah, and they'll stay on the road. They'll play New Orleans, and again, I know it's Steiny, the NFL. You can't take anything for granted, but I can't wait to hear the news. Hopefully there is no bad news for the Niners moving forward, but don't you just find it uncanny that you're watching that game after everything that we talked about in OTAs in regard to injuries, Jawan Jennings in the calf, and then it's your Barbarian that goes out with the hat. And now here we are right back celebrating like only we can, a Niner win, but another dark cloud of two possible players that you might be without that are impactful players in Jawan Jennings and George Kittle. Yeah. Who saw it?
Well, I mean,
what you about to tell me?
Well, Jennings didn't practice for 5 weeks,
but it was a shoulder.
I don't care what it was.
Yeah.
He didn't practice. And Trent, you think it's just a coincidence that
I don't.
The two guys who didn't practice, one guy gets hurt and one guy wasn't very good?
Well, the shoulder, I think, is fluke, Steiny. That's just me with Jennings. But when you talk about the big fella and the girth he's hauling around, I'm sure it doesn't help.
The other thing is that the play Kittle got injured on, he wasn't touched. It didn't look like.
Oh, then those are the worst one. It was a hammy.
Let's
Pulled
go
up.
Yeah. Let's go to Frank in Atlanta. Hey, Frank. How's it going, man?
Hey, guys. How's everybody doing?
Hey, Frankie.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. The good and the bad, I'll give you mine. The good, the defense. I was really happy with the defense. Salah seems to have them guys on track. Everybody's feet were in the right place, and in the back seven, almost everybody's eyes were where they were supposed to be. And as somebody who played secondary in college, I know that's the most important thing to being good on defense is to have good eyes, because you can't make a play you can't see. So defense, the D-line kind of held up after the first quarter, and the secondary held up. And they were able to dominate and get off the field enough for the offense to get to 60 plays. And that's big. That you have to have that. You have to be able to get off the field on third down. The bad. On offense, we're still the same offense we were last year. We're almost the exact same offense. We're very good from our 20 to their 25. And from the 25-yard line in, we're abysmal. I think we got down there 6 times, and we walked away with 3 scores. And that ain't going to cut it. It's just not going to cut it. You have to – I mean, you can't score field goals and win in the NFL. You can't do that. We had 17 points, and we missed 2 field goals. And then we had one of the picks was down close to the 20-yard line. So Kyle's got to scheme up some stuff. He's good at scheming, and Lynch or somebody's got to take him out to the woodshed and say, "Hey, Kyle, we have to change our red zone offense because this 9-man front that we're standing in front of every play when they get down inside the 20-yard line, this cover zero or this single high 8-man in the box or the 9-man in the box cover zero, you have to scheme up something. We can't run the ball down everybody's throat anymore. Those days no longer exist.
Yeah, Frank, I got what you're saying for sure. I mean, they got the first drive, it was beautiful. 95, and they got down there and they scored. And yeah. I guess technically they were in the red zone for the game winner.
Didn't score again to the 4th.
But they're going to need to be better than that last year, no doubt about it.
But if you and I are right, go ahead, Si. If you and I are right with the old line, that has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, and they got Moody. I mean, they got McCaffrey back, so he should definitely help down in the red zone.
But you got to push your guy forward for McCaffrey. You know what I mean? Because Seattle start honing in on that run at the end.
Let's go to we were worried about him. Let's go to Skinny Bob.
He's back
in El Granada. What's up, Skinny? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great, guys.
Happy New Year.
Question. Oh, that's true. It is a new year. Hey, I've been listening to you guys, just haven't called in Summer Blues and all that, and things are going good. Cowboys doing well. My Husky, I'm doing well. Hey, I got a question for you two. The announcer for yesterday's game, I think, really pointed out something that gave us a good opportunity, and I think Seattle. I'm really curious as to what you two think. The announcer announced when Seattle was on the 30 or 32-yard line, they decided to kick that field goal with a 4th and 2 with 3.5 to go. And I think that one is a momentum killer. You're in your home. Our guy's not kicking field goals. It's 10-10. So what do you guys think of that? And very exciting game. I tell you, when it's a close score, you're on pins and needles, and it's just like a high school game at the end, it seems, in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So what do you think?
Yeah, I'll go first, Donnie. Thanks, Skinny Bob. Good hearing from you. Norm always told me, son, if you want something, go take it. And McDonald comes from that Ravens tree. And when I say Ravens, Steiny, I think of dark, I think of mean, I think of nasty. I couldn't believe he didn't look at the bingo card of, I owe it to this stadium and my players to go for it, because if we do get it, being proactive, we might be able to bleed this clock, kick a field goal and win. But to kick 3 and then think your defense was going to stop the Niners and maybe not bite on a double move, it wasn't cowardly. That's too strong of a word, but he didn't have his foot on the pedal, man, and I think if the roles were reversed, Kyle would have went for that thing.
Yeah, because he's got the worst kicker in the NFL. I mean,
now that's funny, but that wasn't in my thought. You got something there, but come on, Steiny. Olsen couldn't believe McDonald didn't go for it at home, and if you don't get it, they're still lightweight. They ain't at your 20. You know what I mean? You still can stop them. I was shocked. That's all I'm telling you.
He made the field goal. They went up 3 halfway through the fourth quarter.
We're in the NFL now, Steiny, and just through week 1, they're going for it left and right. But if you get that first,
here's what I don't understand. I don't understand. You can look at that play and say, should they have gone for it? Yeah, maybe. But it's like they didn't make the wrong decision. But they kicked the field goal, and it went through.
But earlier in the game, McDonald went for I got you, Steiny. I got you.
Let's go to...
We agree to disagree.
Steven in Vegas is back. Hey, Steven, how you doing?
Hey, doing good. Is this a much better connection?
Yes, much better.
All right, yeah, I got on right as a wind gust hit me, so sorry about that.
It's all right.
But I did want to say, Steiny, I totally agree with what you said before the break about these close games and how they used to be like, oh my God, thank God we won that, the hype. I still get that. Yes, blowouts are cool, but I'm not going to lie, blowouts afterwards, you tend to kind of forget about them. Whereas a game like this, you're going to remember that last play in Tonges and stuff. And speaking of that, that play to Tonges, that's one of the reasons why I actually have faith in Purdy. Most QBs, they throw those 2 picks in the game, they get in their head. They're scared to be aggressive at all. He's still out there being aggressive, and that's just something you can't coach. You can't put that on someone. They have to have that where they don't let those mistakes break them down, kill their game, where they can, okay, whatever, next play. And Purdy has that. And I think a lot of fans just still want to keep putting him down no matter what he proves.
Appreciate the call, Steve. Yeah, I mean,
I think you co-signed, but I gave him that kudos to Brock Purdy. I can criticize him and say he is not afraid or thinking about the last play, regardless if it went right or wrong, Steiny. He's just going to keep trying to fight. So I'm battling Austin and San Jose telling me I'm putting them on the pedestal. I'm not. I'm telling you that is a trait that any good quarterback has, that they got a short memory.
I really do believe that if you're coming off yesterday's game and you're not happy with it, it wasn't good enough, I would ask you, what do you think? They won the Super Bowl last year, this team? And they came out the first week and, didn't play? This team's not a Super Bowl team from last year. They were a 6-win team.
But were they a truly 6-win team?
Yes! They were 6-11. That's what their record.
We talked about it. You said the injuries were a big part of it.
Okay, so then why didn't you pick them to go 13-4? if it was all the injuries.
Well, a lot of departures, a lot of newness, a lot of rookies. And
they didn't win the Super Bowl last year.
No, they didn't even
They
make
were
the
a
playoffs.
lousy team, and now they're 1-0.
And you said it, something I put on Twitter, who cares, X? Steiny, they didn't win this game last year. How about that? They just don't. You said that, and it was real. They do not.
How about this one? This was a funny one from the YouTube chat. I won't even say the guy's name. Well, if the 49ers play like they did yesterday, they're not going to be able to beat Buffalo or Baltimore. Oh, that was Truth Hurts. It's week 1. You just picked out the 2 best teams in the league. I mean, like, seriously. And you know what? I'll bet you they don't play like this all year long because it was just week 1, and they got 16 more games to go.
You think I'm looking at this team from a couple years ago?
Yes, I think everybody is.
But we all collectively said 9-10 wins.
They're 6-11. They were a 6-11 team last year. They didn't make the playoffs. Like, they weren't a good team. Great, they got McCaffrey back.
Bosa, Warner.
They played last year. They were on the team and played.
Hey, true.
Brock Purdy played 15 games last year. George Kittle was healthy most of the season. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
That's interesting. I don't think I am, and that's why I said I learned something today, that this O-line was getting pushed back. I can't argue that. Was it a hell of a win? Hellified win. Youngsters everywhere. Salah back, and boy, it looks like that defense is closer than anybody would have thought. But, Steiny, I'm not going to run from my assessment that they should have had more points.
Why? Because they should have had 23 points. Where do you get these touchdowns?
No, I'm asking you.
You said they should have scored 40 points earlier in the show. It's like, why would you say that?
I'm asking you, for a team that went 95 yards, that's a long way, 14 plays to start the game. How do you not score again? I'm asking you.
Because it's scripted. They do well on their scripted first series. They do. And then Seattle's like, they play defense. And the 49ers ended up winning the game. Yes, I won my week 1 fantasy.
Against Evan.
Well, actually, you know what? It's not over yet. He's got a player tonight.
Who? Justin, you're 40 ahead.
But he's got Moody. Mooney, rather. I had him last year.
Now you're just trolling.
I'm just saying.
He accepted the L. I'm just kicking somebody's tail.
Let's go to Albert. Albert's in Redwood City. What's up, Albert? How you doing?
How's it going, guys? Happy Monday, man.
Yeah, back at you.
You guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Nice. Yeah, real quick, man. I know it's week 1. You know, I'm a Niners born, raised till I die. Just want to say real quick, worries me, man. Jake Moody, bro. I mean, look at Baltimore and look at, the Bills. We have a game that comes down to the wire. Can we rely on someone like that? I'm sure every other Niner fan out there is worrying about that. But I got to give props to, Christian, Brock Purdy. They stepped it up. I mean, that's something we want to see as a Niners fan when it comes to our offense. But got to have faith in Kyle, man. I know people are hating on him, but got to have faith in him, man. Right now they need all the faith and all the love we can give them, but I'll keep it short. And, thanks, man, for having me on live. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Albert. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, so many questions for me going into this game, and Steiny is blown away by the defensive effort, and I truly am, holding Seattle under 100 yards. Just basically stopping Darnold. A couple throws, though. He hit a couple throws to Jackson Smith and Jigba. I can't hate on that. That happened. But Christian McCaffrey, to hold up and have 31 touches, that really, truly, if you think about it, maybe we get to Wednesday or Thursday and it just sets in, that he's healthy. Those are a lot of touches. 31.
Yeah, I think it's
a lot of pounding, Steiny.
Yep. Here's this is Jake Tonges on the big play game winner.
I had a corner curl route, and I kind of slipped a little bit coming out of it, but I looked back at Brock, and he started scrambling around, so immediate scramble drill, try and stay in bounds, try and beat your guy. I saw him throw it up. I wasn't sure if he was throwing it away or whatever, but I just tried to cut underneath the corner right there and high point it and come down in bounds.
And that's exactly what he did.
That's incredible, man.
Here's more, Tonges.
It's something you work on. It's like a good fundamental of football is like always reaching out and trying to high point the ball or attack the ball so that you let it get into your body or whatever, the defender can punch it out. Or that's something, we work on and we emphasize a lot in practice and stuff. So I'm glad to see it come into play there.
All right. Unlikely hero.
And go ahead.
He could have gotten the game ball.
Man, you ain't lying.
Let's go to Jay and Hercules. Hey, Jay, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Pretty good. I believe that moving forward, our schedule is going to help us while we kind of get our arsenal back as far as offense. But the thing that I keep hearing that's kind of annoying, and I hope I explain myself right on radio, we have to stop using the offensive line as an excuse if we're Niner fans, because Shanahan, that's his philosophy. He believes that Purdy or whoever else could do what they can with a passed-up O-line. He's been here almost 10 years, probably one of the longest tenured head coaches as a Niner. So we believe in Shanahan and support him as a coach. We can't continue to use that as an excuse because that's his MO. That's his philosophy. So if he paid Purdy and he want to put him out there like that with that type of offensive line, then he's the man that's getting paid all that money to run that offense and put Purdy out there like that. So we can't use that as an excuse. That's what Shanahan wants.
I think that's fair. I think that's said fairly. Okay. Although the one thing I will say is, I think what's happening to Shanahan is exactly what happened to Don Nelson. And over the course of time, people just started saying, yeah, Don Nelson doesn't care about defense. He doesn't care. Well, he cared. He just was more of an offensive guy. And I think people are saying, oh, Kyle doesn't care about special teams. He doesn't care. Well, he's got to care. I mean, they cost him a lot of games last year.
And he got somebody new at the helm, bringing him in to try to get it rectified. I feel like they're striking out right now.
Let's go to Justin in Columbus, Ohio. Hey, Justin, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How y'all doing today?
Good, man.
So I just want to give two players in mind that one good and one bad on. I want to give a shout-out to D. Winters yesterday. 6 tackles, 5 of those were solo. And I heard he had the best coverage as a linebacker. But also the ugly, Trent Williams had 10 quarterback pressures. 8 was one-on-one. And some reports said that was the worst since 2018. And I want to know your thoughts.
I'm going to give the big fella another shot at it. And like Steiny said, he had been basically, can I use this word, kind of inactive or not that busy this offseason. It was his first game. But, man, you better hope that improves, Steiny, because if the big fella is slipping or taking a step back.
Well, he is. He is.
I don't know how to react. That was one game.
Trent Williams is taking a step back and has for 2 years.
They were in the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
Right. The team was in the Super Bowl. But Trent Williams,
he'll be better next week.
Okay, he better be because Olsen said he stunk.
Oh, man.
He is on the decline.
Well, Father Time's at his door.
That's all I wanted you to say. Let's go to Kyle in Oakland. He's got a concern and something that encouraged him. What's up, Kyle? How you doing?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Going well.
I just wanted to weigh in on this conversation. So I'll be honest with you guys. I'm a Raider fan, but I've watched Niners my entire life. I was in a split household. Dad was a Niner fan, mom was a Raider fan, so I got to enjoy both sides of the bay.
Gotcha.
My Raiders moved away to getting a little bit more Niner football. I would say, from my perspective, the concern really is I think more obviously with the kicker, because it's game one. You know, they looked like they should, and then you have injuries, and like it's been talked about, you know, Purdy came through. He did what he was supposed to do. Yeah, we throw up those 50-50 balls. So could it have been an interception? Every time he throws the ball, it can be an interception. But we trust our wideouts. We trust our quarterbacks to make those plays, and we live with it. I think it was encouraging overall to see the Niners come together the way they did, and I've got a lot of good things that I see for the future for them.
Yeah,
even as a Raider fan.
Appreciate the call. By the way, the Raiders, I watched that whole Raider game.
Impressive. I did too.
Geno Smith's pretty good.
Well, don't tell Seattle that.
Yeah, I like Geno Smith.
What about Bowers? That dude is special.
Tucker's the guy.
Stop.
Tucker was great
Bowers
yesterday.
that is the pure definition of a stud, man.
What positions he play?
Tight end.
Ooh.
Man.
Well, he's not the best in the league. I know that.
Kittle.
Right?
Kittle.
No, he's got to be, right? It's got to be Kittle.
Well, he might be the healthiest. Dude, give us some Kittle update.
Would you settle down? Kyle Shanahan's scheduled to talk at 3:30. It's not like Christmas.
No, but it's just
he's got a hamstring. No. He's going to miss some weeks. It's not that hard
if
to
you
figure
shut
out.
Up, when do injuries just stop here? A hammy.
You know what?
That's worse than a sprained
ankle. Maybe they'll stop when you quit blaming injuries on everything. Dude. And thinking, oh, we're so snake
all
bit.
Summer long, Juwan Jennings
they have as many injuries as everybody
and now
else.
He's hurt. I'm like, what's in the water?
What's in the water? Yeah, that's what it is. Water. Has nothing to do with being in shape, has nothing to do with age. That's what's in the water.
Kittle was at all the OTAs and everything.
I'm not talking about Kittle.
He had the Steph Curry.
I'm talking about the overweight offensive lineman, and I'm talking about the receiver who didn't practice for 5 weeks. Why'd they get hurt? Can you believe they got hurt?
Oh, man.
Well, they didn't practice for 6 weeks.
It wouldn't be funny.
They didn't. You think
Jennings' shoulder, Steiny, okay. That can happen to anybody.
That's right, and it did. All right, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
It wasn't pretty, but the Niners got it done.
Darnold. Is he going to go? The ball is loose. The 49ers have it. It's Bosa.
And Brock made the play at the end.
Brock Purdy lofts one. It is Tonges. Touchdown, San Francisco.
A win in week 1 means it's going to be a great Monster Monday.
Run that play until the other team is saying no mas.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer and Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer and Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer and Gerson, justice for workers.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace, grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly, and catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you. With expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Purdy's given time. Wants it all. Downfield. Pearsall's got it. Ricky Pearsall inside the 25. Biggest play of the day. 45 yards with 2.5 left.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was a big pass to Purdy that set up the game, to Pearsall that set up the game-winning touchdown. 49ers win 17-13. And you know what I was just thinking about was last Thursday,
That's the summit.
We used to, no, it was the day McCaffrey got injured.
Oh, okay.
And, we used to have a wonderful man who used to work here. Just one of the best human beings around, Ray Ratto.
Oh, man.
And used to have a saying, we don't know anything. And that was proven. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
But it's nothing to laugh at.
Nobody knows anything because everybody, including myself, I'm throwing myself in there, talking about Christian McCaffrey. Oh my God, geez, McCaffrey. 31 touches. Week 1. I got you. 31 touches. 8 more than the next highest player. So if I want to do it this way, that's like he had 25% more touches than anybody else.
That's how it should be
in the NFL.
But you act like we broke the news.
It's how it should be.
Reporters that covered the team broke the news to where it went on television. It was breaking news.
Right.
So now I feel like you're making a mockery for everybody eating the food.
Remember when I said
placed on the table?
Remember what I said?
Something happened.
Remember when I said? Remember when I said we know one thing right now.
Which was?
One thing, that he had soreness on Thursday or on Wednesday.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all we knew. That's all we knew.
We used the breaking news sounder at the summit.
Right.
And
you know what? Maybe we should start doing that when a guy misses 30 minutes of practice.
What's your deal, man?
You know what my deal is.
No, that had me fearful for the season for McCaffrey. But I don't get mad at myself. I went with the intel.
No, I don't get mad either. It's just it is another indication
every
that
carry he had,
we really are idiots. Seriously.
No, there was some of that.
No, a lot of it. There's a lot of it a lot of time.
I was like, wait a minute, this dude was he wasn't even supposed to play.
What?
Something happened. Okay, since you know it all, what happened Thursday? Something happened.
So who said he wasn't supposed to play yesterday? Like, where did that come from?
Oh, okay, I got what you. He was questionable because something had happened. So I went with the Carfax report of, oh boy, this is last year all over again. But I wasn't the only one panicking at the summit.
No.
Fans?
Everybody was.
Yeah.
Everybody was. We're all idiots. We think we know, but we don't.
And he showed us, man. My gosh.
Don't know anything. But now we can say, 31. He can't get 31 touches. 31 touches, he's going to get hurt. So now we get to watch Christian McCaffrey next week and worry about him.
This from the 510. Guru Steinmetz, during the 49ers game, I heard the announcer say something interesting. He said, McCaffrey is so good at everything, if you're not careful as a coach, you'll have the tendency to overwork him.
Well, Kyle Shanahan is not careful as a coach, and he is going to overwork him. For goodness sakes, it was week 1.
31.
Week 1, and they found themselves in a game where he was the guy they had to go to, and Kyle Shanahan, true to form, ran him into the ground. 9 catches, 22 carries. Like, I think we got to stop
with the pitch count on them.
Yeah.
Man.
There's nothing even close to it.
You won't hear from me until we see it.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan doesn't believe in that.
And I'm again.
If that game goes overtime, he uses him. He has 38 touches.
But you almost got to give Shanny credit because he's not changing. Never has he.
And we'll give him credit until McCaffrey gets hurt, and then everybody will come down his road.
No, I'm on record as saying I like the distribution of the rock yesterday.
Okay.
I like seeing Steph shoot 30 times. You know what I mean? Like,
so I just want to say this, though. If Christian McCaffrey on his 31st touch yesterday gets hurt, you don't think that Kyle Shanahan is going to take a beating?
It's the same as if Purdy's touchdown to Tonges would have been an interception. You can't live like that.
Okay. Well, then don't. If he gets hurt, then don't blame Kyle Shanahan. Blame it on McCaffrey not able to hold up in Shanahan's system.
And I think that's where I'm not even system, just in the game. It's not if McCaffrey thought he really was going to be blow a gasket if he got too many touches. I'm sure he would voice that. He has not. And in doing so, the coach is like feeding him like Pac-Man. And yesterday it worked out. 31 touches.
Well, it did work out yesterday. But who's to say there may not be residual from the heavy workload?
And what about this Sunday in the Bayou? What if he touches it 23 times? Anybody coming in here saying, why didn't he not get it 30? Now, if they win, no. But I suppose if they lose.
Dave in Fremont. What's up, Dave? How you doing, man?
A little plus and minus. I could tell our defensive line, the rushing defensive line has improved 100%. When it comes to Moody, I'm 100% blaming Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, and the reason why is because every single day we got reports, and Joseph was performing better every single day in practice, and we still have Moody. I don't understand it. It's a pride thing. They didn't want to. Oh well, we got somebody in the third round, but it's going to blow. It's going to blow up in our face, and it's all on them. That's all I got.
Wow.
I mean, there's nobody else to blame except Shanahan and Lynch.
No doubt about it. Like I got them ahead of Jake Moody. And Alnetta, she put this in the YouTube chat. I forgot to read it. I was going to bring it up. Like, it's mental health at this point. Like, you're playing with this, and then, I don't talk to kickers, this and that. Like, in this whole experiment before it blows up in your face at the most inopportune time. And it almost happened yesterday. But I will say this about Kyle and any coach that has to coach and call plays like he does, knowing that black cloud that everybody saw over his head yesterday about, I really want to do this, but I can't do this because I can't trust this. And that's your own bed that you made.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, if Kyle Shanahan didn't call a play or called a certain kind of play because he had to protect the team from Moody, you must cut Moody.
Oh, man.
You have to cut Moody if you're actually telling me that Shanahan on second and third downs has to worry about what he's going to do on fourth if they don't make it.
It felt like that yesterday. No, Kyle couldn't tell me any different.
888-957-9570. Let's go to TC in the stack.
TC.
Hey, TC. How you doing, man?
Steiny Guru, what's going on? Tapping in with my homies.
Yes, sir.
Hey, so listen, man. Y'all know the road I'm coming down. So it is going to be on Shanahan if he blow a gasket, right? CMC, we all know he ain't 100%. I'm watching the whole game last night. I'm looking at this dude like, this dude is not 100%, right? Talking about the calf injury, Jennings go down, Kittle go down. Check it out, man. That was a lucky win. They won, but it was a lucky win. The things, I'm going to get it out the way. The things I'm happy about is Robert Saleh, D. Winters, and Slick Rick. Slick Rick looked like a nice receiver, right? Linebacker, and we got our deep back. Lucky win. Sam Darnold was fit. Listen, hold on. Darnold was finna ice us last night. 97 made a play that we've been asking for. Goo know what I'm talking about. 97, make a play, get a sack. He pushed the tackle into Sam Darnold, and the ball fell. If that didn't happen, Niner fans, we would have lost that game yesterday, bro. Other than that, bro, have a good week and get ready for next week. That was a lucky win, dog.
A win is a win. I'll never apologize for one. But I hear him. Things went left. They didn't.
You know, it's funny. All you got to do is say fortunate, and it sounds better. The 49ers were which sounds worse? 49ers were fortunate yesterday. The 49ers were lucky.
Well, in sports, we say good teams, you need luck, right? In everything you do.
They were fortunate. I don't think they were lucky.
But this Moody situation is just, it's out of control. Steiny, it's his circus level now. Like a game happened yesterday, a good game, but his first kick of the year just made the circus stay in town. And they're just hovering over like vultures until something happens. And all he can do is just kick his ass off and hope that he just gets hot and makes the next 6 or 7 or 6 or 6.
This is Kyle Shanahan's reaction on the Bosa fumble recovery that sealed it.
Took a breath, was relieved, pumped up. Then I got to watch out for all the big guys who try to knock me out on the sideline to celebrate after it. They always get much more aggressive than me. But I was pumped. I mean, in those 2-minute situations, you want to go tee off on the quarterback. And from what I saw, it was an awesome job, not just running past him, allowing him to step up. He got to the top. I think he came back underneath. And I don't know if he knocked it out or not, but I don't know. Did you guys see it? Did he hit it out or did it just slip? No, it was huge. And just to finish it right there, we don't have to worry about what else would happen.
Did you know what happened in real time? I just saw the ball on the ground. Did you know what happened? Like, did you know he threw the dude in the darn? I just saw it out. I go, it's a fumble or a incomplete pass?
Yeah, I just saw the ball come out, and I wasn't really sure. But it worked out. Sure worked out for the Niners. Bosa then ends up recovering.
Well, this is from the 602. Boy, I need glasses if that's the 602. People realize it's week 1, right? Long way to go. Like TC. He was hot, and that's how he felt. But it's week 1, you got the dub.
They got the win. That's what you go up there for. Get a win, they got it. Let's see what we got here. Who do you want to hear from? Got a couple more pieces of sound here. Let's go to...
Sala didn't say anything?
Sala didn't talk yesterday.
Oh, that's wow. I wonder. It's like a victory lap for him.
This is Oh, we're talking about Moody.
Okay, I was about to say, do we got DJ?
Yeah, no, but we got is Bosa talking about Moody and what the locker room's feeling.
I mean, I'm always supportive of a guy who's struggling, and obviously that position is very cut and dry, whether you're getting it done or not. So I'll never turn on a teammate.
Just a defensive coordinator, but that's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
Bosa, I ain't mad at you. Yesterday was your day, but you showed.
And that's what life's about.
Turned on the black defensive coach, but that's okay. Oh man.
Let's go to Bob in San Francisco.
Bobby.
Hey Bob, how you doing?
Hey, great show as always, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you.
I basically am happy with the defense, obviously, and I was happy with Pearsall stepping up, after his event last year. And then I was a little dumbfounded on, well, obviously we didn't have our pieces, but, the red zone. The red zone seems to be an issue. Once we get inside that 10, man, it's getting harder and harder. And the reason we went and got Robinson so he can pound it inside, right? But doesn't seem to be happening. Of course, our line obviously needs a little work. I just want to remind everybody out there, though, that, the first game of the season, you're not in Super Bowl ready condition.
Right.
You're not in Super Bowl ready. You didn't build anything. The whole season is to build something. And so that by the end of the season, you're, in the position where it's a strong team. You know each other. You know what the reaction, between each players are. You know the plays better. Everybody's on a fine-tuned machine at that point, barring injury. So for all these people, upset about the win, well, hey, man, give it some time. All right, thank you, guys.
Well, that goes for both parties, and you could be 0-1 with that. I love that, with the same mindset. But they're 1-0, man. And Steiny, I mean this. I'm not just saying this because we're on the air here in the Bay. It's going to be a work in progress, and you win by Malcolm X, any means necessary. They got it done. It looked like they weren't at times to me. I was like, man, here we go. But my biggest takeaway, all kind of kudos to give out, but the red zone at some point, I'm wondering, is a byproduct of this offensive line. We'll find out moving forward. But I will say this, this injury report, to find out if Kittle will miss any time or multiple weeks, I mean, that's going to be a blow, but you got to keep going. And you had the third string tight end come in out of nowhere yesterday and make the biggest catch of his career.
Here's another way I look at it, is if you would grade the 49ers yesterday, give them a grade.
B.
All right. I was going to give them it's just yeah. It doesn't matter what the grade is, but if that was a B, well then last year their B effort got them beat most of the time. So this year they won a game with a B effort. See, I was looking at it more like, overall maybe a C+, B minus.
Special teams brings it down, but he's part of that. Moody.
So I was thinking, it's maybe a B minus or a C+. Well, that wasn't good enough to win you enough games last year. Yeah. And so this year, you made some mistakes. You missed some field goals. Your quarterback threw 2 picks, and you still came out with the win. Now, nobody's saying, boy, you play like that all year, we're going to the Super Bowl. But, I mean, I think it's a good sign that the Niners didn't have every single thing clicking and still got a win. They've got time to get things clicking.
No, I'm not mad at you for that one.
What do we got here? 5 minutes? You should be thanking the Niners. The Giants.
And why is that?
The Giants lost 2 or 3 this weekend.
San Francisco Giants. I was thinking New York football.
Oh, New York, no.
Dude, Saturday that might be the one. Walker blew it, man, and up 2-0, bottom of the 9th to the hapless Cardinals.
Hapless?
You're thinking.
Why are they hapless?
I felt like before.
Why were the St. Louis Cardinals hapless?
Because I gambled.
And the Giants are a half game ahead of them, and they got action.
Well, after they won, took 2 or 3, but I thought they had given up. They didn't, but that one hurt Saturday, man. And the offense has come back down to earth a little bit. But now I'm back in the boat of it's not over, but it'll be interesting to see what happens with Melvin, Steiny. Will this hot streak be, why did it take so late, or will the 15-16 at home be the reason, they feel like they want to go elsewhere? I just know even Helen Keller and Jamie Foxx and Ray, the movie Ray, can see that this offense, when it got going, it can be a problem. Just started too late. After the Devers trade, and nobody knows why.
It's from the 510. On the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. 510 says, listening today, you'd think the Niners lost. Sheesh. Really?
Well, that's the 100 calls we took. I mean, that's on the callers. You feel how you feel.
Yeah, I've been more optimistic than most about what happened yesterday.
You feel good
yes!
about yourself?
I feel like I don't know how you can be moping around after that win.
Well, Kittle got hurt, Jennings got hurt, and you got a kicker problem, and you're 2 of 5 in the red zone, and you're 9 yards away from a defeat. But hey, just keeping it PI.
What's PI?
Player International.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because I don't know what to say. Our team stunk last year. Flat out stunk. And I'm watching that game yesterday, and they win it, and I'm like, man, that's a nice win.
I feel like if you're the Warriors, Steiny, you would have been more.
They're not the Warriors.
No, but
they're 6-11.
Yeah, but still, you would have said, "Hey, yeah, they won, but they almost lost." And I ain't mad at you because you're not doing that, but I feel like you would have. And you're damn sure, and you said it to me. You're not saying it was perfect yesterday.
No, but why do we focus on Moody and the?
Because he almost cost him the game.
I mean, for goodness sakes. Our guy's Big Smoothie said that could have been an interception. It's like, I get it. It could have been. But I think a lot of quarterbacks would have gotten sacked on that play too. So let's go to Doug in Wichita to finish us off. What's up, Doug? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. I'm well.
Good to hear.
So, yeah, thank you. So we were watching the game, or I didn't get to watch it yesterday. I had to do the game tracker. But I was thinking about not just our game in particular, but the whole league-wide. Everybody's so high on, these guys were great and these guys suck. These guys are going to win it all. These guys are whatever.
Right.
And I'm thinking to myself, dude, we don't even have a preseason anymore. I mean, what do you expect is going to happen? You're going to have teams that just don't look like they're gelling, or teams that take advantage of whatever. And basically, weeks 1 through 4 is our preseason, or, getting football shape games. We'll know who's who by the week 6 to 8, for sure,
right.
I think. And then I was thinking about Sam Darnold's game performance yesterday, because as I got to pay attention to game tracker, all I get is complete, incomplete, what's that? And I could have swore my man, or he's not my guy, Brock Purdy is, but I could have swore he threw for over 300 yards, because every time I looked up, he got another pass completed to whatever that guy's name was, and Charbonneau was ripping through the defense, it seemed like, and I'm gritting my teeth, and my kid's looking at me like I'm crazy. So I don't think he had that bad of a game. And he was forced into that fumble. You know, that's what defenses do. They force the guys to fumble the ball.
Yeah. Appreciate the call. Yeah, go ahead, one more.
Sorry, real quick.
Yeah.
I can't believe, but I'm not surprised, I guess either way. CMC, I'm glad he's good to go. And Brock Purdy, you know, the interceptions were bad, but that last throw, there was an angle where on that touchdown, the last touchdown, where you could see, I was like, oh, okay, I can see why he threw that ball. He was giving this guy a chance to come and get it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. Appreciate it, Doug.
50-50, Steiny, and it worked out.
I mean, yeah, he took a shot and it worked. Steiny, I think people looked at the offense and saw a lot of the same deficiencies as last year, and it has people worried. Poor red zone, bad kicker, not scoring as much. I hear you.
You won, though. That's all that matters.
I mean,
and I'm not even mad at that text. I get it, but you won. Last year, you weren't winning these games.
And are we factoring in that Kittle got hurt early and Jennings got hurt early?
Yeah. We're out there on the game-winning drive.
All right. Coming up on the other side, we're going to be joined by Willard and Dibs. It is the crossover, and I got to believe my main man, Mark Willard, is going to be in a good mood today. I forgot about the Giants.
Yeah. Well, he had quit on them.
I forgot about the Giants. That is true. From the 415 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, do you still believe 10 wins? Sure. Why not?
Like, that got a jolt to confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. Austin and San Jose saying no excuses, Steiny. That's right. They won. So shut up, Austin. They won.
These Madness Commanders barely won.
All right. That segment, ladies and gentlemen, was brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop, with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
Own a home built before 1980? Is it on a poured foundation? You may be eligible for a grant up to $3,000 to strengthen your home against earthquake damage. Consider bolting your house to its foundation or bracing crawl space walls to help protect your investment and keep your family safe. Register between August 20th and October 1st at earthquakebracebolt.com. Visit today to learn more and secure your grant. Brought to you by the California Residential Mitigation Program.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Now
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Monica from San Francisco. Excellent work by Alejandro and the rest of the guys. They did emergency repairs on our building garage door. They showed us how to manually open the door while we were waiting for parts on order. I highly recommend. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
.95.7 The Game.
All righty, it's crossover time. Let's welcome in Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. What's up, gentlemen? How you doing?
Fellas!
Yeah, Victory Monday. Victory Monday.
That was fun.
Yeah, it was.
That was stressful.
Well,
Super
some are
stressful.
saying they don't know if it's Victory Monday. It's not just Steiny and I, but the calls and the Jake Moody stuff, which I've resigned from his case. I was at the summit sticking up for Jake. I've resigned. I let him know you can't just clank a 27-yarder to start the season. But you tell me real quick here, I'm all over if I'm nitpicking. I love what I saw from the Niners offense, except the number at the end in regard to the point total. Willard, I thought that game, Seattle's good. They got to, but man, 72 plays, you threw the ball. McCaffrey's doing his thing. I just thought, man, 2 of 5 in the end zone. Well, you can't have it all.
No, they turned it over twice, and that takes points off the board. So that's not good. They missed 2 field goals. That takes points off the board. That's not good.
Was blocked. That ain't on Moody.
No,
right?
it's not.
Okay.
But it's on. It's still. It's on the
Special
people.
teams,
Yeah.
All right.
Like I think among the things that have to bum you out, which are not many, because yes, you won a road division game for God's sakes. Like if you can't find a smile today, then I don't know what you're doing watching all of this. But that said, the little things within it. We've been watching crappy special teams for so long with this team, and it was like, okay, we got a new coach.
Brad Boyer.
We're going to focus on this, and you look like crap again.
Why is that?
I think it's partly because you don't have good enough players playing special teams, and people were highlighting Hennessy on the blocked field goal where, whatever your protection was, they were better. He got overwhelmed. He got hit. and then the other guy came right behind him. It reminded me a little bit of like Game of Thrones, where you storm the wall and you find the weak spot, and then all of a sudden you got people flying through. That's what they did on that field goal block. Sky Moore catching a punt.
Man, that was
it's a nonstop bobble. They should have a bobblehead for Sky Moore and the home opener, and just have the only thing that bobbles are his hands.
I tried to tell a story. I was sitting there with the lovely Christy yesterday.
Am I right, Randy?
Yeah, the whole Sky Moore thing, and I'll never forget, Grandy, why can I not remember his name? Our guy from Kansas City.
Carrington Harrison.
Yeah, Carrington Harrington, whatever the hell his name was.
Harrison.
No, I know. I like to call him Carrington Harrington.
Harrington Harrison.
Whatever. He came on the show, and he's like, why do you want to talk about Sky Moore? He can't catch. And then we were like, but he was hurt last year. And he was like, no, he wasn't. They made him leave because he can't catch. And then the Niners are like, here, catch punts. And I was like, did you see that?
Man.
He can't catch. Harrington was on it, Grandy. He was on it. Yeah. I don't like that guy on the team.
Well,
I'm out.
He caught most of them eventually. The one he didn't.
Eventually.
The one he caught, but he was so close to the sideline, it's like, I'm just going to go ahead and dip on out. So, special teams goo. I can't look at the coordinator, the new coordinator, and say, dude, it was a bad hire. He's got to go, Pat Burrell. It's the people who are out there doing these special things. And the kicker, we could talk about it. You and I were both in his camp, and I said
I thought
yesterday,
it was Spadoni. It was you with me.
It was me.
It was all of you. It was also Spadoni.
My thing was he gets a chance to go out there and show us that he's not the guy anymore. And the chance that he got, he missed one pretty badly, a chippy. And even his one field goal he made, that thing was blocked to the right. If that's from 45, that's also off the upright. So the kicks were not done with any sort of confidence. And, you watch the Seattle kicker, and it's boom. It's like Steiny's drive.
Yeah.
It's like boom, like up the right side.
Even last
little
night with
8-yard draw.
and Buffalo, their kickers just like.
Well, they although Loop did miss an extra point there at the end, but I still, like, the only thing that went well for Moody yesterday is that a lot of teams looked like they couldn't kick the ball straight. He wasn't the only one.
Cleveland online
Cleveland
oh my God.
missed an easy game winner.
Schmitz.
Younghoe Koo was not cool.
But this is what's bothering me. I've never watched a football game for Kyle or a head coach with that on his brain of, I can't be who I want to be calling plays because of Moody. You could see a dark cloud, it felt like, on what I'm trying to do. I can't trust because I don't know what's going on. And you chose to keep that in the building.
Listen, I tried to say it.
You did. I
tried
didn't
to
want to
say
hear
it. So a couple things on this. I don't think it was just Kyle who had it on the brain. You know what's grown on me since I went to bed last night? When Brock threw that touchdown pass to Jake Tonges, I was standing up in the living room going, oh, my God, you got so lucky. Like, what the hell are you doing?
Stop.
But you want to know why it grew on me? I still think the placement could have been better. But it grew on me because I've watched it over and over, and then I listened to Brock after the game talk about how he's like, we're not doing a field goal. And it was third down. And I think Brock, knowing what he knew, which was A, 90 seconds still on the clock, B, Jake Moody has the yips.
Wow, man.
And so C, even if this all goes right, we might go into overtime. And now we're in a kicker competition again. I think Brock played that third down play like we have to score or we lose. Which is why
it's not just Kyle, it's the quarterback.
We score a touchdown or we lose. So he almost played it like fourth down. And he threw it up, and his guy made a play.
No doubt.
So the throw has grown on me because of that.
Come at him, Steiny.
For what?
The throw to, you said, what are you, I just shared with the listeners. I said, where's that ball going? I don't know. And then my man went up and made a play, but Willard admitted
I said the same thing.
Cheers.
I said the same thing about he might have made that throw because he knew Moody wasn't going to make a kick, and that has to be taken into consideration.
I don't remember that.
Well, wouldn't be the first time he forgot something like that.
And let me just say what I do remember. That throw was not luck. Like, if you want to define what luck is, outside of Andrew, luck is when the ball that is oblong in shape happens to bound a certain way in an unknown way, and you happen to be able to retrieve that ball. What that play was to Tonges was Tonges making a play on a 50-50 ball that they didn't make. It wasn't luck. What it was a Seattle defender who he got mossed, and whatever he was doing, whatever he was thinking,
got beat twice.
He was not ready to go up there and make the play Tonges was. So everyone wants to talk about luck. But that's not the way I look at luck.
And that's fine, but we can define it the way we want. You're right if you want to look at it from the perspective of Tonges.
Right. He made a play.
Purdy threw it because.
For Purdy, he doesn't know that when he releases it. And for anybody who wants to play next-gen stats, I saw this last night and I thought it was bananas. This is fun, I think. Whatever, with everybody's opinion. When the ball left his hands, next-gen stats said it had a 14.7% chance of being completed. 14.7.
What were the other percentages? Incomplete or intercepted?
Who cares? It's all incomplete.
Well, that actually doesn't matter because if it's 86% incomplete, then fine.
Fourth down.
But not fine because I wasn't thinking this in the moment, but I don't think the Niners are wrong to think that if we don't score a touchdown on that play, we're probably going to lose this game. We're very likely. Think of the parlay you have to hit. Moody's got to make a kick.
Oh, man.
Then you still need to stop the Seahawks. And by the way, this new kickoff rule gives everybody the ball where you need 2 first downs and you're in field goal range already. So now we've got to stop Seattle from being able to get a field goal, and their kicker kicks the ball straight. Then we've got to go to overtime where field goals usually decide the game anyway, and we got a kicker who doesn't kick the ball straight. You're going to lose that game.
And you are quicker to get off Trey Lance than you are letting this dude go. Make that make sense.
Well, he's in a spot
position, but man.
Yeah, different position, and honestly, we don't know what they're going to do. Kyle will speak today in about an hour and a half, and sure, there's absolutely something there. I don't think that Jake Moody, in Kyle's eyes, I don't think that he lost the job yesterday, but I know he didn't cement it. He didn't even pour the concrete. That thing is like quicksand, and I've never been in it, but I've seen it. And you get in there and you slowly kind of get pulled under.
Can I talk about cement? Oh, no, go ahead.
Real quick on the Purdy play.
Yeah. Interesting.
The other thing that we're forgetting is he got flushed out of the pocket, and he had I thought he made a great play just keeping the play alive to give him a shot at throwing it to that side of the field.
That's true.
I thought he is incredibly elusive. Purdy.
His feel.
He really. I mean, how many times you look in the backfield, he's passing, it looks like he's smothered, and then he just emerges. It's wild.
His pocket feel is fantastic.
It really is.
That's what Purdy does. He doesn't have the best arm. He doesn't have the this, that, the other, but his pocket feel and all of that, usually his anticipation, his decision-making, that's his calling card. That's what he does really well. Just back to Moody, though, real quick. I don't think Kyle Shanahan gave him the vote of confidence yesterday that everybody seems to think that he gave him. There was a viral response to, is Jake Moody still your kicker?
By TK.
Do you have any doubt that he's still your kicker? And he said, no, there's no doubt. But there was a follow-up. I want you to listen. Everybody needs to know this because social media grabbed, Kyle says, no doubt, he's the kicker.
I took it.
And then there was a follow-up. And the question was, why do you feel that way? And I thought this answer reverses field and sends it in the other direction. Grandy, do you have both? Play both back to back.
Is Jake in any question? Is that kicker in any question in your mind whether he's going to be back with the team?
No question.
When you say there's no question, about Jake Moody's job security, why is that?
Well, it's just the way you guys ask it. Right now, I have no question. I'm trying to finish today, and then I'll get on the plane, evaluate stuff, and go back at it.
So we can ask you again.
You guys can ask me every day, and I'll answer how I am right at that moment.
Okay, so I'm not firing you in a post-game press conference.
No doubt, man.
But I am not confirming that you're our kicker next week either.
I hadn't heard that.
I think.
Well, he's the kicker today. And
no, he was the kicker yesterday.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's the kicker
so far,
today.
He's still the kicker today.
It hasn't been announced.
Yeah, it's 2:00, and I would imagine that
an hour and a half.
Yeah, he's still probably the kicker today. They're meeting, so maybe when he talks, he says, "Yeah, guys, I looked at the film and I slept on it, and he gone."
I don't think that's going to happen either, but I'd be shocked if there isn't somebody in practice this week next to Jake. Wow. I'd be shocked. Greg Joseph, you're line one. Come on.
Well, if you do that, and let's just play this out, because if Jake Moody's having confidence issues, then bringing somebody in is not going to help him to be the kicker. So if you're going to bring somebody in, you bring him out.
But
that's the way I would look at it.
It's amazing to me how many times I've heard this take over the last 2 weeks, as if the 49ers' job is to be Jake Moody's psychiatrist.
No, it's not.
This is he needs to be gone.
If you can't handle competing for your job every week, you picked the wrong profession. And if you can't handle the pressure of being an NFL kicker, you picked the wrong profession.
He can't fire himself. That's why I'm mad at Kyle for just get rid of. Even if the new kicker missed in New Orleans at least you say we got rid of the toxic guy that was. At least a new guy did it. Dibs, not the same. It's not cool.
I just want to ask the question in a different way. If they keep him, I would love to ask, what is it that is leading you to that decision?
Where they drafted him. Draftism.
Because if it's not that, and of course they'll never say that, then they're forced into these conversations about what it is that they think he does well that clearly none of us can see. We cannot see it.
Well, he has a big leg, and we've seen that in the preseason, and you get to a point where if you're going to make a decision, you make it, and then you bring in other people to replace him. And I think that fans are a lot less patient than head coaches are about this. And, you talked about the Cleveland kicker.
I don't know about that.
Cleveland kicker is brand new. The guy who I was calling last week.
He needs a vowel.
It's actually Schmitz. Is how you pronounce it. I don't know how you get Schmitz out of that. I mean, Schmitz Creek, the whole thing. But he's a guy who, brand new, one game in, he was even worse than Jake Moody. And yet, they're not going to flush him. Teams don't do it the way that fans want to do it.
Yeah, but that's one game. That's his first game.
Yeah.
We've been doing this for
And it'll be interesting to see
years.
if the person who owns Moody in our fantasy league decides to move off him or not.
Does somebody have him in the fantasy league?
Do you not listen to your own show?
I have too many leagues to remember what the hell's going on. I can't remember.
I told you I was going to draft him.
Oh, that's right. You did.
Then I drafted him, and I told you about him being on my team. The pick was in, Grandy.
Dibs on the hot seat.
I mean, scoring for the Dibber for... And I was having this conversation out there about the list of people who don't listen to me.
I'm on it, sure.
It's between you and the wife who are the Washington and the Lincoln on my Rushmore.
I think I can beat her.
Close.
Close.
I can beat her. Haven't been a lot of words said in our house lately. But
I came in this morning, I told Steiny and Evan, I got a new favorite Niner.
Who this?
D Winners.
My man is a P1.
No, I wasn't listening.
Oh,
that's my new favorite Niner, dude. D Winters.
I kept telling you, no Greenlaw. No Greenlaw. Dude, D Winters for a game look like that dude.
D Winters.
I want you to listen to 3:15 today. I got something for you. Right. I'm going to save the rest of it.
He thought it was Pearsall. Evan thought it was Stout, and they all grew up. I'm like...
Stout grew up,
But D, man.
Dude, D Winters. And a couple of those hits were like, ooh, D Winters. Put your nose in there, young man.
Swag. I'm like, okay.
I got a question for you, but do the thing about
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Evan liked Upton Stout? Is that what he said?
He didn't like it. He just thought they were picking on him early, and he made some plays, had a pass breakup, but he thought I was going there.
I'm not going to come down his road because it was the first game of his career.
I got you.
But Upton Stout was not great.
Jackson Smith was giving him the business.
Yeah, he was okay, and yes, I love rally back and make some plays. But the 49er draft picks yesterday did not have.
I didn't see Mr. Williams. Where was he at?
Michael Williams did not have a good day.
Yeah, non-existent.
He did not have a good day.
The one play from Stout, and I'm looking at my notes. As you know, I do the copious second watch notes on the final drive when Seattle needed to score to win it. Stout had that one pass breakup where he jumped kind of in that in-between area and he slapped it away. So I don't want to just...
And they called a bogus flag on him, too.
No, that was a good flag. He held his hand like he was escorting him to homecoming sophomore year.
You said it was a bad flag.
I thought it was uncatchable.
It should have been a hold, honestly.
Yeah. I agree. I was yelling uncat. I feel like they don't call that anymore.
It's not.
But it's kind of unfair to tell the greatest athletes in the world, You couldn't get that. It's like, well, if you had let me get there, maybe I'd have made an amazing play. Like if it's 10 feet or into if it's into the stands, okay. But I watched it again. I'm like, it's a penalty. It was a penalty.
Yeah, I feel like the roughing on Purdy during their drive was a little, so-so, but they call that. And then thought the stout one. Maybe. I mean, it was, but I thought the ball was overthrown.
Yeah, and the Purdy one is just straight out of the rule book, garden variety.
Yeah, if you hit him in the head.
Yes, and
that's it.
The guy's 340 pounds. So even though it didn't look like a violent head-to-head shot, the man's coming in, and he cleaned it up late with a headshot.
Well, it was like three guys, and like two guys hit each other, which made one guy more forceful into it.
They were all there.
It's one of those things in life. If your hand touches the quarterback's head, I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't really care how it got there.
Yeah.
You're going to get flagged. The Niners did get away with one. It was late in the game, and I'm going to forget, but there was a defensive hold called on the Seahawks, I think on that final drive.
Remember.
That was ticky-tack.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
That was ticky-tack.
It was on the left side of the field, and he was like running an intermediate route.
Yeah, the Seattle defender was yelling at the ref, and then they showed the replay, and I'm like, oh, I see why.
Yeah.
You
mentioned Brooks' arm strength, and I'll say this. If you put up a video of all his throws, that 45-yarder on the pump fake to Pearsall down the sideline, I believe that's one of the best throws I've ever seen him make.
I'd agree with you, except for I actually think Pearsall did more to make that a completion than Brock did.
Tell me.
Pearsall, the way he created separation. First of all, I don't know if you've heard the story that he was the one who went over to Shanahan.
I did. I loved it.
And said, run that play. Run that play. I got him. So he ran it. Purdy sells it nicely, throws a good ball, but Ricky doesn't have a whole lot of separation. But
some say Seattle guy tricked himself.
Yeah, he gave a little shove. He gave a little shove. But that's the game. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't a penalty shove, but it's creativity. He created the separation, the timing. I thought that was a great sort of window into the chemistry that Brock and Ricky have.
So the O-line, do I blame them for the 2 of 5 in the red zone like last year? I know PFF had Trent 6 pressures, if you're into that. But what do you make of, I thought they did what they wanted to for most of the game, but they couldn't get to cast a check.
Right, and I do think you can look at the absence of Kittle. And, Kittle goes out early in the second quarter, and he's such a big red zone guy. The first trip you made in the red zone, he gets the touchdown, and then you don't have Kittle. And, the only other one was Tonges. But I think that the bigger problem is this offensive line, really good at run blocking, really bad at pass blocking. So when you get into the lower red zone inside the 10, it's going to be hard for you to just run it 3 times or 4 times and score. You got to do a little bit of a pass. And their pass blocking yesterday was bad.
Reaction for both of you on McKivitz. Was that, you saw it coming?
I think tremendously smart move. And here's why. I know a lot of people are like, you're going to announce that the day after the Niners gave up. Ready for this. The worst pressure rate of Brock Purdy's career. 58%.
Okay.
Worst pressure rate that he's faced in a football game in his whole career. So I wonder how people process that with the way Brock played. Most pressure he's ever faced.
12 of his first 16, he was,
But here's why it's tremendously smart. We've often gotten on the Niners for waiting too long on contract extensions. And the price only goes up, 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 and up. Jalen Moore left the Niners last year for 2 years and $30 million and doesn't even start. Aaron Banks went to the Packers for damn near $100 million.
Yeah, $484, I believe.
This price is not going to go down. And so Colton McKivitz he's not a star, but he's solid, and he's getting better. He's a good player, not a great player.
Going up.
Of course it will. You like offensive linemen, the offseason price is out of whack. If you wait till the end of the year, that's going to go up. I guarantee it. So I thought it was a smart move.
Lastly, what do we think of, the guy that we talked about probably as being the most important guy on the team, Christian McCaffrey, 31 touches.
Yeah.
On pace
for 527 this year, which would be a record. And just in case anybody wants to Google it.
They were feeding that man.
Feeding him. And you know what? If you look at his second half carries, he had the longest carry of his day in the second half. His numbers won't pop off the screen, but he's just damn efficient. And there aren't a lot of plays that you look at in the 31 where there's a minus next to the yardage he got.
Can we all collectively take an L?
Yeah, Steiny put himself in it. That's why I appreciate him today.
It's not our fault, but we spent a day and a half losing our damn minds about what ended up being a cramp. He had a cramp.
I went with the report.
Why wouldn't you?
But the breaking news sounded
actually, but the report was just he didn't practice. That's it. He didn't practice, and
Steiny puts himself in it, and that's what makes me appreciate him.
The thing that, too, McCaffrey was off the field, I don't want to say a fair amount, but he did. I think he took more plays off yesterday.
B-Rob had 9 carries.
But when he was on the field, he touched the ball.
Right.
But I do seem to remember several plays where it was just Robinson in the backfield.
And I think that that's going to be a part of the plan going forward, where there was a couple of series where he got 2 straight runs, and then he just went right out. And Rob came in, Robinson came in for 2 or 3, and then back to McCaffrey. I think they're going to do that on purpose.
It almost felt like McCaffrey gave him the once or twice,
no doubt.
I'm going to do and get out. And then
there was at least once where he called himself out of the game.
Come get me.
No, I agree with you. I think B-Rob, you wouldn't sometimes Kyle Shanahan doesn't use the backups. He did. Yeah. He did. He gave him the right amount of touches. I don't know why.
And B-Rob is not Walter Payton, but he ain't a small dude. He broke one tab, but he's a load to bring down.
And don't forget, Seattle's defense real good.
Yeah.
They're
Except
real.
That corner, he just his judgment of the ball.
No, but they're well coached. That's good defense. You factor in sure they turned it over twice, but you factor in the missed field goals and Kittle and Juwan
Number
going
1
out.
defense last year, the last 8 weeks of the season. If you're into that, Seattle
road division win.
Man,
good Lord.
Yep.
And I love me some Olsen on the call. He's incredible.
He struggled a little bit.
What you mean? Give me some.
Where did he struggle?
There was some malaprops where he was trying to use an expression and he used the wrong word in the wrong expression. He actually had one where he said erroneously that the linemen are allowed to be downfield, and he actually came back the next play. He's like, actually, clearly Mike Pereira got in his ear or somebody, and so
I didn't catch that.
A little bit of a reset. I just watched it a second time today, so it's fresh in my mind. I love Greg Olsen. He does a great job, and Pam Oliver and all the accolades that she deserves. I just wonder, Pam didn't have the Kittle injury report. All of a sudden, they're like, "Well, we're getting word that the Kittle's out. He's out for the game." It's
real quick, how worried are you about this report? How his hammy is?
Oh, well, I mean, why wouldn't you be worried? But based on. Listen, this is internet intel, which is not worth a whole lot. I'm expecting the George Kittle one he will miss some time, but it's not serious. Well, I think there was precaution taken yesterday. I'm expecting the Juwan one to be real bad.
Yeah, to me, this is Kittle's miss a game or two.
I don't know about that's. At least, but not 6, not 8, not 2 months.
He's a problem. But when 14 plays, 95 yards, and vamoose.
When Kyle Shanahan is reaching out to free agents in the post-game press conference, like he did to Kendrick Bourne, I think Juwan is going to.
We touched on.
I think Juwan's going to be gone until a month or two. Changes.
So receivers getting new money get hurt, huh? Here in the.
I mean, yeah, but this one is not soft tissue.
I got you.
Bet on yourself. Oh, we love it when you bet. How about that? Nice bet.
But they won though because they got the chicken before the injury.
If I were Juwan and someone had put in front of me a multi-year extension, I'd have accepted. He ain't gonna have the same year this year that he had last year. That was never in the cards.
All righty. Well, you guys got a lot to talk about, and you know where you're going to talk about it.
I mean, probably here.
On 95.7 The Game, Mark. Mm-hmm.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Woo! What are you waiting for?
Yeah.
888-957-9570. What'd you think? What'd you think? You know how we do it on this show. When the Niners played yesterday, what'd you think? Because I don't want to, coach all of you into, it's got to be about Jake Moody. What'd you think? You get to tell us what stood out to you. All kinds of things that I think jumped off the page, and we got to a lot of them just now in the crossover, and we can expand on all of them. But, Dibs, I know you'll agree with me on at least one of them, and it's this. Every single thing that's about to be said on this show for the next 4 hours and has been said for the last 8 hours on the previous 2 blocks. Everything is completely outdone by the fact that the 49ers are 1-0 with a road division victory. That is massive. A massive way to start the season. The Purdy to Tonges touchdown will go down, I believe, as one of the 10 most important plays of the regular season when this thing is said and done.
Bunch of most important plays in that game, and you can talk about the Pearsall double move, big catch that set up the Tonges, and you can also talk about Nick Bosa walking the right tackle back into Sam Darnold's lap. It was like when you take your kid who's probably too old to sit on Santa's lap, but you take him there anyway, and he took him there against his will, and Santa was Sam Darnold, Samta, and he put that tackle on his lap. The ball came out. Nick forced it. Nick got it, and then Nick said, goodbye, Seattle. So, yes, you have said the words multiple times already. Road division win. There's no better way to start the year than going on the road and winning and beating a divisional opponent. So we can all talk about Moody, Purdy bad throws, injury woes, offensive line that's shaky, McKivitz contract that maybe he doesn't deserve, whatever you want to get into. For me, the giant umbrella over everything is what you said. You're 1-0. So we can nitpick, and there are things to criticize. For absolutely.
Sure.
For me, one of my big takeaways is they won on the road with their C game. They weren't really great other than the defense. Across the board, that was not a great performance by the Niners, and yet you won the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of like there were really cool things tucked into not cool things, and then, so it just all gets mixed up into a bag, and we can get to all of it. Special teams, very concerning. You kind of even picked apart the offensive line into 2 different groups. When they run the ball, they were pretty good. When they passed the ball, they weren't really good, and they passed the ball 35 times. That's a lot of not good. And then, knee bone connected to the thigh bone. This is how football works, and we don't often give grace to this. We just go, well, what'd you think of Brock Purdy in this game? Well, what did you think of Brock Purdy in this game? When you start to factor in some of the layers, such as he was under the most pressure in a game in his entire career. How does that sort of make you feel about all of this? We can take it wherever you want to go. I know a lot of people will just head to work today with defense good, offense bad, but I think there's way more nuance to it than that. And when you factor in a bunch of new young players on the road in the division, you lose key offensive performers, George Kittle, Jawan Jennings. You also are losing with less than 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. The bugaboo. You're losing, and Brock has the ball. Didn't you tell me that only twice in his career or something like that he's had that drive and it's gone well? Partially it's because we leave out the fact that he's done it in the playoffs. We leave out the fact that Jake Moody missed a damn kick in Cleveland 2 years ago when Brock took him on a game-winning drive, what I consider a game-winning drive. But whatever. Bottom line is, the longer I sit with this game, I'm not going to tell you Brock was great. He wasn't. He made some poor decisions. But the longer I stick with this game, the better it gets. The longer I stick with it.
I don't even have to really sit with it that long. And the stat that you're referencing is entering the fourth quarter when they were behind. He's only come from behind one time. And in this game, they were tied at the end of three quarters. So this one wouldn't count for that. But it's a fourth quarter comeback. And they got the ball back with 3:24 to go.
Yeah, to me, it's even harder if you're trailing with 3 minutes to go as opposed to when you're trailing with 15 minutes to go.
And I would agree, and especially when you look at Juwan, who got knocked out early in the fourth quarter, and Kittle was already gone. So now you're dealing with an offense that has a multitude of guys who are either brand new or never play. Like Jake Tonges, if you look at his snap count over his history, there aren't a lot of snaps. And Farrell is brand new. MVS, brand new. Sky Moore didn't get a lot of snaps on offense. He's brand new. Russell Gage is brand new. And you saw, Mark, when you're watching the game, they'd break the huddle, and at least one guy would run over to Brock and say something like,
"Where do I go?
Am I over?
Right.
Am I here? Do I do ghost motion? Do I do jet sweep? What do I do?" And Brock is, doing all these things and pointing everyone everywhere, and you wound up winning the game on a throw to Jake Tonges. Who had that on their bingo card on Friday?
By the way, a jailbreak throw to Jake Tonges.
Yep.
Like not a planned throw to Jake Tonges. Jake might have been option, 6 on that play. I have no idea. But I will admit that in the moment, my mind as a fan was not thinking score a touchdown here or you lose. I think they were, though. I think that's the way Brock approached it. And you can have a disagreement with that if you want. But I think that's the way he was thinking. He said after the game something that sort of insinuated, like, I'm not doing 3 points. We're not doing 3. We're not doing 3. I need 7. And it was third down. I wonder like hell what Kyle would have done if they had thrown that thing incomplete. It would have been 4th and 2 from the 3. 4th and 2 from the 3 or 4th and 2 from the 4. Somewhere in there is what it would have been. Knowing that Moody has had the problems that he had, sure, it would have only been like a 22-yarder, but he already
old school PAT.
He already missed a 27-yarder.
Yep.
So what would you have done? I don't know, but I think Brock was approaching that play as if I've got to get a touchdown, and he ran the play as long as he could until there was only one thing left to do, which is like, dude, try to make a play on this. And it worked out. And so I don't think it was a great throw. And I do think he kind of, quote, got away with one.
Yeah.
But from a conceptual standpoint, there's some things I understand about it now that in the moment I didn't. Let's put it that way.
I get that. And, what I experienced in the moment was, oh, my God, they won this game. They didn't lose because last year, those were games that they lost. They had chances. They didn't capitalize on their opportunity. The other team went down the field and scored, and you lose. And that's just the way that went last year. And so when you do it in that fashion, and, the pass to Pearsall that goes for 45 on the double move, it's like, whoa, they might actually tie the game. Jake Moody, get Jake loose, and then you get a couple more plays, and it turns out to be, it's 2 Tonges, a CMC run, a CMC catch, and then Tonges for the win. Okay, Niners, go ahead. Go ahead, Kyle. And I look at, the game, and I watched it again today. Once he lost Kittle, it was kind of a masterclass of what he was doing with who he had left.
Well, I mean, I know that makes some people, self-included, a little uncomfortable because that does fall back to this whole narrative that we had all of last year, which is like we're trying to assess Brock Purdy, but then it whittles down to, but he didn't have, and then fill in the blank. He didn't have Christian McCaffrey. And now he didn't have George Kittle. What I love about the fact that he went out and found George Kittle's replacement for a game-winning touchdown, what I love about that is, look, this is the NFL, and you've got to be able to win without your dudes. You have to. You have to. Now, last year, he often didn't. I didn't put it too much on him because his defense was a joke.
Right.
But now it's not. Now you've got a defense. And that means Brock is going to have to be able to win sometimes without all of his dudes. And he did. And he did.
And I think they would have won even more comfortably had it not been for missed field goal, blocked field goal,
for sure,
bad throw, whatever. I mean, I thought that what Shanahan was doing play calling wise was phenomenal for the defense because the defense only faced 8 snaps in the third quarter. So you go into the locker room, 12-minute break, get hydrated, use the bathroom, whatever. The defense only had to play 8 snaps in the third quarter. So by the time you got to that fourth quarter, you were fresh enough to still make the impact when you needed to.
We have a development that I'd like to pass along to you. Matt Barrows is reporting that the San Francisco 49ers did not try out any kickers today.
Okay. Yeah, no surprise.
Not today.
Right.
Not today.
Not today. I mean, maybe tomorrow.
Maybe
next week. Maybe,
possibly.
Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe.
Kyle talks in an hour. Kyle talks for a conference call. So this is not something we'll carry live, but there's a conference call, and I would expect the top 3 names that will be discussed will be Jake Moody, Juwan Jennings, and George Kittle. And we'll get some sort of information on all 3 at that time.
Yep, no doubt. And just, judging it by what you saw, like Kittle all of a sudden, it's funny because we were watching it live on TV and I looked to the sideline and he had a hat on and I was thinking, oh, maybe he's just out this series. Maybe it's a on-again, off-again thing where he's just going to sit out this series. And then next series comes and it's like, no Kittle. And I'm looking at my fantasy team and I have George Kittle and it's like, oh, boy, he was off to an amazing start.
Really good start.
And then
he looked great.
Then the report comes out. It's like, oh, God. And then they show the clip and the way he immediately kind of like came up lame, quote unquote. I would put this at 1 week for sure, maybe 2.
Maybe 2. Yeah.
Probably not much longer.
That's the hope.
The Juwan one is, I think, the one that,
I think it's going to be a long time.
Well, and Pam Oliver actually said on the broadcast, he can't lift his arm.
Right.
He can't lift his arm at all.
In considerable pain still after the game.
Right.
Yeah. Touched my heart a little bit. My little guy, 11-year-old Jude, goes, what's wrong with Kittle? I said, he probably just taking a break, buddy. He goes, but Dad, why isn't he wearing his helmet? And then 3 minutes later, they're like, yeah, he gone.
Yeah.
Young man, good observation. We're sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort, and let's do it, okay? Here we go. We're going to take your phone calls right now, and the question is simple. What'd you think? You can take it anywhere you want to go, reacting to any piece of the 49er game yesterday. It's a road in-division victory. They're 1-0. 888-957-9570. We will take your calls right now. What'd you think? This is Willard and Dibs.
Celebrating 40 years of extraordinary rewards. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
It wasn't pretty, but the Niners got it done.
Darnold. Is he going to go? The ball is loose. The 49ers have it. It's Bosa.
And Brock made the play at the end.
Brock Purdy lofts one. It is Tonges. Touchdown, San Francisco.
A win in week 1 means it's going to be a great Monster Monday.
Run that play until the other team is saying no mas. Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates as low as 4.75% APR, you can save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying their rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to apply. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 4.75 annual percent rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score and 29.86 per $1,000 borrowed.
If you've been waiting to update your home, don't wait any longer because Macy's Labor Day sale has our lowest prices of the season on everything. From our exclusive Radley sectional in so many fabric and leather options to our beautifully crafted Headworth Queen bed. Plus, top mattress brands like Sealy and Beauty Rest for that new bed, all at 20 to 60% off, over half off. But don't wait any longer. Our lowest prices of the season won't last forever. Hurry into Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer and Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer and Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer and Gerson, justice for workers.
Now it's It's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Lisa from Pittsburgh. Lennon and Tony were very polite, on time, and very communicative. They listened to my requests and answered all my questions. They explained everything they were doing and what needs to be done. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer. Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times. Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants? These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
He swinged out into the end zone, wasn't open. Purdy keeping it alive. Brock Purdy lofts one. It is Tonges. Touchdown, San Francisco. Jake Tonges, who had never caught a pass in the NFL, has caught 3 today, including the go-ahead touchdown with 1:34 left. Wow.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's Joe Davis and Greg Olson on Fox, and Jake Tonges.
Get to know him.
Yeah, get to know him. Like, it took us, 3 months for Pajemski. This won't take as long. This is easier, right? But I saw a lot of people yesterday. They're like, who's Jake Tonges? It's Tonges. and get to know it because, I think he's going to probably be TE1 for, I don't know, week, 2, 3, maybe. We'll see.
Who knows?
We'll see. We'll get that info later.
Yep, Kyle Shanahan today. Hopefully we'll have a better idea of just how bad the hamstring is for George Kittle. But I look at yesterday, and this is where I see it as such a great win. You didn't play great, but it was a great win because you went to Tonges and Farrell, and you had Juszczyk, and you had Marquez, Valdez, Scantling running around, and Gage running around. These guys don't know anything about the Niners.
All receivers not named Ricky Pearsall and Juwan before he went out were invisible. Invisible. If you asked me, how many plays did MVS or Russell Gage play? I'm like, I have no idea. Did Brock even look at them? Or were they just professional decoys?
They were out there, and, they were out there at times as decoys and out at times trying to run around and block. But just looking at all the personnel groupings as I went through it today, they did 2 receiver sets about 70% of the time.
Right. But Juwan wasn't in there at the end.
Yep.
So someone else had to be that second receiver. I want to look at Purdy's targets. Targets. Yeah, Juwan and Ricky Pearsall are the only wide receivers who got a target.
Right.
The other guys did not get a target.
No.
Not so much as a look. Look.
Russell Gage played 28 snaps.
28 snaps.
Marquez Valdez Scantling, 27 snaps. So that's 37 and 36% of the snaps.
Never saw him.
Yep.
I mean, I saw him, but never saw him. Once the ball was snapped, I never saw either one of them. So, yes, get us Kendrick Bourne. Get us DeMarcus Robinson. We're 1 week closer to DeMarcus Robinson. Get us some more people who are actually open when the ball gets snapped, not just when they're in the huddle.
Well, it's not even about being open. I think that it was more about them being so new in the system that they probably didn't have a great command of what the offense is. How long has Marquez Valdez Scantling been a Niner? 2 weeks? And Russell Gage, maybe, I know he was on the practice squad last year, so he counts for more time than that, but he's pretty new. Sky Moore is brand new. I don't even know if Sky Moore played more than 3 or 4 snaps on offense.
Did he have any, Grandy? Did Sky Moore run any snaps?
I think he was out there for a few.
Sky Moore played 3 offensive snaps out of 76.
I remember one time watching him go into motion and thought, ooh, yeah, here comes that jet sweep to Sky Measy.
9 special teams snaps for Sky Moore.
Right, and 11 bobbles in those 9 snaps.
No, don't give the ball to Sky Moore.
No, but that's my point, though. Okay, so beyond Juwan, who got hurt in the first snap of the fourth quarter, second snap, and Pearsall, who did everything else, you've got nobody who you have had, who you can trust, who you want to throw to. You know what? It's Tonges time. Where's Jake? Where the hell is Jake?
Well, now you get look.
Who are you?
In theory, now you're going to get time to practice knowing which members of your personnel will not be out there. Key members of your personnel group will not be there. So that's always different to me. So you actually should expect some things from Jake Tonges if George Kittle's not playing this week, because you're going to have 3 practices to get ready for that. And same with whether it's Kendrick Bourne or whoever is going to kind of run the receiver position if Juwan is out. And yes, I would anticipate that both of them miss this week, but again, we'll find out more. Hey, 2 things very briefly that I want to mention before we go to the phones, because one of them really sets up later in the show, and the other one is just something I'm kind of passionate about. The first one is great job, at least so far, provisionally, great job, NFL. Great job. Punish the loser in the stands, not Lamar Jackson. That loser in the stands has been barred and banned and all of those things. And if in any way, shape, or form anyone is waiting for punishment for Lamar Jackson because he put his hands on a fan, the fan who put his hands on 2 different Ravens, including Lamar first. Listen, I am never for players putting hands on fans, but dude, if you're flying out of the stands, putting you're shoving dudes in the helmet, that's different. That's different. And I hope Lamar is off scot-free on that thing that happened on Sunday Night Football last night. That's absurd. And I keep saying this. I don't understand sports stadiums that are still set up in a way where fans can just reach over and grab things, whether it's home run balls, people, whatever. Get your butt in the stands and stay in the stands. Do not put your hands on players or balls in play. Please stop. And thank you for listening to my TED Talk.
It's a great TED Talk. Okay. And, I feel the same way about the fans who run on the field. If you run on the field out of the stands, then you
go to jail.
But you get what you get.
Oh, yeah.
That's my whole thing is like, if you catch a little bit of a beating, then that's going to be the way that one goes. But, yeah, all of our stadiums and all of our sports, we have it to where we want access. We want fans to be close to the action, and yet we can't handle that privilege.
The other thing that sets up later in the show is that, ladies and gentlemen, there is always a pivot to a segment that we run multiple times a week. There is a pivot depending on how it goes. And you are making an early season run at potentially changing the name of Fade the Dibbers to Ride the Dibbers.
I mean,
because you are 4-0.
4-0.
Now, you...
Rabbits were pulled out of hats. I'll admit.
You are hanging on by a very thin thread, and I dig that about you.
Jake Tonges, winner.
The Niners.
Buffalo off the scrap heap winner.
Buffalo had it the whole game. Who didn't see that coming, right? But 4-0 is 4-0, and I told you when you left here on Friday, I didn't clap for crap. No clap for crap.
Lucas did.
Because you had 3 picks, and I was like, oh, that's disappointing. I like them all.
You were mad at the Niner pick, though, because I tend to mush them.
It scares me. But it's a new year, so hopefully it's a new you and a new them. And I knew the Chargers were going to punk the Chiefs. I felt really good about that one.
Yeah, I love that one.
But I liked your picks, and they were all. You're 4-0. You're hot. You can actually say it.
I'm hot.
You're hot.
It's actually 5 in a row if you go back to the Super Bowl.
We're not going to do that. But it's,
all right.
You're hot.
And for tonight, the pick is in.
Okay,
we can save it for later.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to the phones.
All right.
What'd you think? 888-957-9570. It's Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for the call.
Good afternoon, Mark and Dibs. I just want to say, man, they got lucky, but luck's a part of the game, so we'll take that win. But my takeaway is you can't be late on throws, bro. He cannot be late on throws, and that's exactly what happens when he threw those 2 INTs. That would have been a 3rd INT, but Tonges, man, this new guy, hopefully that's not a one-hitter from the dude. Hopefully this guy's a diamond in the rough, and I would like to see multiple tight end sets, especially when George comes back. And, that bigger tight end, I forgot his name. He could be the blocker. Let's send Tonges and George out in the pasture and be route runners out in the field because the kind of quarterback that Brock is, we're going to need guys who are going after the ball a lot, kind of like Jennings, right? With those kind of dudes. And then also, I love what I saw with Gerson. It looks like he's going to be a player. The defense coming along, although that run defense in the first half is kind of soft. They need to, tighten that up. And game 1, they keep building and keep getting better. Go Niners.
Go Niners. That's a dub. Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate it. And yes, we are now 0 for 1 on Tonges pronunciations.
Yeah, it's all right.
It was
we'll hang in there. And that other guy is Luke Farrell.
Yes,
the big guy he was talking about. I'd like to see that big guy in there. And, when you watch the film again and what you saw in the second half was a ton of 2 running backs and 2 tight ends and just 1 wide receiver. And that was before and after Juwan got hurt. Yeah. And they realized that if they want to throw it, they need to have other people out there blocking.
They need to have people.
Because the 5 blockers were not doing enough of the blocking to give Brock time. So they went to a lot more like use check on the line and extra tight ends and the whole thing.
Again, if you are in Brock Purdy assessment mode, which a lot of people always are.
Right?
Always are. I just want to add a couple things. This is what has, for me, 2 things kind of stood out that made what I would have. Put it this way, if we were doing Grandy's grades, and we will tomorrow, I'll go ahead and give you a little snapshot preview of where I am on Purdy. If you'd asked me last night, I probably would have gone C+. Today, I'm B-. I'm going to move it up a little bit for 2 reasons. Number one, I now better, I think, understand the thought process and what he was doing on the touchdown pass to Tonges. I think he was playing that play as a little bit more desperation mode as opposed to, that's a good idea, like, screw the field goal, man. This ain't working, and I support that. And then secondly, when I saw the stat that Brock Purdy, and I really want to drive this home today, okay, the number 1 pressure rate in any game in his career. Brock Purdy yesterday, that was the most pressure he has ever faced in his career, a 58% pressure rate. If you don't know what pressure rate, that means 58% of the time that he dropped back, he's facing intense pressure. So that is going to force some sort of wonky decisions. Now, Jonathan called the 2 interceptions late. I would not use that label on both of them. I would on the second one. That second one, I thought bad decision in traffic, late and
unnecessary.
Floated. The first one was a great play by the defense.
Yeah, he got duped.
And he got duped. He didn't see him, and he also, his fingertips away. Like, it was a really nice catch. Fingertips away from getting that in there. So that one bothered me less. Look, a pick is a pick. That makes it a bad throw. But I don't think on the first one he was late. I just think he misassessed the coverage. And the second one, though, for me was the bad one.
Yeah, and that was, largely into double, if not triple coverage. That's going to be a tough throw no matter what. The first one, and I was listening to the analysis from the commentators and also from Shanahan after, where, you're supposed to have CMC out there as the safety valve, but he got knocked off the route.
Correct.
So he's on the ground. So the linebacker sees it, and now he drops deeper than what Brock Purdy would have thought. So Brock throws it thinking over the linebacker in front of the safety. I got this, but the linebacker had dropped way deeper. Not to excuse it.
No, not at all.
It's just the way that thing kind of went.
Yeah, like interceptions happen. Like, they're all going to have them. That, to me, is in that. There's categories. Some of them are bad luck. Some of them are, I was trying to do this, and they did that, and they got me on that. And then there are some where you're just like, dude, what are you doing? So I put them in 2 different categories. I thought the first one was like, oof, tough. That's not a great play, as it turned out, but gives Seattle credit. And, yes, there's some things that led to that. The second one, bad decision. Bad decision, bad execution, bad interception all the way around. Let's go to Mike in Santa Clara. Hi, Mike. What are you doing?
What's up, guys? Just pulled over just to talk to you. Just, first thing I got to say is happy Victory Monday. And Tight End University is looking pretty good right now after that Tonges catch and everything. So that was probably my favorite reaction out of anything, was just Kittle just on the sideline after that happened. Like, Tight End University, there you go. My takeaways from it, look, the first thing is Pearsall, he looks like a baller as it is, especially with like the lack of weapons that are coming around right now, especially after the injuries and the current injuries and the player and the receivers that are still not familiar with the offense. He balled out. Kittle played his part in the case, and hopefully he gets better within a couple of weeks. But the other thing I wanted to talk about was, just the defense in general, just standing pat, being able to get down to where the nitty-gritty of where it came down to. And on the Seahawks side, I do want to say, big props to JSN. That guy was a baller last night, too, especially with making those crazy catches, minus the fumble. But Charbonnet, man, that guy looked like, I don't know where Kenneth Walker's going to be in that case, but Charbonnet, he looked like the better back in that case. But Purdy had a overall okay game, in my opinion. Personally, with that Tonges catch and everything, I thought that was going to get picked off, but he ended up coming up with that in the end. But I think Purdy had a lot of good poise in the pocket, especially with just reading the pocket and just moving around the pocket as well. So I just think overall, good win. It wasn't the cleanest win, but hey, what do you expect with a divisional rivalry game? Those are always the toughest ones to come about. So great win. Let's just move on to the next. And we're still looking good, especially with the schedule that we have. So go Niners.
Mike, thanks, man. It's funny because I really think that if we were clear-headed prior to this game, and I actually think listening to a lot of 49er fans over the last few weeks, we were. Did you hear anyone go, oh, boy, Niners going to go into Seattle and roll? I'm going to steam this. We're going to this 31-10. Like, I didn't hear any of that.
No, and if you talk about like what you thought their record would be, if you thought 10-7, honestly, that would be one of the 7 losses.
I agree with you. I think a lot of people went into this game going, there's a lot of questions. I'm not sure how it's going to go. We got some things that are going to need to fall our way, and then we'll probably need to deal with a little bit of adversity. There's adversity to even start with the fact that the wide receiver core has been put together by Band-Aids for the last few weeks, and you're going on the road. Plus, it's Seattle, and there's pieces of that you know, and then there are all these pieces about it that you don't know. It's like their receiver core is completely new. Jackson Smith-Njigba is now the one. Cooper Kupp's there.
New quarterback.
Yeah. The coach is a defensive guy. Got all these new things to figure out. And some of them trended that way and some of them trended this way. And so you get a very close game in the end. I would have predicted it to be a little bit more high scoring.
Yeah, not me.
But I absolutely thought that you're looking at a grinder, which is why I was so freaking worried about Jake Moody. And then exactly what I was worried about happened.
Yeah, it happened.
And then they still won.
They did. So, and, he missed one, and he had another one blocked, which was not his fault.
That's not his fault.
It goes to the entire operation. And so the operation, and you can blame the kicker when it's a good snap, good hold, everyone blocks, and he misses. Yeah, it's your fault. But in general, the whole unit has to be better so that he feels comfortable to where he can go out there and make a kick. And so I'm not saying that's why he missed the first one. That was just an absolute block job where you can't miss a kick from that length. And, Kyle Shanahan seems to be of the mind right now to stand by him. But I look at that game and the way that game went, and you had your best tight end go out, you had your number 2 wide receiver go out, and you had a real fight on your hands, and yet you were able to pull it out.
They were able to pull it out. Now, listen, I'm also, you're 4-0. That's an early victory lap. I'm not ready to take one, and I probably won't be for at least half the year. But I just want to ask, how does everyone feel about my Ricky Pearsall predictions now?
It's looking pretty good.
That's all. He could get hurt this week. Things could change. Blah blah blah. I don't even want to bring that stuff up. I understand all that, but Ricky is a player. And I begged everybody throughout the month of August to believe me when I told you that's WR1. That's WR1, which is precisely why, if I were Drew Rosenhaus, I'd have been begging Juwan Jennings, dude, I don't know what extension they offered you, but if it was in any way fair, take that, my man. You are not putting up 1,000 this year. Period. I just did not see that as possible. And now what has happened for him is literally the worst case scenario.
And we'll find out more here coming up in the next hour what the extent of the injury is. But yeah, your Pearsall take is looking really, really good. And you think about that opening drive, and we talked a lot about the Shanahan script and the opening drive again. 95 yards, Shanahan scripted, including back-to-back plays, Pearsall for 26 on 3rd and 8, Pearsall for 13 on 1st and 10. And, that 26-yarder on 3rd and 8, that was a huge play early in the game that led to the touchdown. And, you were starting to stall out a little bit. 3rd and 8, not easy. Boom, where's Ricky? Pick it up.
I predicted 1,000 yards, 896 to go.
Yeah, 104. On 4 catches, by the way, that's the thing that really kind of pops. And the other thing, and we can get more into this as the week goes on and we find out about Juwan Jennings, but you mentioned it before with Sky Moore, MVS, and Russell Gage, no targets among the 3 of them. So outside of Juwan and Ricky, your wide receivers were non-existent.
Yeah, and don't sleep on Jordan Watkins. I know he's a rookie. I think he might be available next week too. So you might, instead of Russell Gage and MVS, you might be getting Kendrick Bourne and Jordan Watkins as wide receiver 2 and 3. I don't know how everyone feels about that, but that might be what we're getting. We'll see. 49er David in Concord is next up. What's up, David? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Thank God football's back. I haven't called in like 6 months because after basketball ends and until football starts, it's just total dead time. Anyways, all right. Usage rate for McCaffrey, 22 runs, 10 targets, and the Niners had 70 offensive plays. I don't like it. What do you guys think?
Well, which part of it do you not like?
The dude is he's going to get injured like all of a sudden, and then you're going to be lost.
Okay, so let's address that. David, thank you, real quick.
Well, the real way to look at it would be his snaps, which were 58 snaps.
Right.
And his usage beyond that was 32 targets and rushes on 58.
I thought that people last year were doing a whole lot, and not so much maybe last year, more the year before, but they're like, why aren't you using Mason more? Well, they did use Brian Robinson. They used him a lot. So the 31 touches is, to me, is not a result of his usage. It's a result of the fact that it was needed. George Kittle was gone, and then Juwan was gone, and it's like you have to give the ball to Christian. He's out there, and you are trying to win. So, no, he's not going to get 31 touches per game. As you said, that would be a record. He's not going to go north of 500 touches this year. Is he going to get it hurt at some point? Maybe. He is 29 years old with a lot of mileage. But once you get in the game and the plays are just being run, I'm not going to look at a wide-open Christian and be like, not throwing the ball to you, because I don't want your usage to be wrong. Do you know what I mean?
Totally.
It's like the game's going, dude. If he's out there, let's go. Here's the ball. Let's play.
That's right. And he gave you the best chance, especially when you lost Kittle, and then you lost Juwan. So that gave you the best chance to get yardage and go forward. So, yeah, he played 58 snaps, 3/4 of the game, and when he was out there, he got the ball almost every time.
In 20 minutes, we'll do 3 things. We'll explain coming up next what that is, but also we will continue with your calls right now. What'd you think? What stands out? 888-957-9570. Dylan, you'll be first up. Stay where you are. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibs. And hey, it's Willard, of course, from 95.7, the game when life hits you hard. Whether it's an accident, an injury, whatever it is, you got to hit back even harder. Y'all know that. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habis and the entire Habis Law team. They've been doing it for years. They're trustworthy. They're fantastic. For over 40 years, in fact. Habis Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care cases, financial support, and real justice. So, if this is what you need, they are for you. Habis does not get paid unless you do. Visit habislaw.com. Habis Law, they'll fight to make it right.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's NorCal versus SoCal in the ultimate rivalry showdown. The San Jose Earthquakes take on LAFC September 13th at Levi's Stadium. This match could be the key to the Quakes' playoff push, and the action doesn't stop at the final whistle. Catch a live halftime performance by Edgardo Nunez. And before the game, don't miss Fan Fest with Blue Demon Jr. in a live wrestling match. Plus meet and greets with world champion boxer Eric Morales and El Tri legend Moises Munoz. Get your tickets now at SJEarthquakes.com and be there when NorCal brings the heat.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities at the Freeman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales Event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you, with expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
Getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots. On us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year. You guessed it. On us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/9/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile, Wi-Fi, and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Partner with the business that's ready to work for yours. The Home Depot. We supply the support your job needs with the level of service your business deserves. Streamline operations and get more done with the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Purdy's given time. Wants it all. Downfield. Pearsall's got it. Ricky Pearsall inside the 25. Biggest play of the day. 45 yards with 2.5 left.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
I think Ricky's about to win. Like he's about to become. He got a chance to be a fan favorite. Ricky Pearsall. That was exactly the start that you're hoping for. And again, highest pressure rate of Brock Purdy's career and portions of the game where Ricky is like the only viable wide receiver even on the field. That's what makes that catch so impressive to me. Nobody else, like Kittle's gone, Jennings is gone. Nobody else out there is even getting any looks. And Ricky is able to create a double move and a flip the field catch, and Brock was there to deliver it. That's a hell of a play.
Hell of a play and great play design to be in that spot where you come out with 1 running back, 1 tight end, 3 wide receivers, and you're able to single him up in that way, all alone on that side of the field, and you get the double move, no safety help. And so, in Brock with the little pump fake that when you're watching it in real time, you don't know what's going on down the field.
Right.
But he pumps, and you're like, okay. And then turns out the pump fake was perfect for the double move because the corner bit just enough to allow Ricky to get behind him. 45-yard game changer.
It's Willard and Dibs live in the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. We'll go back to the phones in a sec. I do have to admit this. This was one other thought because I don't know. Did you do the thing yesterday? Did you just sit there and watch it all? Just all of it? Did you do it?
I mean, yeah.
Did you?
Of course not. I've got a 3-year-old.
Ah, damn it.
I was in.
I didn't miss a damn minute.
Yeah, I missed about an hour of the morning wave because, the farmer market. We had to make a farmer's market.
That is,
farmer's
that's
market,
good. Yeah. But what time does that open, by the way?
It opens at 8:30. But, we got there,
Get your act together.
I know, right?
8:31. Let's go.
I asked her if she was going to yak in, and she was reluctant to yak in.
She was.
We had to have a closed-door meeting, but I got back in time for the witching hour.
Oh, good.
Which I love the witching hour.
Yeah, no, I did not miss a damn minute. And then that Sunday night game, I have to admit a thought that crossed my mind as I'm watching Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen just play. That was Madden. That was not a football game. That was Madden that they were playing with each other. And you watch that, and it's right after, like, I'm still on the come down from the 49er game, and these two start running around. And I went, you telling me we're supposed to beat one of them?
Totally.
Like, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. Now, neither one of them has ever been to a Super Bowl, which I don't even understand anymore. One of you has got to go this year, or else I think people are going to start getting fatigued.
Well, I told you already that
you got to go.
Buffalo's going to go, and Buffalo's going to win. That was your Super Bowl champ. And I said this weeks ago. We did our thing, and I said whoever wins that game, they're going to win the Super Bowl, and I'm standing behind it.
And that's fair, but with 5 minutes to go in the game, they look like they were getting their butts handed to them. Like Lamar and Derek were absolutely unstoppable. Now, it's not going to look like that every week and all of these things, but that's the most Ravens thing I've ever seen. To have those two come out and play that way and have their record be 0-1 is absurd.
Yeah.
So, that was what was going through my head. Niner fans, y'all thinking the same thing? You watched our game, and then you watched that game, and I'm like, we're supposed to beat that?
Sure.
What are we talking? What are we doing?
Let alone beat Kansas City, who you can't beat. And Kansas City's not as good as they normally are, but if they happen to be the team in front of you, yeah, good luck with that. Meanwhile, you're going to have to go play the Rams, and you're going to try to beat them 9-8 because that's what the Rams do, and apparently that's what the Niners are trying to do.
I don't think it's going to look like that all year. I really don't. I think reinforcements are coming. I think the Niners are going to get better. All of that stuff. But, there might be some grinders here or there. Even though their schedule is weak, there are, we always look at a schedule, and I think our minds go to offense. There are some good defenses on there, and the Rams are one of them, and the Seahawks are one of them.
Absolutely, and that's why I thought yesterday going in, and I said it last week and the week before, I thought that it was going to be a low-scoring game, and that's going to be, I think, much more of the norm this year for the Niners, at least until they get Demarcus Robinson back, if Ayuk comes back, if Kittle gets healthy, who knows about Jawan, but you look at yesterday, that for me was a classic Shanahan game, 38 minutes of time of possession.
Crazy.
You ran it almost 40 times, and you went out there and you won it the way Shanahan likes.
Let's go to Dylan in Modesto. Hi, Dylan. We appreciate your call, man. What's going on?
To be honest, I didn't like yesterday. I liked the defense, but I didn't really like nothing else. I didn't like the play calls. I didn't like how they really didn't dial up Ricky. They dialed him up at first to start the game, then they didn't get to him to the end. I didn't like Brock's performance. I didn't like Jake Moody's performance and the special teams in general, but that's been a big problem. And then I see that we're rebuilding the team this year, and I see we're rebuilding it kind of the same way as when we had Jimmy. A tough defense and then an unequipped offense. The offense is terrible almost. And it's Kyle Shanahan's play calls too, to be honest.
Dylan, do you like bacon or cheeseburgers?
Mark, what's up? To be honest, I'm this. Like I say, I've had season tickets for 10 years. I can see we're building the same team over with Kyle. And when you have this team, he has a good philosophy, but you can't make these mistakes.
No, I understand. No. Listen, everybody's entitled to whatever you feel after the game. But 1-0 and a road division win, you got to be happy about something in there, don't you, Dylan?
No, to be honest with you, I'm not, because like I said, I've had season tickets for 12 years, and I'm a professional gambler, and I kind of see the same team as last year.
Well, you know what the Niners are?
That was a cover.
Yeah, you know what? The Niners are 1-0 against the spread there, Dylan.
I understand that. I had him yesterday, and my best bet was Ricky over 40 yards and over 3.5 completions.
Well, then why aren't you happier, Dylan? You're big winner yesterday. You and the Niners.
But Mr. Mark, like, you know what I mean? Like, Brock almost had 5 interceptions, to be honest.
No, he didn't. I mean, like, you know.
He had 9 incompletes.
Dylan, thanks.
Thank you, Dylan.
Yeah.
And,
no, you get to feel
cheer up,
however you want
Dylan.
to feel.
Cheer up. And just, Fade the Dibber coming up. You can go ahead and pick with me.
Ride the Dibber.
That's right.
Ride the Dibber.
We'll go ahead and give out Mr. Monday Night, they call me.
Yeah, they used to.
Yeah.
That
might have been somebody else we know.
Somebody.
Could be. Yeah. But I don't know. I look at yesterday, and there are many things you can look at and say, oh, that needs to be better.
Well, of course it does. By the way, did anyone else raise your hand? Forget the Sunday night game, because that was just stupid. I don't know. That was drunk. That game was so drunk. But around the league, raise your hand if you feel just about, not all of them, just about everybody looked like they were maybe working some kinks out.
Always.
Just about everybody.
Always, right?
Do you know that the Bengals had 7 yards in the second half?
7 yards.
7
yards.
Yards.
You doing your Scott Hansen? 7 yards.
That was 7 yards.
And they won.
Because the other team had even more kinks to work out.
Well, the other team stinks. They have more stinks to work out.
Yeah, but I mean,
that's a 2.
How you all doing with your fancy number 1 overall fantasy pick? How'd that taste?
Not great. Jamar Chase, you're talking about?
Yeah.
How about Bijan Robinson? Is that how we're going?
Bajan.
Oh, Bajan.
He was very good.
Eventually.
Well, he had 100 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah, I think it was pretty slow going for the majority of that game.
He had a big play, though. Yeah, he had a big play. Lucas and I did this in the other room. We went through the whole first round, all 16 picks in our league.
Yeah.
And we were like, so who feels good and who feels like crap? And there are only a couple people that feel good.
I don't feel great.
I felt like I got Nico Collins.
I had Jamar Chase, and I'm sorry, I had Jamar Gibbs. Jameer Gibbs. I don't know what's going on with me right now in my head.
Not great.
My brain.
Who are you?
Not great.
Jameer Gibbs. Jameer set a record yesterday. No joke. Are you ready for this? There's so many quirky stats that came out yesterday.
I saw this one, yeah.
That's the lowest amount of yards somebody has ever gotten while getting double-digit catches.
Yep. 10 catches for 28 yards or
30
something?
30 yards.
Yeah. I mean.
But in the point per reception league.
Great.
Don't grade me. You got double-digit points.
Yeah.
I had Nico Collins. He had 3 for 25. Somebody had A.J. Brown. That guy didn't touch the ball until the game was over.
Yeah, right.
There was a bunch of stuff. There was a bunch of disappointments there in round 1. And stop shaking your head, Grandy, because my other receiver's name is Emeka Ibuka. Don't you forget his name.
Yeah, that sucks.
That's WR2 in this house. And by the way, I had a bunch of other receivers that I left on the bench. I had Keon Coleman on the damn bench. I'm out here playing Nico Collins like a loser.
Right.
Wrong. I was just wrong. All kinds of wrong. Anyway.
That was wrong.
3 things. And y'all can do this with us, actually. 888-957-9570. Here's the definition of 3 things. We're going to go back and forth on 3 observations, things that stood out to us, maybe to a degree beyond the obvious, like a little look ahead. I'm not going to say, Jake Moody stinks. That's not one of my 3 things. But do you have 3 things? Or even 1 thing, or 2 things. We're going to do our 3 things, but you can call us and do your 3 things. 888-957-9570. That is the number. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? And oh, by the way, you are the only guest today because it is a Victory Monday, no matter what Dylan says. 888-957-9570. That is the number on Willard and Dibs.
I was wrong.
This game day traffic report is being brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you are headed into San Francisco Giants, yes, so you may see a bit of a backup at the Bay Bridge. Westbound, northbound 101 already sluggish from Cesar Chavez getting on to eastbound 80. That's your game day traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. Are you thinking about covering your patio or maybe building shelves to get organized? Well, whatever your next project might be, the products you use to build it matter the most, especially if you want your project to last for years to come. That's why Golden State Lumber and Showrooms are proud to carry Simpson Strong Tie, the trusted name in structural connectors. Engineered for strength, these products are designed to stand up to the toughest conditions, from high winds to seismic events. Professional builders appreciate the many options that Simpson Strong Tie provides to all you do-it-yourselfers, and you'll love the confidence that comes from professional results. So, whether you're building a backyard retreat or just tackling your weekend to-do list, choose Simpson Strong Tie, which is available at Golden State. Go to goldenstatelumber.com and get inspired. Golden State Lumber and Showroom in the Bay Area for over 70 years and ever-evolving Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
At Big O Tires, now through September 28th, get $40 to $60 in rebate savings on sets of 4 Michelin tires. Plus, Big O Tires will match up to $60 in instant savings. Installation required, disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for details.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Game. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain Scent Boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You got to be happy about something in there, don't you, Dylan?
No.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, the YouTube chat and I are checking to see if anybody wants to invite Dylan over for the game this weekend. He sounded like a big old bowl of peaches, didn't he?
He could use a little pick-me-up, maybe.
You got to be happy about something in there, don't you, Dylan?
No.
No.
I know fun when I hear it, and that was fun. I love him. Me and Dylan. Saints, Niners, 10 o'clock this Sunday. Let's
Come on
do
over,
it, Dylan.
It'll be a watch party at Willard's.
It's questionable. Questionable concern.
What?
Nothing made him happy. There's nothing for him to be happy about.
No, he did not have questionable concern. He had for sure concern. I know.
Yeah, he did a limited amount of stuff in practice yesterday.
Christian was not questionable. Can you imagine how stupid this entire exercise was? It's not our fault. It's no one's fault. But if you listen to the radio station on Thursday after 5 o'clock,
at the summit,
all day Friday, if I had said to you, I tell you what kind of odds you give me on 31 touches this weekend? I could have made $1 million off of you.
I don't think many people would have taken that bet.
I mean, oh gosh, so funny.
31 touches.
Shout out to David Lombardi. He was the one. I'm like, what do you think this guy's? He's like, he's playing.
Yep.
We're like, what? Like, yeah, he's fine. Okay.
He's fine.
And he was.
He was fine. He didn't look sluggish. You never saw him limping or favoring either leg. We don't even know which leg is where the calf situation was.
Clue.
Yeah, it was never diagnosed as anything. It was never diagnosed as a calf strain or a calf pull or a calf anything. It just was a calf issue.
I know nobody cares about anybody else's fantasy league or team. I just briefly want to ask you to make an extra selection today. One extra selection, not just Bears and Vikings.
Okay.
One extra selection.
All right.
Because two of the members of our group of four here happen to be battling against one another. And it will come down to tonight. I have exactly, on Mark Grandy, a 3-point lead. It would have been a 4-point lead, but Tyler Loop decided to doink an extra point. But he played well. And so I have a 3-point lead. And I have the young tight end who was a top 15 pick for the Chicago Bears, Colston Loveland, will be playing for your boy tonight. But Mark Grandy will counter with veteran running back for the Minnesota Vikings, Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones versus Colston Loveland in a 3-point lead. Who you got? Who you got?
I got Grandy.
Oh, no.
I got Grandy. I got Aaron Jones.
Come on, Diz, make it 5-0, please.
I mean, yeah, I'm not trying to stay hot. Yeah, I like his ability to be more impactful than the tight end, and you're banking on Caleb Williams now. which to me is always risky.
I mean, not really banking on him. He just needs to complete some passes.
Correct.
I don't need him to win a football game.
No, but you need him to throw the ball accurately to your guy.
Right, he did that last year.
Sure.
Like DJ Moore caught passes.
Occasionally, I had him last year.
Caught it. You know what I mean? Anyway, all right. Yeah, the app agrees with you. Apparently, Grandy's got a 59% chance to win.
Oh, wow. Okay.
By the way, what's bugging you on Friday? Friday at 2 o'clock. I'll tell you. You want to know what's bugging me? Projections and percentages.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Will you all stop ruining your lives with this stupid thing? Oh, you've got a 2% chance to win. Scores a touchdown. You have a 58% chance. Like, what are we? Stop. Stop with, well, Yahoo says this player's going to get 11.36, but that player's going to get 11.78. So I got to pay 11.78. That's higher than, like, what are we doing? Can you stop letting this app run your brain, please?
But you actually kind of leaned on this very thing earlier in the crossover when you said that pass to Tonges had according to Next Gen Stats,
I just thought that was funny.
Had a 14% chance of being completed.
I just thought that was funny.
Right.
I thought it was funny.
It's the same as this, which is nonsense. You can look at, even like exit velocity and, what is the expected batting average on that hit? Well, in this case, the actual batting average on a hit was 0 because you hit the ball 113 miles an hour and the third baseman caught it. So it doesn't matter what your expected batting average would be or how many ballparks that'd be a home run in. In this moment, it was not. So there you go.
All right. So there you go. So anyway, Granny and I are both hoping for all of your positive energy tonight. If you think that Mark should be spelled with a K, then please root for Colston Loveland. If you think that Mark should be spelled with a C, then go on with your bad self and root for Aaron Jones, you Jordan Mason haters. Go. Yeah. Anyway, all right. You want to do 3 things?
Let's do 3 things.
Let's do some 3 things. Grandy, I'm rooting against you tonight, but not until the show's over. So how about a little musical accompaniment, if you please? You want to go first or you want me to go first?
Go ahead and go first. Be the tone setter.
All right, here it is. My first thing, and I'm sorry to say it, but this is how I feel, kind of like Kyle Shanahan in this moment. I don't miss Dre Greenlaw anymore. I really wanted the 49ers to keep him. I was feeling some kind of way about the Niners letting him go. And I'm not saying it's definitive that they were right and I was wrong or any of those things. It's been one football game. But, my friends, D. Winters is a baller. That man is really got it dialed. He knows exactly how to play the position. He knows the energy that the position requires. And, oh, by the way, he's younger and healthier. Not that Dre is old, but did you see what Dre did for the Broncos yesterday? Did you see that? He didn't play.
No.
He's hurt again.
Oh, boy.
So I get it. I love Dre Greenlaw. I'll always love Dre Greenlaw. It's super unfortunate what has happened in his career since the moment that the Super Bowl took place a year and a half ago. But we are where we are, and the 49ers have their Dre Greenlaw replacement.
Yes, and he is the shining star in a draft that is mostly forgettable. 2023, Jair Brown, Jake Moody, Cameron Latu, Darrell Luter, Robert Beal. These are people who might still be football players somewhere. Unfortunately, your kicker's still around, but 6th round D Winters, he absolutely popped off the screen. I was loving watching him play, and it kind of leads to what my first one will be. And
fire away.
It was my second one, but it's going to be my first one because it plays off of what you're saying. Robert Saleh has this defense playing downhill, and it reminds me of the defense that he used to coordinate, where guys are just absolutely flying to the ball. And yesterday, you can count on one hand, or maybe even less than that, missed tackles. They were fitting in against the run. And Seattle's got a couple of good running backs, and they were dedicated to running the ball, but the Niners were able to contain that run And a lot of it was D winners, as you were saying, but Kalia Davis with a couple up front. Sam Okawanu.
He was really good.
With a forced fumble.
If you like PFF, Sam O, your highest rated defender yesterday.
Love it. And part of that is because of that forced fumble. But the defense is part bend but don't break, but also part like downhill violence. And that to me was a Robert Saleh fingerprint yesterday.
Okay. You want to go first for round 2?
No, you go ahead, Mark. Okay. You're doing great.
All right.
You're doing a heck of a job over there.
Thanks, Dibs.
Yeah, you're hot. You got it.
The offensive line was troubling. I thought the offensive line was troubling. I don't think that we're in a spot where we need to panic necessarily as of yet. But again, to borrow the stat that I was trumpeting last hour, Brock Purdy faced a 58% pressure rate, 57.9 to be exact, and that is the highest of his career. And that is not a sustainable way to win football games. It changes a little bit my view of the way Purdy played, in fact, because he did not take a lot of sacks. Did he take any sacks? One. He took 1 sack.
Yep.
On a 58% pressure rate. That's fantastic. His feel for movement within the pocket was really good. His receivers were not always available. And so I get why he might force a thing or two, even though they might have been bad decisions. So anyway, back to the bigger point. Trent Williams was not not at the level that you would want him to be. I know Pooney was down on the ground at one point. McKivitz got the extension. From an individual basis, I still think they've got some good players there, but as a collective group, they got outplayed in passing situations yesterday. I would love to see that get better this weekend.
Yeah, it leads me right into my second one, which is the offensive line was better than you think. And by you think, I mean the collective group think. Grandy, I think, I was listening to Overtime yesterday, and if you want to look at the offensive line and how they did running the ball, they were pretty darn good running the football. Now, a lot of those run plays were set up against 8, 9, and even 10-man boxes, which doesn't matter how good your O-line is. You're going to lose that play. They gave up some pressures, absolutely, but in the key moments, this offense was able to convert third downs. They converted half of their third downs in the game. The offensive line had some rough moments, not a ton of penalties. I know Trent had a hold and McKivitz had a false start, but I found on a second watching of the game that the offensive line was actually better than I had initially thought.
Well, it's a fair kind of angle to take on this whole thing. In watching the game, it wasn't that I thought they were awful. But Brock was running for his life a whole lot, and they were not able to complete balls to wide receivers very often, which is usually the tell for a good offense to a great one. Like, there are actually a handful of quarterbacks in this league. They can complete the ball on checkdowns. They can complete the ball to the tight end who's like standing right over there 7 yards away. Can you get your wide receivers involved? That's what the great ones can do, and Brock had a hard time with that yesterday. Part of that is the receiver core being so banged up.
Right.
Part of that is also the pressure rate was too great, and therefore there just wasn't always a lot of time to go for those downfield strikes.
They had a few, and the double move to Ricky Pearsall was obviously well blocked to allow Brock to have that much time to pump fake and then fire to Pearsall. And the Tonges one for the touchdown, the game winner, that was a full-on scramble play, so things had broken down. I think Trent got beat on the left side of that play as well, but I just look at 38 minutes of time of possession, and the majority of their run plays garnered positive yards, and third and long, they were able to protect on those and convert, so a little bit inconsistent, but I found watching it again that the O-line was better than many people are giving them credit for.
I mean, they definitely ran the ball better than their counterparts did. Kenneth Walker was totally and completely bottled up in this football game. Okay, round 3 for me, 3 things right here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. And this one is, I hate saying it. I really do.
You don't hate it, otherwise you wouldn't do it.
No, but I feel it. But I do hate it. But I feel it.
Just say it.
Juwan Jennings made a bad bet. He made a bad bet. And I say that not knowing what the numbers were that the 49ers put in front of them. But if they did offer a multi-year extension, I'm sure it was at a number that a 975-yard receiver would scoff at. He would be like, what are you talking about? You got receivers out here. You make 1,000 yards. Come on, man. We're making $26 million a year. Ain't you heard? But the bottom line is Juwan, that was very circumstantial last year. It was not going to repeat itself. You're opening yourself up to injury. And when the only added money that you get is incentive money, what happens when you miss a bunch of games, which I think is about to happen? It's super easy on the back end of this to look back and say you made a bad bet. However, I didn't love it to begin with. I didn't realize when he took the incentive package that a multi-year deal had been put on the table. I would love to know what that number was.
Yep.
But I'll tell you this, Juwan, if it was higher than $15 million a year, you made the wrong choice. You were not going to put those numbers up for the 49ers again, and now you're really not going to put those numbers up for the 49ers again.
And when you hit free agency at the end of the year, you're not in a great spot to go out there, if you miss a bunch of games, to go out there and get more than what you could have gotten. So, yeah, that's a tough one to say, but you've always talked about, like, you know, the guaranteed money and get your money while you can. And whatever the number was, I don't know how much the guarantee would have been, but I would bet that he was in line to get more money than what he got in this one-year deal. My third thing, and, you know, 888-957-9570 if you disagree, but I thought yesterday was a Shanahan masterclass. At the end of the first half, he might have gotten a little conservative. Grandy was making this point on overtime, trying to go down and settle for the field goal, knowing you'd get the ball back. Well, the field goal missed, and so that kind of blew up in his face a little bit. But in the second half, especially after he lost Kittle in the second quarter, the way he used his personnel groups, he used a lot of use check, and he put him out there on the line as an extra tight end. He went to a lot of 2 tight end sets. He did what he had to do with the personnel he had. And ultimately, yeah, you gave McCaffrey the ball a lot more than what fans would want, but he gave CMC the ball left and right. He threw it to him to the left, to the right. I thought the way Shanahan called the game, considering who he had remaining on his team, I thought it was a genius game for him to call and to get the win in that fashion.
Well, I'll give him this. It was a really tough game to call. I don't know if everything, it kind of hits me. Sorry to go back to Downer Dylan, who called in a short time ago. But when people are like, why don't you dial up Pearsall more? That's not how you don't dial people up. Every play has multiple options. You have no idea when a play is executed or not. Who was option 1, 2, 3, 4, or if Brock Purdy just takes off and then starts to try to make something out of nothing. So it's not a video game. Kyle does not have a little controller in his hand. So remove that. And what I would say is you end up in a football game on the road. You end up in a grinder against a really good defense. You end up with George Kittle going out. You would then end up with Juwan Jennings going out. You were already very short-handed at that position. And you at least have some sort of nervousness, I would guess, in the back of your mind about Christian McCaffrey. And I just think you end up with an offense that's going out there and it does not have the options that it would normally have. It does not have as many sort of, pieces of silverware in the drawer as what you're used to. And you're right. They found a way to make it work anyway. So deserves a lot of credit for that.
Yeah, and they did dial up Pearsall, quote unquote, and that was the intended target on his second interception. So it's not like Pearsall was just completely neglected. He had 4 catches, he had 7 targets, and one of the ones he didn't catch was an interception. So I just look at the way Shanahan went about it, and so much in the second half especially was 2 tight ends and 2 running backs, which means just 1 receiver. And a lot of that was Pearsall, and a lot of that was just to run the ball. You brought in Farrell and Tonges. You had Juszczyk and usually CMC, sometimes Robinson, and you just set about to run the ball. And that second drive they had was about 13 plays, total domination, and then the field goal gets blocked. So if you're Shanahan, you're thinking, oh yeah, this is what we do. Like, they went from their own 25 all the way down to the 18, 4th and 2. They converted a 4th down, which, by the way, they converted 2 4th downs on the game. Shanahan did, Captain Conservative. But I just thought that he was very much in his bag with a bag that was not Gucci. That thing was more like a plastic bag from the grocery store. He didn't have he was down a couple of big-time weapons.
All right, 3 things, and we'll go to the phones, back to the phones here in just a sec. 888-957-9570, but as we had told you, Kyle Shanahan's conference call was at 3:30, so that started 7 minutes ago, and Grandy apparently has a George Kittle update. What do we got there, Mark?
Yeah, Shanahan is speaking right now. He has said that George Kittle's hamstring injury will likely cost him, quote, a few weeks. That is the early indication. A few weeks is the word from Kyle Shanahan. Also, Brock Purdy has a left shoulder and toe injury that make him uncertain for Sunday's game in New Orleans.
Whoa.
Kyle Shanahan also said that. So the team will see how the practice week goes with
left
Brock
shoulder
Purdy.
and toe that make him uncertain for Sunday. Huh.
Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy.
Left shoulder and a toe. Okay.
And then Jawan Jennings, they're still evaluating the shoulder. He said, quote, the MRI was good, but waiting on the CT scan.
Okay, that's awesome. I don't know. Okay, MRI, CT. Dr. Dibs, what are we looking for?
MRI would indicate something that is torn, such as a labrum.
Okay.
I tore my labrum in my left shoulder, and when you look at the MRI, the labrum holds your shoulder basically together. And
that's what I was worried about on this one.
And when that thing is torn, your shoulder will dislocate at the very presence of raising your arm. And I think the CT scan is more about the bones and maybe nerves as well to see if there's something else that's in there that's causing him that level of discomfort.
Okay. All right. Yeah, he was not able to lift his arm up at all during the fourth quarter and then after the game yesterday. So I was absolutely fearing the worst with Juwan. That's kind of interesting that they're kicking the can down the road a little bit here because you know the way I look at these and I don't know, so maybe I'm wrong on this, but we've talked to enough doctors and team doctors that I'm always of the belief, like, y'all know what's going on a lot quicker than you let on. Like, it's incredible to learn how much those doctors know right there in that blue tent. Like, right there in that blue tent. You know what I mean? Like, I've talked to doctors who are like, you want to diagnose a torn ACL? It takes 3 seconds. Whoop. Yep, it's gone.
That's an easy one.
I like but
they
then
grab your thigh, they grab your shin, and they go whoop, up, it's gone.
We got to wait for tomorrow. We got an MRI. We got to. It's like no, they know.
They know.
So I don't know what they know right now about Juwan, but I guess that's a good start.
Great start.
That's a good start. But they also signed Kendrick Bourne already. Also,
yes,
which would suggest they're a little concerned about it, or they hated what they saw from some of the other fill-ins. I don't know.
That's all possible. And when you're looking at this, and you use the expression a lot about like survivor, wide receiver survivor, it's basically what this is. And Marquez Valdez-Scantling, so new, no targets. And Russell Gage from the practice squad, no targets. Sky Moore, please don't throw him the ball, no targets. So, yeah, as you look forward, you're going to need to have a little bit more from a wide receiver standpoint, because you can't just run 2 tight ends and or 2 running backs all game, every game. You can't give McCaffrey 31 touches a week.
We're going to play Kyle Shanahan's comments a little bit later once everybody can gather it together. But further updates. So you heard Grandy say George Kittle, probably going to cost him a few weeks. Jawan Jennings, still evaluating. MRI was good. They're going for CT. Purdy dealing with a left shoulder and toe. We'll see how the week progresses. The toe is more serious than the shoulder. Okay? No reports of anything on Trent Williams. So he is good to go. Here's the biggie. Y'all ready for this?
Yeah.
On the kicking situation, quote, we're looking into all of that now, and did mention the word tryouts.
He did mention it.
Yeah. So once again, I'll go back to the crossover. He did not give Jake the vote of confidence that I feel the internet feels he did.
Well, he gave him a vote of confidence on that day.
Right.
Well,
that's how he took it. He played a semantics game, and nobody knew that's what he was doing. Is there any doubt he's your kicker now? No, I was just out there. He's our kicker.
Right.
Ask me again tomorrow.
And they did.
And they got a different answer, didn't they?
And the answer today was maybe there's going to be tryouts.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so 888-957-9570. 9570. That is the number. Let's react a little bit more to what Kyle just said. We'll take more of your phone calls, and we can dive a little further into this Jake Moody thing. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Willard and Dibs.
It wasn't pretty, but the Niners got it done.
Darnold. Is he going to go? The ball is loose. The 49ers have it. It's Bosa.
And Brock made the play at the end.
Brock Purdy lost one. It is Tonges. Touchdown, San Francisco.
A win in week 1 means it's going to be a great Monster Monday.
Run that play until the other team is saying no mas.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California Ace scratch right on one.
Wait, what play is that? Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call. For sure.
On one. Ready, set,
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Come into Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Let me tell you about this new Pretzel Cheddar Club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters Trust kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends in the Bay, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family, because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Got to be delicate with those calves. I'm not a doctor, so.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, so what do you think? We'll hear exactly what Kyle said about how long you need, Grandy. What do you need?
I don't know. Lucas is in the back getting it ready.
4:15?
Probably. I think
Okay.
that's a safe bet.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So what do you think? What stands out here? I mean, the
Purdy.
The banger is the Purdy injury.
Shoulder and toe, and the toe's worse than the shoulder.
Toe is more serious, and
it's the left shoulder, non-throwing shoulder,
Right.
and the toe. I don't recall him like looking gimpy or
Not at
moving slowly.
No, the last play of the game for him, he squirted out to the right and did an off-schedule thing, and I'd have a hard time believing that a left shoulder is going to keep him out. But Grandy, did you say that did he actually say the game is in doubt? The quote I'm seeing is, "We'll see how the week progresses." Did he insinuate that Brock Purdy could miss the game?
I mean, it seems like, right?
Okay.
He's injured. He's not fully ready.
Dealing with a left shoulder and toe. The toe's more serious. Quote, "We'll see how the week progresses."
That to me sounds like right now it's in doubt. Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
I guess it's semantics, but
Yeah,
if the idea is we'll see how it progresses, I mean, doesn't that mean that there's no guarantee he's going to play?
I mean, I guess it could also just mean he's talking about, the plans for the week with regard to practice and whatnot. And again, it's an injury, so Kyle's not going to think about the semantics games that we've just played in the last 3 or 4 days. We have a semantics game with Jake Moody. Is there any doubt that he's your kicker? No, there's no doubt. But now,
right now, the question, yeah.
Right now, why is he still your kicker? Well, because you asked me if there's any doubt if he's my kicker right now, and I just saw him. So yes, he's still the kicker.
I just saw him literally kicking moments ago.
Semantics game.
Shanahan also added this, according to Matt Barrows on Twitter. He said it's a possibility that they'll have to sign another QB this week to be the backup. He said it hinges on how Brock's toe and shoulder progress in the next 24 hours.
Okay, so that does suggest that there is concern about actual missed time.
So if it's 24 hours from now and he's not doing a whole lot better, they may have to sign a QB to come in and be the backup to the quarterback that Shanahan has had his eyes on forever.
Is this happening?
Mac Jones.
Are we doing this already? Are we already going to get a Mac Jones game? Good God.
I mean,
and you know how this is going to go too, don't you?
He's going to go
They're
ahead.
They're going to win 41-6 because they're playing one of the worst teams in the league, and we're going to be, Mac Jones, wait a minute. Woo, you paid the wrong guy. Oh, God. Give me a break.
And if they only would have taken Mac Jones back then at 12 and not traded those 2 firsts, they might have a couple of Lombardis by now, Mark. Also, this in from Vic Tafer.
Yep.
No decision for George Kittle on IR yet.
Not yet.
They're hoping he's out less than 4 weeks.
They're hoping.
Right. I mean, if it was going to be 4 or more, they would have put him on IR, designated to return, but they're hoping that it's not going to be quite that long.
You only get a couple of those a year, the designated to return guys, so you got to be careful with them. But, yeah, hopefully it's less than that, but even just that quote alone sounds like you can eliminate this weekend's game. You can eliminate the home opener against the Saints for sure. I mean, against the Cardinals. And then what's week 4? Is that Jags here?
Yep. And then it's Rams.
And is the Rams on a Thursday?
Correct. On a short week.
So it gets here quick.
Yep.
But, yeah, it sounds like you're targeting like the best case scenario would be the Jags game. Hopefully the Rams game, but that's only 4 days later.
Well,
okay.
As we know with these hamstrings and groins and whatnot, the only thing you can do is to do nothing. You get treatment and you get the stem and you can stretch it and all the rest of it, but these types of injuries, you got to just shut it down. And if you're George Kittle, who is an omnidirectional player, you need to have force as a blocker. You need to be able to run fast and move and twist. You can't play through something like this.
No. Okay, so George Kittle's going to miss some time. All of a sudden, there's a Purdy situation, and that's TBD over the next 24 hours. Jawan Jennings, if you're just joining us, still being evaluated. MRA came back good, but now they're waiting for a CT scan. So no update there on missed time. Hard to believe he'd be ready anytime soon with how much pain he was in, though, yesterday. Trent Williams good to go. And, quote, we're looking into all that now with regard to the kicking situation. I love Kyle. We're looking into that now. Oh, did you just get to it? Yeah, we're going to sit down and watch some film. What do you need to see? He came into yesterday's game 11 for his last 21 and then doinked a 27-yarder.
Doinker.
You, by the way, I know you hate this word today. You got lucky that didn't cost you the game. A lot of other people deserve credit for the fact that didn't cost you a game. But you go on the road in the division, play a grinder, absolutely gag 6 points, and then find yourselves with 3:30 to go down by 3 with the ball in your hands. And somebody who's had one target thrown to him his entire life steps in front of a defensive back and wins the game for you. Use whatever words you want, but the 49ers ought to feel incredibly fortunate that Jake Moody, who advertised that he was going to cost you a game, didn't cost you the game. Very fortunate.
And he was not alone. The blocked field goal is not on him.
That's correct.
He might have come up and stepped up and drilled that one. They might have protected the kick, and he might have missed it anyway. Who knows? But what happened is what happened. And so for Kyle Shanahan, I do think you take a day and you take a deep breath and you look around and you go, okay, that was not what we want from Jake Moody. What do we do about it? And also, you look around the league, and you mentioned this earlier. I don't have all the names of all the kickers who missed kicks, but kicking was not great yesterday.
No, it wasn't great.
My point, though, Mark, is if other teams are going to be out there sniffing around for a replacement kicker, you may want to be ahead of the curve.
I don't think that will happen, but it was not lost on all 49er fans that the guy who kicked all the balls through the upright for the Bills last night, including the game winner, was on the street a week and a half ago.
Right.
And their kicker, Tyler Bass, went on IR. But by the way, he's going to come back. And then what's going to happen with Matt Prater? So maybe you want to look at Matt Prater. Greg Joseph is available and has been working out. Mayoko called him the other day. Hey, Greg, you still ready? Yup, I'm ready. Okay, so that's an option because he looked good in camp when he was in there, and he's a veteran. And there are always a bunch of kickers on the street. I love what Richard Sherman said about this today. Richard Sherman's podcast last night, and this is what I want to echo. I'm kind of done fighting about it. I'm more now on the quest to understand. Explain it to me like I'm a child. Explain to me why you still want, if you're Kyle Shanahan, why? Why do you still want Jake Moody on this team? He drives you nuts, Kyle.
They all drive him nuts.
Your face is contorting and changing colors on a daily basis because of this guy. He made the special teams coach take a walk in a preseason game 3 weeks ago. Like, he needed to meditate. I need to understand. Someone explain to me what naked pictures this guy's got, because I don't get it. I don't understand why the Niners seemingly want to continue to sign up for this aggravation.
Because you know what that is, right? That they've signed up for.
It's an aggravation sensation.
No doubt. No doubt. And they are not completely pot committed, but they've committed, whether it's the draft pick. I think that whole idea of, man, we used a third-round pick, and therefore we have to hold on to him, I think that's now gone by the boards.
Agreed.
I think that's no longer a part of it. But if you are Shanahan and you talk to your special teams coach and you look at the kicker, he does have a big leg. He has the ability to kick the ball a long way, and he's made some big kicks in the past. We all focus on the misses. And so if you're Shanahan, you look at the whole thing in totality. And I do also believe that you look at the second half of last year when he came back from the injury and you realize that he was a kicker dealing with an injury. So you go ahead and file that under maybe just injury, and you hope that he can be better this year. And so far, through one game, that was not a very good statement for Jake Moody to make. Even the one field goal he did make kind of snuck in there. It was a little bit of a block, and you know this as a golfer, and you don't often go through this, I don't think. I know I never do, where you have what they call a two-way miss, where normally I hit the ball, the golf ball, and it goes to the right 95% of the time. I almost never hit it, and it goes left. Yeah. Jake Moody right now has a two-way miss. He's missing left, and he's blocking them right, and they're not missing. So that becomes, for me, the bigger issue, where if you're a kicker or you're a golfer and you're going through the two-way miss and you don't know, like
it's
aim right and it goes right.
I totally have that.
Yeah.
I can just as easily hook one as slice one or whatever.
That's really disconcerting.
Greg Joseph in his career, because you keep bringing up the big leg, he is 17 for 30 in his career from beyond 50 yards.
Greg Joseph.
Okay. The player who was in camp with the 49ers. He is only 30 years old.
17 for 30 is not great anymore.
From 50 plus?
I mean, I'm sure it's okay.
It's not terrible. He's only tried, gosh, he was with a bunch of teams last year. He was with 3 different teams last year, and he only tried 2 and made 1 from beyond 50 yards. But, you know, go back to age 27, 2021 with the Minnesota Vikings. He was 7-9 from beyond 50 yards. Mixed bag. And but you're right, the 50-yard field goal is like not a big deal anymore.
Yep.
And Minnesota played in a dome. You know, so that
Moody is 6 of 12 in his career.
Okay.
On 50 plus.
Okay.
So, I mean, similar percentages. Greg Joseph slightly better.
A little bit better.
17 for 30, slightly better than 50%. But just to give some perspective on the Moody correlation.
I guess my point is the big leg, if you're only kicking 50% of them, you can find somebody else to do that who maybe also makes better than 50% of the ones that are inside of 30 yards, for crying out loud. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. How about Robin in the city? Hi, Robin. Thanks for the call.
Hi, you guys. Thank you. I'm watching the game again. I just wanted to say, I want to ask a question and I want to say a comment. So let me say the comment. I look at the Niners as a brand new team. I do that because they're not the same team. They don't have the same personnel. The defense is young. And I do that because I try to, to measure my expectations to what's in front of me and not what I think that's in my head. That, this is what they did 2 years ago. I think that's unfair. They have a whole different type of personnel. And the second thing I want to say is I told a friend George Kittle was going to be out, and he says, I think the Niners training staff sucks. And I'm just wondering, what the hell does the training staff do? But it is you do have to wonder why we keep getting all these injuries all of a sudden. And then the last thing I want to say, guys, and I think you've heard me say this before, the only problem I have with Shanahan are his personnel choices and how him and Mitch build a roster. All right? Love you guys both and take care of one another.
Okay,
thank you, Robin. Yep.
You too. Thanks so much. Who did she say is making personnel choices with Kyle?
Lynch.
Oh, Lynch.
John Lynch, yeah.
She said Mitch. I'm like, who's Mitch?
No.
Got it, Lynch.
Yeah, Mitch from Jersey appeared yesterday on Overtime with Grandy.
Oh, it's exciting.
It was an emergency.
All right, yeah. Well, it happens.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Anyway, here's one. Let's address this for a second.
Let's do it.
Because I never know what to do with this. I clearly can't say that it's a bad take. I also can't say that it's a good one. And I've arrived at a spot in my life and career where I don't know what to do with this. When there's a team that is dealing with a lot of injuries, people go, training staff sucks. And I'm like, I don't even know. I don't know what to say about that. I feel like a training staff is about healthy choices. It's about understanding the body. It's about putting guys in their best position to kind of go out there and have the knowledge of what to eat and how to work out and how to stretch and just how to be ready. I don't know if I can arrive at a spot where when football players get hurt, the training staff is to blame. But I also don't know if that's a me thing. Like, there's so many, there's no fan base today that's like, they all got hurt. Everybody's there's an injury report for every team. But there's something about the 49ers where it seems like we get more than our fair share. And of late, it happens to be the big names. I don't know. Do you point to the training staff when something like that happens to George Kittle?
When you look at soft tissue injuries, I don't look at them and say, oh, you're definitely to blame, but it's something that I file away under, a commonality. For example, Jawan Jennings has his shoulder get messed up, and you clearly see what happened. The defensive player just charged into him, and there was actually a flag on that play for illegal contact, but yeah, his shoulder got jacked up. Fred Warner's injury, where he caught a cleat in the face. You saw that one, right? When Fred had to go out, and it's like, oh my God, I hope he's okay. And he's spitting blood, and I'm like, oh my God, he basically ate that man's cleat. Is that on the training staff? Is his face not tough enough because the training staff is not? I'm just making light of it. But
Jawan Jennings got absolutely
I just said that.
whacked in the shoulder. Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, all of them.
And so for something like George Kittle, though, where you just kind of tweak the hammy, why did you tweak your hamstring on a play where you weren't really involved in anything other than running?
I don't know.
Those are the ones where I think it's fair to look at the training staff and say, not that it's your fault, but why do these things happen to the 49ers?
But George Kittle's gotten hurt every year. I don't know why.
But usually it's during a football play, like a football action, right?
Right, but I mean, I don't know. Does the Warriors training staff suck? Steph wasn't doing anything. You're in your 30s, and you're running and you're twisting and your hammy goes. You've had it happen. I've had it happen. It happens to everybody.
I was refereeing a 4th grade girls basketball game. Talk about embarrassment.
It's actually pretty funny.
I mean,
you see the ref
screaming. Oh yeah, yelping in pain. It's no joke now.
I told you to get off Yelp. You got to get off Yelp.
Yeah, I got to get back on there. But I don't think that you can look at it and say, training staff, because George Kittle has been, he's been mostly durable. We don't know how long he's out. And
it's going to be a few weeks.
Well, the training staff can sit everybody down and have them all stretch and do all the things that they're supposed to do and hydrate and eat your veggies. And then you run out there and things happen. So
we have, as a football society, we have the hardest time with injuries. I hear people blame the training staff. I hear them blame the coach. Oh, you You ran him into the line. Oh, did a football coach get his football player hit? Is that what you're saying? We blame the player. That guy can never stay healthy. We're on the verge of it with Isaac Guerrero. And I actually think with all of these things, there's a little something to it. Kyle even said at one point, you've got to learn how to absorb the punishment of the NFL and stay in there. You've got to learn how to do that. But it's going to get everybody at some point. And so I guess there's either no one to blame or everyone to blame. That's the way I look at it. I cannot look at injuries in football and go, it's the training staff, it's the coaching staff, it's the style of play, it's the player. I can't be all in on any of those things. I can simply say, there's little pieces of all of that, but I think all of them are just beaten by bad luck. That's where you play football. You play football and you have got to be able to navigate injuries because they're coming.
Yeah, and they're coming, and normally you can look at an injury that happens when a football player collides with another guy or something actually happens around football, but these are the ones that make you scratch your head a little bit when a player just comes up with an injury on a play where he wasn't even really principally involved in the violence that is football. And that's the bad luck part of it. And also you mentioned it, you get players who are older and things start to happen when you get a little bit, up in years. Trent Williams had, I don't even know if it was an ankle, looked like an ankle, and he was down and he went out for one snap and he came back in. So you got to expect a certain amount of this just having an older team.
We'll let you hear from Kyle in about 10 minutes with what he said on the conference call. The big updates, first of all, the one we didn't see coming. Brock Purdy is dealing with a left shoulder and toe injury, the toe more serious. Kyle Shanahan said, quote, we'll see how the week progresses. Admitted it was possible that tomorrow the 49ers might need to look into signing a different backup quarterback, which would start meaning wind up Mac Jones and already get him ready for week 2. So that's a big update. George Kittle is going to miss, it sounds like, multiple weeks. Not defined yet what that means, but, quote, a few weeks. Juwan Jennings, not a lot of meat on this bone as of yet. MRI was good, waiting on a CT, no evaluation yet or timeline for Juwan Jennings. And on the kicking situation, quote, we're looking into all that now, and mentioned the possibility of tryouts. So that will be a big story throughout the week as well. Let's go to Nick in San Jose. Hi, Nick. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just wanted to talk about the offensive and defensive lines. I don't know. I just feel like the league is moving more towards the trenches every year, and we're seeing the best teams in the league invest more and more in the trenches. And it feels like the 49ers, for whatever reason, are not investing in the offensive line. I mean, they are in the defensive line to a certain extent, but I don't know. I looked at the rushing numbers from this last week, and it seems like they're averaging about 3 yards a carry or 3.5 yards a carry, which is really, really good, but it didn't feel that way to me when I was watching. It seemed like every time the Seahawks needed a run play, they were able to pick up the yards that they wanted. And I know Bosa came up with a clutch play at the end, but it seemed like when they panned over to all the coaches on the sideline, everyone was just relieved, not like they were expecting it to happen. So, I just wanted to get your thoughts on where the 49ers are with their defensive line and their offensive line, and just your opinions on that.
Yeah, Nick, thanks. So first of all, both teams actually, as far as yards per carry, were very similar. The Seahawks were 3.2, the Niners were 3.3, and no, those are not good numbers. Not up for offense. They're not. You want that number to be 4 or north if you're the offense. I think both of these defenses are very good. I think both of them played really well. I do think that, the Niner offensive line had some concerns, but it was more in the passing game than it was in the running game. I thought Kenneth Walker looked awful for the Seahawks. I thought Charbonnet looked better, but not dominant. Both teams, what they really did well was they limited the long runs. Like nobody had the longest run of the game was for Christian McCaffrey, and it was 13 yards.
Yep.
That was the longest rush of the game.
Yeah, and he had another one for 11. And in general, I thought that the Niners' run game was efficiently mediocre. It was good enough when they needed it to. They didn't have a lot of first down runs that were negative. They were able to get 3 or even 4 sometimes and stay ahead of the chains. And it was not an eye-popping, explosive run game, but it was efficient enough to where they had the ball for 38 minutes. That counts in my book for a lot. The defense was chilling.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we'll keep going with your calls next. We'll let you hear from Kyle Shanahan from the conference call with a lot of news coming up next as well. And then we can dive a little further into whether or not you accept their current Jake Moody stance. 888-957-9570, the number on Willard and Dibs.
It's questionable. Questionable concern.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Headed into San Francisco Giants traffic, northbound 280. Already seeing sluggish traffic on the approach to King. Eastbound 80's got northbound 101 backed up from Cesar Chavez. I'm Tiffany. That's your game day traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey everybody, happy Monday. It's Dan Dibley here. Happy to talk about Fremont Bank, family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. And you know, I'm a part of the family there, and I have been for 7 years or more as a client. And I love this bank because of so many reasons, one of which is no ATM fees. You use an ATM at somebody else's bank, one of these big box banks, of course, they're going to charge you a fee. Fremont Bank won't charge you, and also they're going to refund the fee that the big box bank tries to charge you. Just another one of the little things that makes Fremont Bank so great. Another thing that I love is that when you deposit your money, as I do with Fremont Bank, it gets reinvested right back into the community. Home ownership, philanthropy, businesses, everything else that makes the Bay Area so strong. And Fremont Bank started this whole thing in 1964, 61 years ago with one branch. Now they have 21 branches, all serving their communities right here in the Bay Area. Do yourself a favor and go into a branch. You're going to want to switch your money. I guarantee that. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters Trust kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Vehicle that smacked into the guardrail.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
But word of a crash there.
Act fast. Get your new Honda Prologue before the $7,500 federal EV tax credit expires September 30th. Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Low 80s in San Jose and San Francisco, mid 70s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Trying to go the distance on the opening drive. There's Kittle. He's got it. Niners go 95 on their first drive of the season.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs. And you know, as much as I love Willard, I'm more of a Dibs guy. So if you want to do what I do, go check in on Dibs and say hi to him. Get in the YouTube chat. Do it right now on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Shasky. It's my guy right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do what he does and check in on Dibs on YouTube.
Yeah,
He
check
doesn't
on in.
check in on you on YouTube. What
He
are you
might.
talking about? No, he doesn't. What do you think? He's got some sort of screen name?
I mean, he might. I don't know.
That'd be amazing if he's like, yeah, my name's Austin in San Jose.
There you go. Yeah. That's my guy.
Yeah.
We actually.
That's nobody's guy.
We've made some amends. Some.
No, you haven't. It was easy to make amends. You get booted.
Okay. Well.
It's the end of that.
Yep.
Anyway, it's also the end of George Kittle, touchdown, at least for the month of September.
Perhaps,
That's probably the end of that. They said a few games. That feels to me like more than two. And I think they've only got 3 more in September, right?
Sounds about right. The 14th, 21st, 28th.
Yeah.
There you have it.
Okay, so we'll see. But you decide for yourself, because we'll get back to your calls in a second. But right now, let's let you hear the full conference call from Kyle Shanahan today. Obviously, a lot to get to, and he started out by talking about the injuries.
All right, guys. Injuries from the game. Ben Barch had a mild knee sprain. He'll be day-to-day. Juwan Jennings with his shoulder, we're still evaluating, waiting for the information to come back. George Kittle did have a hamstring. He's going to be out a few weeks. Brock Purdy hurt his left shoulder and toe. We'll see how this week goes for him. And that's it from the game.
Kyle, is one of those two Purdy injuries more severe than the other, and he in risk of missing a start or two?
I'd probably say the toe's worse than the shoulder.
And what about his availability this week?
Yeah, we're not sure. We got to see how it heals and how the week goes on it.
Is there any indication on how severe Juwan Jennings' shoulder injury could be?
No, the MRI was good. We're just waiting for a CT.
Kyle, with Brock's toe, is that a turf toe injury?
Just toe. That's all I got here.
Sure. Have you guys made any decision as far as how you plan to proceed at the place kicker position?
We're looking into all that stuff now. I mean, there's options. Just whether it's stay the status quo, we can bring in guys for workout, practice squad. But we're going through all that stuff right now. I'm just finished with the team, and I know the personnel department's going to look into all that stuff and give us those options.
And then as far as the re-signing or bringing back, I should say, of Kendrick Bourne, can you kind of give the reasoning or just what you believe that Kendrick can bring to the team? I mean, you obviously know him very well.
We love KB from his time here, and he did a hell of a job while he was in New England. So when he got let go, we tried to bring him in here a couple weeks ago, and weren't able to quite get it done. And then Washington didn't either, and it ended up working out with us in the long run. So we got him here today. First time I've seen him back in the building was at a team meeting a little bit ago, and we're pumped to have him back here. We'll see how he does when he gets on the practice field Wednesday.
For the Brock Purdy shoulder injury, is that his left shoulder non-throwing? And did that occur on there was a play in the first half where he was driven pretty hard into the turf. Is that the origin of it?
Yeah, that was it. The one he threw it, I think it was when he just overthrew Ricky a little bit to the left and went into the ground on it.
What about some of the other guys? Did Trent Williams make it through the game okay? And how did Christian come out of that game?
Yeah, I got no reports on either of them today, so I'm sure they're normal soreness from a physical football game, but their injuries were no reports on them, so that means they're good.
Kyle, is that a conversation you have with Jake about bringing in guys to try out at kicker and maybe bringing someone on the practice squad?
No, I haven't had it with him yet because I'm not sure which direction we're going to go. But whenever we decide on something, then we'll address it with him.
Kyle, Christian was on the field for 58 snaps out of 76, which is a lot for an offense. But was that about kind of where you'd like it to be rep-wise?
I don't really look at it. I don't put a number on it. Never have. I'd be surprised if I ever do. Kind of how it plays out. I mean, I think that's around it, give or take a few either way. But he's a hard guy to get off the field. We did it throughout the game, but sometimes we'll do it more, sometimes we'll do it less.
Are you going to have to put George Kittle on injured reserve and call up Braden Willis, or what's the plan there?
I mean, when they tell me a few weeks, it's always a possibility. I mean, in order to do that, it's got to be a 4-week injury. So I don't think we've decided on that yet.
Kyle, looking at the so many young rookies on the defense, how did you think their performances were? I know Upton Stout had a challenging day, but other than that, how did you feel they went?
Well, I thought they did good. I mean, definitely things they can improve, but I mean, I think they're all about on the same level. I mean, even to throw Upton against all the other guys. I mean, Upton was at the point of contact a lot more, just being a nickel and how much they target their slot receiver. So I think you could see that a lot, but and I thought he did a good job. I mean, there was a couple that he missed, but I thought Upton played well, and I was pretty happy with all the other rookies too. Definitely a lot of stuff we can coach him on and get better from, but I thought it was a good first game for him.
What did you see from Michael Williams in particular? He didn't seem to register a lot of stats, but it seemed like he was a big part of the run defense.
Yeah, I thought he was. I think we mixed in a bunch of 5-man lines and 4-man lines, which I thought he did a good job on, moved around a number of times, and I thought he played his man well. I didn't see him on the stat sheet a ton, but I thought he did a good in his job and what we asked him to do, and hopefully he'll continue to get better.
How did you think Marquise Siegel performed?
I was real happy with him. Flew around, made a lot of plays. Had that one missed tackle, but even I thought his one missed tackle was good. He didn't break down at all, shot his guns, made the back come to a complete stop, and had that fumble recovery and played very fast in the game, didn't hesitate, and that's where it starts.
You're happy with the way you guys responded to adversity and everything, but when you look at the stats, do you come away at all thinking, man, we should have won by more than that?
I mean, you always think that. I mean, not always, but I think we punted a couple of times in the game, but when you have 4 drives in a row, I think that I think there was 1 missed field goal, 2 picks, and a blocked field goal. That's 4 drives where you're not giving points, and you do that 4 times in a row. I'm worried that it's going to go completely the other way. So for us to be able to hold them, play good complementary football there, I think on our 4 sudden changes, I want to say we only gave up points on 1 of them, if that's correct. Which allowed us to stay in it and overcome those things. And then I love how we controlled the ball in the second half, how we got the run game going and really leaned on them, which I really think kind of took their run game out of the game and allowed us to kind of control momentum and take it back over towards the end.
Kyle, when you went through the Jake Tonges touchdown catch, what kind of stood out to you as you were viewing that?
That no one was open, and I didn't think Jake was, but for some reason Brock did. And when he threw it, at the end of it, he proved to us that Jake was open because he made a hell of a play stepping in front of Tariq like that, and it was a big-time catch. Earlier in that drive, he had his first NFL catch, and it was followed the next play by a second, and I want to say it was 3 plays later by the game winner. So I think Brock just ended up getting confidence in him very quickly as the drive went.
He's been around, Jake has, for a while now. What is it about him that has prompted you guys to, or inspired you guys to keep him around? What do you like about his game?
Well, I think, the biggest thing that stands out is his hands. He's got really good hands, which you could see on that last play. He's got athletic ability, and then when you tie athletic ability with someone's hands and size, he's got the tools to be good in the pass game. But he had to come a long way in the run game to be able to make the team and be out there. And he has come a long way in the run game, and he continues to improve in the pass game too. So I know yesterday was his first day kind of sticking out to anyone, and hopefully he'll continue to get better from that and put together a good career here.
Kyle, you guys got the deal done with Colton McKivitz. How meaningful is that for you? And how nice is it? I don't think he's missed a game since he became full-time starter. To with all the kind of moving pieces you've dealt with the last couple of years, to have a guy dependable like that.
Yeah, Colton's been one of, I think, the most reliable guys on our team, really since he got in when McGlinchey left. Colton's, to me, is such a good story. He was a fifth-round pick. We cut him once, put him on practice squad. He ended up coming back and playing for us. I still remember the Week 17 game versus the Rams when it wasn't until before the game that we realized Trent couldn't go, and Colton went in there and played unbelievable, gave us a chance to go to the playoffs, and it was the next year that he really took over that starting position, that right tackle, and he's been our guy there ever since. So just the consistency he's played with, the fact that I believe he gets better each year also, and really that I think Colton's one of the true leaders on our team and truly a 49er, and really pumped that we found a way to keep him here.
Kyle, if Mac Jones does have to start this week, just kind of what's his state of readiness based on what you saw in camp leading into this?
I think Mac had a really good camp, going back all the way to OTAs and training camp. I think he's gotten really used to what we do. Had a little setback there the last couple of weeks of camp with the injury that he got, but he had a good week of practice last week, picking up really right where he left off, and he has to go this week. He'll lead the guys. The guys will believe in him, and I know he'll do his job at a high level.
What about the number 3 quarterback position, Adrian Martinez? I don't think that he's attempted an NFL pass. Would you need to bring somebody in who's more experienced if Brock can't go?
It's a possibility. I think it has to do with really how Brock is probably over these next 24 hours throughout the week. But that's stuff we'll look into. We've been happy to get Adrian here, heard good things about him from the Jets, and really enjoyed him last week in our first week of practice together, just watching him a little bit and get to know him some. But all that stuff will be fluid probably throughout the week in the next 24 hours.
Kyle, with George going out, are you comfortable with Braden Willis being bumped up?
Oh, yeah. Braden was bumped up a ton last year and was on a roster a ton last year. So Braden's played in a lot of games for us, and we wouldn't hesitate to bring Braden out there.
Take a few more guys.
Kyle, does Juwan have a chance to play Sunday?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Sure.
Anything else, guys? All right, appreciate it.
Good.
See you Wednesday.
All right,
Thank
guys.
you.
See you guys Wednesday.
All right. See you then, Kyle.
Yep. Wednesday it is.
Possibly.
I love it. Does Juwan have a chance to play? Yeah.
Right?
He's allowed to. He's on our team.
Yeah, and we don't know what the injury is. You're still waiting on that CT scan, so.
It's questionable. Questionable concern.
Look, so much of this is just learning how to kind of translate what coach speak is doing, and I don't think any of us are ever perfect at it, but there are a lot of semantics going on right now. And also, if you flash back to last week, Kyle Shanahan, when it comes to injuries, does not feel like he should expand. So how's he feeling and how many games? It's like, I don't know. Does he have a chance to play this week? Yeah. Does he have a chance to be out for the whole year? Yep. Totally.
Yeah.
All things are possible.
Sure.
Ian Rappaport put a number on George Kittle.
Oh, yeah? What he probably said 3 to 5.
That's exactly what he said.
Yeah, because that is a few. And so nobody really knows, and you won't know until you get through a week, 2 weeks, and however many weeks. But, if you miss a week, or if you say somebody's going to be out a couple, or you say a few, or then you get to many, or then you get to several, all these words have general numerical kind of ballparks to them. So when Kyle says at the start of that piece that Grandy just played, he's going to be out a few weeks, that tells me that a few is more than 2 and less than 6. 3 to 5.
I've never had 5 in my few category. I've always had few for 3 to 4.
Okay.
Because 5 is 5, and we do kind of, there's that marker of 5s in our numerical society. When you get to 5, that's 5. That's not a few, but that's just me. You're not wrong. That's what Rap Sheet said. 3 to 5 weeks. So let's look at the schedule and what that means, because I'm going to go ahead and assume that definitely means 3. Like he's right? If he's out
Makes
3
sense.
to 5 weeks, I'm going to go ahead and assume he's going to miss the next 3. So that's at New Orleans, home to Arizona, and home to Jacksonville. And indeed, that is the remainder of the month of September. Now we get into the 4th game from now, and that is not only on the road against the Rams, but it's a Thursday nighter, so it's only 4 days after the 3 weeks. So I'm going to put that at pretty unlikely too, because if you can tell me today that he's not ready to play football on September 28th, what are the chances that he will be ready on Thursday, October 2nd? Probably not great, but anyway, just so you know, that's the 4th game. The 5th one is a road game at Tampa Bay on October 12th.
Right.
Now, that's obviously coming off of the mini bye because you got a full week and a half in there. Atlanta at home on October 19th would be the game seemingly that the tweet suggests he will definitely be back for.
Yeah, and you never know how these things are going to react and just how severe the injury is. If it's going to be that long, then you may think about an IR situation because, you start running out of bodies pretty fast. And, Braden Willis is a guy who you can elevate. And now you're looking at your tight end room already was relatively thin because, you've got Tonges, who just got targeted for the second time in his entire life. 3 catches now for his career. Farrell, not a guy who catches the ball a lot. And Willis is somebody who hasn't really played a lot. So all of a sudden, you're going to be looking at a month of no Kittle, most likely. So you're going to have to figure out other ways to make this thing work offensively.
All right.
Am I with my fantasy team.
Yeah, well, good luck to you.
Devastating.
Yeah.
16-team league.
What's that?
I'm going to have to pick up Jake Tonges.
What's the situation for you in your what's the situation for you?
I got beat by Ken.
No, I know. Yeah. But, what's the larger situation? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you lost your tight end.
Sure.
What else? What popped for you? What didn't? What changes are you looking to make?
I think I'm going to get a new kicker. I got Jake Moody as my kicker, and he got 5 points. And that's not going to work for me, Jake. I'm going to need you to make the field goals when you get a chance. He missed one, and he had one blocked. So that right there is 6 points. That hurt me. Harvey, the rookie running back for Denver, R.J. Harvey, he'll get there. But Denver was that whole thing was kind of a flat offensive effort. Bo Nix was not looking great there, Grandy. Bo Nix, not a great season.
He didn't look great.
Debut.
Well, let me just collectively for everybody, let's kind of take all that in for a second. Everything from Kyle. And let me just say a word that rhymes with duck.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's what he said after the second kick got blocked.
I mean,
that's what Kyle said.
He did say that. We're already here. So, everybody worried about injuries all August. Then the Niners got to week 1, and they were very largely healthy, except for late in the week, everyone freaked out about Christian McCaffrey. And what's the only room unaffected by injury right now? The running
back room, yeah.
The running backs, yeah. So that's crazy. But here we are, and the tail of the tape right now is we don't know anything on Juwan Jennings, but we do know this. We know that George Kittle is going to miss September, and we know that Brock Purdy is a maybe for this week against New Orleans. And that's a tough 1-2 punch to come out of game one with. Thank goodness they won that football game. And you'd like to think that even a patched-together group can go beat the Saints, but I don't know. I don't know what Mac Jones would look like, especially with receivers that just showed up. I mean, that's tough against any NFL team. So, no two ways about it. This is a day after Victory Monday gut punch.
Little sobering,
get this. Yeah,
no doubt. And I just was looking at the play where I believe Purdy got hurt. It was in the second quarter, 3rd and 5, and he rolls and he rolled back and he threw it out of bounds, and the defensive lineman basically planted him straight on his left shoulder on the turf.
Was Ricky Pearsall the target?
I think this was a throw that just sailed wildly out of bounds.
Lombardi did do a thing as far as he said it happened. Brock Purdy's injury is on the left shoulder. It happened when he was hit on an attempted pass to Ricky Pearsall. He did not expand as to when, and obviously nobody knows what's going on or when the toe happened.
Right.
But Kyle says that's the more serious of the two. I mean, come on, Brock's tough. If we're talking about a non-throwing shoulder, I would like his chances to be able to play this weekend. Don't want to dismiss it, but that'd be my guess. But the toe injury, when they say, hey, is it a turf toe? And Kyle's like,
it's a toe.
It's a toe.
I'm being told it's a toe. And I saw something that it's his left big toe. I don't know if that's officially the toe. I mean, you have a 1 in 10 chance of guessing the toe. But if the shoulder happened when I think it did with 12 minutes to go in the second quarter, he played 3 quarters of football.
Yeah.
He played through it with his non-throwing shoulder, so I wouldn't be as worried about that. And the toe, same thing. You mentioned it on the Tonges winning touchdown. He running around like a crazy man back there.
I know, but you know how injuries work, and you wake up the next day, and all of a sudden they're twice the size or whatever.
Yeah, adrenaline.
Adrenaline is gone as well, and so I don't know. I don't know what to think about this, but I man, you're sitting here watching the Niners. They win. You know that Kittle is probably going to miss a little bit. Still don't know what's going on with Jennings, but you're like, dude, you won a game on the road in the division. This is amazing. And then 24 hours later, you're like, wait, I'm sorry, what? Brock Purdy's hurt? So didn't know that and didn't think we'd be dealing with that going into New Orleans in 6 days. But here we are. Here we are, and the Niners seemingly fighting the injury bug not just as much as anyone, but at a higher level too. I mean, I don't know how many big names came out of yesterday with injury problems. I'm trying to think, like looking around the league, if there were any other, and I know we're just going to get these updates now. Puka Nacua left to get, he got bloodied, but my God, that guy's tough as nails. Looking around the league, Brock Bowers left. He said he was going to be okay, but I can't recall any other names this big dealing with question marks for next week, and for sure the first sort of like big name / fantasy football tremor of the year belongs to none other than George Kittle.
Yep. Yeah. Just looking at some of the list, Drake London of the Falcons had a shoulder.
He did. He missed the last series.
Xavier Worthy dislocated shoulder by his own guy.
Yep.
And that happened back on Friday. Evan Ingram, my other tight end.
Good luck to you.
Had to leave the game with a calf. So I have 2 tight ends. I started both, and now neither one of them will be available for me, it looks like.
Yeah.
Because Ingram's got a calf, and we don't know what that's going to be like. But, you know, other guys, Joe Mixon, who didn't play.
Well, Mixon's on IR, and I don't even know if he can play football this year.
Yeah. So
I've heard some weird things coming out of that one. But
anyway. But no, that is fairly high profile, not only for fantasy, but also for the Niners. And when you look at how they were going about their business, that opening drive, 95 yards, and, you know, Purdy was spectacular, and Kittle was awesome, and you got Robinson and CMC. The only one for Purdy, and I don't even know what the hell was going on, the jump pass? Like, is that something he's developing?
I'm out on the jump pass. I'll like, you know, that good try. That's creative. I love creativity. Try new things. Be you. But wasn't my favorite thing.
Yeah. I don't even know if it was like that necessary.
I don't know. Yeah, with like Was that on purpose, Brock?
Exactly.
Or just like a spasm? I don't know. I don't know what happened there. But anyway, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Also, don't forget, we're not done with week 1. We got one more football game to go, and a certain someone sitting right here across from me who is due to say something about it and is hot. So I'm just going to sort of, what is that, quarters? You play quarters in college?
Oh, yeah.
Is it 3 in a row where you get to make a rule?
3 in a row, you make a rule.
Right, let's do for Fade the Dibbers, let's do 5 in a row. Because 3 in a row is a little bit more common. 5 in a row, then you get to use the phrase "ride the Dibbers."
Oh, okay.
Until you lose.
All right. I've got the Monday night lock for you. Kukush.
Okay.
That's coming up.
And that would be for 5. Dibbs is 4-0. 4-0. Call his message line to start the year. So we'll have that pick. And then let's get out to you. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls right now. The Jake Moody situation. Also, you can react to anything from the game. We always just ask you, what'd you think? So what'd you think? Plus now, Kittle, 3 to 5 weeks, and Brock Purdy is a maybe. So let's get to all of that, and we will take your calls right now and throughout the 5 o'clock hour. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. I hear you, Dibs. That means that Signature Select Chicken Split Breast, Thighs, Drumsticks, Value Pack, or Foster Farms Fresh and Natural Whole Chicken, buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy 2. Everybody's now letting on the joke, and we need some side dishes.
How about fruits? Fresh cut fruits, veggies, dips, salsas, parfaits, or trays. Buy 2, get 1 free of equal or lesser value when you buy 3. Or Progresso soup, 18 to 19 ounce size cans, selected varieties. Buy 2, get 2 free of equal or lesser value when you buy 4. There's no sound for soup, Mark.
No, there isn't, but I do love a Progresso party. These and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. Just download the weekly deals to your account, and they automatically deduct at checkout. How cool is that? We'll see you in the aisles.
It wasn't pretty, but the Niners got it done.
Darnold. Is he going to go? The ball is loose. The 49ers have it. It's Bosa.
And Brock made the play at the end.
Brock Purdy lofts one. It is Tonges. Touchdown, San Francisco.
A win in week 1 means it's going to be a great Monster Monday.
Run that play until the other team is saying no mas.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities at the Freeman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales Event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. they got you covered.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
At Star One, we make saving simple because everything we do is in your best interest. That's why we provide super simple products with the best rates possible, like our savings account, which we have increased to pay an outstanding return at 3.51% annual percentage yield. That's way above the market average. Apply today at starone.org. Star One Credit Union, in your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA. Rate current as of September 1st, 2025, and is subject to change. $50 minimum deposit to open account and earn APY.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
All right, guys. Injuries from the game. Ben Barch had a mild knee sprain. He'll be day-to-day. Juwan Jennings with his shoulder, we're still evaluating, waiting for the information to come back. George Kittle did have a hamstring. He's going to be out a few weeks. Brock Purdy hurt his left shoulder and toe. We'll see how this week goes for him. And that's it from the game.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks a lot, Kyle.
Yeah, geez.
That's awesome. That's great. Great.
Ben Barch played every snap, so hopefully he's able to,
It sounds like when you get some day-to-day, a little dirt on it, even though they're going to be in a dome. But anyway, that's less than ideal for one game. I'll say it again. Thank goodness they won it. Thank goodness they won it.
Yeah.
And one other thing, if you just want something football related that came from that conference call, is Kyle assessing Brock's decision to throw the ball where he did to Jake Tonges. And Kyle was like, I did not believe that Jake was open. Brock did. And I guess Brock proved that he was right.
Yeah, I mean.
By the way, I know we've made fun of that whole next-gen stat. And, I don't know how the hell you assess this stuff. But next-gen stat said that when Brock released that ball, it had a 14.7% completion probability. I found out another piece of info about that stat.
Yeah.
That is the lowest percentage of any ball in his career that he's thrown that then was actually completed.
You found all those numbers, all the next-gen numbers?
Next-gen says that it had a 14.7% completion probability, and that is the lowest number for any completion in his entire career.
Huh. Well, there you have it. I do know this, that the pass he threw to Jake Tonges is completed 100% of the time. He threw it, Jake caught it, they won.
Yeah, I've been looking at all the replays, and I have not found any that show Jake not catching the ball.
No, and if we were doing Seattle radio, you could talk about the DB who didn't step up and make the play on that ball because that was not an absolute laser of a throw. He just floated it kind of up for grabs, and Tonges came around the defender, jumped up, high-pointed it, and scored. So there you have it. Touchdown. Winner.
We'll see about winner, Mr. Winner. We're gonna fade the Dibbers here in just a second. Not yet. The Bears and Vikings will play in a matter of about a half hour or so, whatever it is, 25 minutes, half hour. But let's go live to Seattle, where Connor is standing by. Hello, Connor. What's going on? Thanks for calling.
Good afternoon, gents. How are we doing?
We're fantastic. It's a Victory Monday.
Yes, sir. It's great up here in the Pacific Northwest. I just moved this last year, and what a great way to start the year off with our boys coming up to the Northwest and kicking some butt. And man, what a game! It was great.
Fantastic, Connor. Yeah, I'm sorry. Did you say that you're just up there, or did you go to the game yesterday?
I moved up here, so I'm a new resident of the Seattle area. But I did actually look into buying some tickets. But looking at standing room, with a week in advance or so, is about $200 still. So it was a little out of my price range for last minute ticket.
$2 to not have a
stand,
seat?
yeah.
Yeah, $2 to stand. It was kind of outrageous to me, but it is what it is. It's I've never gone to any games out here yet, so I got to learn the ways.
How's it feeling around town today after the Seattle loss?
Oh, I feel great. I can't say anything for the Seattle fans, but I've been playing my Bay Area playlist downtown, making sure people understand who I am, and I'm enjoying it 100%.
Beautiful.
Nice. Attaboy.
Beautiful, Connor. Well, Connor, thank you for checking in. Appreciate that.
Thanks, gents. Have a great rest of your Victory Monday.
Yeah, all right, right on, Connor. And just listening to it and watching it on TV, it didn't feel quite like a 50-50 crowd, but the Niner crowd was there and they were loud. And you can always judge it based on Kyle Juszczyk receptions. When Kyle Juszczyk gets a catch and you're at home and the crowd all shouts out juice, and then you go on the road, even yesterday, he had that one big catch where he got absolutely submarined and flipped, and the crowd, you could hear it, juice. It had to be 35-40% Niner fans?
I think at least. I mean, I know there was that Vivid Seats thing that said that they were going to be 53% of the audience. I did hear somebody call the roast earlier this morning who was at the game, and he kind of reported that, first of all, it was still very loud. It was just a loud environment, and so very, very difficult for the players to kind of process what they're doing and hear and all of that. But also added that, it was a little circumstantial, but the 49er fans were just as loud and a very, very big part of the presence up there. So whatever it was, it's just another 49er road game. That's pretty much how they all are now.
Yeah.
Unless you're talking about, there's a few sort of blue blood places where I don't know if Niner fans would, quote unquote, take over. But I think they're represented all the time. I wonder, it's snowing in Buffalo and we stunk. So last year,
a little tough, yeah.
What was the representation of Niner fans? Maybe not much, but there's not a lot of places around the NFL where I think that the red and gold fans are not going to represent well.
Yeah, Green Bay is another tough one just because it's not easy to get to, and the majority of the people who go to those games are also co-owners of the team, and so
it's their life.
That's a tough one to crack as well. But LA, sure, Arizona, absolutely. Even in New Orleans, where I don't know how many transplants there are from the Bay down there, but the Niner fans will show up to New Orleans in droves.
The Niner fans and all fans will show up to this show in droves if you keep making the money. So I do hope that you feel the weight of responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah.
You're hot.
He's hot.
You're 4-0.
Come on.
And not just any 4. You're starting the season on a 4-game win streak. This is a significant moment.
Oh, yeah.
Can you close out the entire week with nothing but perfection? That is the effort. You hit Thursday night football. You hit Friday night football.
Brazil.
You hit Sunday night football. And you hit Niner football. But can you hit Monday night football? Moved a lot, huh? All right, we have a significant situation that has developed in this football game because you've been saying all day long that the pick is in.
The pick's been in.
However, there has been monumental movement on this line, even from the moment that we got in today.
Really?
The line is a full 3 points different than what it was when we arrived at the studio.
No Schmidt?
No Schmidt. And you leave the Browns kicker's name out your mouth.
Yeah, seriously. Sismit.
The Minnesota Vikings have been a slight favorite for just about as long as I can remember, and it sat at 1.5 when we arrived today. But heavy movement on the Bears has come in as this game has drawn closer. And now, not only has it drawn even, but the Bears will be favored. And the Bears are now laying 1.5 in this football game. Dibs?
That's just crazy, to have the movement be past the number 0, as we like to say. That means significant money is coming on Chicago, but I remain undaunted. I've started the year absolutely hot, including my own spreads pick 'em pool. I'm 11-4 on the week, and 4-0 in the air. So now you're going to go ahead and give me points. I was willing to take Minnesota and lay the 1.5 gladly. J.J. McCarthy making his debut in his second year, kind of his rookie year. I love Minnesota's offensive package, including Jordan Mason. And Caleb Williams, he's not very good. We're taking the Vikings, and we're getting 1.5. Cuckoo!
Hey!
Fight on.
He stinks.
Hey!
You guys are following the money, aren't you?
You're going to have the nerve to sit here and say Caleb Williams stinks while in the process of propping up a quarterback who literally has never thrown an NFL pass.
He's never thrown an interception?
No, he hasn't. Nor a touchdown.
He's never fumbled.
Nor a completion, nor an incompletion.
Right. And
he's never played football.
The Vikings offense is better by far than the Bears offense.
You don't even know. You've never met their quarterback.
I've never met Caleb Williams. I've seen him.
No, yes, you have.
I haven't met him.
Football-wise, you have. You've watched him play NFL football.
I'm hitting you with semantics. Kyle Shanahan. I've never met him and stuff. I like Minnesota.
Okay.
Cuckoosh, lock it up.
Listen.
Fade me all you want.
Listen.
I'm 4-0.
You're 4-0.
Fade away.
You're due for a loss.
You're 4-0.
You never say that when I lose 4 in a row that I'm due for a win.
Good point.
Anyway, playoffs last year, you're 4-0. But you walked out of here on a 3-pick Friday, and I told you I liked all the picks. So this isn't just for effect. I don't just let's fade the dimmers, woo. No, I only if I feel it. And even at 4-0, I mean, for 2 weeks, I've been looking at this game going, dude, Bears, you love a new coach bounce. They got a new coach. The Vikings quarterback's on the road for the first game of his entire life. I also have heard camp reports that would say J.J. McCarthy doesn't look that good.
Sure. I mean preseason reports.
So, listen, I'm willing to be wrong.
Fade away.
I will.
I'm yet to be wrong this year.
I already have.
Right?
Yeah. And you
probably got it when the Bears were getting the 1.5, right?
Well,
you should have.
No, I just went money line because I think the Bears are going to win the game.
Yeah, it's weird that the spread has moved 3 points in just this day.
Yeah, what's your read on that? What do you think's going on there? What do you think, Grandy? The hell's going on with
the Bears have a couple of high-profile inactives, too, which makes no sense. Both cornerbacks.
Jalen, is he out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jalen Johnson is out, so is their starting middle linebacker, TJ Edwards. But on the other side, Christian Darrisaw, star left tackle for the Vikings, is out. So is Harrison Smith. So both teams dealing with injuries.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, this is a weird one. This one's hard to read. You got inactives. You have a young quarterback against a younger quarterback. Monday night, new coach, like a whole new offense for the Bears. And I would argue same thing for the Vikings because you have a whole new quarterback. So good play caller is going to tailor things to his talent. He does not have Sam Darnold anymore. Now he has J.J. McCarthy.
Right.
This is a weird game. This is a hard one.
Week one is always, I think, very difficult because you don't know exactly what some teams are. And like Seattle's a good example yesterday. They had a new quarterback and they had a lot of new pieces. And so you didn't totally know what to expect from them.
I'm going to attempt to back you into a corner in just a moment.
Go ahead.
All right.
Try all you want.
I know.
4-0.
I'm not worried.
Y'all fade me, fade away.
It's not about your pick.
I know it's not.
It's about your statements.
Yeah.
All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. And the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I'd like to run an exercise. First of all, I have my doubts that we're going to get anybody willing to do this because I don't think there's that many of them out there. But if you think that the 49ers should keep Jake Moody, I'd love to hear you call right now and try to make the case. I have arrived at a spot where I don't really understand. I don't understand. And all I want to do is understand. I think you all know me. I'm not out here firing on coaches and players all the time because I got a radio show and I keep it real. I'm not like whatever. I'm not trying to be like that. But I don't understand. I don't even understand the thought process that arrives at keeping Jake Moody at this point. You can play the he wasn't healthy card as long as you want. But we have now arrived at, no, he is healthy. And great that he kicked a long field goal in Vegas in a preseason game. He missed another kick. He shanked another one that went through the uprights. He then, the following week, missed an extra point and kicked the ball out of bounds on a kickoff.
The preseason, right?
Preseason.
Okay. I just want to make sure we were still talking about preseason.
And then the regular season happened.
Right. Let's talk about the regular season.
We will. But for me, as I've told you all along, the preseason's a little different for a kicker because it is so specialized. I don't really think, like, if you're affected by what the rush and what's going on around you, you get what happened in Jake's second attempt yesterday, which was not his fault. You get a blocked kick. Outside of that, the kicker waits for the ball to be snapped and kicks it straight. We can do this on a practice field, a real game, a fake game, the parking lot, whatever. Can you kick the ball straight? And Jake has not done that, and he is now healthy for 4 weeks running. He's not done that. Do any of you still want Jake or feel that it is correct that the 49ers keep Jake Moody as their kicker coming up this week? And I am all ears. 888-957-9570 if somebody wants to try to make the case. But what I want to say to you, Dibs, is that you were very supportive of Jake 3 weeks ago.
Sure.
You were very supportive of Jake 2 weeks ago. And then last Thursday, if I'm reading you right, your statement was the 49ers have to give him a chance in the regular season. But if he goes out there and misses an easy kick, then that's it.
Well, if it costs you the game, was what I was saying.
Okay. However, whether or not it costs the Niners the game is not really up to Jake. That's up to everything else that goes on around him. My question to you is, have you switched? Have you flipped?
I've flipped to the extent that if you can go out and find somebody who is better, then go ahead and do it. And if that's Greg Joseph, and you think Greg Joseph is going to come in and be better, he's been kicking a lot longer, and you could look at his stats and all the rest of it and say he might be better in terms of kicking percentages, then fine, go ahead and do it. And I looked at the game yesterday, and you have a 27-yard field goal, and you missed it. You cannot miss those kicks, the easy kicks. You've got to be from inside 30 yards. You've got to be north of 95% on being able to make those. That's the old extra point distance, basically. And the old extra point got converted at 99% of the time. So if you're that kicker and you're in that spot, yeah, you got to go out and make it. So sure, you want to replace the kicker? Replace the kicker. Go ahead and find somebody who is better. I just don't want to see them go into a kicker roulette where, all right, you get rid of Moody and you bring in somebody for 3 weeks and he's not good enough. And so now you got to find another kicker. If you think there's somebody out there who's better, then go ahead and bring him in.
I mean, how could there not be somebody out there who's better?
I don't think that he's as bad as the way you are portraying him.
He came into this game 11 for his last 21.
Right, when he was injured. And
then walked out there and doinked a 27-yard field goal.
What was he last year before he sustained the injury that cost him a few games? He missed one kick. He missed one kick.
Okay, that's a very short period of time.
As is 11 for 20, which is a short period of time. It's half a season.
11 for 21, and then had what I would call a beyond uneven preseason, followed by what I do.
Okay.
Followed by walking onto the field in Seattle and doinking a 27-yarder off of the upright. Again, if you want to back him. I'm just trying to understand. You cannot tell me that there is not a more consistent leg sitting at home right now. I can't believe that. And I don't want to be in kicker roulette either, but guess what? Tough cookies they are.
Well, not yet,
yeah, they are. They're playing roulette every time he lines up. Every time he walks onto the field.
Well, he's still their kicker.
Yeah, but we're throwing a feather into the air, and it blows however it blows. Every single time he walks on the field. And I know what everybody thinks, and I can't believe that the Niners aren't smarter than this. If you believe that they're holding on to him because of his draft status and because they don't want to admit their mistake, I can't believe that. This is the same year they got rid of Trey Lance, which was a much more high profile, much more financially driven, and much more political draft mistake. And they freely admitted that, and they shipped him off for a 4th-round draft pick to their rival.
Well, they've done that with a number of other draft picks, including Ty Davis-Price, who was I think a second or third rounder.
Third round, same.
Cameron Latu, 3rd rounder. He's no longer here. So it's more than just, Trey Lance, where they realize their mistake.
That was just an example.
Of course. And Jake Moody was a 3rd-round pick. And I think that's bought him a certain amount of time. But now you're in a spot where, yeah, he missed a kick that he should never, ever miss. And you went out and you won the game. So, yeah, he went out and had another kick blocked. Clearly not his fault. So to look at the field goal unit and just say, well, I mean, the whole unit is phenomenal except Jake Moody can't make a kick. You've got other problems with your field goal unit beyond Jake Moody. So, yeah, whether or not you think that Moody is throw a feather in the wind or not, I do think that the 49ers see the talent in Jake Moody and they're going to give him every last chance that they can. And, for fans, they're probably more exhausted by Jake Moody than even Kyle Shanahan is. And he's pretty exhausted by him, I bet.
Pretty exhausted. His career percentage is 74%. So if we want, but he was injured here, but he wasn't injured there, but he's this, that. He is 74% for his career. That's brutally low for an NFL kicker. So 50-yarders, 40-yarders, 30-yarders, whatever. He is 74% for his career. He had never missed from below 29 yards, but he did yesterday.
Yep, first time.
I I get what you're saying. It's not an unfair answer to say if there's somebody better, then go do it. But I do feel like digging a little more. Like, do you want him to be the kicker this weekend or not?
Sure. Let him kick. Let him kick. Are you going to find somebody who's better?
I believe so. I believe so.
Okay, so
yes.
what are Greg Joseph's career numbers? Is he a 90% kicker?
No, but I guarantee you he's more than 74%.
Jake Moody was 21 for 25 as a rookie and 13 for 14 last year before he missed time due to an injury. So I do think that kicker...
82.3.
Okay, that's right about league average, I think, in terms of... I think in general for kickers, about 82%. But
and much more than double the number of attempts than Jake Moody.
Right. Yeah.
Or Greg Joseph.
And I think that there's a reason why he doesn't have a job. And it's not because he doesn't feel like playing for anyone else.
Well, what's the reason that Jake does have a job?
Because he was a third-round draft pick, and they're giving him every opportunity to lose the job. And maybe he's already lost the job.
Yeah.
We don't know. Shanahan seems like he is giving him a vote of confidence to the extent that he's still on the team today.
I don't agree with that. Again, I know what he said yesterday. He was clearly playing a semantics game with Tim Kawakami as far as, there's no doubt in my mind that he's the kicker. Come to find out what he meant was, yes, he is still currently the kicker. We have not made a transaction here 7 minutes after the game ends. But now he openly admits, we're going through all that stuff. And by the way, if he says they're going through all that stuff, they're way past going through all that stuff. Coaches are wonderful at making it sound like, they're just checking in now. Yeah, we'll go talk about the kicker right now. You didn't call anybody yesterday. You didn't talk on the plane. You haven't freaked out about this every minute of every day. These guys don't sleep. They're maniacal about this. There's no way that they're just getting to this now. The same way they do know what's going on with Juwan Jennings. They just haven't told us yet. They do know. We're still evaluating. No, we're not. This stuff is billions of dollars. It's life and death. It's jobs and not. Like, they know. So when Kyle says, there might be tryouts, there's going to be freaking tryouts. I don't think he's okay with Jake Moody at all.
I don't think he's okay with any kicker who misses. And that is the nature of Kyle Shanahan, because he has the beautiful laminated play sheet and he designs all these great plays and his quarterback executes and you march down the field and then you get to a spot where we're going to have to bring out the kicker and then the kicker misses. He doinks it and then the other one happens where the left side of your line just gets completely overwhelmed and it's blocked. So, Shanahan furious. He was furious at the first one. He was more angry at the second one. And if bringing in Greg Joseph, who was 80% last year, by the way, below league average is 84. He was 16 for 20, kicking on 3 different teams. So if that's your answer, all right, come on in, Greg. Hope he's better than what the fans think that Jake Moody is.
By the way, I don't know enough about Greg to know that that's the answer. I just think there is another. I know you can find someone to do better than 75%. I know that. Absolutely.
Well, a lot of those guys are already on football teams.
And a lot of them aren't. Matt Prater wasn't a week ago. And he's a veteran, accomplished kicker who walked into Buffalo on Sunday Night Football and won a game. And it's not that difficult to find someone who can go out there and kick 80% or more in the NFL. There are more than 32 of those on planet Earth. All right, let's take some calls on this. Let's go to Jose in Oakland. Hi, Jose. Thank you for the call. What's up?
Hi, Jake Moody. Look, I never want to wish somebody, for somebody to lose their job because they have families and the whole deal.
Yes.
But the guy mentally is cooked, okay? He's like one of those closers that at some point loses it. He can have all the talent of the world. He can throw 105, but he cannot find the strike zone. He's not good for his team. It's the same thing with Jake Moody. Look, the fact that they're being forced to find somebody else, or that they will be forced to find somebody else at this point, is negligence on the Niners, because they've known for almost 2 years that Moody has an issue when it comes to pressure games. And he hasn't even gotten into those situations just yet. He's already missing field goals. The only positive that I see coming out of this whole thing, to be honest with you, is that it's forcing the team to score touchdowns. Okay, they're doing whatever it takes to score a touchdown because even they don't trust on Jake Moody, kicking a game-winning field goal. They know that if I don't score a touchdown here, we're gonna lose the game. And I can guarantee you anything that I was going through Brock Purdy's mind yesterday. That's the only reason why he took that chance throwing that ball where he threw it. Any other team, they would have said, you know what, let's just go for the field goal and we'll take it after that. But I don't think they trust him, but they won't admit it because obviously they're his teammates. It does no benefit to them to admit that they don't trust the guy anymore. I mean, it's like normally you would hope that the guy makes it. I mean, the guy that doesn't miss. With this guy, it's like I hope he makes it. He's getting to that point where I'm really hoping that he makes it. Instead, I hope he doesn't miss it. Because for some reason, it's like 90% of the time I'm already thinking that he's gonna miss it, and that is bad. This is just game one. It almost cost us the game yesterday. It didn't. But if he stays in the team, it's gonna cost us eventually, and that's gonna be negligence on Kyle Shanahan because he's known this for plenty of time to make a change.
Jose, I agree with you completely.
Yeah, I don't think he knows this. I don't think that Kyle Shanahan knows this. If he really firmly believed that Jake Moody was not going to be good enough or that Jake Moody was a guy who had lost his confidence and can't make any kicks, he would have made a move. He would have kept Greg Joseph, but Kyle Shanahan doesn't believe that. I don't think that he's holding on to Moody just because he was a third-round pick and he doesn't want to be embarrassed. Kyle Shanahan is keeping Jake Moody because he thinks he's a good enough kicker to make kicks and help him win football games.
I think it's a little more I agree with you to an extent. I think it's a little more complex than that. There are politics involved. There are cap figures involved. Yes, there is, hey, let's show some confidence in our guy. Let's give him a shot healthy in the regular season. But I do also believe that it was Cal Kami and others who came on our show a couple of weeks ago and said this situation is much more tenuous than they're making it sound. Kyle is not just like, yeah, it's great, he's fine. But of course not. Absolutely. So I think that there was a lot of discussion about whether or not Moody was the guy. For crying out loud, they brought Joseph in to begin with for a reason. And then it went a certain way, and they needed the roster spot, and et cetera, et cetera. But I believe he was on very thin ice prior to yesterday, and yesterday he broke the ice. That's what I believe.
He broke your ice.
Yes,
I don't know if he broke Shanahan's
ice. I think he did.
Well, we're going to find out.
We sure are.
If they make a move or even if they hold tryouts, there's been no announcement of a tryout or any of that. So, yeah, and you can look at the missed kick. He also made a 32-yarder that tied the game with 9:42 to go. And so if you want to talk about his mentals and talk about how he can't make a pressurized kick, that was a pretty big kick for Jake Moody. Granted, it's a 32-yarder, which should be made 94% of the time, but it's not like he's so shattered that he couldn't make that kick.
No, I didn't say he was that shattered.
That's what Jose was saying.
Yeah, no, I just don't. He's not good enough to be the Niner kicker. He's clearly not good enough to be the 49ers kicker. And whatever stickiness is involved here is fine. I just don't get it. I don't get it. We don't have patience like this for anything else in Bay Area sports. Nothing. People gave Rafi Devers 5 weeks and started losing their minds. Willie Adamas got 100 at bats.
And they were wrong.
And we're sitting here. They were.
Right.
But those are highly paid veteran,
guys with more of a track record.
Amazing players.
Exactly. It's like if you're going to look at Trent Williams from yesterday and say, Trent Williams did not have a good game, so now we're just going to cut Trent Williams? No, he's a Hall of Famer, and that's not this. So, yeah, you look at Jake Moody, and it was not a great performance, but it's just one game, and you got the win.
It's not just one game.
But, the preseason. Let's go back to the preseason.
And last year's games.
Yeah, last year was a struggle, but how about his rookie year when he was very good?
He was okay.
He missed 4 kicks the entire year.
He was all right.
He made 2 50-yarders in the Super Bowl.
He was fine. He also missed an extra point.
Right.
So, I found him to be slightly above average-ish for his rookie year. Last year, a disaster that has not corrected itself.
That's in one game. So,
well, You see it that way.
I mean, if you want,
hasn't been kicking the ball straight.
I want you to have the same energy for other preseason players. This is the only preseason take you have.
He's a kicker. He's not the same as other players.
They get preseason. They don't have to be held to a standard of perfection. That's not the way preseason works.
Kick ball straight.
That's not the way football works.
Yes, it is. He kicked it straight all training camp. Then he gets in the game and he doesn't. If you can't see that that's a mental defect, I don't know what to do.
I'm not going to put myself in his head and start to. I'm not going to project somebody's mental state. That to me is that's not right.
Ask any football player if kickers are given the same kind of leeway. They're not. They're not football players. They're kickers.
But they don't have to be held to a certain standard in the preseason. You can do that if you want.
Standard, period. I
personally don't do that.
Yeah, that's fine.
When you're anybody in the game that doesn't have any matter to the standings, then, go ahead and try something. And he tried to kick off to put it in the corner, and he kicked it out of bounds.
What does that mean?
In the preseason.
Something. Try something.
Try to see about, with the new kickoff, Jake Moody in preseason, if I'm his coach, I'm saying, try and get a ball all the way to the pylon. If you kick it out of bounds, who cares?
Which clearly was not the case because the special teams coach blew a gasket when he did it. So this is not a pitcher experimenting with a curveball in the preseason. It is a kicker. You have one tiny job.
Right.
That's it. One job. And he doesn't do it.
And you make it sound so simple. Like it's not
simple.
Like
None
it's
of these
not
things
involving a snapper, a holder, and blockers.
Dibs.
Like all these things, Mark. These are all things that come together as part of a unit.
It's professional sports. None of it's easy, but you have to do it. What did Kyle say to Pam Oliver on the sideline? Dude has to make his kicks. It's that simple.
And he didn't miss a kick in the second half.
It is that simple.
He had one blocked. He made a field goal, and he made the PAT after the game-winning touchdown.
Let's go Scott Marin. Hey, Scott, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, it's just there's just way too much evidence in front of everybody for a season the last half of last season, and the preseason. I mean, first kickoff yesterday, he kicked it into the end zone. The poor guy, I think just for him, I think he could probably have a good career at some point. These kickers, who knows? But I don't think that's here. And there's just no way you can look your other teammates in the eye if I'm the coach and the general manager and continue to put this guy out there when these guys are out there getting their noses busted up. And, this is you can't have high school kids nowadays hit 27-yarders like nothing. I mean, this is not 1975. These kickers now are blasting 50-yarders like they were 35, 40-yarders back in the day. This has gotten way more sophisticated, and the guy has the physical tools. Clearly has that, but he is cooked. The guy is correct. He is cooked mentally. That's just as simple as that. And you can't put him on the field again this week. There is absolutely no justification that I could go in front of the team and say, let's give him one more shot. He is going to cost you a game, period. He's going to cost you a game. It's so apparent and to everybody that's watching this that you just can't do it. And I think for his sake, he needs to move on too. I feel bad for the guy.
Yeah.
I just don't think he can perform here.
How do you know he's cooked mentally is my question. Like, this is something that I have a hard time with. So we're going to look at a guy who struggles, and we're going to say he's cooked mentally.
Did Hayden Birdsong look cooked mentally?
Not really. He looked like he'd... Well, it's different when you're a pitcher. He couldn't find the strike zone.
He couldn't find the catcher.
Right. So does that mean he's cooked mentally?
Yes.
It might be something mechanical.
No.
And you can make that leap all you want. God. And Scott, you can too. Neither of you knows Jake Moody. Neither of you knows his state of mind. You can leap to that conclusion if you want. Personally, I don't. I'm not going to talk about somebody's mental state when I don't know them.
Well, come on, Dibs. This is what we do in sports, okay?
To say somebody's cooked mentally, I think is erroneous.
I just have a really hard time. I'm mystified. You said last week he gets a shot in the regular season. If he misses an easy kick, then we change our minds.
That's right.
That's exactly what happened.
Go out and find somebody better, and then I'm all for it.
Okay.
I don't know who that is, and if they want to bring people in to have tryouts, then bring people in to have tryouts. Doesn't automatically mean you're going to find a kicker who's better. You might find a guy who's actually worse.
Well, no, of course that's possible, but I think the effort has got you've got to. I'm not saying that whoever they bring in is going to be perfect. Of course, you're probably not going to find a perfect kicker right now. You know what I mean? They're on the street.
The good kickers are already on teams.
Well, most of them, but there are more than 32, and I promise you that there's somebody who can do better than this. And yes, it's not personal. It's not any of those things. Maybe he can be a good kicker someday. He obviously was very good in college, but we have arrived at the season, and there's just no room for this. There is no room for doinking 27-yarders.
So of all the people who missed kicks yesterday, they should all be gone?
One other player missed one that short, and he was in his first ever game, and he plays for the Browns, where there's nothing on the line.
He's got to go.
Stop.
No, I mean,
that's his first kick.
Yes, and you want to talk about somebody in their mentals.
This is tons of evidence that has been building the whole time. This is not his first kick. This is not his first game.
And you're only looking at the evidence of the bad. You're not looking at the evidence of the things he's done well.
2 years ago.
Right.
Yeah, that's gone.
Last year.
That's gone.
Before he got hurt, he was terrific
Dre
last year.
Greenlaw was a star.
So that wasn't, that's last year.
Dre
before
Greenlaw,
he got hurt, he was 13 for 14.
Last time that
and we
Moody,
don't look at that. We just look at the preseason
of course not.
and the post-injury.
Because we're here.
Right.
Again, Hayden Birdsong was really good at the beginning of the year, too. Then something went sideways, and the team went, you don't get to be here right now because you are not performing like a professional athlete.
Yeah, he was struggling to find the strike zone, yeah.
So it wasn't the strike zone, Dibs. He was hitting the damn bull. He was hitting the mascot. He was a danger to batters. So go down somewhere else, work on yourself, and we'll figure out if you can ever come back up here. And that's where we've arrived with Jake Moody. This thing is sideways.
That's where you've arrived with Jake Moody.
We all have, Dibs.
I don't know if Kyle Shanahan has.
I asked for everyone to call in to make a case, and everyone's making the opposite case.
Right.
Nobody wants this guy on the team anymore.
It's easy to make the case after he misses a 27-yarder. And I'm still waiting to hear from you, Mark, and anybody else out there. Who are you going to get? And we can all...
Greg Joseph?
Greg Joseph, sure.
Oh, and you should have gotten Prater about a week ago?
Right.
You could have done that. And if you'd like me to do the research tonight on who's available, I will.
I would love to hear it.
Because I don't care
everybody
who
wants
you
him
get.
out, but you need to have somebody who can actually place kick.
It doesn't matter who you get. It needs to be someone else. That's what it needs to be right now. Derek in San Mateo next up. Hi, Derek. Thank you for calling.
Hey, guys. Hey, Dibs, I love you, but no, I'm sorry. The Moody thing, you're in the wrong for this one. He's got to go, and honestly, I think he's going to be gone by next week easy. So if we look at last year when he went down, I don't remember which kickers we got. I think we had Carlson for like a week, and we had another guy. They actually did okay. I don't think they missed a lot of kicks. There are guys out there, if you give them a little bit more rope, like we could find a kicker very quickly. And here's my big point. Like, I think that Jake Moody has like some conspiracy theories against Kyle Shanahan. That's why he's still on the team, because there's no real reason why he can still be here. And if I had a stat machine to crunch some numbers, I want to see what is the longest amount of rope a kicker's ever gotten before they got booted. And Jake Moody has got to be the longest with like the worst percentage before being booted. Every other kicker sees the door within like a week or two. But for some reason, Kyle Shanahan, I don't know, he knows some dirt on Shanahan or something like that, and it's forcing him to stay here. I don't know. What do you got? Crunch the numbers.
Derek, thanks. I'm just
conspiracy theory.
No.
That's where we are now.
That's not where I am.
That's where he is. We got dirt on Shanahan, so he gets to keep his job.
He's joking. He's making a snide remark, and I totally understand it. And a lot of people are going to feel like it is because he was the third-round draft pick, and actually, to a degree, that is what it is. Like, I don't think it's the Niners wanting to save face, but I do think that, yeah, in sports, when you're drafted high, you get a longer leash. But, like, I just believe we've arrived at the end of this. I'm not trying to be mean, but, like, I I don't want to do this anymore. I don't think Niner fans want, and I don't think Kyle wants to do this anymore. Again, when I'm watching the game, forget us for a second. This guy has already made the coaching staff go red in the face 3 times just in the last 4 weeks. Whether you care about the preseason or not, the special teams coach was on a rampage up and down the sideline.
That's a little excessive.
It's not excessive.
On a rampage?
Yes.
He was mad because he kicked it out of bounds. It seems. I don't know if there was something else there.
He was ferociously walking down the sideline with his face completely burnt red, and they wouldn't talk to the guy. I don't know.
This is an exaggeration.
It is not
of a tremendous proportion.
Not even a little bit. He was pacing up and down the sideline after Moody did that. You can laugh at me all you want.
I'm just laughing at how much you're exaggerating.
It is a completely accurate portrayal of what took place on that sideline.
That's your perception of what took place.
That is what I saw with my eyes.
Yeah, you're perceiving that's what he was going through. You're saying that's why he was that upset. Okay.
So you saw Jake Moody.
Game, I saw the kick go out of bounds.
Kick out of bounds.
I saw the special teams coach walk away. I don't think that he was ferociously walking away.
Oh, my God.
He didn't get in the guy's face. He just walked away.
Right,
he looked like he was frustrated. Sure.
Looked like he was frustrated.
I mean, if you're that angry, then the guy's not on the team anymore. I just think that you're leaping to some conclusions that I personally would not leap to.
That's fine.
Actions speak louder than words, and if you get through this week and there are tryouts and somebody is signed and he's cut, well, there you go. There you have the answer. And if they don't have tryouts and Moody's on the field in New Orleans and he's your kicker in week 2, then he's the kicker.
I'm just shocked that you have no emotional attachment to this whatsoever. Do you care if they win the game?
Of course I do, Mark.
Well, then what
and
are we
they
doing?
won the game. It's a victory Monday.
Yes.
And he missed a kick. So he missed a kick that he should make, and he didn't. And none of us is going all in on the lineman who didn't block on the...
Totally different.
It's exactly the same.
No, it's not.
He is a guy who allowed them to get a kick blocked because he didn't do his job. Why don't we have the same energy for him?
Because you keep acting like when Jake does something wrong, it's the first time.
No, it's not.
And it's not.
It's not.
So all these other examples you keep bringing up, like the Browns kicker or anyone who's a rookie on the Niners, that's the first mark against them. This is the 30th mark against this player.
I mean, that's a lot.
I mean, it is.
So at what point do you have that same energy, that same lack of tolerance for other players?
When we're a year and a half into poor performance, then I'm there.
Then that's it.
Yes.
Okay.
This is the freaking NFL. And the last time this guy looked good, so did Dre Greenlaw. And then he tore his Achilles, has barely played in the NFL since then, but this guy's still kicking. And that's the last time he looked good.
It's not true. He looked good last year before his injury, and Dre Greenlaw was out for the entire season.
Yeah, and I don't think
you could look at the opener against the Jets when he goes 6 for 6, and that's not good.
That's a game.
Right.
That's one game.
That is a time when he looked good.
I'm not going to see, but
he went on to have 5 more games where he missed just 1 kick.
You seemingly keep assessing him on these individual things. This game, and then there was that kick.
I'm just assessing him on where he was last year at the start of the year.
I'm looking at the entire picture. The percentage sucks. He's not good enough. I hate saying this. I really do. Everybody's like, oh my God, the emotional wellness. I'm mystified and confused why this is different than any other long-term situation that isn't going well. There is only so much patience in professional sports for someone who is not performing over a lengthy period of time. And to me, if nothing else, this game and the preseason completely does away with the narrative coming out of last year, which was, well, he was hurt. So let's see what it looks like when he's healthy. Well, now we have.
Yeah, for 1 game.
No, for a month.
Oh, okay. We can argue about this until the cows come home. I'm not going to look at the preseason in that way for anybody, even a kicker, because, it's the preseason, and he's got a new holder, he's got a new long snapper, the whole operation is new, so for me, preseason doesn't matter. Week 1, you miss a 27-yarder.
Why doesn't Kyle say that? I haven't heard Kyle
went out and said he had one of the best games he's ever seen from a kicker against the Raiders.
Right, and now 2 weeks later, he's bringing in guys for tryouts. Like if
potentially,
why has Kyle not said, well, look, guys, new holder, new snapper, got new situations going on?
Because it's week 1. It's the regular season, and you've got to go out there and deliver.
His quote was, dude needs to make his kicks.
Right. And he
needs to make his kicks.
He made all the kicks except the one that he missed and then the one that was blocked. So, yeah, he's got to make his kicks. And if Kyle Shanahan loses confidence in him, complete confidence, then he'll be gone. So, yeah, for me to weigh in emotionally, yes, it's emotional. You don't like to watch your team miss kicks and all the rest of it, but I still think that Jake Moody has the ability to go out there and be a good kicker. Whether or not he's given that chance is not up to me.
Greg Joseph, Austin Siebert, Zane Gonzalez, who I think was in Niners camp last year, Cade York, Michael Badgley, Greg Zuerlein, Dustin Hopkins. There's an exciting kid named Lenny Craig who is on the Falcons practice squad who is booting multiple 50-yarders in the preseason, has a little buzz around him because he is part of the International Player Pathway Program. Riley Patterson, who has some cachet in the league from the last few years, and Matt Prater, who was on the practice squad of the Bills, therefore available to the Niners until earlier this week when he was elevated from the practice squad because Tyler Bass is hurt. This is literally just my first line of research of Googling who's available, and a ton of those guys have north of 75% rate in the NFL.
In their career,
In their careers, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, who do you want out of that list? You want Zane Gonzalez?
Any of them.
Okay.
All of them.
Right.
Somebody who comes in this week, spends 2 days with the team, and kicks the ball through the uprights. That's who I want. That's who I want. That's all.
I mean, that's a list of cast-offs and retreads for the most part.
I mean,
why aren't they kicking for teams then?
Because there's too many kickers for teams.
There's 32 teams, and if you are, if you're that great of a kicker, you're on somebody's team.
I mean, again, I'll say it. I've said it a few times. I think there are more than 32 of these dudes on the planet. I just do.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Guys who can kick the football,
right.
Sure.
So, like, the guys who are on teams are also all pretty good, although some of them will lose their jobs this year for, quite frankly, doing a lot less than what's happened with Jake.
Well, it depends on how much less they do and how many misses they accrue. And right now, Moody's attempted 3, and he's only missed 1 because the block doesn't actually go on his record, which is kind of nice.
That is nice for him.
For him, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking at the stats, and they have him as 1 for 2, even though he...
What was the field goal that he made was how long? 32?
33, I think.
And how long is an extra point?
It's about the same, yeah.
About 33? Right.
I have a 32-yarder on my sheet, so...
So he's hit 2 extra points, which are about 32-yarders, and then he hit a 32-yarder, and then he missed a 27-yarder.
Yep.
Okay.
So far,
and then
through one game.
And then there was the block.
Right. There was the block, yeah. And kickoff-wise, he kicked off 4 times. 2 of them were touchbacks, which is obviously not what you want. And I was just looking at the stats. A lot of guys have touchbacks in their game, but like Cam Little, the Jacksonville kicker, 3 touchbacks on his kicks.
Yep.
It's something that I think is going to take these guys time to develop.
Wonder what they've been doing for the last month and a half.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Kicking.
Yeah. It's not like they asked them to do anything else with their day. But anyway, Eric is in Oakland. Hey, Eric, what's up? Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys, what's going on? What we're talking about, right, is not whether or not he's having a terrible streak. Like, we know that. I think what we're really talking about here is, like, can he actually recover and kick above league average? So, going back and looking at the stats, like, I can find one instance where Nick Folk had, like, a 52% streak, and then he recovered to have multiple, like, 85+% seasons. And so, that's one out of, how many thousands of kickers that have gone through the NFL since, in the last, like, 20, 30 years. So it's not even about Jake and where he was drafted and all this other stuff. It's just, what's the chance that he's actually going to be able to recover and kick at a rate that's average or better? And I think, we see that that's like kind of a 1 in 1,000 shot. So why not pick somebody up off the street? My Bills picked up Matt Prater, and, he won him a game, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, why not try something different?
Congrats on your win last night. Eric, thanks. Look, that's absolutely correct. I don't know what the gamble on that is. These guys know what the inside story is. What's the chance he can turn it around? I would love to be wildly wrong here. I just want someone to wear a red jersey and kick the ball straight. I just think it's time. I think enough time has been granted. That's kind of where I sit on it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Not done yet. Certainly willing to take more of your calls. What'd you think? And if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Other shows as well. Steiny and Guru, The Morning Roast. Everybody reacting to today's or yesterday's victory over Seattle. This is Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water, northbound 280, northbound 101, already heavy getting into San Francisco. And if you're headed over the Bay Bridge, westbound, things start to slow down near Yerba Buena Island. That's your game day traffic. I'm Tiffany.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Tomorrow in the Morning Roast, our guy Baldy breaks down the Week 1 win at 7:30.
Can't wait. Plus, Bonte Hill joins us 8 to 10 a.m., which is what we do every Tuesday going forward.
Brian Baldinger at 7:30, Bonte Hill from 8 to 10.
It's going to be a huge Tuesday on the Morning Roast.
See you at 6.
When you own a business, that one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/9/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intra-line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly, would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report, as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you are a loved one or in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Sponsored by Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today, or donate online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's cars with a K.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Jake Moody is looking for a bounce back here. He missed 9 of his last 20 tries last season, and he starts this year by doinking one. No good. The demons of 24 live for Jake Moody. Wow. Point blank. Wow. Off the upright.
I think if you would ask Jake Moody, you get to go put the ball at whatever yard line and whatever hash you want for your first kick to kind of exercise the demons of last year. Where would you want it? I think he would have put the ball right there. I mean, that is, at this level, nothing's a given. That's pretty much close to that's as much of a given as it gets at this level.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That was a rough call. I think I was so mad at the house, I didn't even hear any of that. Was that a double wow by Greg Olson? Plus, Jake, poor Jake, it would have been better if he just missed it. But you also, the dong. Like
Jake Moody is looking for a bounce back here. He missed 9 of his last 20 tries last season, and he starts this.
Ooh, firmly off the upright.
Dong. Oh, gosh. Poor guy. All right, I got it off my chest. I've said what I've said. There's also some, there's a little angst there. Victory Monday, but if you're just joining us, George Kittle is out 3 to 5 weeks with a hamstring, and Brock Purdy is a question mark for this weekend. It's a lot to digest.
It is, so, yeah, and
anyway.
Victory Monday.
Yeah.
So it's
no, it was a great dude. It's great. They're 1-0 in the division. It's awesome.
Right, and the kicker was not up to snuff, and he might lose his job between now and next Sunday, and we'll find out this week what Kyle Shanahan and company decide to do. So tomorrow they're off, right? It's a Tuesday off day.
And I don't know if they do workouts though. Probably not. I don't really know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Perhaps. I'm sure
how the whole thing works
able
out.
To.
Yeah.
And you're right, and there are a lot of other people who can kick the football available. You mentioned Dustin Hopkins. Last year he was 66.7%, so he lost his job because he had a year like Moody. Cade York was a guy who was below Moody. I think he's out there. Greg Zuerlein, 60% last year.
Yeah, he wasn't good.
9 for 15, and he lost his gig. So, Yeah, you can go to any of these other guys on the street and bring them in and hope for the best.
Let's go to Greg in Walnut Creek. Hi, Greg. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, not much. Thank you guys for taking my call. I appreciate you guys. But listen, I'm old enough to remember I grew up in Southern California, Dodger fan. Hate to admit it. And Steve Sachs. Do you remember Steve Sachs?
Of course.
He had the yips at second base,
He
right?
sure
He
did.
couldn't throw the ball from second base to first base to save his life. I mean, I can see the same look on Moody's face when he's lining up to kick the ball. And I know, it's dangerous to assume what's going on in somebody else's head, but it's clear as day he's got something going on, and he only has one job. They kept Sachs around because he had a history of being a good player, and he also ran the bases and came up to bat. Moody's got one job. Unfortunately, they got to make a change.
Greg, there are 3 baseball players. Thank you, Greg. Appreciate it. There are 3 baseball players who I think are well known for that situation, and it's Steve Sachs, it's Chuck Knobloch, and then it was remember Rick Ankiel?
Of course,
Rick Ankiel, who kind of unfortunately looked like what happened to Birdsong earlier this season. Now I don't know what's going to happen with Hayden next, although I did have a birdie text me from a River Cats game over the weekend. And one of the things that the birdie texted me, he wrote, Hayden Birdsong should never pitch in the major leagues ever again.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, which I was like, oh. I didn't ask for an expansion, I just was kind of like, okay. I didn't ask for, like, what did you see? Like, did he hit an umpire again, or like what's going on? But I was like, that's not a glowing report. So,
yeah,
that's too bad.
Super young, so
yeah,
hopefully
young.
you can work through it. Just thinking about other kickers who have been in Moody's situation and Younghoe Koo, and I was just looking. He kicked for 4 games for the Chargers.
Yep.
He went 3 for 6, and they cut him. He was gone. Sat out a year, and since then he's been 7 years with Atlanta. So an earlier caller talked about how it's 1 in 1,000 that Moody can, quote, get it back, and it's actually better odds than that.
I think it's better than that.
He might be able to do it here. He might be in a situation like Younghoe Koo was, where he had to go out there and get to a new team and kind of start the whole thing over.
Although Koo started to kind of get wobbly at the end of last year and obviously missed a huge kick yesterday, 44-yarder to tie at the end of the game and send it into overtime, and he missed it pretty badly, by the way, wide right. So, yeah, look, I get it, and I'm just at a spot where I'm willing to take that chance. Jake's a talented guy. There's no way a kicker ends up in the 3rd round if you haven't wowed some people, but it has not gone well. And we're here. This is the regular season, and boy, you're asking for a lot of patience if you keep him. You're just asking. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
This is more patience than most people have, including the people who run the 49ers. In my estimation. That's all I'm saying.
They've been patient, and I think they've been patient for a couple reasons. One is he was kicking with a bum leg last year, no excuse, but I think that they saw that and thought, okay, if he's healthy, we'll see a better kicker. And then this year, I don't think he's going to get the same level of patience if he goes out and struggles again like he did yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. And for me, I just keep looking at the freeze frame of the looks on everybody's faces. When Moody's escapades have taken place here in the month of August and September, and they look very, very frustrated, and I believe that they are. And my guess is it's probably going to lead to some sort of a move this week. The interesting part might be: so do you cut Jake outright? Do you try to run him through waivers and put him on your practice squad? Do you make up a toe injury? I don't know. Like I don't know if they're ready to do, or do you just send him? I don't know.
I don't know what the benefit would be of putting him on IR and just
not
season-ending IR or whatever.
No,